From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 408 to chapter 449. Chengwu Hall. Zheng Fang and a middle-aged man in brocade sat opposite each other. Towards the sudden arrival of this person, Zheng Fang's expression was slightly solemn because the person in front of him was not an ordinary person, but from the Central State Prefecture. The other party had a clear identity. Imperial Court Emissary. No servants came to serve tea, and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Zheng Fang stroked his beard with one hand, looked at the middle-aged emissary in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "May I know why the esteemed emissary is here?" "This time, I am here on the orders of the Imperial Court to invite Sect Master Qin to help." "Invite Sect Master Qin?" Elder Zheng should know that now that the devil calamity is rampant in the Great Zhao country, the Imperial Court has invited all the strong practitioners in the world to kill the evil spirits and quell the devil calamity. Sect Master Qin once killed the moon-swallowing demon king in Fallen Moon Manor and hundreds of evil spirits in Bayun Manor. His Majesty has also heard of such a shocking move. Now, in order to deal with the demons in the other prefectures, he specially came to invite Sect Master Qin to help. Wu Lang did not beat around the bush, nor did he have the arrogance of an Imperial Court emissary. He just cupped his hands and said. But in his words, there was also some implicit flattery towards Qin Shujian. Zheng Fang also understood some of Wu Lang's words. Compared to the calm situation in the Bayun prefecture, the other prefectures were in chaos. But, after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "My sect master is in seclusion. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you." Seclusion? Wu Lang was stunned. He thought that Yuan Zong might refuse, but he never thought that Qin Shujian would be in seclusion. Immediately, Wu Lang's heart sank a little. Experts in seclusion were different from other cultivators, and it was not strange for them to be in seclusion for a few months or even a few years. But if so, his mission this time would be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Wu Lang hesitated and said with difficulty, "I wonder if Elder Zheng has a way to contact Sect Master Qin. This old man also has no way, even I can't casually approach the place where Sect Master is in seclusion." Sigh. Wu Lang could not help but sigh at this time. Seeing this, Zheng Fang said, "How many days did the Imperial Court give you this time?" "Half a month at most." "How about this, if you don't mind, you can rest in my sect for a while. If the sect master comes out in half a month, I will send someone to inform you. If he doesn't, then there's nothing I can do about it. That's all we can do now." Hearing this, Wu Lang nodded and did not refuse. Then, he cupped his hands and said politely, "It's just that I'll have to trouble your esteemed sect this way. I hope that Elder Zheng won't take offense. It is my sect's honor to have you stay." At this point, Zheng Fang changed the topic. "I believe that since you've come to the Frost Mountain Spirit Realm, you haven't seriously explored Frost Mountain City, right? After exiting the teleportation gate, I rushed straight to your esteemed sect. I didn't have time to look around." "That's perfect. This old man will have someone accompany you around Cold Mountain City. You can also experience the scenery of our Cold Mountain City." "Thank you very much." Subsequently, Zheng Fang called for an inner sect deacon and left with Wu Lang. He said that he wanted the other party to stay in Yuan's sect and rest. In fact, he made the arrangements in Frost Mountain City. Inside the sect, apart from the disciples of Yuan's sect, the rest of the people were not allowed to stay overnight. On the contrary, Frost Mountain City became an important place for Yuan's sect to entertain guests. With Wu Lang's status, it was impossible for him to casually send someone to entertain the guests. Although the inner sect deacons were not as important as the elders, their status was not low either. As a guest of the Imperial Court, they would not be impolite. At the peak of Frost Mountain, since he started cultivating, Qin Shujian would wake up every once in a while. Then, he would look at the increased life force and directly use it on cultivation techniques. Until now, basically, all 5 cultivation techniques had been upgraded to the 8th level of the spiritual martial technique. As for the next level, there was no way to upgrade it. This was because the upgrade from the 8th level to the 9th level of the spiritual martial realm required 50 million life force. And the upgrade from the 9th level to the 10th level required 100 million life force. Adding the 5 cultivation techniques together, that was 750 million life force. Looking at his own life force, Qin Shujian's face turned black. Upgrading each level of cultivation technique consumes too much life force. Looking at his life force that was not even a fraction, he could not help but sigh. Ever since the sect had set the new rules, with more than 20,000 disciples in Yuan sect, the amount of life force that could be contributed to him every day was 1 to 3 million. At the peak, it could even reach 5 to 6 million. However, this was very rare. And as time passed, the disciples became stronger and stronger. The number of life force that could be contributed also gradually increased. After a month, the total amount of life force was at least 50 million life force. If it was before, 50 million life force was already a lot. But for now, 50 million life force was just a drop in the bucket. A cultivation technique from the first level of the spiritual martial technique to the 10th level would require about 200 million life force. In other words, on average, every 4 months, Qin Shujian would be able to upgrade one cultivation technique to the spiritual martial technique to the perfection stage. If all 7 cultivation techniques reached the perfection stage, then it would take more than 2 years. More than 2 years. From the spiritual martial realm to the divine martial realm, and with an extremely strong foundation, this progress was actually not slow at all. It could even be described as shocking. But, at the very most, he had only been here for about 3 years. In more than a year, he had consecutively broken through the basic martial realm, the true martial realm, and the spiritual martial realm. But now the span from the spiritual martial realm to the divine martial realm took the same amount of time. It was no wonder that Qin Shujian had the idea that the breakthrough was slow. And this was only the spiritual martial realm. If he reached the later stages of the divine martial realm, it might take a few years to deduce one cultivation technique to the perfection stage. It would take at least 10 or 20 years to push all 7 cultivation techniques to the perfection stage. As for the celestial being stage, it might take a few hundred years. If he thought about it this way, Qin Shujian felt that he needed to think about the path after the divine martial realm. The most important thing now is to break through the current realm. On second thought, he focused his attention on his own attributes. During this period of time, his luck value had slowly increased by more than 100 points. It proved that the 5 elders were still diligently going out to kill the demons and did not slack off. It was just that the ordinary realm in the prefecture was vast. It was not an easy task to find the seals of the demons one by one. Therefore, the increase of his luck value had become extremely slow. Looking at the luck value that had exceeded 10,000, Qin Shujian's expression was a little uncertain. He was thinking about a serious matter. Now, his luck value had exceeded 10,000. If he piled it on a doctrine artifact, it could at least be upgraded to the level of a 4-seal doctrine artifact, and there would be a lot left. If he used it all, the level of the Yuan sect's force would most likely be upgraded from a 5th level force to a 6th level force. A 6th level force. There would at least be a large number of airborne realm cultivators in the sect, and even prominent divine realm cultivators. But, there were also great hidden dangers in doing so. And that was the Imperial Court. What level of force was the Imperial Court? According to Qin Shujian's guess, it was very likely to be a top 9th level force. Based on his understanding of the cultivation world, there had never been a force that had broken through to a 6th level force. In other words, there was no 6th level force among the current sects and forces. Perhaps it was difficult to upgrade to a 6th level force, or perhaps there had been a 6th level force, but later there was no more. As for why there was no more, this reason was somewhat thought-provoking. Put yourself in their shoes. If the Yuan sect was compared to the Imperial Court, a 6th level force that had emerged in the territory under their jurisdiction in just a few years would have the mentality of being out of control. For the Imperial Court, a 6th level force might not be worth paying attention to. Then, would the Imperial Court be able to ignore the 7th level, 8th level, and even the 9th level forces in the future, according to Qin Shujian's guess? If he was the ruler of the Great Zhao Empire, he would definitely not tolerate the existence of such an unstable factor and would definitely find ways to eliminate it. Unless, this unstable factor had the strength to make people wary and not dare to act rashly. But the Yuan sect was now in front of the imperial court. It was still thousands of miles away from having the strength to make the imperial court wary and not dare to act rashly. Although a 6th-level force can greatly increase the strength of the sect, it is also very likely to arouse the suspicion of the imperial court. This may not be a good thing. Although the situation is chaotic now, the imperial court is still in control of most of the situation. In the Baiyun mansion, Marquis Baiyun has stabilized the situation. I can't take this risk now. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian suppressed the idea of upgrading to a 6th-level force. For the current him, the Yuan sect could not be without. Without this sect that provided a stable source of life, if he had to rely on himself in the future, when would he be able to become a diviner, according to Qin Shujian's idea? If he wanted to make the imperial court wary, he had to at least have the strength of a mighty figure. Just like how Marquis Baiyun could intimidate the demon clan when he revealed the strength of a mighty figure. In a sense, only a mighty figure could be considered to have a certain amount of authority in the entire world. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian focused his attention on his attributes again. Luck value, 11327. More than 11,000 points of luck value were converted into 1 billion sources of life. Such a large amount of sources of life. It was enough for him to completely upgrade his realm to the God Martial Arts realm, and it was not as simple as just entering the God Martial Arts realm. Under the circumstance that he could not upgrade his force level. If he could convert luck value into sources of life and then improve his strength, it would be the best choice. After all, nothing was more important than his own realm. Even if he could live a little longer. It was something to be happy about. However, before converting it into sources of life, Qin Shujian shifted his attention from the luck value to the special ability column. Behind the spiritual eye, there was still a plus sign that could be upgraded. When he only had 1,000 luck points, Qin Shujian would not upgrade his spiritual eye. But if he had 10,000 luck points, he would seriously consider it. Ever since he obtained the spiritual eye, as his strength steadily increased, this special ability gradually became less useful. Only the ability to see through loyalty was left. Except for this accident. For other functions like seeing through attributes, if the other party was masked or wearing a mask, he would not be able to see through it. And if the opponent was too strong, he could only see the name, and the rest of the attributes would be blank. As for the opponent whose realm was lower than his, he could see the attributes. But, this was of no use at all. Those who were weaker than him, he could just kill them directly. What was the use of looking at the attributes, in general? If it was not for the ability to see through loyalty, the ability of the spiritual eye would have long been useless. So, with the abundant luck points, Qin Shujian also had the idea of upgrading his spiritual eye. He also wanted to see the upgraded spiritual eye. What kind of ability would it have? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's thoughts moved, and the 1,000 luck points disappeared, replaced by the special ability column. The two words spiritual eye were violently distorted. Boom, a silent buzzing sound rang in his mind. At the same time, at this moment, there seemed to be thousands of gorgeous colors surging in the sky. The mighty purple aura came from afar, and faintly, it was 1,000 miles away. Qin Shujian sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, motionless. The originally dark eyes were now like bright stars, as if they could see through everything in the world. Roar! Roar! Shocking roars came from heaven and earth. It seemed ethereal and dreamy. It seemed to be real. In an instant, Qin Shujian seemed to see everything, but also seemed to see nothing. All kinds of strange phenomena seemed to appear in front of him, but also seemed to appear in an illusion. After a long time, the system's information appeared in his mind, causing him to completely wake up. Your spiritual eye has evolved. You have obtained a special ability, Magical Eye. All living things have their own characteristics. Some are hidden, some are soaring into the 9 heavens, some are crouching in the 9 underworlds. They are difficult to fathom. Today, I can observe the changes in the world with a single glance and see through the myriad of appearances of all living things. It's like the Son of Heaven gazing at Qi, and I can kill with a smile. A large amount of system information appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. After seeing the specific information, his expression finally changed. Dharma eyes? Qin Shujian murmured. He was also quite shocked. Especially that line about observing the changes in heaven and earth, gaining insight into the myriad of living beings. It was like the Son of Heaven gazing at Qi, able to kill with a smile. This made him suddenly realize something. After the spiritual eye evolved into the Dharma eye, it was no longer a pure support ability, but a true means of killing enemies. However, the system did not explain in detail how to use the Dharma eye. Therefore, even though the introduction seemed to be very powerful, Qin Shujian himself did not know what the power of the Dharma eye was. Thinking of this, he withdrew his consciousness from his attribute panel and looked at the sky. Just like when he activated his spirit eye, his true essence slightly surged. The originally dark eyes were now as deep and bright as the stars. When he looked over again, he saw that Yi Zichen was in a daze. The sky, which was supposed to be clear and sunny, was now filled with a myriad of phenomena. The seven-colored light covered the sky, blocking out the light of the sun. This is heaven and earth barrier. When he saw the familiar colorful light, Qin Shujian immediately recognized it. That was the heaven and earth barrier that could only be seen when going to the limit of heaven and earth. As early as when he saw the heaven and earth barrier, he had guessed it. Perhaps the whole world was covered by the heaven and earth barrier, but ordinary people could not see it with their naked eyes, just like how they could see it when going to the limit of heaven and earth, but couldn't see it after leaving. But now, after the spiritual eye evolved into the Dharma eye, Qin Shujian found that he could already see the heaven and earth barrier that covered the sky. Just as he had guessed. The whole world. It was covered by the heaven and earth barrier. Faintly, a thought appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Maybe the so-called heaven and earth barrier was a protective shell that protected this part of the world until now. Not long after this thought arose, it was dispelled by him. Thinking about these things now. In fact, there was no need to. Then Qin Shujian shifted his gaze and looked at several other places. What he saw. He could see yellow gas rising from several places. Those were the branches of the Yuan sect. And the Yuan sect under his feet just happened to have an extremely dense yellow gas rising. He saw that the yellow gas was like a yellow cloud that slowly rose to an extremely high position. Finally, it gathered together in his sight. Then, he saw an auspicious beast that looked like a qilin and was completely composed of yellow clouds roaring in the void. For auspicious clouds supported its body under its feet, which made the yellow cloud qilin look even more noble. When Qin Shujian looked at the qilin also looked at him. Its bell-like eyes revealed a hint of friendliness. It roared softly, as if it was greeting him. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. When he saw the yellow cloud qilin, the information about it appeared in his mind and he also understood what it was. Luck, that was the qilin that his Yuan sect's prosperous luck had manifested. Just by looking at the qilin that was close to 10 feet in size and more than half of its body had solidified, one could see that Yuan sect's luck had reached an extremely strong level. This was the symbol of Yuan sect's prosperous luck. Those with a strong luck. To put it bluntly, they could turn misfortunes into blessings. Generally, sects with prosperous luck would be able to recruit enough talented disciples to continue the legacy of the sect. Even the disciples who joined the sect could be taken care of by luck. When they encountered danger outside, there was a high probability that they could be resolved. It could be said that as long as one's luck was high enough, everything would go smoothly. If one's luck was not high enough, it would be difficult to get what one wanted. If one's luck was even lower, there was even a possibility of an unexpected disaster. When he saw the yellow cloud qilin, many things about luck appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Now that Yuan sect's luck was flourishing, it proved that he had managed it well. As long as he did not deliberately seek death, at least for a long time, he would not have to worry about any problems. Subsequently, Qin Shujian moved his gaze away from Yuan sect and looked at the other places in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. Right now, Liang Mountain was the highest in the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain. Standing at the peak of Liang Mountain, it was enough for him to look down on everything. What entered his eyes? All of them were light green luck rising and condensing into auspicious beasts. However, without exception, they all lowered their heads and crawled towards Yuan sect, not daring to compete with the yellow cloud Qilin. Green luck. It seems that the luck of the sects in the Liang Mountain spirit domain is normal. There won't be any problems in a short period of time. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. The yellow cloud was flourishing while the blue cloud was normal. The light green luck was neither good nor bad and was the most normal kind of luck. However, among these light green luck, there were a few that were a bit richer in color. With Qin Shujian's eyesight, he could roughly determine. Those were the directions of the Blue Cloud sect and the Heavenblade sect. Immediately after, Qin Shujian then turned his gaze to the other major cities. He saw yellow clouds rising above the cities, but there were no yellow cloud auspicious beasts. They didn't seem to have any vitality, but the luck was condensed and didn't dissipate. It looked quite puzzling. The cities are backed by the Imperial Court, so the yellow cloud luck should belong to the Imperial Court. After all, the power with the highest luck is the yellow cloud. Qin Shujian understood. With the power of the great Zhao dynasty, it was reasonable for their luck to be at the yellow cloud level. However, seeing that the yellow cloud was dormant and didn't condense any auspicious beasts, it was a symbol of the fall of the human emperor. After all, the fall of the human emperor caused the world to be in turmoil. Although the luck of the great Zhao dynasty was flourishing, it should be dormant. When the new human emperor ascended the throne, the luck would be reborn. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but look at another location. That location. It was the direction of the Central State Prefecture. The true essence in his body surged wildly and gathered in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes turned into a galaxy that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. It directly crossed hundreds of millions of miles and directly saw the Central State Prefecture. Boom! In just an instant, Qin Shujian let out a scream and the galaxy in his eyes collapsed. His eyes involuntarily closed and a faint trace of blood flowed down from his eyelids. Not only that, even his spiritual deity, which was almost 100 feet tall, was crazily shaking at this moment. It was as if there was an endless mighty force crushing down on him. This mighty force. It could easily crush the spiritual deity of a spiritual martial realm cultivator. The fourth grade golden lotus appeared, but it instantly shattered. Then, the dustless celestial robe appeared and quietly disappeared. Qin Shujian didn't care about the sharp pain in his eyes and immediately took out the 18 square array discs from his storage ring. A large array was instantly set up in the sky. Boom boom boom, thunder boomed in the sky and resounded throughout the entire Liang Mountain spirit region. The 18 high-grade spirit artifact array discs shook violently. Then, the large array shattered and the 18 square array discs scattered on the ground. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly. After spitting out blood, the mighty force finally disappeared. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even after using all of his methods, Qin Shujian's mind was still heavily injured. After putting away the 18 square array discs, Qin Shujian tightly closed his eyes and stroked the array discs. He could clearly feel the cracks on them and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. I was careless, he had to admit. He really had gotten carried away just now. After obtaining the Dharma Eye, he actually tried to pry into the foundation of the great Zhao dynasty's providence. Then, even if he crossed hundreds of millions of miles, he still suffered the backlash of the providence. If it weren't for the fact that his own methods weren't weak. That glance just now. He might have died from the backlash of the providence. After calming his mind, Qin Shujian didn't immediately open his eyes. Instead, he revealed a thought-provoking smile when he thought back to that fleeting glance. Until now, Qin Shujian finally understood. Even if he had the Dharma Eye, he couldn't look around casually. If his spiritual eye looked around casually, it would at most be noticed by others and attract some hatred. If his Dharma Eye looked around casually, it would end up like what happened just now. That glance. It was even more terrifying than a diviner's attack. It broke through the defenses of 2 Dao artifacts in a row. Even a Monster King-level expert could contend against the array disc. However, it didn't even last for a few breaths of time before the array shattered. Even the array disc shattered. Even so, after being weakened layer by layer, his spiritual spirit was still heavily injured. This was the first time Qin Shujian knew what kind of backlash would come from prying into the fate of a powerful existence. It was only because of his amazing methods that he was able to survive. Or else, even an ordinary diviner might not be able to survive that attack just now. Once bitten, twice shy. I still can't underestimate the people of the world, Qin Shujian said self-deprecatingly. Although the blood on his cheeks had been wiped away, his eyes were still tightly shut. He couldn't open them at will. That glance just now. In addition to his spiritual spirit being injured, his eyes were also heavily injured. It would take some time for him to recover from his injuries. In other words, in the short term, Qin Shujian was no different from a blind person. However, although his eyes couldn't see, his perception was still there. Using his perception to observe his surroundings was no different from using his naked eyes. Just as Qin Shujian was sitting cross-legged and silently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. As for the people in Yuan's sect, they were frightened by the commotion that had just occurred. The moment that terrifying force came, they felt as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Their minds trembled and they didn't even dare to move. At that moment, whether it was the divine martial realm cultivators or other cultivators, they all felt as weak as ants. As for the collision of the two forces on the peak of Mount Liang, no one noticed it. Because everything happened too quickly. Xianxia only regained his senses now. As he took a deep breath, his fingers were slightly trembling. Where did that force come from? After the initial shock, doubts arose in his mind. In front of that power, Xianxia felt his heart palpitate. Ever since he broke through to the god martial realm, he rarely felt this way. The last time he felt this way was 100 years ago when he felt it from a celestial being realm cultivator. Both of their auras were as vast as the abyss. But in comparison, although it was difficult for Xianxia to discern whether it was strong or weak, there was still a voice in his heart telling him that the power just now was the most terrifying. It wasn't just Yuan's own. Even the cold mountain city, which was not far away, was silent at this moment. It was as if many things had frozen. The higher one's cultivation was, the higher one's cultivation was. The more he felt, the more he could sense how terrifying that power was. As for Wu Lang, who was temporarily staying in the city lord mansion, he was currently looking in the direction of Yuan's own with a shocked expression. How could this be? How could Yuan's own have such a terrifying power? Could this be the mighty means left behind by Qin Shujian before he was reincarnated? For a moment, many thoughts emerged in Wu Lang's mind. As an emissary of the imperial court, he had seen too many experts. That flash of power just now was at least at the level of a mighty figure. One had to know. Even in the entire Great Zhao Empire, there were only a handful of mighty figures. Now, a sect that did not even have a celestial being realm cultivator had the power of a mighty figure. According to Wu Lang's thoughts, only Qin Shujian, the reincarnated mighty figure on the surface, could possibly emit such power. After all, no matter what, the other party was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. If he used the means left behind in his previous life, it was normal to cause some fluctuations. Furthermore, that surge of energy left as quickly as it came. The information that Wu Lang was able to obtain was also limited. In the lion-tiger plain. Just now, Niao Dali seemed to have felt a strong threat and instantly woke up from his deep sleep. His huge eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. But when he woke up, that power had long since disappeared. So, Niao Dali was only puzzled for a moment before he dispelled the threat in his heart and went back to sleep. For him, there was nothing better than sleeping. Especially now, Niao Dali felt more and more sleepy. He did not even have the thought of moving. If there was anything he wished for the most right now, it was probably to sleep for decades or centuries without anyone disturbing him. This was also one of the advantages of the Yao clan. In the same realm, the lifespan of the Yao clan was much longer than that of the human clan. The lifespan of the human clan in the spirit martial realm was only about 1,000 years. The limit of the Yao clan was 3,000 years. But correspondingly, the long lifespan of the Yao clan also meant that the Yao clan's strength was generally slower than that of the human clan. This was also a way to balance things out. At the peak of Mount Liang, 5 days passed. Qin Shujian did not move at all. He continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover from his injuries. Fortunately, the spiritual energy of Mount Liang was dense and he had the help of spirit stones. Cultivating here for a day was more effective than cultivating outside for 10 days to half a month. In the 5 days, although his injuries had not completely recovered, they were close to 80 to 90%. Another 2 days passed. Only then did Qin Shujian open his tightly shut eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, a white gas shot out from his mouth and turned into a fierce gust of wind that soared into the sky. Rumble, a thunderous sound rang out. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck on a sunny day. I've finally recovered. A relaxed smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Then, he immediately restrained it and his expression became solemn. Since his injuries had recovered, the next thing to do was to increase his strength. What had happened earlier had made him realize that there was still a huge gap between his strength and that of the top powerhouses. He had only taken a peek at the fate of the great Zhao nation. He had directly suffered a strong backlash. If he had been a bit weaker at that time, or if he had fewer defensive methods, he would have died. The people of the Yuan sect probably would not have thought of that. When their sect master went into seclusion, he would suddenly go into seclusion and die. The reason for that was because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough to resist the backlash, how could such a thing have happened? He then looked at his own attributes. In the special ability column, there was no longer a plus sign behind his Dharma eye. After a simple glance, Qin Shujian's gaze moved away from it and landed on the luck value. Originally, there were more than 11,000 luck value. After consuming 1,000 points, there were still slightly more than 10,000 left. Immediately, with a thought from Qin Shujian, all the 7,500 luck value disappeared. Then, his life source increased from the original 30 million to 780 million. The increase of his life source. Finally, there was a plus sign behind his cultivation technique that could be upgraded. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian immediately consumed 750 million life source to upgrade the remaining 5 cultivation techniques to the level of perfection of the spiritual martial arts section. This process, it was completed almost instantly. In an instant, boom, there was a strong explosion in his dantian. A huge amount of vital essence instantly accumulated there, causing it to reach a state of overflowing. The bright king hellfire that was rooted in his dantian. At this time, it was also swaying more intensely as the vital essence skyrocketed. At the same time, a wave of pure energy that was even purer than when he had devoured dozens of demons surged and directly entered the spiritual spirit in his mind. The skyrocketing power. Qin Shujian could no longer suppress himself. Of course, he had no intention of suppressing this feeling. A spiritual deity with a height of 970 feet appeared in the void. When the spirit god appeared, a dreadful might spread in all directions, and attracted the attention of many people. Then, under the horrified gazes of these people, the spiritual deity seemed to be constantly growing taller. However, due to the great distance between them, no one was able to accurately capture the changes in its growth. However, they could clearly feel that the powerful spiritual god's energy was unceasingly attacking their minds. Could it be that Qin Shujian has already broken through to the god martial arts realm? Wu Lang thought of a rumor he had heard before. Previously, he had scoffed at it and did not believe that someone could break through from the spirit martial arts realm to the god martial arts realm in less than 2 years. Even if the other party was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, it would be the same. But now, seeing the spiritual spirit that was nearly 100 feet tall, Wu Lang thought that he should believe it. After all, 100 feet spiritual spirit, he had never heard of anyone who could reach 100 feet spiritual spirit in the spirit martial arts realm. In Wu Lang's memory, For thousands of years, even the most talented person seemed to have a spiritual spirit of about 25 feet. After that, he would break through to the god martial arts realm. Xianxia didn't notice the commotion he had caused at all. Now he had put all his attention on the attribute panel. All 7 cultivation methods had been upgraded to the completion of the spirit martial arts realm. That was to say, the next step would be to break through to the god martial arts realm. But before the breakthrough, what Qin Shujian had to do was to integrate all he had learned. So, he directly opened the fusion panel that he had not seen for a long time. Qin Shujian had only used the fusion panel twice since he had unearthed it. The first time was when he broke through to the true martial arts realm. The second time was when he broke through to the spirit martial arts realm. Now, it was the third time. It was also the critical point for him to break through from the spirit martial arts realm to the god martial arts realm. Although Qin Shujian did not often use the fusion panel, he still skillfully dragged all the 7 cultivation methods he had learned into it. Immediately, a familiar system message appeared in his mind. Then, Qin Shujian directly chose the fusion panel. Very quickly, the 300 luck points disappeared. You have consumed the Guiyuan ancestral scripture. You have consumed the Flying Immortal Temple Dao scripture. You have consumed the Raging Flame technique. You have consumed the Ghost God Meditation Sutra. You have consumed the Holy Visualization Sutra. You have consumed 300 luck points. You have obtained an unknown cultivation method. Please name it. You have obtained the 31st level of the unknown cultivation method. Your strength has improved. Boom. Suddenly, the dark purple thunderclouds in the sky condensed in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a lightning pillar as thick as a bucket came down, as if it wanted to destroy the powerful spiritual god. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't find it strange and didn't even resist. He stood in the air and took the lightning pillar's attack. Lightning tribulation body tempering. This was a necessary step to break through to the god martial realm. Although his cultivation technique had broken through, the spiritual god hadn't completely transformed. Only when the lightning tribulation disappeared would it truly change. If one had to endure something to break through to the spirit martial realm in the spirit domain, then it would be the scene in front of him. Every lightning tribulation that came down was at least at the peak of the prominent divine realm. The later it was, the stronger it became. Until the 3rd lightning tribulation, it had already reached the god martial realm. If other cultivators wanted to break through to the god martial realm, they either had to use the spiritual god or use other methods to resist. No matter if it was in the spirit domain or a large domain. To break through to the god martial realm, one had to endure a lightning tribulation. The only difference was that the lightning tribulation he had to endure in spirit realm was much more terrifying than the lightning tribulation he had to endure in a major realm. This was also a test in disguise. Because although the shackles of the spirit domain were subtle and not much different from a large domain, it was still within the scope of the spirit domain. If the power of the god martial realm appeared, then the shackles of the spirit domain would be broken. Although it wouldn't attract the wrath of heaven, it would attract the warning of heaven and earth. Breaking through to the god martial realm would cause the power of the lightning tribulation to increase. Boom. Boom, the lightning tribulation fell. The 100 feet tall spiritual god stood in the air and didn't move at all. Instead, with each attack, a trace of pure yang energy was left in the spiritual god, causing the spiritual god to slowly transform. Although the lightning tribulation was strong, but that was only relative to ordinary peak vision domain great cultivators. For Qin Shujian's 100 feet tall spiritual god, it was more terrifying than a normal god martial realm cultivator. How could this lightning tribulation threaten it, just as the lightning tribulation was gathering? The entire Mount Liang spirit domain could see the huge thunderclouds in the sky and the terrifying aura that each bolt of tribulation lightning emitted. Although the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate was a spirit protectorate, it was actually just a combination of a few true protectorates. It was far inferior to the other spirit protectorates. Therefore, even if the thundercloud wasn't that big, it could still be detected by other people in spirit realm. Lightning tribulation? Some cultivators were shocked and confused. Not everyone knew what kind of changes would occur after breaking through to the god martial arts realm. To put it bluntly, 1 or 2 years ago, the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate had only been a true dominion. There hadn't even been a spirit martial realm cultivator in the local area, let alone a divine martial realm cultivator. Many people didn't know. Breaking through to the god martial arts realm would lead to a thunder tribulation. However, now that the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain had been promoted, more and more foreign cultivators had arrived. Some of these cultivators were quite knowledgeable, so they naturally knew what the lightning tribulation represented. The lightning tribulation of the god martial realm. Someone is breaking through to the divine martial realm in the Liang Mountain Spirit region. That's the direction of the Origin sect. Could it be that the sect master of the Origin sect is breaking through to the divine martial realm? 1,000 feet spiritual deity. How could he only break through to the divine martial realm now? Many people were surprised and bewildered in their hearts as they looked at the thunder clouds in the sky and the 1,000 feet tall spiritual god. They were all stunned on the spot. Especially the cultivators of the Liang Mountain City. At this moment, when they saw the 1,000 feet tall spirit deity and the scene of the tribulation lightning tempering it, they were even more astonished. At that moment, a single sentence appeared in everyone's mind. How could it be? In their opinion, Xianxia should have broken through to the divine martial realm long ago. But now, he was clearly just about to break through. Originally, breaking through to the divine martial realm wasn't a problem. After all, cultivators with talent would eventually reach this stage. But to say that 1,000 feet spiritual deity was still in the spirit martial realm was too much. Hiss. 1,000 feet spiritual deity is still in the spirit martial realm? The human race once had such an expert. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. After he finished speaking, no one around him paid attention to him. 1,000 feet spiritual deity, in the thousands of years of the Great Zhao, no one had heard of anyone in the spirit martial realm who could condense 1,000 feet spiritual deity. Because, that was simply impossible. The current scene made them feel like they were in a dream. As for Wu Lang, at this moment, he was completely stunned. He quietly looked at the spiritual deity in the sky, who was constantly enduring the lightning tribulation. For a moment, he didn't know what to think. Spirit martial realm, divine martial realm, to be honest, he was a little confused now. He didn't understand what realm Xianxia was in. At this moment, the lightning tribulation continued to fall. The pure yang aura left in the spiritual deity became stronger and stronger. As time went on, the power of the lightning tribulation also became stronger. If the first dozen or so lightning tribulations were equal to the full strength attack of an ordinary divine martial realm cultivator, then the power of the latter lightning tribulations had already exceeded this range. Gradually, Xianxia's expression also became serious. The 1,000 feet spiritual deity in the sky gradually turned from an illusion to a real one. But under the bombardment of the lightning tribulation, it showed signs of collapsing. Is the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the divine martial realm also strong? A doubt arose in Xianxia's mind. If every cultivator who broke through to the divine martial realm would encounter such a strong lightning tribulation, even if they had a Taoist artifact to protect themselves, 99% of the cultivators would be finished. So, Xianxia absolutely didn't believe that other cultivators would encounter such a powerful lightning tribulation. Otherwise, the number of divine martial realm cultivators in the world would be reduced by at least 90%. Causing the changes in front of him. He guessed that it should be related to the 1,000 feet spiritual deity. The stronger the spiritual deity was during the breakthrough, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation. Although the spiritual deity could absorb part of the pure yang energy every time the lightning tribulation struck, making it stronger and stronger. But the speed of the spiritual deity's strengthening was not comparable to the speed of the lightning tribulation strengthening. At least the spiritual deity had a gradual cycle. The lightning tribulation directly and violently became stronger. Until now, Xianxia couldn't remember how many lightning tribulations had fallen. Anyway, the power of each lightning tribulation was enough to blast a cultivator who had just entered the divine martial realm to pieces. As for those cultivators who hadn't really broken through to the divine martial realm, they had no way to survive. It was only because his 1,000 feet spiritual deity was there that he could hold on until now. Boom, as another lightning tribulation fell, the entire spiritual deity seemed to explode. Qin Shujian's face suddenly turned pale. When he looked at the spiritual deity again, it was already showing signs of collapse. He couldn't hold on. If it was still okay before, then the power of the lightning tribulation was so strong that even he couldn't hold on. Without hesitation, Qin Shujian immediately took out the fourth-grade golden lotus. A golden lotus bloomed in the sky and directly floated at the top of the spiritual deity. Then, it silently offset the power of the lightning tribulation. The golden lotus trembled. Every lightning tribulation bombarded it, causing the lotus leaves to tremble. Wisps of pure yang energy fell along the golden lotus and seeped into the spiritual deity. However, as the power of the lightning tribulation continued to increase, the fourth-grade golden lotus also showed signs of being unable to withstand it. Immediately, with a thought, Qin Shujian expended 500 luck points and injected them into the Tier 4 golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus bloomed. After receiving 500 luck points, the fourth-grade golden lotus directly transformed into a sixth-grade golden lotus. A huge illusory golden lotus bloomed, as vast as the thunderclouds. But soon, the illusory golden lotus dissipated and turned into a sixth-grade golden lotus, quietly floating above the spiritual deity's head. A sixth-grade golden lotus, a three-seal Dao artifact, and it wasn't as simple as an ordinary three-seal Dao artifact. If a fifth-grade golden lotus could enter the three-seal Dao artifact, a sixth-grade golden lotus could be considered a stronger three-seal Dao artifact. A three-seal Dao artifact. And it was a defense-oriented three-seal Dao artifact. It had a strong defensive power that even a peak divine martial arts cultivator would find difficult to break. So, with the protection of the sixth-grade golden lotus, the following lightning tribulation would be much easier. Boom boom boom, the lightning tribulation continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Although the power of the lightning tribulation was constantly increasing, it didn't affect the sixth-grade golden lotus much. When the last lightning tribulation fell, the originally 100 feet tall spiritual deity seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. It directly soared to 200 feet, and the terrifying power of divine will instantly swept in all directions. At this moment, in the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain, no matter how strong the experts were, when the spiritual deity in their minds was swept by the divine will, the spiritual deity hidden in their minds trembled and had an impulse to worship. The 200 feet tall spiritual deity stood upright, as if a god had descended to the mortal world, overlooking everything in the world. Just as everyone was looking at each other speechlessly, only then did they see the spiritual deity disappear. The originally pervasive power also disappeared without a trace. The spiritual deity returned to the body. Qin Shujian's physical body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs had become incomparably tight. A dragon's body appeared on his back, and waves of dragon roars could be heard. However, it was different from before. Now, the dragon's body was no longer a single dragon's body. Instead, it had evolved into 4 limbs and a head. It was like a primordial ferocious beast, lurking within his body. As Qin Shujian moved his hands and feet, waves of terrifying power spread out, as if it could destroy everything at any time. After breaking through to the divine martial realm, the spiritual deity had undergone a transformation, and so had his physical body. His foundation was deep to begin with. At this moment, after the enhancement of the transformation, Qin Shujian found that his strength had reached an unimaginable level. The divine martial realm. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, he saw the wind and clouds reverse. Like a giant beast swallowing heaven and earth, a vast amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth immediately swarmed over. Facing such a strange phenomenon, Qin Shujian had a clearer understanding of his own strength. An ordinary divine martial realm definitely wouldn't be so strong. The reason why he could reach such a level, it was because he had accumulated his foundation to the limit before, and after a transformation, he had such power. However, what really made him happy was the divine martial realm, a lifespan of 1,000 to 3,000 years. Divine martial realm, he could already break through the 1,000-year limit. It could be considered a different type of longevity. Even if this longevity was 1,000 to 3,000 years. However, this was already enough to make many people scramble for it. Feeling the surging vitality in his body, Qin Shujian suddenly realized that he had unknowingly gained the ability to experience the vicissitudes of life. 1,000 years. If it was an ordinary person, they could already live for more than 10 lifetimes. Not everyone could live to be 100 years old. 1,000 years. If there was a reincarnation cycle in the world, then it should be more than 10 lifetimes. However, 1,000 years of life was only the threshold of the divine martial realm. Although Qin Shujian couldn't accurately feel how long his life was, he could vaguely know his life. It was definitely not as simple as 1,000 years. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at his status panel. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Liangshan Region Lord. Identity, Sect Master of Yuan Sect. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Faction Level, Level 5 Realm, 10th Level of Divine Martial Realm, Liangshan Region, Realm +9, Yuan Sect, Realm +5, Cultivation Technique, 31st Level of Gui Yuan Ancestral Canon, Level 1 Ancient Immortal Body, Level 1 Impenetrable, Level 1 Red Lotus of Purgation, High-Grade Divine Rank, Martial Arts, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, Entering Tao, 7-Leaf Flower Piercing Palm. Entering Tao, Great Desolate Demon Suppressing Seal, plus, One with the Heavens, Middle Grade Divine Rank, Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant, plus, Peak of Perfection, Low Grade Divine Rank, Special Martial Arts, Celestial Light Alchemy Tome, Alchemy Grandmaster, Forging Ancestral Canon, Forging Grandmaster, Array Grandmaster, Special Ability, Dharma Eye, Blade Intent, 20%, Life Source, 23652235 Luck Value, 3027. These were his current attributes. After breaking through to the Divine Martial Realm, with the title of Liangshan Region Lord and the power of Yuan Sect, it could be said that, in the Liangshan region, Qin Shujian's realm was directly raised to the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. However, this was only the peak of the Divine Martial Realm on the surface. There was still a certain difference from the true peak of the Divine Martial Realm. But these weren't important things. What really caught Qin Shujian's attention? It was the cultivation method column. When he saw that the Gui Yuan Ancestral Canon was a high-grade divine rank artifact, a smile finally appeared on his face. My face has been black for so many times, and now it's finally red. When Qin Shujian saw the words high-grade divine rank, he felt really comfortable. There was no other way. There was a huge difference between a mid-low grade cultivation technique and a high-grade cultivation technique. Not to mention other things, just in the spirit martial realm. Comparing a low-grade cultivation method to a high-grade cultivation method, it was equivalent to upgrading 2 high-grade cultivation methods to perfection. Only then would it barely be enough to upgrade a low-grade cultivation method to perfection. He had fused several cultivation techniques together. It was only now that he had finally fused the high-grade God-ranked origin returning ancestral scripture. However, Qin Shujian also noticed that after the fusion of the Gui Yuan ancestral scripture, the special traits of the 7 cultivation methods had all disappeared and were replaced by 3 brand new special traits. Immortal Ancient Body, Impenetrable by All Magic, Red Lotus of Purgation, the Immortal Body of the Wisdom King, the Karmic Fire of the Wisdom King, and the Will of the Gods had all disappeared. Immortal Ancient Body. Looking at the attribute panel, Qin Shujian could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in his body. The current him. In terms of physical strength, he was much stronger than before the breakthrough. Although he had not really tested it. But Qin Shujian knew in his heart that in terms of physical strength, most of the demon clans of the same realm were not as good as him. As for the so-called impenetrable by all magic, he had some guesses in his heart. Finally, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the 3rd special trait. Red Lotus of Purgation. With a thought, when he stretched out his palm, a wave of power gushed out from his dantian, and then a red lotus made of flames lay there quietly. The red lotus was enchanting. It was gorgeous and dazzling. But when the red lotus appeared, the void around his palm was slightly distorted, as if it was enduring an extremely terrifying power. Seeing this, Qin Shujian clenched his fist, and the red lotus instantly disappeared. The karmic fire of the Wisdom King evolved into the Red Lotus of Purgation. I wonder if it still has the means to refine the demons of the demon clans and turn them into energy. If it doesn't, then it's a big loss. His face did not look too good. If it was the evolution of other special traits, then it would be fine. But if the karmic fire of the Wisdom King evolved and disappeared, Qin Shujian would really have no place to cry. After all, the karmic fire of the Wisdom King could directly refine the demons of the demon clans and turn them into energy that could be absorbed by oneself, and then increase one's strength. It could be described as shocking. If there was no karmic fire of the Wisdom King, even if he had deduced all 7 techniques to the completion stage of the spiritual martial chapter, he would not be able to raise the spirit god to 100 feet. It was even more impossible. When he broke through to the god martial realm, the spirit god would reach a terrifying level of 200 feet. When ordinary prominent divine stage cultivators broke through to the god martial realm, their spirit god would only be around 400 to 500 feet. 200 feet. Only those who had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm could reach that level. Some people could only reach this step when they reached the peak of the god martial realm. Qin Shujian was not completely sure whether the Red Lotus of Purgation had the ability to contain the karmic fire of the Wisdom King. But if he wanted to test it, he could not find a target now, so he could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. Immediately, Qin Shujian looked at the remaining 3,000 plus luck points, then thought for a while, and then injected 500 luck points into the dustless immortal robe. In an instant, the dustless immortal robe also transformed from a 2-seal Dao artifact to a 3-seal Dao artifact. At this point, he was finally truly at ease. With 2 3-seal Dao artifacts to protect him, even if a diviner stage cultivator personally attacked him, it would be enough to defend him. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out the 18 square array discs from the storage ring, only to see that a few of the array discs were already full of cracks, obviously damaged by the backlash from before. The array discs were damaged. Many of the inscriptions inscribed inside were also damaged. In this way, although the master-level array inscribed inside the array discs would not be broken, its power would be greatly reduced. Therefore, what he had to do was to repair the broken array discs. Fortunately, there were still some leftover materials in the storage ring, enough to repair the array discs, but it would take some time. In the Yuan sect, after Qin Shujian broke through to the god martial realm, the disciples in the sect seemed to have received a boost. After all, the stronger their sect master was, for them, the more they felt a sense of belonging in their hearts. In the inherited martial hall, I wonder when sect master Qin will come out of seclusion? Wu Lang asked in a deep voice. This was already the 3rd time he had come. Ever since Qin Shujian broke through to the god martial realm a few days ago, Wu Lang would come to the Yuan sect once a day in order to see Qin Shujian. Until now, it had been about 10 days since he came to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. If this continued, Wu Lang had no choice but to return to the Central State Prefecture. This mission was not completed. Even if he did not receive any punishment when he returned, there would not be any benefits. Moreover, the commotion caused by Qin Shujian's breakthrough made him want to find out what was going on. Wu Lang really wanted to know. Had he broken through to the god martial realm a long time ago, or had he broken through during the Thunder Tribulation a few days ago? 100 feet spiritual deity, a 200 feet spiritual deity. Thinking back to the scene a few days ago, he still felt a little dizzy. There was no other way. That scene was really too shocking. Although Wu Lang was also a great cultivator of the god martial realm, and not the kind who had just entered the god martial realm, in terms of spiritual deity power, he might not be able to reach Qin Shujian's level. In the main hall, hearing Wu Lang's question, Zhengfang shook his head and said, Sect Master has been in seclusion in the forbidden area and has never come out. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Sigh. Wu Lang sighed and felt helpless in his heart. It was also at this moment. He seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look outside the main hall, just as a green-robed man stepped in. It was a portrait of Qin Shujian. Wu Lang had seen it before, so when he saw the other party, he immediately stood up from his seat, cupped his hands, and said, Great Envoy Wu Lang greets Sect Master Qin. At this moment, Zhengfang also saw Qin Shujian's arrival and also stood up to salute. Greetings, Sect Master. Sit down. Qin Shujian nodded and immediately walked past the two of them to the main seat. On the other side, Wu Lang looked at Qin Shujian, who passed by him, with a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. When Qin Shujian sat down, he couldn't help but ask, Sect Master Qin, are you the spiritual deity Pure Yang external incarnation? You have good eyesight. Qin Shujian sat down and said with a faint smile. Hiss. This wasn't a direct answer, but it made Wu Lang suck in a breath of air. Spiritual deity Pure Yang, external incarnation, this was a method that only the God martial realm could have. If the spirit martial realm was only to nurture the spiritual deity, and even at the vision divine stage, the spiritual deity could not leave the body, then after breaking through to the God martial realm, the spiritual deity could be separated and walk in the world like an external incarnation. But to do this, one had to go through the thunder tribulation and let the spiritual deity be tainted with pure yang aura to be able to break away from the shackles of the body. But the difference was, even if the spiritual deity who had just broken through to the God martial realm had a pure yang aura, there was still an invisible illusion. However, Qin Shujian in front of him gave Wu Lang the feeling that he was like a real person. If it wasn't for the faint pure yang aura emitted from his body, he wouldn't have dared to think in this direction. After all, it was easy for the spiritual deity to be pure yang, and it was also easy for the spiritual deity to leave the body and turn into an external incarnation. But to reach the level of Qin Shujian, it would take at least hundreds of years of polishing in the God martial realm to be possible. Even he couldn't do it to this extent. Thinking of this, Wu Lang's heart trembled again, and his expression became respectful. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Qin's methods are amazing. I think it won't be long before there will be another diviner in the world. Although his words were flattering, they were also his true thoughts. With the speed of the other party's advancement, would it take a long time to break through to the diviner realm? Regarding this, Wu Lang couldn't help but secretly sigh at the terrifying background of the reincarnated Almighty. In the hall, Wu Lang was no longer smiling. Instead, he looked more solemn. Even if Qin Shujian wasn't his true self and was only a spirit god incarnation, it was still enough to intimidate ordinary God martial realm cultivators. As for Zhongfang, he was shocked. He was also a little shocked, and he looked at Qin Shujian with a little more respect. A spirit god incarnation. Although he had not broken through to the divine martial realm, he knew what kind of strength was needed to reach this level. He had not even attained the prominent sage realm. His own sect master had already reached such an unimaginable level. In comparison, Zhongfang felt that he was still lacking. On the other side, Qin Shujian also looked at Wu Lang and said with a faint smile, May I know the reason for your visit, emissary? There are devil disasters everywhere. I wonder if Sect Master Qin has heard about this. Is there such a thing? Upon hearing that, Qin Shujian was shocked. He was not pretending. He had not expected that such a thing would happen while he was in seclusion. Wu Lang was not surprised when he saw Qin Shujian's shocked expression. He immediately explained, now that the otherworldly man has destroyed the True Dominion's seal, evil spirits have broken out of the seal in all 13 prefectures except the Baiyun prefecture. Now that there are devil disasters everywhere, the imperial court has sent troops to suppress them. However, there are many evil spirits that have broken out of the seal. Although some of them have not broken out of the seal, there are still some hidden dangers. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and coughed softly before saying, although there are many experts in the imperial court, Sect Master Qin should be aware of the current situation in the world. Furthermore, the True Dominion's evil spirits are extraordinary. There are not many experts who can deal with them. Your Majesty, I heard that Sect Master Qin is an expert who has broken the shackles of the True Dominion. You have also killed the moon-devouring demon king in the Fallen Moon Prefecture's Chongming True Dominion and wiped out the True Dominion's evil spirits in the Baiyun Prefecture. Therefore, I hope that Sect Master Qin can help the Imperial Court eliminate the hidden dangers of the devil disasters. Of course, as long as Sect Master Qin is willing to help, the Imperial Court will be willing to pay the corresponding compensation. After saying that, Wu Lang remained silent. He looked at Qin Shujian's expression and waited for his answer. On the other side, Qin Shujian finally knew the purpose of Wu Lang's visit. Kill the demons, it had to be said that he just happened to need it, and the other party just happened to deliver it to his doorstep. Now that all the true Dominion evil devils in the Bayun prefecture had been killed, it was almost impossible to obtain any more luck points. As for the other prefectures, it wasn't an easy task either. Therefore, when Qin Shujian consumed most of his luck points to break through, he was also troubled by this matter. But he didn't expect this. It was such a coincidence that Wu Lang delivered himself to his doorstep. If Qin Shujian was asked if he was willing to help, he would definitely agree without hesitation. However, being willing was one thing, but no matter how willing he was, there had to be a process. Furthermore, looking at Wu Lang's expression, he could also guess that the imperial court was now in a terrible state. Or else, they wouldn't send anyone to Yuan sect either. However, from Qin Shujian's point of view, given the imperial court's foundation, the demon disaster would at most be a little difficult to deal with. After all, besides the human clan, there were also players in the world. As long as there were a few sane people in the imperial court, they would know to borrow the strength of the players to deal with the demon disaster. The only problem was the length of time and the losses. Therefore, when Wu Lang mentioned the evil devils, Qin Shujian had no intention of rejecting him. Killing the evil devils was good. Qin Shujian loved killing the evil devils the most. However, even if he wanted to kill the evil devils, he couldn't agree directly. He could still fight for some benefits. Killing the evil devils is the duty of the human clan. However, Qin Shujian suddenly smiled and asked, "What kind of reward is the imperial court willing to pay?" "As long as Sect Master Qin is willing to help, the imperial court will definitely not disappoint you." Wu Lang smiled as well. Based on the other party's words, he already knew that this matter was considered a success. As for the price to pay, that was the imperial court's own matter. It had nothing to do with a small envoy like him. With the imperial court's foundation, it wouldn't be difficult to satisfy one person. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't dwell on this matter too much. Just as he thought, with the imperial court's foundation and reputation, they wouldn't make empty promises. The reward would be late, but it would never be absent. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, "How does the imperial court want this Qin to start?" "Sect Master Qin, please don't be impatient. After this matter is reported, I will inform Sect Master of the details." "Alright, then this Qin will wait for your news." After saying this, Qin Shujian's body suddenly became illusory. In the next instant, he disappeared into the distance. Spirit God incarnation, he could walk through the world like a real person and silently travel thousands of miles. Cultivators who reached this level. Only then would he be able to truly kill someone from 1,000 miles away. Although the prominent divine stage could be called a grand cultivator. Strictly speaking, only after breaking through to the divine martial stage could one be called a grand cultivator and be qualified to become a grand cultivator. Seeing this, Wu Lang secretly sighed in his heart. At the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian was repairing the array disc when his body suddenly shook slightly. The aura on his body also became thicker. It was also at this moment that the last rune landed, completely repairing the broken disc array. Killing demons is really like dozing off. Someone just happened to give me a pillow. Whatever I lack, it comes. After putting away the array disc, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Even though he still had more than 2,000 luck points, it was still not enough to go around. If he used it to upgrade a 3-seal Dao artifact, he could upgrade a few. But no matter how powerful a 3-seal Dao artifact was, it was still limited. A Dao artifact of this level could threaten a divine martial stage cultivator, but it was difficult to threaten a heaven stage cultivator. Unless the Dao artifact reached 4-seal or above. Or else, no matter how many 3-seal Dao artifacts there were, it would be difficult to qualitatively change after reaching a critical point. As for converting life force, more than 2,000 luck points could at most be converted into more than 200 million life force. It was still a problem whether it could upgrade the origin returning ancestral cannon by one stage. He shook his head. Qin Shujian immediately got up and went down the peak of Mount Liang, walking towards the forging hall. Although he had the spirit god incarnation, he did not need to do it himself most of the time. But Qin Shujian was still used to doing it himself. Although the spirit god incarnation seemed light, it was not really that good. Not to mention that the spirit god incarnation was much weaker than the original body. Once the spirit god incarnation was destroyed, it would also be heavily injured. So, even though there were many divine martial stage cultivators, very few people would use the spirit god incarnation to travel the world. Because if they were not careful, the spirit god incarnation would be destroyed. Then, they would not even have a place to cry. The current foundry hall was much larger than before. With the new sect rules, some disciples who did not have the confidence to kill monsters above their level would choose to learn an auxiliary method to deal with the assessment. In the entire origin sect, there were only the alchemy, forging, and formation halls. Among them, the formation hall also needed to fight. Only the alchemy and forging halls were considered true auxiliary professions. So, many disciples rushed into the two halls, wanting to learn an extra method. In this way, this caused the number of disciples in the forging hall to skyrocket. As a result, the original forging hall could no longer accommodate so many people and had to be expanded. When Xianxia arrived, there were many disciples in the forging hall. When they saw the sect master, they could not help but bow and salute. "Greetings, sect master." Among these people, there were naturally players as well. Originally, with the character of players, they would not be used to doing things like this. However, the longer they stayed in the game, the more these people were subtly influenced. Their style of doing things was also closer to the native humans of this world. Other than the ability to continuously resurrect, there was not much difference between players and the people in the game world. After all, the game had started for more than 3 years. It was enough for many people to treat this place as a second world. One had to know that in an ordinary person's life, how many 3 years could they spend? For many people, 3 years was enough to experience many things. Although the flow of time in the game world was different from the real world, and it was naturally impossible for so much time to pass in the real world, it was 3 years in the game. This could not be faked. It was also at this moment. Xianxia also received the news of Qin Shujian's arrival. He walked out of the inner hall and cupped his hands. "I didn't know that the sect master was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you." While speaking, he did not immediately ask Qin Shujian why he was here. Instead, he turned sideways and said, "Sect master, please follow me inside and have a seat." "Okay." Then, the two of them walked into the inner hall one after another. As for the other disciples, when they saw this, some doubts arose in their hearts. They did not understand why Qin Shujian suddenly came here. Since the establishment of the forging hall until now, the number of times this sect master had come to the forging hall could be counted on one hand. Even those who had joined the forging hall for more than half a year had not seen Qin Shujian come even once. Now that they suddenly saw him, it was inevitable that they would be a little curious. Just as the others were puzzled, Qin Shujian had already entered the inner hall with Xianxia. Qin Shujian was there. Xianxia, the hall master, naturally could not sit in the main seat. Instead, he consciously sat in the seat below the main seat. As for the original main seat, naturally, it was Qin Shujian who was sitting in the main seat. After sitting down, Xianxia could not help but ask curiously, "Sect master, why did you suddenly come here this time?" Now, in the forging hall's warehouse, how many materials above the 6th level are there? Hearing this, Xianxia pondered for a while and said, "There are about 400 pounds of materials above the 6th level, but most of them are of the 6th and 7th level. As for the 8th and 9th level, they are relatively rare. Count the value of these materials. How many contribution points are they worth? I want all of them." When Qin Shujian arrived, Xianxia had guessed that he was here for the materials. After all, he had come here a few times. Basically, it was for this matter. However, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, he was still stunned for a moment. Then, he said, "Sect master, if we take away all the 6th grade and above materials from the warehouse, then the forging hall will be short of materials in a short period of time." 6th grade materials. High-grade blacksmiths would occasionally need them. No matter what. The forging hall also needed some high-grade materials as backup. Otherwise, when they needed them, they would find that the warehouse was already an empty shell. Qin Shujian said, "As for the forging hall, as long as we issue some tasks, it will not take long for the materials to be replenished." "Then please follow me, sect master." Hearing this, Shen Yuqing did not insist. In the end, although he was the forging hall master and was in charge of all the affairs of the forging hall, that was under the premise that Qin Shujian was not here. If Qin Shujian was here, as the hall master, he still had to listen to the other party's orders. Soon, after a simple inventory of the value of the materials in the forging hall, Qin Shujian transferred the corresponding contribution points to Shen Yuqing. Then, he took away all the materials. Looking at the empty storeroom, Shen Yuqing felt helpless. Then, Qin Shujian found Xingfang again and said, "I need the number of disciples of each grade in the Yuan sect, as well as the internal and external deacons and guest elders. Give me the specific data within a day." "Okay." Xingfang nodded. Although he did not know what Qin Shujian wanted the data for, it was not difficult to get it. Then, Xingfang passed down the order. It was said to be a day, but in fact, in half a day, he got all the things that Qin Shujian wanted. At the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian held a jade stone in his hand. Then, his divine sense landed on it. All the information surged into his mind. This was a brief information about everyone in the Yuan sect. 23,274. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered when he saw the total number of people on the screen. He only knew that there were more than 20,000 people in the Yuan sect. However, this was the first time he knew the exact number. Shortly after, Qin Shujian closed his eyes slightly, and immediately, his spirit overflowed. Then, a pure young aura spread out, and an avatar that looked exactly like him appeared. Spirit God Incarnation, Qin Shujian opened his eyes and looked at the incarnation in front of him. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind and he swiped his finger in front of him. The Spirit God avatar suddenly split into two Spirit God avatars. But there was a difference. The bodies of these two Spirit God incarnations were also very dignified. However, their auras had weakened a lot. But it didn't stop there. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, 8 divided into 16, very soon. 16 spirit deity clones appeared on the peak of Mount Liang. The auras emitted by these 16 spirit deity clones weren't very strong. They were between the prominent divine stage and the divine martial stage. Their originally corporeal bodies also became somewhat illusory. Looking at the 16 spirit deity clones before him, Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. Regardless of whether it was 16 spirit deity clones or 1 spirit deity clones, they were all formed by his spirit deity. They were also a part of his divine consciousness and were completely under his control. "Let's begin," Qin Shujian said indifferently. Then, he took out a lot of 6th grade materials from his storage ring. In the next instant, the red lotus of purgation had already been activated, wrapping all the materials within it. After the transformation, the red lotus of purgation's refining power was many times stronger than when it was in the Wisdom King Hellfire. However, in less than half an hour, all the 6th grade materials had been completely melted. Shortly after, Qin Shujian and the 16 spirit deity clones condensed numerous runes in the air and then inserted them into the melted materials. Refining, this time, Qin Shujian wanted to refine an identity token. This was different from refining a spirit artifact or Dao artifact. The identity token didn't need to be of a high grade, but it involved some ingenious methods. These methods, they were slowly refined by Qin Shujian during this period of time with his own forging grandmaster level. The difficulty of refining an identity token wasn't high. It only involved contribution points, so it required some unique methods. Otherwise, even an ordinary high-grade forging master would be able to refine it. However, there were more than 23,000 disciples in the Origin sect. If he wanted to refine an identity token, he would need more than 23,000 pieces. This was a huge amount of work. Before Qin Shujian had broken through to the God Martial realm, it would have taken him at least a month to complete the refinement by himself. However, after he broke through to the Divine Martial stage, With the help of the spirit deity clones, it was much easier to refine it. 2 days later. In the inherited martial hall, Qin Shujian gathered the other elders and said in a deep voice, "Collect all the identity tokens in the sect in 2 days and then give them to me. In the next few days, there will be some changes to the contribution point system." Sect Master, what do you mean? I've already refined a new batch of identity tokens. In the future, everyone's contribution points can be traded freely. However, there will be restrictions on the exchange of items in the sect. Exchange restrictions? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded and explained, for example, outer disciples can only exchange for first-level elixirs and then have a chance to exchange for second-level elixirs every 3 months. As for inner disciples, they can exchange for second-level elixirs and have a chance to exchange for third-level elixirs every month, and so on. In addition, disciples of the same level can exchange items, but higher-level disciples can't exchange items with lower-level disciples. If an inner disciple exchanges for second-level elixirs and then trades with an outer disciple, it's not allowed. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the sect allows disciples to report each other. Once it's verified, the disciple will be fined 3 times the amount of the goods traded. In addition, the person who reports can get 1/3 of the fine. Inside the main hall, Qin Shujian spoke out his thoughts in full. He had seriously considered these things long ago. After all, he didn't have any experience in establishing a sect, so there would always be some loopholes in the sect. What Qin Shujian had to do now was to gradually perfect it. Seeing the slightly changed expressions of these elders, Qin Shujian said, "There are no restrictions on the exchange of items between inner and outer sect elders, but it's also forbidden to trade with other disciples. If the situation is serious, the elder will be directly removed from the position. In addition, the sect will set up a sundry hall. After the disciples turn in all the items that need to be exchanged for contribution points, they will be stored in the sundry hall. As for the items that others need, they will also have to exchange from the sundry hall. This includes the alchemy, weapon refining, and array formation halls." Hearing this, Shen Yuqing and the others' expressions didn't change. In fact, there was no difference between exchanging with the sundry hall and exchanging with the disciples. It was just an extra transaction. Moreover, if they needed, they could directly exchange with the disciples and didn't need to go through the sundry hall indirectly. The sundry hall wasn't so much for the elders, but for the ordinary disciples. After all, some disciples with auxiliary professions who wanted to refine things, the 3 halls wouldn't provide materials. In this case, they would either have to find it themselves or exchange with other disciples. As for the items in the storehouses of the 3 halls, most of them were used by the higher-ups and were rarely given to the ordinary disciples. But now there was a sundry hall. Thus, these disciples would have an additional channel of exchange. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian looked at Su Yuanming and said in a deep voice, "Elder Su Yuanming will be in charge of the sundry hall." "Yes, sir." Su Yuanming was happy in his heart, but his face was still calm. He cupped his hands and solemnly replied. Originally, he was in charge of Yuan sect's finances and already had a lot of real power, but that was only in the dark. But now that he was in charge of the sundry hall, his power was already comparable to the 3 elders. Suddenly, even Yao Feng and Zhang Tiniu's faces changed a little. The only one who was able to keep a straight face was Jing Feng. Also, Qin Shujian paused for a moment before continuing, "I will open a Yuan pavilion in Liangshan City. Everyone will be able to post missions there, and there will also be people who will be able to accept missions there. But every time a mission is posted and accepted, our sect will take a certain percentage. Our sect's disciples can also post missions in Yuan Pavilion using contribution points. Anyone who accepts a mission will also be rewarded with contribution points after completing the mission. Like the sect's disciples, cultivators from the outside world who have the identity token of Yuan Pavilion and have enough contribution points can also exchange for spiritual pills, cultivation techniques, martial arts, and other treasures in the sect. Moreover, according to the number and difficulty of missions completed in Yuan Pavilion, the people who complete the missions will also be divided into ranks. As for the function of the ranks, it is to unlock the exchange restrictions. The higher the rank, the better the items that can be exchanged. Boom, Qin Shujian's words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in Chengwu Hall. Even the calm Jingfang's face changed at this moment. If this method was implemented, it would be very effective. Then Yuan sect's contribution points would be given a different meaning to a certain extent. Moreover, this influence was far more than just that. Finally, an elder could not help but ask, "Sect master, if this is the case, wouldn't our sect's cultivation techniques and martial arts be leaked out? This is not good for our sect's inheritance." What's not good about it? Now that we have more than 20,000 disciples in Yuan sect, can you guarantee that no cultivation techniques or martial arts will be leaked out? Qin Shujian shook his head and retorted. So what if we give you an upper divine level cultivation technique? Without the corresponding talent, how can you achieve anything? Moreover, even if you really achieve something, it won't affect our Yuan sect. The number of experts in the world is incalculable. One more or one less, what difference can it make? As for elixirs and weapons, our sect already sells them to the outside world. Now, we're just changing the method. Qin Shujian had long expected this, and spoke frankly with assurance. As for the issue of whether it was possible to privately impart martial arts to outsiders, he wasn't too worried. Everyone was selfish. No one would unconditionally share what they had worked hard to obtain with others. As for the benefits, then, the person who paid would have to seriously consider whether there were any problems with the martial arts that they had obtained. If something went wrong with the cultivation, losing money would be the least of it. In serious cases, they might even lose their lives. In this way, the possibility of profiting wantonly after exchanging for a martial arts was basically not much. As long as another order was issued, all those who exchanged for martial arts and profited without permission would be killed by Yuan sect. In addition, people would be encouraged to report it. Once it was confirmed, a certain reward would be given. In this way, these problems wouldn't be completely eliminated, but it would be reduced by 99%. Hearing this, Zhengfang pondered for a while, and then said, "Sect master, although you're right, there's one thing that needs to be known. If this method is implemented, it would be unfair to the disciples of the sect. In this way, I'm afraid it would cause quite a stir. For many people, if Yuan Pavilion was really established, it would be easy for others to feel indignant when they exchanged for martial arts and techniques through contribution points. Why did they have to work so hard to enter the sect, and finally get these opportunities? Now, these people could enjoy similar treatment as them after taking a few tasks. These things might not erupt in a short period of time. But if it accumulated for a long time, it would definitely form resentment." Qin Shujian naturally had thought of this problem, so after Zhengfang spoke, he also explained. Of course, it's not the same as the disciples of the sect. For example, if a level 1 elixir is exchanged for in the sect, it will cost 15 contribution points to exchange for in Yuan Pavilion. If the level of Yuan Pavilion is high enough, then the price difference will be reduced accordingly. But even if it's a higher level, there will still be a 10% premium. The disciples of the sect would be dissatisfied. In the end, it was because both sides were treated equally. As long as the two were separated, the problem would be much smaller. Qin Shujian wasn't too worried about whether such a high premium would deter others. There were some things. It was not something that could be bought with money. There were simply too many treasures that were priceless. Not to mention anything else. Just the high-grade cultivation methods and martial arts were not something that ordinary people could get their hands on. It was even more so for some high-grade pills and spirit weapons. In the end, many of the resources in the sect were difficult to exchange in the outside world. Unless one had a certain status, one might be able to obtain them. And the premium was so serious. Would there be any sect disciples who would privately trade with outsiders? It was still the same sentence. Nothing could be perfect. It was understandable that there would be some loopholes occasionally. Moreover, there was a reporting system. If these disciples could deceive everyone, then even if they had the ability, if they were exposed, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless as the sect master. At this moment, the entire inherited martial hall fell silent. Everyone was recalling every word that Qin Shujian had just said in their minds. It had to be said. These were things that they had never thought of. This was because, in their understanding, every sect would do such a thing. Qin Shujian's method was more like announcing the entire Yuan sect to the public. But at the same time, if this method was implemented, then the reputation of the sect would definitely increase greatly. It would even have a high status in the cultivation world. After a long time, Su Yuanming's expression was solemn as he said word by word, "Sect master, this could be said to be a precedent. If this were to spread out, our sect's influence in the cultivation world would definitely increase greatly." However, as he spoke, he looked at Qin Shujian. Once this method is implemented, there will definitely be other sects that will follow suit. If we only open Yuan pavilions in Liangshan City, then our influence will be limited. When other sects follow suit, our influence will be further weakened. Since we are going to do it, then we have to expand our influence to the maximum. So I suggest that we open Yuan pavilions in all the cities that our sect has influence over. This way, even if other sects follow suit, it would be difficult for them to compete with us. After he finished speaking, a shocked expression appeared on some people's faces. How big was Yuan sect's influence? It covered the entire 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. According to Su Yuanming's suggestion, it would cause a huge commotion for the entire Yuan sect. After Su Yuanming finished speaking, Zhengfang nodded slightly and said, "Elder Su's suggestion is feasible. In addition, this old man also suggests that we open Yuan pavilions to the public and exchange treasures for contribution points. In my opinion, it is more appropriate to directly take contribution points from the silver that sect master mentioned earlier. Once a mission is issued, the person who issued the mission will have to pay a portion of the contribution points in advance. If the mission is completed, there will be an additional commission. If the mission fails, then the contribution points of the person who issued the mission will be refunded. As for the contribution points paid by the person who accepted the mission, they will not be refunded. In this way, our sect's profits will not be low." Through Qin Shujian's words just now, in a short period of time, Zhengfang already had an idea to add to it. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also nodded and smiled. "I did not think of Great Elder's words before." Previously, he had only thought of taking a commission and had not thought of using contribution points to replace it. But now that he thought about it, if this was the case, it would be easier for Yuan sect's influence to increase. However, if they opened up the exchange function, Yuan sect would not be able to take any commission here. Otherwise, if there was a difference in price, there would definitely be people who would profit from it. It was the same. If they did this, the sect would become even more lacking in manpower. As for the problem of manpower, Qin Shujian also had some ideas in his heart. Although there were only 20,000 or so Yuan Zone disciples, ever since Yuan Zone allowed some of the disciples to go out and open dojos, as well as businesses in various places, the number of people who were labeled as Yuan Zone, although they did not appear to be part of Yuan Zone, had actually reached an extremely large number. These people basically took care of some businesses in various places and occasionally sent some talented disciples to the sect. Under such circumstances, naturally, they could also mobilize these people to take care of Yuan Pavilion. Such a negative effect was at most giving up some businesses. Compared to the huge profits that Yuan Pavilion could bring in the future, giving up some businesses was just a drop in the ocean. Qin Shujian was very clear about how to distinguish the long-term benefits. After a round of discussion, with that, the matter was settled. What he needed to do next was to collect the identity badges of the sections. During this period, it also caused some commotion. However, under the suppression of many elders, there was not much of a disturbance. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian took out the identity badges of all the disciples from his storage ring. Then, he enveloped them with his vast divine consciousness. In an instant, all the information in the identity tokens appeared in his mind. Qin Shujian held his breath as he recorded all the information he had received. After breaking through to the God Martial realm, the spiritual god had become extremely powerful. It was no longer as simple as having a photographic memory. As long as he scanned any information, no matter how complicated it was, he could firmly remember it in his mind. Subsequently, Qin Shujian drove the red lotus of purgation and wrapped all the identity tokens in it. Then he saw all the identity tokens melt and then gradually condense into a weak fire lotus. When he saw the fire lotus, his face showed a look of astonishment. Originally, he just wanted to destroy the original identity tokens, but seeing the fire lotus condense was completely unexpected. Looking at the familiar fire lotus in front of him, Qin Shujian thought and took back the red lotus of purgation. Then he stretched out his hand and held the weak fire lotus. Subsequently, he then turned his attention to his attribute panel. As expected, after absorbing the fire lotus, the life force column directly jumped. Seeing the increase in the amount of life force, Qin Shujian had a general answer in his mind. The increased life force should be the life force that was consumed when I exchanged for the identity tokens. It seems that this thing can be recycled. And judging from the increased life force, it should be 100%. In this case, it's not a loss. He was in a good mood that the identity tokens could be recycled. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. For Qin Shujian, who was now extremely short of life force, every bit of life force that entered his account was worth celebrating. After absorbing the fire lotus, Qin Shujian finally took out the batch of identity tokens that he had refined before from the storage ring. Subsequently, the spiritual god turned into silk threads and spread out, wrapping all the identity tokens. Then, according to the memory in his mind, he wrote the corresponding information on the blank identity tokens. This process consumed a lot of divine thought power. Even though Qin Shujian had now broken through to the god martial realm, he still had to write in 2 batches. And after each writing, he had to take a short break for an hour. It took him half a day. He finally finished writing all the identity tokens. After doing all this, Qin Shujian left his courtyard and handed the medallions to the elders of the inner sect so that they could distribute them. As the tokens were distributed, another reform of the Yuan sect was officially heard by all the disciples. In an instant, there was another uproar. If one were to say that the previous rules of the disciple assessment were only a change, then the change in the contribution point system this time could be considered a complete reform. The sect disciples could no longer exchange for high-level treasures without limit. This way, some disciples were forced to raise their level. Or else, the resources they could obtain were limited. Just like exchanging for pills. Outer sect disciples in the basic realm usually only needed to consume level 1 or 2 pills. However, after reaching the peak of one's chi and blood, consuming level 1 spirit pills would no longer be of any use. Only level 2 spirit pills would have an effect. As for some obstacles, one would even need to consume level 3 spirit pills to have a chance of breaking through. However, outer sect disciples could only exchange for level 3 pills every 3 months. This was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. As for inner sect disciples, they had a chance to exchange for level 4 pills every month. Most of the people who could become inner sect disciples were in the true martial realm. Level 4 pills were also extremely needed. This way, these disciples were forced to raise their level in exchange for the convenience of exchanging. However, after raising their level, this meant that the difficulty of the assessment would increase every time, and they had to find a way to maintain it. Additionally, there was also something that made these disciples excited. That was, contribution points could be freely exchanged. This was undoubtedly more convenient for some people. Although there would be some players who would wantonly buy contribution points, Qin Shujian had already expected this. That was why he set up a level exchange system. This way, even if some players had a large amount of contribution points, they wouldn't be able to use them. Additionally, Yuan Zong also announced a new rule. In the past, as long as the contribution points reached the target, they could use the contribution points to raise their level. However, it was different now. When outer sect disciples were promoted to inner sect disciples, other than paying 500 contribution points, they also had to be tested for their realm. Only when they broke through to the true martial realm could they be promoted to inner sect disciples. As for inner sect disciples being promoted to elite disciples, other than paying the corresponding contribution points, they also needed to raise their cultivation to the spirit god realm. In other words, now, contribution points alone weren't enough. They also needed a corresponding realm. Otherwise, even if they wanted to be promoted, they wouldn't have the chance. After this news was spread, the entire Yuan zone was filled with cries. F***ck. Why is there such a big reform? I didn't hear anything about it before. Sure enough, Mount Liang's fort master has the final say. This punch really caught me off guard. After hearing the news, Lu Dazhong was stunned on the spot. Then, he complained loudly. Loss, it was a huge loss, this was the only thought in his mind. Before the system was reformed, no one had received any news about it. In addition, there was still the sect competition, so they were all waiting for some weak idiot to raise their sect's level. When the grand competition comes, I will snatch it from him in one go. But now, it was completely unexpected. Lu Dazhong clutched his chest, his heart aching so much that he couldn't breathe. Looking at the more than 10,000 contribution points on his identity token, as well as his status as an inner disciple, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized. These 10,000 over contribution points were probably going to be wasted. Besides consuming a certain amount of contribution points, an inner court disciple had to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm to be promoted to an elite disciple. For the players at this stage of the game, there were some at the peak of the true martial realm, but the domain enlightened spirit god realm was a threshold. So far, only a handful of people had reached this level. As for the promotion of elite disciples to personal disciples, one had to be at the airborne realm. This was a huge threshold. It could be said that, as soon as this rule came out, many players who had saved their contribution points and were unwilling to advance their level felt like they had wasted their contribution points. It was still okay to be promoted to an elite disciple. They might be able to reach the domain enlightened spirit god realm after spending a few months. However, if they wanted to be promoted to a personal disciple, they could forget about it without spending a few years. Now, there was an additional level exchange system. In other words, for those who hadn't advanced, even if they had contribution points, they might not be able to exchange them for the things they needed. Miao Yuqing said in a serious voice, the sect is clearly not giving us a chance to slack off. Sigh. Lu Dazhong also let out a long sigh when he heard that. This move, it was really too late to dodge. No matter how much he planned, he still fell into the hands of Mount Liang's fort master in the end. He almost didn't need to think carefully to know who came up with this idea. It was only when that Mount Liang's fort master personally gave the order that this matter would be carried out without any prior notice. This was also the benefit of the sect having the say. No matter what decision. As long as the sect master gave the order, there would basically be no twists and turns. If it were other sects that had been passed down for a few generations, some things wouldn't be so easy to decide. As this news spread out, there were many people like Lu Dazhong who beat their feet and stomped their chests. After many people were promoted to inner disciples, they temporarily didn't raise their sect's level if it wasn't necessary. They just jested on their current level. Although they still had to complete the assessment mission, the difficulty of the assessment was much lower than that of the elite personal disciples. But now that this system was out, they realized they couldn't mess around anymore. If they wanted to mess around, they wouldn't be able to exchange resources. If they fell one step behind, they would fall behind. And just when they wanted to advance, they discovered another problem. They couldn't advance, the reason was that they weren't strong enough. This kind of operation made a bunch of people very uncomfortable. Immediately, a frenzy of cultivation was set off in the sect. But for the players, cultivation was something that they would only do when there were no monsters to farm. Under the premise that they could farm monsters, it was naturally much easier to go out and farm monsters to increase their strength. As for the Dao artifacts in the weapon hall, Qin Shujian directly set an exchange level for them. Only the core disciples and the various managing elders were qualified to exchange for them. As for the others, even if they had gathered 1,000,000 contribution points, they could only look at it and couldn't touch it. The dreams of the players who had originally scrimped and saved to gather 1,000,000 contribution points to exchange for the Dao artifacts were directly shattered. The changes in Yuan's sect weren't small at all. Not only were the sects affected, but the other sects were affected as well. Everyone could understand. The current Yuan sect as a whole was moving closer to a top sect. In the past, although Yuan sect had the title of a top sect, it was because of Qin Shujian's reputation. In terms of structure, it was not much different from the sects of the major regions. Even if it was compared to the major sects of the major regions, it was still a little lacking. But now that it was reforming, people could see what a top sect should look like. Perhaps it wouldn't have any effect in a short period of time. But in a few decades or 100 years, Yuan sect would definitely have a foundation comparable to a top sect. When that time came, only then would it truly be considered a top sect. And not like now, where its reputation was supported by a single person. If Qin Shujian accidentally fell, Yuan sect would directly fall from its position as a top sect. As for the other sects of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, after hearing about Yuan sect's reforms, they also had some intentions of following suit. After all, there was only one overlord in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. If they made any changes, it would easily cause the other sects to follow suit. Moreover, there were some people with foresight. They could also see whether such a reform was good or bad for the sect. There would definitely be some drawbacks. But in reality, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Now that Yuan sect is boldly and decisively reforming the sect, it won't be long before its strength rises again. I don't know if it's good or bad for our Blue Cloud sect to exist in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Qingsu's face was bitter, no longer as calm as before. Ever since Yuan sect's power had grown stronger, the pressure he had to bear had increased. Especially since the Blue Cloud sect was located in the original Blue River True Dominion, which was close to Yuan sect's sphere of influence, he felt as if he was treading on thin ice. Given the current relationship between the Blue Cloud sect and Yuan sect, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the Blue Cloud sect could rely on Yuan sect's backing to preserve its legacy. But if they wanted to grow stronger, the difficulty of this task was extraordinarily high. After all, with a top sect beside them, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? Now that the Blue Cloud sect didn't seem to be a threat to them, they allowed it to develop. But if it reached a certain level and Yuan sect felt threatened, the Blue Cloud sect would be annihilated in an instant. But if they left this place, given the current strength of the Blue Cloud sect, it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold in other spirit domains unless they went to other True Dominion. However, there were no benefits in going to the True Dominion. The sect's development would also be restricted. After seeing the vast sky of the spirit domain, the True Dominion was no different from a cage. Therefore, in Qingsu's opinion, they could neither advance nor retreat in the current situation. The dignified Blue Cloud sect master, who had originally had white hair, seemed to have lost the last bit of black. Sigh. After a long while, Qingsu shook his head and sighed silently. He still couldn't think of a solution. After all, the Blue Cloud sect was too weak and didn't have the capital to make a name for themselves. We can only do this for now. I hope that Yuan sect will fulfill his promise and give the Blue Cloud sect 20 years of recuperation. Otherwise, the future will be difficult. The sects of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain were shaken by Yuan sect's reforms. Just as everyone thought that Yuan sect would stop, a huge commotion broke out. This piece of shocking news immediately blew up the entire cultivation world. In a short period of time, Yuan Zhong's reputation once again rose by a few levels, reaching an unprecedented peak. Within a day, a Yuan pavilion was set up in all the places that were affected by Yuan sect's influence in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. After knowing the function of the Yuan pavilion, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Yuan pavilion. In the Celestial Array sect, after hearing this news, Fang Xinglan's face also revealed a stunned expression. Obviously. He also did not expect the establishment of Yuan pavilion at all. Martial uncle, Yuan sect has gone too far. Mu Liang, the sect master of the Celestial Array sect, had a face full of anger. To be honest, when he just received the news of Yuan pavilion's establishment, he was also stunned for a long time. But soon, Mu Liang reacted and immediately came to find Fang Xinglan, hoping to get an idea. Before the establishment of Yuan pavilion, the various sects in the cultivation world treasured what they had. They valued cultivation techniques and martial arts very much and would not easily impart them to outsiders. It was also because of this reason that most of the powerful cultivators in the cultivation world existed in the sections. Only some lucky rogue cultivators could obtain one or two profound cultivation techniques and make some achievements by chance. Even so, the rogue cultivators in the cultivation world were not qualified to be compared with the sections. In the end, it was still because of the scarcity of cultivation techniques and martial arts. But now, once Yuan Pavilion was established, it would no longer be a problem for rogue cultivators to obtain profound cultivation techniques and martial arts. In this way, it would also have an impact on the status of the sects in the cultivation world. Fang Xinglan said, "Then in your opinion, what do you plan to do?" "Eradicate all the Yuan pavilions in the Celestial Array sect. But once we do this, the Celestial Array sect will completely fall out with Yuan sect. It's not a good thing to offend a top sect. Yuan sect's move is already digging up our foundation. So what if we offend them? With you, martial uncle, could it be that we are afraid of Qin Shujian?" Mu Liang's face was gloomy as he said coldly. "And this time, it's not just our Celestial Array sect. The establishment of Yuan Pavilion will also affect other sections. So what if Yuan sect is powerful? If they want to go against the entire cultivation world, even a top sect will not have a good ending." In his opinion, it was only because of Qin Shujian's existence that the Sky Origin sect could barely maintain the title of a top sect. They were just array masters. The Celestial Array sect was the same. In Mu Liang's opinion, Fang Xinglan had been a Formation Dao Grandmaster for several hundred years. Even if Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, he hadn't stepped into the cultivation world for long. He might not be a match for his martial uncle. In addition, the matter of the dimensional Yuan Pavilion wasn't just a matter of one or two sections. This was also the reason why he wanted to declare war against Yuan Zong. Hearing these words, Fang Xinglan shook his head slightly, unmoved as he said, "The matter of Yuan Pavilion has indeed touched upon the interests of the sect. However, don't forget that everything has its pros and cons. The establishment of the Yuan Pavilion is a bad thing for the sections. However, it is a good thing for the loose cultivators. After all, cultivation techniques and martial arts are hard to come by. Cultivation resources are also hard to come by. Now, Yuan Pavilion has directly provided these people with a hope to reach a higher level. If our Heavenly Array sect were to attack the Yuan Pavilion, then we would have to face not only the Yuan sect, but also the loose cultivators standing on the Yuan sect's side." Hearing this, Mu Liang said disdainfully, "They're just some loose cultivators. What can they do?" In his eyes, rogue cultivators were always an existence that could not be brought to the table. Compared to the deep foundation of the sections, these loose cultivators would never be qualified to compete with them. In Mu Liang's view, Fang Xinglan's worries were completely unnecessary. In the cultivation world, the number of loose cultivators is much more than the number of sections. Moreover, the establishment of the Yuan Pavilion will not only allow the loose cultivators to benefit, but some sects and aristocratic families in dire straits will also stand on the Yuan sect's side. Fang Xinglan didn't comment and shook his head. These sects and aristocratic families may not lack cultivation techniques and martial arts, but they still lack medicinal pills, spiritual weapons, or other things. These things are difficult to find in the outside world, but the Yuan Pavilion can provide them. Compared to Mu Liang, Fang Xinglan obviously saw further. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The moment a small Yuan Pavilion was established, it already had the ability to pry open the entire cultivation world. As long as one could understand the role of the Yuan Pavilion, they wouldn't want it to disappear. Mu Liang said unwillingly, "Are we just going to let Yuan Zong do this?" Hearing these words, Li Qiangshou said. Fang Xinglan didn't answer for a while. There had always been irreconcilable conflicts between the sects and the loose cultivators. In the past, although most of the loose cultivators were dissatisfied with the sects, there wasn't too much conflict. But now it was different. The establishment of the Yuan Pavilion gave them hope. If the sects of the cultivation world took action to eradicate the Yuan Pavilion, then the conflict between the two would be completely ignited. When that time came, it wouldn't be a matter of a few sections. If something went wrong, the entire cultivation world would be in turmoil. After a long silence, Fang Xinglan said in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Array sect can suppress the development of the Yuan Pavilion, but they can't directly destroy it. The loose cultivators are one thing, but Qin Shujian is not as simple as you think. Could it be that Qin Shujian's cultivation in array formation is comparable to martial uncle's? In my opinion, he is already at the peak of the first level of the Master Realm. With his identity as the reincarnation of a powerful figure, he is at least at the second level of the Master Realm. Perhaps the rumored third level of the Master Realm is not impossible. At the mention of Qin Shujian, Fang Xinglan's expression became solemn, and he said in a serious voice. The history of the human clan is too long, so long that the number of powerful figures born is immeasurable. Even if the other party is the reincarnation of a powerful figure at the third level of the Master Realm, it's not impossible. The third level of the Master Realm, Mu Liang's face was filled with shock. What Fang Xinglan said caused his heart to be greatly shaken. The Yuan Pavilion has taken too big a step this time. Even if the Heavenly Array sect doesn't take action, there will always be other sects who can't help but take action. Let's just wait and see. It's better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight than to take action personally. In the end, Fang Xinglan said again, and then waved his hand. Well, I'm a little sleepy. You'd better go deal with the affairs of the sect. Martial nephew, please excuse me. Mu Liang cupped his hands and left respectfully. Although he was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect. But in terms of strength and seniority, he was far inferior to Fang Xinglan. Towards this martial uncle who was a grand elder, Mu Liang still held a lot of respect in his heart. After all, the reason why the Heavenly Array sect could still maintain its current status was mostly because of this martial uncle. Or else, it would have been very difficult for the Heavenly Array sect to be as stable as it was now. Something similar to the Heavenly Array sect had happened in almost every sect in the cultivation world. In just one day, the Yuan Pavilion had completely spread its influence in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. This made people understand the power of the top sects, and they were also shocked by the opening of the Yuan Pavilion. They had the same thought as Mu Liang. The first thing these sects thought of was to destroy the Yuan Pavilion within their sphere of influence. This was because the appearance of the Yuan Pavilion had seriously affected the sections. However, not every sect had the capital to go head-to-head with the Yuan Pavilion. The name of a top sect was not as simple as that. It also represented absolute strength. In particular, Qin Shujian's killing of the moon-devouring demon king and killing of the True Dominion's North Cloud Prefecture had given the other sects a great shock. Moreover, the news of Qin Shujian breaking through to the divine martial realm had spread completely. In Liangshan City, there were not only itinerant cultivators, but also spies left behind by these sections. When the other party had broken through, the news had already spread. The spirit god 1,000 feet divine martial art, this news was enough to shock many people. At the same time, Qin Shujian's threat was also increasing. Some top sects knew very well that if one could not perfectly unleash the strength of an array grandmaster in the spirit martial realm, then after breaking through to the divine martial realm, the means of an array grandmaster would be extraordinary. Moreover, after the opening of the Yuan Pavilion, there were things involved behind the scenes. Many people could see that. Therefore, although many sects were dissatisfied, most of them, like the Heavenly Array sect, adopted a wait-and-see attitude and silently watched the development of the situation. However, not all of the sects held a wait-and-see attitude. There were always some sects with deep foundations who felt that the Yuan Pavilion had violated their interests. Therefore, when the Yuan Pavilion was opened, they sent people to destroy it. Liangshan Spirit Protectorate. Yuan Sect, Legacy Hall. The atmosphere in the hall was very gloomy. Everyone had different expressions, but one could see the seriousness between their brows. Even Qin Shujian's expression was a little cold. Zhang Tinia cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, from the information we received, except for the Bayun Mansion, the other mansion's Yuan Pavilions have been boycotted by other sections. There are even casualties. If we don't respond to this matter, I'm afraid the Yuan Pavilion's plan will be put on hold. Sect Master, although our sect's strength is not weak, it may not be a good thing if we become enemies with many sects," Fu Gang said in a deep voice with a serious expression. The opening of the Yuan Pavilion. It would certainly affect the interests of other sections. It was not that they did not expect the situation in front of them. But when it really came to this step, Fu Gang and the others realized how difficult it was to deal with this situation. After Fu Gang finished speaking, the others fell into a short silence. Then, they looked at Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian did not say too much. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Jingfang. Great Elder, what do you think we should do next? Hearing the question, Jingfang stroked his beard and pondered for a while before slowly speaking. If our sect openly becomes enemies with other sects now, even if we can defeat them, our strength will be greatly reduced. Now that the Yuan Pavilion has been opened and the news has been officially spread, as long as we manage the Yuan Pavilion in the Baiyun Mansion well, we can gradually expand the influence of the Yuan sect. Some of the sects and families in decline, as well as the idle cultivators, can be drawn to our side with some time. Therefore, I suggest that we give up the other mansions and concentrate on managing the Baiyun Mansion. When the time is right, things will be much easier. Great Elder's words are true. Su Yuanming also nodded and agreed. Our sect doesn't need to fight with other sects now. He now knew how big of a loophole his previous proposal was. He only thought about the influence of Yuan Pavilion and the problem of other sects imitating it, but he never thought about how much importance the other sects attached to the inheritance of cultivation techniques. It could be said that most of the problems that Yuan sect was facing now were caused by his previous proposal. But it was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. So when Jingfang spoke, Su Yuanming immediately agreed. Yuan sect was a top sect. But the top sects in the Great Zhao dynasty were not as simple as Yuan sect. In the cultivation world, there were many forces that were on par with Yuan sect. It was worth rejoicing. Now in Baiyun Mansion, there were no other top sects except Yuan sect, which also established Yuan sect's power. Therefore, even if the opening of Yuan Pavilion affected the interests of other sects, no sect in Baiyun Mansion dared to resist Yuan Pavilion on the surface for the time being. Even if we retreat, we can't just retreat as we wish. Qin Shujian's face was cold and stern as he said indifferently, our sect's current status and reputation were built by killing with a blade and a spear, not by backing down. Everything in the world is like rowing a boat against the current. If we don't advance, we will retreat. Since these sects dare to provoke us, I'll let them see the consequences of going against Yuan sect. Retreat, to be honest, Qin Shujian had never thought about this. Although there was nothing wrong with what Jingfang and the others said, in his opinion, Yuan sect had created an unstoppable momentum. The reason why Yuan sect could dominate Baiyun Mansion. Being a top sect was only one of the reasons. The most important reason was that these sects knew that once they provoked Yuan sect, they would only end up with their sect destroyed and their people killed. Any force that dared to go against Yuan sect, they had to seriously consider whether they could bear the risk or not. Once they angered the reason, would it be worth it to lose 1,000 years of foundation in one day? Therefore, this was one of the reasons why Baiyun Mansion still didn't do anything about Yuan Pavilion. However, if Yuanzhong retreated, if that was the case, then the momentum that they had been building up before, even if it didn't completely collapse, it would still be very difficult for them to reach the point where they could directly suppress the cultivation world of an entire prefecture. Of course, Zhongfang and the others weren't wrong. If Sky Origin sect took a step back, they would be able to retain enough strength to operate in Baiyun Prefecture. Even if the sects in Baiyun Prefecture were dissatisfied and resisted, they would still have enough strength to suppress them. In comparison, the results of both sides were similar. However, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, had no intention of retreating so easily. When had he, Sovereign Qin, ever retreated without a fight, hearing the other party's words? The expressions of the other elders became even more solemn. They had a hunch. If they were to really fight, Yuanzhong's losses would not be small. However, even though they were sect elders, they had no right to influence Qin Shujian's decision. It was different from other sections. Yuan sect was created by him. As long as he was still in power, the power that he possessed was not something that other sects could compare with. Qin Shujian said, how many sects are there that oppose the opening of Yuan Pavilion and have taken action to stop it? 53 sects. How's their strength? One of the top sects, 13 of the major sects, 31 of the ordinary major sects, and 8 of the major sects of the spirit domain, Xianxia replied without hesitation. After the other party spoke. Before Qin Shujian could speak, the expressions of Fu Gang and the others darkened again. 53 sects, under such circumstances, the first sect to jump out would definitely not be weak. Even though they had guessed it, they were still shocked when they heard Xianxiniu's words. One of the top sects, 13 of the major sects of the major regions, not to mention other things, just the strength of these 14 sects was already shocking enough. Under the circumstances where they were not considered the top sections. With the current strength of Sky Origin sect, it was still a question whether they could compete with the top sect. In fact, even if they didn't say it, Fu Gang and the others already had an answer in their hearts. With Sky Origin sect's current foundation, it was still far from being able to compete with the top sect. If they were given a few decades, this distance might be reduced to a negligible level. 53 sects, very good. Qin Shujian laughed in anger. 53 sects was just the beginning. If Sky Origin sect did not respond, there would be another 530, or even 5,300 sects that would jump out. Within the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. It was not as simple as 5,300 sections. Now that things had just begun, many sects were in a wait-and-see attitude because of Sky Origin sect's reputation. If Sky Origin sect did not respond, there would be plenty of people who would hit them when they were down. As for those rogue cultivators who had their interests at stake, they might not necessarily take action. Rogue cultivators were rogue cultivators. At the end of the day, it was because they lacked a leader and could not form an effective fighting force. If Sky Origin sect took on this role, then things would be much easier. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately said, since the Yuan Pavilion has already been opened, there is no need for it to exist if no mission is issued. Law Enforcing Elder, pass down the message. I want the mission of posting a reward for the 53 sects to be posted in all the Yuan pavilions before tomorrow. Xianxia took a deep breath and immediately cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes. He knew. If the Yuan pavilion posted a reward for the 53 sects, it would be considered a Sky Origin sect's official counterattack. What happened next? If it was not handled well, a war could break out at any time. After passing down the order, Qin Shujian sent out a message again, summoning Zhao Shanlin and the other elders who had gone out to kill demons. After all, the most powerful Dao weapon of the sect. It was all in the hands of these few people. If a war was to break out, the combat power of the Dao weapon could not be ignored. On the other side, after the news of the Yuan Pavilion being open spread, it had already attracted the attention of many rogue cultivators. After all, this involved not just 1 or 2 sections. For rogue cultivators who wanted to obtain some profound cultivation techniques and martial arts, the opening of the Yuan Pavilion was of great significance. Although many sects in other prefectures had taken action, either forcing the Yuan Pavilion to close or directly destroying it. But no matter what, the reputation of the Yuan Pavilion had been completely spread. Compared to the huge number of Yuan Pavilions opened by Sky Origin sect, the Yuan Pavilions that had been destroyed were only a few. Until now, there were already many people gathered in the Yuan Pavilion, waiting for something. In the middle of the lobby, there was a blank mission board that was about 10 feet tall. The Yuan Pavilion had just been established. Until now, no one had issued a mission. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for the first mission to appear. Now that the Yuan Pavilion was facing a situation, many people already knew about it. No one was sure whether Sky Origin sect's move would succeed or not. If they were to exchange for contribution points and issue a mission at this time. If one was not good, it might be a situation where they would lose everything. It was also at this time. There was finally a change on the mission board. Look, a mission has appeared. Damn it, a mission has really appeared. Some people were shocked, some were happy. Of course, 95% of the people who said damn it were players. Not every player would be able to join a sect. Not every player who entered a sect could have a good life. Because there were big and small sections. There were only so many big sects, and the number of disciples they could accommodate was also limited. Compared to the huge number of players, many ordinary players would casually enter a sect and then learn the cultivation techniques and martial arts inside. But this way, the things these players learned were destined not to be good, and their achievements were also limited. For them, if they wanted to obtain higher-level cultivation techniques and martial arts, they could only rely on themselves to fight for them. But killing monsters to level up, earning money to exchange for cultivation techniques and martial arts. To be honest, this would take too long. The strength of the players in the small sects was not very good to begin with. The monsters that they could hunt were also of ordinary strength, and they did not have many valuable items on them. Moreover, higher-level cultivation techniques and martial arts could not be bought with money. Besides having money, one also had to have a sufficient status. The cultivation world had a strong control over higher-level cultivation techniques and martial arts, and did not give rogue cultivators a chance to come in contact with them. So, the players who entered the small sects were basically trapped in an endless cycle. Apart from the players, the local rogue cultivators and the disciples and elders of the small sects were actually in a similar situation. Poor background. Poor start. Then, step by step. In the end, they might not be able to break through to the true martial realm or the spirit martial realm after 100 or 200 years. In the end, they would have to exhaust their lifespan and die. It was not until the appearance of the Yuan Pavilion that these people saw hope. So, when a mission appeared, these people would be so excited. But, after a short period of excitement, some people saw the mission on the mission panel, and their expressions changed several times. Level 2 mission, kill a boundless sect disciple, basic realm contribution points, true martial realm contribution points, inner energy realm contribution points, outer energy realm contribution points, spiritual god realm contribution points, inner energy realm contribution points, outer energy realm contribution points, spiritual god realm contribution points, 10 contribution points required to accept the mission, level 4 mission, destroy the boundless sect, 10,000 contribution points required. To accept the mission, 100 contribution points required to accept the mission, level 3 mission, kill a Tiger's Howl sect disciple, level 5 mission, destroy the Tiger's Howl sect, level 2 mission, kill a Qiang sect disciple, level 4 mission, destroy the Qiang sect, level 5 mission, kill a Heavenly Corpse sect disciple, basic realm contribution points, true martial realm contribution points, inner energy realm contribution points, 150 inner energy realm contribution points. 1,500 outer energy realm contribution points, 6,000 spiritual god realm contribution points, 15,000 airborne realm contribution points, 50,000 spiritual god realm contribution points, divine martial realm contribution points, 100 contribution points required to accept the mission, level 7 mission, destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect, reward, 2 million contribution points required to accept the mission, 1,000 contribution points required to accept the mission. On the mission panel, a dense list of missions appeared, filling up the entire panel. They were all the same. It was either to kill a sect disciple or to destroy a sect. Just from the words of the mission, everyone could feel an extremely dense killing intent. However, some people even noticed the backgrounds of the sects that had the bounty on the mission panel. If I remember correctly, the Tiger's Howl sect should be a sect of the Southwind Mansion. The Boundless sect, isn't that a great sect of the spirit domain? Looking at the contents of the missions, many people's expressions changed. Perhaps not every sect's reputation could spread throughout the entire great Zhao cultivation world. But some great sects of great domains could still achieve this. However, what really shocked them was the last mission. The Heavenly Corpse sect, a top sect, the Heavenly Corpse sect. Someone cried out in surprise. The Heavenly Corpse sect, it was a top sect that was no weaker than the Yuan sect. In terms of when it became famous, the Heavenly Corpse sect was already a top sect 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. Now, its foundation was even more frighteningly deep. But what no one expected was that the Yuan sect would have a bounty on the Heavenly Corpse sect. Looking at all the previous missions, it was not difficult to see that all the missions came from the same force. This was even more shocking. It was not as simple as 1 or 2 sections. If one counted carefully, there were a total of 53 sections. Among them, there were top sects like the Heavenly Corpse sect and also large sects like the Tiger's Hell sect. With so many sects collectively having a bounty on them, people could not help but be shocked. Soon, someone said, I heard that after the Yuan sect was established in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures, it encountered resistance from many sects and was even directly wiped out. In my impression, the forces that took action are somewhat consistent with the bounty on them. If that's the case, these sects do seem somewhat familiar. Hiss. After being reminded, the others looked at the names of the sects seriously and sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. It was no secret that some sects had taken action to resist the Yuan sect. Some people had even received the news that some sects had taken action to destroy the Yuan sect. Not everyone knew the names of the sects that took action, but there were always one or two who recognized them. Comparing the sects in their minds with the bounty on the mission board, everyone was shocked to find that the sects that took action, they were almost exactly the same as the sects on the mission board. Exactly the same. Thinking of this, someone suddenly said in shock, could it be that this mission was issued by the Yuan sect? Is the Yuan sect declaring war on the 53 sects? Hearing these words, Xianxia said. Everyone else was stunned in place. Declaring war on 53 sects, among them, there was no lack of large sects, and there was even a top-notch sect. This Yuanzong, wasn't this a little too arrogant? So the Xianxia Stronghold Master is still the same old Xianxia Stronghold Master. You're still so arrogant. I really like you. The sects are monopolizing the cultivation world. Seems like the Sky Origin sect is determined to go against the sections. The players were happy to see this happen, and many of them even had looks of excitement on their faces. To them, what 53 sects? None of that was important. What was important was, are there any quests for me to accept? Are there any rewards for me to receive? The players who could come to Yuan Pavilion were basically not doing well. If they didn't have any fortuitous encounters, they would continue to be mediocre. Now that there was an opportunity in front of them, these players had no reason to reject it. As for the other native humans, their expressions were unsettled at this moment. Originally, he thought that Sky Origin sect would choose to retreat when the sects interfered. The reason why they had gathered here was because of the last bit of hope in the hearts of these rogue cultivators. But now, looking at the missions on the mission board, many people fell into a dilemma. In the end, someone's expression hardened, and he directly yelled. F*CK, it's already not easy to get high-level cultivation techniques and martial arts. Now that there's finally a Yuan Pavilion to exchange for, the 53 sects want to destroy it and maintain the sect's monopoly. What's the difference between destroying one's future and murdering one's parents? Since Sky Origin sect has taken the lead, we have no reason to be afraid. Anyway, if there's no other fortuitous encounter, I'll just stay like this for the rest of my life. If I take the risk now, I might have a chance to go further. In the eyes of ordinary people, cultivators who could step into the cultivation world were superior to others. But only the cultivators themselves knew. Without sects, without resources, without cultivation techniques and martial arts, how difficult would it be to live, stepping into the cultivation world? Some people did it for fame, some for profit, and some for longevity. But all of this couldn't be separated from basic cultivation techniques. Without cultivation techniques, everything was like a pavilion in the sky, just empty talk. However, 95% of the cultivation techniques and martial arts in the cultivation world were firmly in the hands of the sections. They didn't give rogue cultivators any chance at all. If one wanted to enter a sect, unless one had excellent aptitude, it was impossible. In this way, without cultivation techniques and without talent, rogue cultivators were destined to be unable to achieve anything. In this case, rogue cultivators didn't have the capital to resist the sections. But now it was different. The establishment of Yuan Pavilion gave rogue cultivators hope, and Sky Origin sect's declaration of war against the 53 sects gave them the confidence to fight against the sections. With a top sect in front of them, this was a chance for rogue cultivators. If they lost this chance, then even if they waited for thousands of years, they might not be able to stand out. So, when that person finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in, that's right, the sects control cultivation techniques and resources, and don't treat us as humans at all. Today, I'll go against them. Where's the mission? F***ck, how do I accept the mission? I want to accept it. While talking, many people had already rushed to the window to accept the mission. Jiang shouted in a deep voice, "Don't crowd, come one by one." In addition, accepting the mission requires the corresponding contribution points. If you don't have contribution points, you need to exchange them first before accepting the mission. How do I exchange them for contribution points? Can I use silver? Hearing this, the people at the front immediately asked. If you use silver to exchange, 200 taels of silver can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. You can also use other valuable things to exchange for the corresponding contribution points. Jiang said in a clear voice, and his voice instantly covered the noise of the scene. In addition, to accept the mission, you need to pay 100 contribution points to register your identity. Only when you have the Yuan Pavilion identity token can you accept the corresponding mission. What, you need 100 contribution points to register? Hearing this, some people immediately revealed a pained expression. 100 contribution points. That was 20,000 taels of silver. This wasn't a small amount. At least not every rogue cultivator could take out 20,000 taels of silver. If they could take it out so easily, they wouldn't be rogue cultivators. Jiang said, "Don't think that 100 contribution points is a lot. There's a defensive formation in the identity token. Even if you face an inner aura cultivator, it can resist for 15 minutes. And as long as you upgrade yourself to the level of a silver token envoy, the original 100 contribution points will be returned." Silver token envoy? After registering in the Yuan Pavilion, there's also a division of identity levels. The beginning is the Iron token envoy. As the number of missions completed increases, you can be promoted to Bronze token envoy and Silver token envoy. Correspondingly, the items that could be exchanged for would increase with each level. And the higher the identity level, the cheaper the things you can exchange. Speaking of this, Jiang smiled and continued to explain. For example, if he doesn't set the exchange level limit for a divine level technique, an Iron token envoy will need 5 million contribution points to exchange, while a Bronze token envoy will only need 4,500,000. Then, a Silver token envoy will only need 4 million to exchange. If you can upgrade to the highest level, you may only need 5 or 600,000. Of course, there's also a level limit for a divine level technique. Currently, without the level of a Gold token envoy, there's no way to exchange for it. I'm just making a simple analogy. Hearing this, the others finally understood what the Yuan Pavilion system was like. For a moment, these people's hearts became even more lively. They didn't forget that Jiang had mentioned a divine level technique in his words just now. One had to know. A divine level technique had the qualification to directly lead to the God martial arts realm. So after Jiang finished speaking, someone immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked anxiously, "You mean, as long as you're promoted to a Gold token envoy, you can exchange for a divine level technique?" Of course. Hiss. And besides divine level techniques, 9th level elixirs, spiritual weapons, Dao weapons, and guru formations can all be exchanged with contribution points. As long as your level is high enough, you will have the corresponding contribution points. As Jiang spoke, there was a hint of pride on his face. Our Yuan sect is a top sect. What don't we have? As long as you have enough contribution points, everything will not be a problem. Divine level techniques, 9th level elixirs, spiritual weapons, Dao weapons, guru formations, the words that came out of Jiang mouth caused the others to go crazy. These things. Weren't they what they had always longed for but never had the chance to get? Now that Yuan sect had given them this opportunity, these people naturally wouldn't give up. So, as Jiang spoke, some people immediately turned and left in a hurry. These people didn't want to leave. They wanted to go home to get money or things that could be exchanged for contribution points. However, there were also some people who directly took out banknotes or treasures that they carried with them and exchanged them for the corresponding contribution points. Just like the scene in front of them. It was almost just a condensed shadow. In just a short 1 or 2 years, Yuan sect had secretly spread out the hands of many people and set up shops and businesses in various cities. Now, with Qin Shujian's order, most of these businesses were directly closed and turned into Yuan pavilions. Even though the 53 sects had destroyed many of them, there were still some sects that secretly resisted. But compared to the overall number of Yuan pavilions that Yuan sect had set up, this was still a drop in the bucket. With the appearance of the first wave of missions, the names of Yuan sect and Yuan pavilion once again spread throughout the entire Great Zhao, causing most people who received the news to be shocked. A declaration of war. After receiving this news, the other sects in the cultivation world looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect Yuan Zong to be so unyielding. Without even thinking about it, he directly declared war on the 53 sections. When Yuan Pavilion appeared, these sects were already dissatisfied, but because of Yuan Zong's existence, they temporarily endured it. But the sects led by the Heavenly Corpse sect directly attacked Yuan Pavilion. These sects were also happy to see it happen. Before this, 90% of the sects in the cultivation world were waiting for Yuan Zong's response. If the other party didn't make any statement or counterattack under the deterrence of the Heavenly Corpse sect and other forces, then these sects would follow the Heavenly Corpse sect and eradicate Yuan Pavilion within their sphere of influence. No matter what, the existence of Yuan Pavilion violated the interests of these sections. If it weren't for Yuan Zong's ruthless means, they wouldn't have tolerated Yuan Pavilion until now. But now, the sects led by the Heavenly Corpse sect attacked Yuan Pavilion less than 2 days later, and Yuan Zong directly issued a reward for the 53 sects in Yuan Pavilion. This was no longer a declaration of war in disguise. It was a complete and open declaration of war. Isn't Qin Shujian a little too arrogant? When Mu Liang received the news, he was also shocked. Soon after, his expression darkened as he spoke. To be honest, when he learned that Yuan Zong had directly declared war on the 53 sects, he was almost stunned. Even with the strength of the Heavenly Array sect, they didn't have the confidence to declare war on the 53 sections. Not to mention the 53 sects, the Heavenly Corpse sect alone wasn't enough for the Heavenly Array sect to deal with. Originally, Mu Liang had received information about Qin Shujian and knew that he was a proud and arrogant person. But now it seemed the other party's arrogance were above his expectations. After the shock, Mu Liang sneered. If the heavens want to destroy him, they must first make him crazy. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was digging his own grave. This is also good. Baiyun Mansion has one less array master, which may not be a bad thing for my Heavenly Array sect. With the appearance of Yuan Pavilion's mission, many people had already accepted the corresponding mission. Many of them were rogue cultivators, while some were from small sects and fallen aristocratic families. However, when these people accepted the mission, they either wore masks or black robes to cover their faces, not giving others a chance to see through their identities. Other than that, the people who received the most missions were the players. The appearance of Yuan Pavilion. Apart from those players who weren't doing well, some players from large sects couldn't help but head to various Yuan Pavilions to receive missions. After all, the items that could be exchanged in Yuan Pavilion were more than those that could be exchanged in ordinary sections. Even if the exchange price was much higher, in the face of some priceless treasures, the price wasn't the most important thing. Just as the undercurrent in the outside world was surging, within Yuan sect, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, remained calm and collected. No matter what happened in the outside world, it would not affect him at all. Inside the alchemy hall, Qin Shujian once again found Hallmaster Shen Yuhua. As her cultivation became more profound, this slender and elegant woman was now filled with an indescribable charm. Her smile and frown made people's mood much more peaceful. When he saw Shen Yuhua, Qin Shujian couldn't help but acknowledge one thing in his heart. That was, Shen Yuhua was indeed very beautiful. At least among all the women he had seen, she could be ranked in the top 3. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was number 1. At least Jueyu Sex Chi Yunshu was slightly inferior compared to her. This was not purely in terms of appearance, but only in terms of temperament and behavior. However, for Shen Yuhua, Qin Shujian's eyes only flashed with a trace of appreciation, which disappeared in an instant. As for Xin Yuhua, she didn't notice it at all. If it was before, Qin Shujian's excellence in all aspects had attracted her, causing her to have some other thoughts in her heart. But now, as the gap between the two grew larger and larger, Xin Yuhua had gradually suppressed this thought. Once the gap grew to a certain extent, there were many things that couldn't be spoken of. As a cultivator at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, her control of her mind was very good. So when she saw Qin Shujian, Xin Yuhua didn't reveal any unusual expression, and she smiled and said, "Sect Master, do you have something for me to do today? How many alchemists are there in the alchemy hall now?" "There are 53 low-grade alchemists and 657 apprentice alchemists in the alchemy hall," Xin Yuhua replied truthfully. Qin Shujian nodded slightly when he heard this. The alchemy hall had been established not long ago, and it had only been around 2 years at most. In 2 years, they had fostered 53 low-grade alchemists, and such an outcome was already extremely good. Including the apprentice alchemists, there were already over 700 people in the alchemy hall. So it was obvious. The number of disciples that chose auxiliary professions wasn't small at all. As for Xin Yuhua, she said, "It's all thanks to the alchemy master's notes that sect master gave us earlier. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many disciples advancing into low-grade alchemists." Speaking of the alchemy master's notes, she sighed in admiration in her heart. As a disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect, Xin Yuhua had a deep understanding of alchemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a high-grade alchemist at such a young age. However, when she saw the alchemy master's notes that Qin Shujian gave her, she finally understood. How far away was she from the alchemy master realm? When he heard her mention the notes, Qin Shujian also thought of something. After he broke through to the alchemy grandmaster realm, he hadn't written a new alchemy master's notes and left them in the alchemy hall. After all, there was a master's notes left behind. Perhaps in a few years, some middle-grade alchemists would be born in the alchemy hall. Take the current 3 halls of the Yuan sect as an example. The Forging Hall and Formation Hall had both received a certain amount of replenishment, and their strength could be considered relatively strong. Only the Alchemy Hall, Xin Yuhua had always been supporting it alone. It wasn't that Qin Shujian hadn't thought of recruiting a few more alchemists. However, he didn't take a fancy to ordinary alchemists, but alchemists above the high grade were not easy to recruit. So until now, compared to other sects, the Yuan sect was still very weak in alchemy. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian looked at Xin Yuhua in front of him and asked, "Elder Yuhua, how long will it take for you to break through to the alchemy master realm?" "It's hard to say. I only have some clues about the alchemy master realm now. If I want to break through, it will take about 10 years at the fastest." Xin Yuhua shook her head and said, it wasn't considered slow to have one more alchemy master in 10 years. If it was in other sects, they would definitely do their best to nurture them. However, 10 years was still too long for Qin Shujian. If there is an alchemy master's notes, can Elder Yuhua reduce the time needed to break through? An alchemy master's notes. There was some light in Xin Yuhua's beautiful eyes, but it was soon hidden. She nodded and said, "If there is really an alchemy master's notes, I will be able to break through this threshold in less than 3 years." Her words were full of confidence. Even if there was an alchemy master's notes, not everyone could advance from an upper-grade alchemist to an alchemy master in less than 3 years. This was the confidence of an alchemy genius. Qin Shujian said, "Okay, I will find a way to help you get an alchemy master's notes. In the next half a month, the alchemy hall will focus on refining elixirs below the 4th level as much as possible. In addition, I need to take away as many alchemy materials above the 5th level in the alchemy hall's warehouse." "Okay." Xin Yuhua nodded and agreed. She didn't ask too much about why Qin Shujian wanted to do this. Very soon, Qin Shujian took all the high-grade alchemy materials from the alchemy hall's warehouse and transferred the corresponding contribution points to Xin Yuhua. After doing this, he went to the miscellaneous hall and took away all the remaining alchemy materials. Compared to the alchemy hall's abundant inventory, the miscellaneous hall had only been established for a few days, so the inventory was extremely limited. After taking these items, Qin Shujian turned and went to the peak of Mount Liang. He adjusted his state slightly. With a thought, he took out a portion of the alchemy materials from his storage ring. Ever since he broke through to an alchemy master, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, rarely refined pills himself. He didn't refine any other elixirs except for the vitality elixir that he needed to store. This time, Qin Shujian prepared to refine another type of elixir. It was a type of pill that had reached the 9th level. Pure Yang Elixir. The Pure Yang Elixir was an elixir used when breaking through to the divine martial realm from the prominent divine realm. However, because it absorbed a trace of the pure Yang energy from the lightning tribulation and could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the divine martial realm, this type of elixir was directly ranked as a 9th level elixir. As for why he wanted to refine the Pure Yang Elixir, it was very simple. Among the 9th level elixirs, the Pure Yang Elixir was one of the more valuable ones. On the contrary, the materials for refining the Pure Yang Elixir were relatively simple and easy to collect. Refining this type of elixir could only withstand the power of the lightning tribulation. Thus, it was basically a profitable business. The real use of refining this type of elixir was also very simple. To exchange for money, or to exchange for the corresponding resources with other forces. This time, the Yuan sect issued missions to the wandering cultivators and players through the Yuan Pavilion to fight against the 53 sections. However, behind the missions, they needed a huge amount of resources to fill them up. After all, no one was a fool. They wouldn't allow others to take advantage of them. If someone submitted a mission and used their contribution points to exchange for something, only to find that there was nothing, then the Yuan Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Therefore, what Qin Shujian wanted to do now, to put it bluntly, was to earn resources and then use the method of burning money to give the 53 sects a ruthless blow. Even if it meant injuring 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own people, he wouldn't hesitate. As long as he stabilized the Yuan Pavilion's situation, he would be able to get back all the things he had invested in a short time. Therefore, Qin Shujian treated it as an investment in advance. Wool appeared on sheep. Qin Shujian had as many contribution points as he wanted. The Yuan Pavilion existed. It only provided a platform for the people who issued and accepted missions to trade with each other. The people who issued the missions had to spend contribution points. Where would contribution points come from? They could only be exchanged with resources at the Yuan Pavilion. To put it bluntly, the generation of contribution points came from other cultivators. On the contrary, the items exchanged in the Yuan Pavilion were generally priced higher. This way, the Yuan Pavilion established by the Yuan sect was equivalent to selling cultivation techniques, martial arts, elixir pills, spirit weapons, and the like at a high price. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the Yuan Pavilion was a powerful means to increase the influence and prestige of the Yuan sect and then support the sect. Although to him, the source of life was the most important thing now. However, there was no point in looking. The main source of the source of life was the disciples of the Yuan sect. As long as the Yuan sect's strength and foundation were strong enough, it would be able to nurture more and stronger disciples and harvest the source of life faster in the future. There was a limit to the exchange of contribution points in the sect. However, in reality, every disciple of every level would receive a certain amount of resources every month. This portion of resources did not belong to the collection of contribution points. It was completely a benefit for the disciples. These resources, it was a huge expense every month. In all seriousness, supporting more than 20,000 disciples was enough to empty the assets of a few true Dominion sects in 1 month. The Yuan sect had set up businesses all over the place and had Cold Mountain City as an income. In addition, the disciples contributed a portion of materials and spirit herbs. The sect earned a bit of difference in price to maintain the sect's operations. Otherwise, the Yuan sect would have collapsed long ago. This was also why many sects did not wantonly recruit disciples. Most importantly, they did not have money or resources. Once the resources were not provided, the disciples' cultivation progress would slow down, causing the entire progress to slow down. Therefore, while providing resources, Qin Shujian was now selecting some disciples who were truly worth nurturing and investing more resources on these disciples. Then, he would reduce the resources of some other disciples. In that case, this would also motivate the other disciples to work hard. This was a virtuous cycle. To this, Qin Shujian also sighed and said, working hard for the sect. Rumble, thunder fell from the sky. In order to refine the pure yang pill, the final step was to attract the lightning tribulation to descend, and then absorb the strand of pure yang qi and inject it into the pill. Only then would it be considered a level 9 pure yang pill. On the summit of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian's spirit deity transformed into a lotus flower and tightly wrapped around the medicinal pill. Every time a thunderbolt struck down, it would cause the spirit deity lotus to tremble slightly. Following which, strands of pure yang energy were absorbed by him and injected into the elixir. After several bolts of lightning, the pill was completely enveloped by the pure yang qi. Shortly after, Qin Shujian then removed the spirit deity lotus, leaving the pills exposed to the lightning tribulation. Boom! A bolt of thunder tribulation struck down on the pure yang aura surrounding the elixir. In a split second, the pure yang aura collapsed and streams of pure energy seeped into the pill, causing the originally round pill to gain a warm luster. Boom! Boom! After the 5 lightning tribulations, the world became clear again. Instead, there were 5 pale golden elixirs. When the thunderclouds dissipated, the 5 elixirs seemed to have come alive and rushed in all directions, trying to escape. Trying to escape? Qin Shujian smiled slightly. His vast spirit deity spread out and turned into an invisible hand that grabbed all of them. Then, he stretched out his hand and held the 5 elixirs. Even though he was holding them, he could still feel the pulsation of the elixirs. The elixirs had spirit. This was the symbol of a level 9 elixir. However, the spirit of these elixirs was very weak. They only had the instinct to seek luck and avoid disaster. He took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and put the 5 pure yang pills inside. Then, he sealed the bottle and threw her back into the storage ring. 5 pure yang pills. It was enough. Level 9 elixirs were also divided into different grades. The pure yang pill belonged to the higher grade of elixirs. After all, it was related to a spirit martial realm cultivator breaking through to the god martial realm. Elixirs for breaking through. They were much more useful than ordinary elixirs for increasing one's cultivation. It was a pity. Now in the Yuan sect, the elders were basically hovering in the airborne realm. There was not a single prominent divine realm cultivator, let alone someone at the peak of the prominent divine realm who was close to breaking through to the god martial realm. After successfully refining the pure yang pill, Qin Shujian found Su Yuanming and handed him the jade bottle, saying, "There are 5 pure yang pills inside. Exchange them for the resources needed by the Yuan Pavilion." Pure yang pill. Seeing this sentence, Su Yuanming was shocked. He took the jade bottle in his hand and seemed to be able to feel the slightly pulsating power inside. He had heard of the pure yang pill before. However, he did not expect that Qin Shujian would have a level 9 elixir in his hands. However, Su Yuanming was only shocked for a moment before recovering. He nodded and said, "I know what to do about this matter." What's the movement of the Yuan pavilions in the past few days? There are many cultivators who have accepted the mission. There are rogue cultivators and mutants. There are already people who have come to submit the mission and exchange for the corresponding resources. Not bad. Qin Shujian smiled. If someone came to submit the mission, it meant that someone was attacking the 53 sections. This was a good thing. With his Yuan sect taking the lead and integrating the power of these rogue cultivators, they could also exert enough power. However, Su Yuanming's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Our sect consumes a huge amount of resources every day. If this continues, I'm afraid that in 1 or 2 months, there won't be much left in the inventory. If there's no money, then go earn it. We won't be dragged down by the Yuan Pavilion. After all, how many people can there be in the 53 sects? In addition, the 53 sects are also very angry with our sect's actions. I'm afraid that it won't be long before they take action against our sect." Su Yuanming looked a little worried. 53 sects. The weakest were the spirit domain sections. The combination of such strength was enough to make any sect tremble. The 53 sects dared to do this because the Heavenly Corpse sect took the lead. That's right. Humph, the Heavenly Corpse sect. A cold light flashed in Qin Shujian's eyes, and he sneered. It just so happens that I haven't seen the methods of the other top sections. This time, it's a good time to go back. Sect Master is going to attack the Heavenly Corpse sect? Su Yuanming's expression became more and more solemn when he heard this. Qin Shujian said, since the Heavenly Corpse sect intends to go against our sect, then what's wrong with attacking them? The Heavenly Corpse sect is not weak. It has been a top sect for thousands of years. If we attack, I'm afraid that the odds of winning are not great. The odds of winning are not great, but there is still a chance of winning. Qin Shujian shook his head and said. I remember that the previous sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect passed away 800 years ago. The current sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect should have just broken through to the celestial realm about 500 years ago. The sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect has broken through to the celestial realm 537 years ago. Su Yuanming answered directly. He also had a lot of information about the enemy sections. How far can he go in the celestial realm in 537 years? Qin Shujian asked in return. Su Yuanming was silent. More than 500 years. How far could he go in the celestial realm? To be honest, he himself was not sure. After all, Yuanzong had risen too quickly, and many things could not completely keep up with the progress. However, Su Yuanming was very clear about one thing. After a cultivator broke through to the celestial realm, every step would be very slow. In fact, some cultivators would only be at the early stage of the celestial realm for thousands of years. Or else, there would not be so few powerhouses of the human race. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, from what I know, each level of the celestial realm needs to be polished for hundreds of years. Even if he is a genius, I think the second level of the celestial realm is already the limit. This kind of strength is not enough to make our sect afraid. Was the second level of the celestial realm very strong? Very strong. Qin Shujian gave a very pertinent answer to this question. In the entire Great Zhao, the number of celestial realm cultivators was extremely limited. Every celestial realm powerhouse had a pivotal position, and their strength was undoubtedly at the top of the Great Zhao. But even if they were celestial realm cultivators, there was also a difference between high and low. With his current strength at the peak of the master realm, he was still confident in dealing with a cultivator who was at most at the second level of the celestial realm. Su Yuanming asked, Sect Master, when do you plan to attack the Heavenly Corpse sect? Let's wait a little longer. We'll talk about it in 2 days. Qin Shujian's answer was ambiguous. Regarding this, Su Yuanming did not continue to ask. In the next few days, with the release of Yuanzong's mission, more and more people accepted the mission to kill the disciples of the 53 sects, and the treasures exchanged after submitting the mission also made people believe in Yuanzong's credibility. In this way, Yuanzong's reputation became even greater. Regarding this situation, most of the sects adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Yuanzong had already given a certain counterattack to the attacks of the Heavenly Corpse sect and other forces. They were now waiting for the follow-up progress. Before the situation was more or less clear, no one dared to easily intervene. Not every force was like the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not every force had the capital to fight against Yuanzong. If Yuanzong flew into a rage out of humiliation and vented his anger on them, many sects would be destroyed in an instant. With Yuanzong's previous methods, it was not impossible for such a thing to happen. It was precisely because of such deterrence that most of the sects maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Even some of the top sects were worried that Yuanzong would act out of desperation and cause both sides to suffer losses. If that happened, it would truly not be worth it. After all, sects with such strong confidence like the Heavenly Corpse sect were still in the minority. Although Qin Shujian did not come out of Liang Mountain, he was also aware of the movements of the cultivation world like the back of his hand. He was also happy about the movements caused by Yuanzong. The only regret was, he did not know if Yuanzong was not considered a force in his hands, or if strictly speaking, the people who accepted the mission were not considered his subordinates. As a result, these people killed the people of the 53 sects, and Qin Shujian did not obtain a single source of life. As for why he was so sure, He could tell by looking at the growth rate of the source of life every day. This growing source of life. Was it provided by Yuanzong or Yuanzong in addition to the amount provided by Yuanzong? After all, although Yuanzong had only been open for a few days, the number of people who accepted the mission had already reached a huge base. Under such circumstances, the source of life should have skyrocketed. However, nothing happened. This was enough to explain everything. Regarding this, Qin Shujian had long been mentally prepared. From the beginning, he had never thought that Yuanzong could provide him with the source of life. Seriously speaking, those cultivators who accepted the mission were not considered his subordinates. Whiteyong Prefecture, Jingshui Spiritual Region. Test Jianfeng was dressed in a long black robe, carrying a long sword on his back as he walked forward. Black clothes, black scabbard and sword hilt. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in black, giving off a lonely and cold feeling. With every step he took, he had already appeared 100 feet away. In less than a quarter of an hour, Test Jianfeng arrived in front of a majestic mountain peak. The mountain peak was filled with clouds and mist, making it look like a fairyland. When he stepped onto the mountain peak, two young men in light blue robes stopped him with swords in their hands. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Star Elephant sect?" "Yuanzong, Test Jianfeng is here." "Yuanzong." After hearing this, the two people's faces changed drastically, and then without thinking, they crushed a communication jade talisman and quickly retreated. Rumble. As the two retreated, Test Jianfeng saw that the originally clear scene around him seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and the entire mountain peak seemed to be completely hidden at this moment. Formation. Yuanzong had Qin Shujian, the formation master, and recruited many formation masters. Although he did not dabble in formations, he was not unfamiliar with them. When he saw the changes in front of him, Test Jianfeng understood that this was Star Elephant Sect's protective formation. So, when the formation appeared, his expression seemed to have become more solemn. Star Elephant Sect was a large sect in Jingshui Spiritual Region. The protective formation it had was definitely not to be underestimated. After all, the reputation of a large sect in the spiritual region had already determined many things. However, since Test Jianfeng dared to come to Star Elephant Sect, he naturally would not be unprepared. The storage ring in his hand flashed slightly, and a long crystal blade already appeared in front of him. "Please make a move and break the formation in front of me." Test Jianfeng slightly cupped his hands. Although his tone was cold, it was also polite. As soon as he finished speaking, the long saber flew into the sky and instantly grew to a length of 100 feet. Shocking lightning gathered. The moment the three seals filled the air, the saber aura cut through the void and bombarded the matrix below. Under the blade, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. The sect protecting formation, which was like a cloud, was violently rolling and surging at this moment. After which, under the shocked gazes of the Celestial Elephant Sect disciples, it was destroyed inch by inch, completely exposing the entire Celestial Elephant Sect to the eyes of the outside world. At this moment, all of the Celestial Elephant Sect's disciples had long since gathered together. When the Great Array was activated, even the elders and sect master of Celestial Elephant Sect were alarmed. When he saw the 1,000 blood in the sky, Celestial Phenomenon Sect's sect master Fui frowned and his expression turned ugly. 3 Seal Dao Artifact. 3 Seal Dao Artifact. To the Stellar Elephant Sect, his threat was even higher than an ordinary God Martial Realm cultivator. Even Celestial Elephant Sect, as a large sect in Jingshui Spirit Domain, only had a single 2 Seal Dao Artifact. 3 Seal Dao Artifact, that was a Dao artifact that only a large sect of a major region could possess. As for the message from the guarding disciple, Fui naturally received it as well. At this moment, a person stepped through the mountain gate and appeared in his line of sight. Someone from Yuan Sect. Looking at Test Jianfeng, Fui's expression was cold as he said sinisterly. At the beginning, when he received the message, he thought that there would be a large number of experts from Yuan Sect. But now, looking at it, the other party was only one person. Seeing this, Fui's originally tensed heart relaxed a little, but he was not careless. After all, the other party came with a 3-seal Dao artifact and dared to break his celestial elephant sect's great array by himself. He definitely had a certain amount of confidence. As for where this confidence came from, that was another question. And with the appearance of Test Jianfeng, all of the elders of Celestial Elephant Sect who were in seclusion appeared. A large number of experts gathered and their aura intertwined together. It was enough to make ordinary cultivators feel fear before they even got close. Seeing that Test Jianfeng did not reply and instead walked forward step by step, Fu Yi said coldly, "Could it be that Yuan Sect sent you here alone to die? A mere Celestial Elephant Sect, I alone am enough." Hearing this, Test Jianfeng finally stopped his footsteps and stood about 10 feet away from Fu Yi as he said faintly, "Shameless boasting." Fu Yi laughed in anger. At this moment, without needing him to say anything, the elders of Celestial Elephant Sect had already surrounded him. As for Fu Yi, now, he was looking at Test Jianfeng coldly. The other party's indifferent expression made him a little unhappy in his heart. As for Yuan Sect taking action against Celestial Elephant Sect, as early as responding to the Heavenly Corpse Sect's edict and then destroying the Yuan Pavilion within Celestial Elephant Sect's sphere of influence, he was already prepared. But being prepared was one thing. Fu Yi also did not expect that Yuan Sect would really have people coming directly to their door. During this period of time, Yuan Pavilion issued a mission with a reward of 53 sections. Many rogue cultivators accepted the mission and hunted Celestial Elephant Sect's disciples everywhere, causing Celestial Elephant Sect to suffer heavy losses. His heart had long been filled with anger. For this, Fu Yi also sent out many people to find those who accepted the mission and then wanted to kill them. But, those cultivators were too cunning and did not give Celestial Elephant Sect a chance to kill them. After a few days, Celestial Elephant Sect did not kill many people and instead lost many disciples. In order to avoid greater losses, Fu Yi strictly ordered Celestial Elephant Sect's disciples to not act alone when they went out, to prevent them from being ambushed. A dignified sect of the spirit domain was forced to such an extent by some rogue cultivators. Fu Yi was shocked by the strength of these people. Even more, it was anger and killing intent towards Yuan Sect. If the other party did not want to open Yuan Pavilion and put a bounty on his Celestial Elephant Sect, how could there be today's situation? At this time, Test Jianfeng arrived. Fu Yi only had a strong killing intent in his heart. As for Yuan Sect's revenge, he was not afraid. After all, Celestial Elephant Sect was far away in Baiyong Prefecture and had nothing to do with Baiyun Prefecture. If Yuan Sect wanted to make a move, they would need to send a large number of cultivators and borrow the teleportation gate. In this way, Celestial Elephant Sect would definitely get the news in advance and the other 52 sects would also send people to help. After all, the 53 sects could be considered a disguised alliance. No one would sit and watch Yuan Sect destroy any sect so easily. Or else, the other sects would not dare to openly provoke a top sect. And the current situation of Test Jianfeng was completely unexpected. No one expected it. Yuan Sect would send someone alone. And the name of Test Jianfeng was also very unfamiliar to Fu Yi. He could not match with the few famous elders of Yuan Sect. As his thoughts turned, although Fu Yi had killing intent in his heart, he did not immediately make a move. Instead, he asked coldly, "You barged into Celestial Elephant Sect's mountain gate and broke my sect's protective array. Could it be that you really want to fight to the death with my sect? You talk too much." Test Jianfeng shook his head slightly. In the next instant, he had already taken a step forward. The long sword on his back was quietly unsheathed. A black sword aura was attached to the sword, causing it to be like a black line that streaked across the void. He made a move just like that. Fu Yi did not expect the other party to be so decisive. But he was a prominent divine stage cultivator after all. It was not to the extent that he would not be able to react in time. When the long sword streaked across, only a blue energy could be seen exploding. Boom! It was like a meteorite had crashed into the earth. A terrifying force spread out. Test Jianfeng took a step back and dispersed the rebounding force. And at this time, the 1,000 mountain blood in the sky suddenly moved. The moment the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept across, the lightning blade had already slashed towards Celestial Elephant Sect's mountain gate. Even if the Three-Seal Dao artifact was not controlled by its master, the power that it released was enough to make a prominent divine stage cultivator's expression change. Immediately after, a beam of cold light shot out from Celestial Elephant Sect's main hall, and then fiercely collided with the lightning blade aura. The cold light shattered. Immediately, a long sword covered in dense light broke through the air and flew over. Fui took a step in the air. While holding the long sword with one hand, he had already charged towards Thousand Mountain Blood. At the same time, those Celestial Elephant Sect elders that surrounded Test Jianfeng also directly attacked. For them, the other party had already attacked the mountain gate. There was no need to talk about morality or not. It was fine to bully with numbers, but the most important thing was to kill the enemy. Boom, the moment the terrifying wave exploded, the other Celestial Elephant Sect disciples finally reacted. Everything happened too quickly, like a spark of flint. When they finally reacted, the invading enemy had already engaged in battle with many elders. As for their own sect leader, he was holding the sect's Dao artifact and had a huge battle with the Dao artifact in the sky. The terrifying wave spread out and swept across. It forced these true martial realm disciples to continuously retreat. They did not dare to rashly approach. There were a total of 6 Celestial Elephant Sect elders that attacked. Among them, 5 were in the airborne realm, and 1 was in the prominent divine realm. The power that the 6 of them unleashed together was enough to directly kill an ordinary airborne realm cultivator. However, although Test Jianfeng was in the airborne realm, his strength had already exceeded this barrier. His feet moved, and his body shuttled back and forth like a ghost. The black sword aura slashed through the void, and the others had to be careful. Only to see the cold sword intent permeating the air. The black sword aura was like a fatal threat, and one could not help but be deeply immersed in it just by looking at it. Coupled with Test Jianfeng's ghostly movements, it made him like a ghost walking in the mortal world. Every time the sword slashed out, it could take a fresh life. Boom, a spirit deity that was 10 feet tall appeared. When the terrifying divine mind exploded, the spirit deity's palm pressed down on Test Jianfeng. Immediately, the black sword aura slashed out. Unfortunately, although the sword aura was strong, it could not hurt the spirit deity at all. The huge palm easily penetrated the sword aura's barrier and covered Test Jianfeng's entire body. He felt a terrifying divine will impact him. Test Jianfeng's face was calm. While the spirit deity guarded his body, he slashed out again. A powerful sword intent instantly erupted. Sword intent silk, breaking all techniques, thousands of black sword threads shot out from the spirit god's palm, disintegrating it in an instant. In the next second, Test Jianfeng took a step into the air, and his body transformed into 42 afterimages while he was in the air. Originally, he could only create 36 afterimages with this move. But now, he had already reached 42 afterimages. The instant the afterimages were formed, a shocking sword aura swept out in all directions. But everyone who saw this sword had a slight change in expression as they were completely covered by the sword aura. Afterimages. Be careful. Although the Star Elephant Sect's elders had a serious expression, they were not too worried. It wasn't like they hadn't seen such an illusory sword technique before. But most of the others could only create a few or a dozen afterimages. But now, there were over 40 afterimages, and every one of them was like a real person. This was something that they had never seen before. However, to these elders, no matter how powerful the illusory sword technique was, its power was limited. Out of the 42 afterimages, only one was real. The other 41 afterimages were illusions to confuse the enemy. They only needed to determine if it was real or fake, then it wouldn't be a big problem. Illusory techniques. Small tricks. However, when they focused their attention on the 42 afterimages, their expressions changed again. They couldn't tell if it was real or fake. In their perception, the 42 afterimages were as real as they could be. The prominent divine stage elder angrily roared, and immediately after, he took out a mirror. Like the stars in the sky, the light blue light poured out and shined on the afterimages. high-grade spiritual artifact, star mirror. It could see through illusions and break through all illusory karma. However, when the star mirror's light shone on them, every afterimage seemed to be real. They didn't fade away when they touched the mirror's light. Seeing this, the elder's expression changed. To be able to be immune to the star mirror's illusory technique, it had already reached the peak. Everything happened in a split second. When the star mirror had no effect, the killing move of the 42 afterimages had already descended. Be careful. Since he could not see through the illusion, he could not act rashly. The prominent divine realm elder's spirit returned to his body and his protective aura was raised. It turned the area around him into an absolute domain. As for the other elders in the airborne realm, they did not have the time to think too much when they saw that the celestial mirror did not work. They all switched from offense to defense, using their vigor to protect themselves. It was also at this moment. A long sword pierced through the earth vigor shield. A physical invulnerability warrior of the airborne realm was nothing in the face of a high-grade spiritual weapon. The moment the stellar energy shield shattered, the elder immediately retreated, and at the same time, he shouted, "The real body is here." Finished speaking, everyone immediately unleashed a powerful attack towards the afterimage that had broken through the physical invulnerability expert's shields. He was able to effortlessly break through the physical invulnerability shield of an airborne realm cultivator. Only the true body could do that. As for the real afterimage, it was only used to confuse the enemy. Even if it had a bit of attacking power, it definitely wouldn't be this strong. This was the drawback of illusions. Although it could confuse others and make them unable to distinguish between the real and the fake, it was still very difficult for them to do so. But that was all. Once the real body was seen through, then it would be useless. It was just that, when an elder withdrew the power of the protective vigor shield and unleashed an attack towards the afterimage that he suspected to be the real body. Rip, the protective vigor shield shattered. A terrifying force came from the side of his body, and the omen of death surged wildly, causing his face to change drastically. Before he could finish his words, the sword covered by the black sword aura had already pierced through his throat. When a spray of blood gushed out, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were completely blocked in an instant. A sudden change of events. It directly caused the other elders of the celestial elephant sect to fall into a state of shock. No one had expected it. They had clearly found the real body, so why was there still an elder killed? Could it be that that was a fake, and this was the real body, or rather, these 42 afterimages, each of them was the real body? They had no time to be shocked for too long. Swoosh! Swoosh, the afterimage broke through the air, and the long sword left a mark. With one airborne realm elder dead and 2 airborne realm elders injured, the rest all retreated at the same time, wanting to get out of the area covered by the afterimage. It was also at this moment. The 42 afterimages merged into one, and a shocking sword light broke through the sky. It was like a black rainbow piercing through the sun, giving people a deathly fear as though they had fallen into hell. The celestial elephant sect elders retreated quickly, but the black rainbow was even faster. Block it! An elder was shocked and furious, and without thinking, he slashed out with the middle-grade spiritual artifact in his hand. When the sword aura exploded, he wanted to take the opportunity to block the black rainbow. In just an instant, the sword aura shattered. The black rainbow instantly pierced through that elder, and the remaining force didn't stop attacking the others. The prominent divine realm elder's face was filled with rage, his divine sense and true yuan crazily poured into the celestial mirror. Shortly after, he saw the celestial phenomenon in the mirror, and the stars within turned into light that fiercely clashed with the black rainbow. Rumble, shocking thunder exploded in the air. The stars and the black rainbow were both destroyed, and the final long sword directly pierced the mirror. A powerful force exploded, and the celestial mirror was sent flying. The terrifying shockwave caused the prominent divine stage elder to let out a groan. The remaining true yuan in his body was activated, and he reached out with his hand to retrieve the celestial mirror that was sent flying. The entire process happened in an instant. When the other disciples reacted, they saw that 3 of the 5 airborne realm elders had already died. Although the remaining 2 didn't die, they had suffered heavy injuries. The only one that was still intact was the prominent divine realm elder. The sudden change. It directly caused the celestial elephant sect disciples to reveal shocked expressions. No one had thought that Test Jianfeng's strength would be so terrifying, and they didn't think that their elder would be defeated so quickly. In the air, the celestial ghost 7 kills against the stars had killed 3 airborne realm cultivators. Test Jianfeng's aura didn't fluctuate much, and the long sword in his hand was slightly stained with blood. With a step, a sword lotus appeared in the air, and the deadly black sword light appeared once again. Celestial ghost 7 kills against the stars, the sword aura occupied the air. The black rainbow pierced the sun and entered the netherworld. Facing this move that was almost unsolvable, whether it was the prominent divine realm cultivators or the airborne realm elders, their faces were as gloomy as water. There was even a hint of fear in the gloominess. Strong, too strong, this move that was almost unsolvable made them almost think that they weren't facing an airborne realm cultivator, but more like facing a powerful prominent divine realm cultivator. If they wanted to break this move, unless they had absolute strength to crush it. But, although Test Jianfeng was in the airborne realm, in terms of strength, no one had the confidence to suppress him. Boom, therefore, when this move reappeared, there was finally an elder who turned around and fled, wanting to avoid this fatal blow. After all, if they couldn't take it head-on, then they could only escape. It was just that he escaped quickly, but the black rainbow was even faster. Before the airborne realm elder could escape more than 10 feet away, the black rainbow had already pierced through his back and chest, and a corpse directly fell from midair. After the black rainbow killed one person, it suddenly split into 42 afterimages. The shocking sword aura intertwined into a sword net and swallowed the remaining 2. With a high-grade spirit weapon in hand, the protective aura of a cultivator was basically useless. Very soon, the last airborne realm elder also spilled blood in the sky, leaving only the prominent divine realm elder who was still barely holding on. But under Test Jianfeng's pressure, step by step, this elder was also in an absolute disadvantage. He could only resist and had no strength to fight back at all. As for the disciples of the celestial elephant sect, at this time they could only watch from the side and had no way to interfere. After all, no matter how strong the disciples were, they were basically in the category of the true martial realm. The gap between them and the 2 was not ordinary. And now, the 2 were also fighting in the void. Just the matter of the airborne realm alone had already restricted all the non-airborne realm cultivators from interfering. Boom, the long sword trembled and accurately pierced into the celestial mirror. The power of an upper-tier spiritual weapon burst forth and bombarded the celestial mirror, causing the celestial mirror to tremble violently. The starlight of the myriad of stars on the mirror flickered as if it would collapse at any time. Even among high-grade spirit weapons, there was a difference in quality. The celestial mirror could only be regarded as a low-grade spirit weapon among high-grade spirit weapons. As for the long sword in Test Jianfeng's hand, it was made by Qin Shujian, a master forger. Although it was also a high-grade spirit weapon, it was already at the top or even the top level. If not for the reason of the material, there was no hope for it to be promoted to a doctrine artifact. Or else, this could already be considered a half-step doctrine artifact. In a breath's time, Test Jianfeng stabbed out hundreds of times, and each sword accurately bombarded a point. The power of hundreds of swords accumulated together, and when the last sword fell, all the accumulated power suddenly exploded. Boom! The stars in the celestial mirror collapsed, and the extreme spirit light dimmed in an instant, and cracks appeared on the mirror's body. As the terrifying fluctuations spread out, the prominent divine realm elder groaned, and the blood in his body was boiling violently. The vital essence that was originally controlling the celestial mirror could no longer be maintained, and suddenly scattered. Before he could raise the celestial mirror again. In the next moment, the black rainbow had already completely swallowed him. On the other side, the long sword swept across the sky, and the lightning blade destroyed everything. Fu Yi held the doctrine artifact long sword, and the power of the 2 was not weaker than Xianxia. As time passed, there was even a faint trend of suppressing him. Although the 3-seal doctrine artifact was strong, it was under the premise that there was a cultivator controlling it. If there was no cultivator controlling it, the power of the 3-seal doctrine artifact would be weakened by a lot. On the contrary, The two-seal doctrine artifact of the Celestial Elephant sect was not weak, and with Fu Yi, a prominent divine realm cultivator controlling it, the power it displayed was not ordinary. Boom! Boom! The sword shattered the lightning and bombarded Xianxia's body. The crystal-like blade shook violently, and the three doctrine artifacts flashed together, giving a mysterious and terrifying deterrent. Three-seal Dao artifact. Fu Yi's eyes also burst with a touch of heat. Now that Xianxia was suppressed by him, it was no longer as simple as suppressing this three-seal Dao artifact. He even had the idea of completely subduing it. Although the Dao artifact recognized its master, but it was not impossible to break it. If Celestial Elephant Sect had one more three-seal Dao artifact, then it could be promoted to a 4th-grade force in an instant, or even a 5th-grade force was not impossible. This way, Celestial Elephant Sect's strength would definitely increase greatly, and it could become an overlord force in Baiyong Prefecture. When that time comes, the power of the entire Celestial Elephant Sect would also increase greatly. Thinking of this, Fu Yi's heart was even more fiery. It was not always a chance to get a three-seal Dao artifact. Now that a three-seal Dao artifact was delivered to his door, if he did not take it, he would feel sorry for himself. As for whether snatching Xianxia would anger Yuanzong, for this, Fu Yi was not worried at all. Anyway, Celestial Elephant Sect had already fallen out with Yuanzong. Even if he gave Xianxia back, Yuanzong would not appreciate his kindness. Moreover, the establishment of Yuan Pavilion had long been destined to have no room for negotiation. Since that was the case, it was better to snatch this three-seal Dao artifact and increase the strength of Celestial Elephant Sect. When that time comes, even if Yuanzong really launched a large-scale attack, they would have more capital to resist. Suddenly, Fu Yi's attack was even more fierce, completely suppressing Xianxia's power. It was also at this time. A black rainbow broke through the air, causing his heart to jump, and then he had to turn around and slash out. The sword aura collided with the black rainbow. With a loud bang, the black and red rainbow was instantly shattered. Testing Jianfeng retreated like a willow catkin. Facing the two-seal Dao artifact, he had no way to take it head-on. Testing Jianfeng. After seeing who attacked, Fu Yi's face suddenly shook. At this time, he discovered that the elders of Celestial Elephant Sect had all been defeated and killed. Such a situation was completely beyond his expectations. After a short moment of shock, it was a monstrous anger. Fu Yi looked at the other party with eyes full of killing intent. Very good, I didn't expect that I would be wrong today. 5 airborne realm elders and 1 prominent divine realm elder were defeated. It could be said, the entire Celestial Elephant Sect's strength fell by more than half all of a sudden. Under such circumstances, Celestial Elephant Sect was already lacking in high-end battle strength. Your turn. In response to Fu Yi's anger, testing Jianfeng only said a simple sentence. Immediately after, the sword lotus beneath his feet rose up, the tip of his sword pointing directly at the Celestial Phenomenon Sect's patriarch. On the other side, because of Test Jianfeng's interference, Xianxia's suppression had weakened a lot. As a dignified sect guarding Dao artifact, it was being suppressed by someone else. Even if it was him, he would still be angry. Therefore, when the suppression weakened, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. When the vast energy spread out, the thunder astral saber had already descended. Not good, Fu Yi muttered to himself. As his true yuan surged, he activated the long sword in his hand and sent out a sword aura, which collided with the saber aura. The moment Xianxia made his move, Test Jianfeng didn't hesitate either. He used the 7 murders of gods and demons against the stars again. Together with this three-seal Dao treasure, they attacked Fu Yi together. Boom! Boom! As the 3 of them exchanged blows, a terrifying aura immediately spread out. Vast waves of energy. It wasn't just the Celestial Elephant Sect that was alarmed. Even the other experts in the Jingshui spiritual region were alarmed. When they saw the long saber in the sky, many people's expressions changed, as if they had thought of something. The crystal long saber, that's Yuan Sect's guarding Dao artifact. The person fighting with the Dao artifact seems to be the sect master of the Celestial Elephant Sect, Fu Yi. Could it be that Yuan sect has already attacked the Celestial Elephant sect? Impossible, I didn't receive any news of Yuan sect's large-scale attack. How could there be a huge battle? Many cultivators were shocked when they sensed this terrifying fluctuation and the Dao artifact that was flying through the air. Ever since Yuan sect became a top sect. As Yuan sect's guarding Dao artifact, Xianxia was also known by other cultivators. Moreover, even if it wasn't Yuan sect's guarding Dao artifact, it was impossible for a three-seal Dao artifact to be unknown. The appearance of Xianxia inevitably made people mistakenly think that Yuan sect had launched a large-scale attack on the Celestial Elephant sect. After all, when Yuan Pavilion opened, Celestial Elephant sect had already taken action. Later on, Yuan Pavilion offered a reward for 53 sects, which naturally attracted many people's attention. Combined with the scene in front of them, many things could be imagined. Outside the Celestial Elephant sect, many players who were hiding in the dark raised their heads to look at the sky at this time. When did Yuan sect send people to kill? Why didn't I notice at all? Wait, if Yuan sect starts a war with Celestial Elephant sect now, then wouldn't Celestial Elephant sect's disciples be at our mercy? After the shock, these players suddenly thought of something that made them excited. After accepting the Yuan Pavilion's bounty mission, many people set their sights on Celestial Elephant sect and then continuously hunted down Celestial Elephant sect's disciples. However, although the strength of Celestial Elephant sect's disciples was average, the other party was a large sect of the spirit realm and had many top experts. For the players at the current stage, those airborne realm and prominent divine realm great cultivators didn't have the confidence to fight against them at all. As for ordinary rogue cultivators, their strength wasn't strong, and very few of them could reach the spiritual god realm. Most of them, they were all at the basic realm to the true martial realm. After all, rogue cultivators were weaker than sect disciples in terms of cultivation methods, martial arts, resources, and so on. The only advantage they had was probably combat experience. In the end, compared to the sect disciples who lived like princes, rogue cultivators were more often in chaotic battles all year round, fighting for a little bit of resources, and even using all kinds of methods. But even so, facing a spirit martial realm cultivator, they could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. During this period of time, Celestial Elephant sect noticed the ambush of players and rogue cultivators, and all the disciples were much more cautious, causing the progress of these people's missions to be stuck. But now, they discovered that Yuan sect's experts were fighting in Celestial Elephant sect, and that wave of fluctuations swept out, and the battle had obviously entered a white-hot stage. As a result, many people had the idea of fishing in troubled waters. Since Yuan sect attacked Celestial Elephant sect, then Yuan sect wouldn't reject them if they went over to help. No matter what. On a certain level, everyone was considered to be on the same side. Thinking of this, suddenly, there were players who couldn't hold back and charged towards Celestial Elephant sect. Celestial Elephant sect's sect protecting formation was broken, and all the disciples were gathered inside the sect, so these people easily crossed the mountain gate and entered Celestial Elephant sect. At this moment, just as the disciples of Celestial Elephant sect were panicking, they suddenly saw many people rushing to the mountain gate, and instantly shouted in anger. There are external enemies invading, all brothers and sisters, follow me to resist. Kill. They weren't sure if the people who came were from Yuan sect, but looking at the current situation, it was impossible to retreat. More importantly, in the eyes of Celestial Elephant sect's disciples, these people who came weren't that strong, and were far from the terrifying testing sword peak. As a result, naturally, there wouldn't be any fear in their hearts. On the other side, after entering Celestial Elephant sect, the players realized that the situation in front of them was very different from the chaotic battle they imagined. There wasn't a single Yuan sect disciple. Instead, all the people of Celestial Elephant sect gathered together. As for the sky, there was only one person fighting with Fu Yi, plus a Dao artifact. Seeing this, there were already players silently complaining. This kind of situation was completely different from what they had expected. They were cheated, this was the only thought in the minds of some players. Picking up heads, it was completely different from fighting with Celestial Elephant sect's disciples head-on. The former was less risky, as for the latter. Looking at the large number of experts charging towards them, many people revealed a bitter smile. But, since they were already here, it would be a pity if they retreated like this. Most importantly, these celestial elephant sect's disciples wouldn't let them leave. And many people realized that the battle was so intense, but there were no elders from celestial elephant sect. Looking at the indelible marks on the ground, some people already had a thought in their minds. Maybe it's not that celestial elephant sect's elders didn't appear, but that celestial elephant sect's elders are all dead. As soon as this thought arose, when these people looked at the celestial elephant sect's disciples again, they were already filled with strong killing intent. There was no conversation. Just like that, the two sides clashed without any warning. In the void, Fui and Testing Sword Peak's fight didn't stop, and the vast fluctuations caused the clouds to dissipate, revealing 1,000 miles of clear sky. Fighting, Fui was even more shocked in his heart. After fighting for so long, he could basically be sure that Testing Sword Peak definitely hadn't reached the spirit god realm. However, the pressure that the other party gave off wasn't any weaker than a spirit god realm cultivator. In particular, his unfathomable swordsmanship and ghost-like movements were even more frightening. If it was one-on-one, Fui was also confident that he could kill him with his sword. After all, no matter what, he was an existence that was close to the peak of the spirit god realm, and ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him. But there was a 3-seal Dao artifact assisting him. A 3-seal Dao artifact that wasn't controlled by a cultivator was equivalent to a spirit god realm cultivator. With Fuyi's current strength, coupled with the Sex Dao artifact, he was confident that he could directly suppress and win against either of them. But when the two joined forces, he didn't have the slightest way. And as time continued to pass, the scales of victory were tilting towards Testing Sword Peak's side. Boom, 42 afterimages crossed the sky, and finally turned into a black rainbow that entered the netherworld. The terrifying sword made Fuyi's heart jump. 7 killing gods and demons against the stars, the Ji family relied on this move to be glorious for hundreds of years. Now in Testing Sword Peak's hands, this move had already surpassed the original boundaries and reached another level, and its power was even more unfathomable. 2 Dao seals appeared on the long sword. Fui slashed out, and the sharp sword light cut through the void, and once again collided with the black rainbow. Almost at the same time, Thousand Mountain Blood suddenly condensed a large amount of heaven and earth spirit chi, as if summoning the lightning of heaven and earth, and 100 feet long blade energy slashed out. Rumble! The black rainbow shattered. Test Jianfeng grunted and took a few steps back in the air. It was not a problem to take Fuyi's attack head-on, but if it was accompanied by the power of a 2-seal Dao artifact, then the difference was too great. Just as he was being repelled, the sword aura had already slashed down. Fui took a step back, and his long sword slashed at the sword aura. The two collided. The sword aura shattered in an instant. Just as the biting cold wind spread, Xianxia's body had already slashed down. The strongest part of a 3-seal Dao artifact was not its ability to control the power of heaven and earth, but its own sharpness. The sword and saber clashed. The celestial elephant Sex Dao artifact let out a mournful cry, as if it had suffered a terrible attack. Fuyi's body shook, and his chi and blood were already surging. The next moment, another black rainbow pierced through the sky, and the murderous intent had already descended once again. This move again. Fuyi's face was ugly. The other party seemed to not need to consume any energy, and had already used this move no less than 3 or 4 times. At this moment, Test Jianfeng had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be able to eat the world with a single move. After a dozen moves, just as Fui blocked Xianxia's attack again, the black rainbow broke through all the defenses, and in an instant, a rain of blood fell. There was a painful cry, only to see a sword piercing through his chest, and blood was constantly gushing out from the wound. Fortunately, it was the last moment. Fui moved a little to the side, avoiding the vital point of his heart. But even so, this sword also directly caused him to fall into a serious injury. Test Jianfeng did not show any signs of stopping, and his attacks were still extremely fierce, constantly exerting pressure on Fui, so that the other party had no chance to recover from his injury. On the other side, Xianxia's power was still terrifying. Boom, another violent collision, and the violent fluctuations caused Fu Yi's wound to burst open and expand again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, he directly turned and fled, without the slightest reluctance. Until now, Fu Yi had already understood that with the current situation, Celestial Elephant Sect's defeat was inevitable. Test Jianfeng's strength was terrifying, and with a 3-seal Dao artifact, he alone was comparable to a sect. And the other party was only an airborne realm cultivator. When did Yuan sect have such a powerhouse? Fu Yi fled, and the more he thought about it, the more he became more shocked. He hadn't thought about it until now. The Celestial Elephant sect that he had managed for so long would one day be destroyed because of a single person. Therefore, he had escaped. But Fu Yi was very clear that once he left, those remaining Astral Elephant sect disciples completely had no possibility of resisting. Moreover, the instant he fled earlier, he also saw the scene of Astral Elephant sect's chaotic battle. Even if his sect was still alive. But Celestial Elephant sect's several hundred years of foundation could also be considered to have been completely destroyed. At the thought of this, Fu Yi felt his heart ache. However, more than that, he was filled with killing intent toward Test Jianfeng, as well as anger toward Yuan Zong. If that wasn't the case, how could the Celestial Elephant sect be destroyed? Fu Yi had escaped, he fled very quickly. At the very least, a Vision Divine stage cultivator with a 2-seal Dao treasure wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to escape. If Test Jianfeng was also in the prominent sage stage, he might have a chance to intercept it. But now, he could only watch as the other party fled. As for the Astral Elephant sect disciples who were fighting below, they were all stunned by Fu Yi's escape. They didn't expect Fu Yi to be defeated, and even more so, they didn't expect the other party to escape, and escape so decisively. For a moment, the Astral Elephant sect's morale suddenly dropped. Test Jianfeng took a step forward, and his sword aura struck down. In the blink of an eye, the entire Astral Elephant sect's main hall collapsed. Then, another one shattered the mountain gate's stone tablet. Immediately after, he looked at the other people of Astral Elephant sect, and coldly shouted, "Within 15 minutes, kill all those who remain here. After today, there will be no more Astral Elephant sect in this world." Sect Destroyer, Yuan Zong, Test Jianfeng. His voice was loud and clear, spreading throughout the entire Astral Elephant sect, and even the region outside of Astral Elephant sect. Everyone who heard this had a drastic change in expression. Sect Destroyer, Yuan Zong, Test Jianfeng. They had never heard of Test Jianfeng's name before. But after today, Test Jianfeng's name would definitely spread throughout the Jingshui spirit domain and the entire White Yong prefecture. After all, one person destroying a large sect of the spirit domain, this wasn't something that anyone could do. The scene of Fu Yi turning into a stream of light and escaping also didn't escape their eyes. Even the sect leader of a sect had escaped. Then, whether or not Astral Elephant sect was destroyed, there was no need to guess. Within Astral Elephant sect, Test Jianfeng stood in the air, and a terrifying sword intent spread out. No matter if it was the disciples of Astral Elephant sect or the players, they all felt pressure in their hearts. At this moment, both sides had no choice but to stop. Looking at that cold face, the people of Yuan Pavilion who accepted the mission didn't doubt that if they didn't retreat, Test Jianfeng wouldn't start a massacre. So, after a slight hesitation, the players and the wandering cultivators all silently retreated from Astral Elephant sect's territory. As for the disciples of Astral Elephant sect, they all scattered like birds and beasts. Not 15 minutes, only 15 minutes had passed. In the entire Astral Elephant sect, other than Test Jianfeng, there wasn't anyone else left. Immediately after, Test Jianfeng's figure landed, and his divine sense swept out. Everything within Astral Elephant sect fell into his senses. In 1 or 2 breaths of time, Astral Elephant sect's treasury was found. As the foundation of the sect, the treasury naturally wouldn't have no means of defense. But for Test Jianfeng, any kind of defense was useless. After breaking open the treasury's door, he directly entered inside. Astral Elephant Sect is indeed a large sect of the spirit domain, its foundation is indeed rich. Seeing the scene in front of him, Test Jianfeng was also slightly shocked. But soon, he regained his senses. Then, he began to choose the most valuable items and put them into the storage ring. Compared to the entire treasury, the space in the storage ring was limited, so naturally, it was impossible to empty everything. If it was Test Jianfeng's character in the past, after destroying Astral Elephant Sect, he would have left directly. But now, under the influence of Qin Shujian, there were some changes. At least, destroying the sect, he couldn't just leave nothing behind. Astral Elephant Sect calmed down, but outside Astral Elephant Sect, there was a fierce battle. Yuan Pavilion had put up a reward. In the eyes of others, Astral Elephant Sect's disciples were no different from walking contribution points. Although Astral Elephant Sect was considered destroyed in name, who cared if the people you killed were before or after the sect was destroyed? As long as you killed them and used the jade pendant as proof, it was enough. And to the players, it was even more so. For such a battle, no one from the other sects interfered. It wasn't until Test Jianfeng left that someone stepped into the mountain gate of the Celestial Elephant Sect, and then looted all the remaining resources inside. At this point, a large sect of the spirit domain in Jingshui Spirit Domain was officially destroyed. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Yuan Sect. In these few days, the other elders who went out returned one after another. As for the Dao artifacts that were temporarily given to them, they were all returned. At the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian inserted 1,000 luck points and directly upgraded the Chankuan Bao and cloud-piercing arrow to the level of 3 Seal Dao artifacts. Just as he was about to continue upgrading the next Dao artifact, however, he suddenly stopped. Activating his Dharma Eye, he only saw yellow luck rising above Yuan Sect. An auspicious beast Qilin soared into the sky and seemed to be suppressing everything. It's about to break through. The moment he saw the auspicious beast Qilin, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. Now that Yuan Sect's luck had reached a critical point, if it increased by 1 point, it would be able to step into a 6th grade force. Then, he looked at himself with his Dharma Eye again. Above his head, there was a light green luck rising. It was different from the sect's luck. The luck of living beings had an additional division. Among them, the Purple Emperor's luck was the highest, and below it was the green luck. In the world, there were very few people who could obtain purple luck, except for the royal family. Even some of the most powerful people only had cyan luck. It could be said that Qin Shujian's current green luck was actually already considered a peak. Of course, the green luck was not too thick and was only a light green. It had not completely transformed. However, he saw a hint of black in the light green providence. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's heart sank. Black luck, a sign of misfortune. However, the misfortune is wrapped in the light green luck. It can only be considered a hidden danger. It hasn't really erupted yet. Before upgrading the Bow of Heaven and Earth, there was no black luck in his luck. However, with the upgrade of the Bow of Heaven and Earth and the piercing cloud arrow, there was an additional sign of misfortune. Logically speaking, after upgrading the Dao artifact, the sect's foundation was rich. Then, as the sect master, he should also be nourished by luck and improve himself. However, the situation in front of him made Qin Shujian silent. It seems that the imperial court really doesn't allow forces above 6th grade to appear. Now that the black luck is lurking, it should be because Yuan Sect is at the peak of 5th grade. When it really becomes a 6th grade force, this hidden misfortune will really erupt. A 6th grade force was not tolerated by the imperial court. Once it became a 6th grade force, it would be a disaster. Then, it was natural for misfortune to lurk. However, from the beginning, Qin Shujian had expected this situation, so he had been restraining himself from using the luck to indirectly improve the sect's luck. Now, in this situation, unless he wanted to fall out with the imperial court, Yuan Sect was at its end. If he wanted to improve further, unless he broke through to the celestial realm, and not an ordinary celestial realm, he had the confidence to improve the entire sect. But before that, this matter could only be put aside for the time being. In this way, the luck points are really only left with the way to transform into the source of life. Qin Shujian secretly shook his head and looked at the remaining 1,500 luck points in the attribute panel. Immediately. Then, with a thought. More than 1,500 luck points had been consumed. Instead, the column of source of life increased by more than 150 million points. More than 150 million life sources. Combined with the original life sources, the total number of life sources had just crossed the threshold of 200 million. Just when the life sources broke through to 200 million. The Guiyuan ancestral canon also had a plus sign that could be improved. For the current Qin Shujian, he would not let go of any chance to improve his strength. As his thought fell, the 200 million life sources were cleared in an instant. Instead, the Guiyuan ancestral canon was directly upgraded to the 32nd level. The 32nd level of the Guiyuan ancestral canon, high-grade divine level ancient immortal body level 2, impenetrable level 2, red lotus of purgation level 2. All the characteristics were upgraded by one level on the original basis. But the upgrade of one level made Qin Shujian feel like he had been reborn. His body shook crazily, and his blood flowed like magma in his meridians and flesh. His internal organs, skin, flesh, and bones all received a kind of sublimation at this moment. A terrifying aura spread out in an instant. After a long time, this aura gradually quieted down. True essence, physical body, and all aspects have improved a lot. Is this the case for cultivators after breaking through to the divine martial realm, or is it because of the Guiyuan ancestral canon? Qin Shujian felt the strength in his body. In the past, when he cultivated many cultivation methods, the increase in strength was not as great as when he broke through with one cultivation method. Both guesses. He was more inclined to the latter. If every divine martial realm cultivator could bring about such a great increase in strength after breaking through one level, then some divine martial realm cultivators would not be so weak. That's right, weak. Even before breaking through to the divine martial realm, Qin Shujian's strength was enough to look down on most divine martial realm cultivators. In his eyes, the strength of those divine martial realm cultivators was definitely not that strong. After thinking about it, the problem could only be with the Guiyuan ancestral canon. This cultivation method had been integrated several times, and involved 20 or 30 martial arts during this period, and had already undergone a transformation. However, if he continued to integrate, Qin Shujian would have to seriously consider it. The Wisdom King Hellfire from the previous stage was very useful to him. The Red Lotus of Purgation that was integrated later, from the recovery token, also had the characteristics of the Wisdom King Hellfire. If he continued to fuse his cultivation techniques, it was possible that the Red Lotus of Purgation would completely disappear. When that time comes, even if a powerful cultivation technique was fused, it might not be better than this one. Qin Shujian didn't think too much about the fusion previously. However, after seeing the changes in the Wise King Hellfire, he didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. Other than that, for the time being, he didn't have any plans to cultivate more techniques. The reason was none other than the fact that he did not have enough life force. With his current realm, it would be difficult for him to increase his strength by much if he practiced other cultivation methods, unless all of them reached the God martial realm. As for the life source needed to deduce other cultivation methods to the divine martial realm, it would definitely be enough to deduce the origin returning ancestral canon. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a good choice to continue to cultivate a few more cultivation techniques. If Qin Shujian had waited until the Guiyuan ancestral canon reached the grand completion stage of the divine martial chapter, he might have considered it. But now, he could forget about it. Subsequently, looking at the remaining 10 million plus life force, Qin Shujian glanced at the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal again. There was a plus sign on it. He wouldn't be too stingy with this martial art that had accompanied him for a long time and had always been an arm of his. In addition, the 10 million plus life force wouldn't be of much use now. Therefore, he might as well directly upgrade the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal from Unity of Heaven and Man to Entering Tao. Entering Tao in martial arts, transcending the mortal world, Buzz, Qin Shujian only saw the scene in front of him change before quickly returning to normal. Everything about the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal in his mind flashed past one by one and finally turned into a long river flowing and hidden in the depths of his sea of consciousness. As the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal has broken through to entering Tao, you have comprehended the true meaning of sealing. The true meaning of sealing. After receiving the system's information, Qin Shujian immediately checked his attribute panel. The Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal had disappeared from the martial arts column. In its place, there was an additional true meaning of sealing in the special ability column. Seeing the 4 words true meaning of sealing, Qin Shujian combined it with his own changes and understood in his heart. Although the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal belongs to the seal category, its essence lies in the Tao of sealing. The true meaning of sealing that I have comprehended now is more inclined towards the imprisonment and suppression type. Subsequently, Qin Shujian piled up the remaining life force on the golden immortal spirit shattering chant. This divine martial art that he hadn't used much since he learned it had also officially entered the realm of unity of heaven and man. Thereafter, Qin Shujian withdrew his mind from the attribute panel. My true realm has broken through to the 2nd level of the divine martial realm, and the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal has also been upgraded to entering Tao. There's also the true meaning of sealing. Now my strength can be considered to have reached the peak of my current level. A smile appeared on his face, but it soon turned cold and stern. His strength had reached the peak. There was no way to improve in the short term. In that case, it was time to put an end to some things. Coming down from the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian was about to summon the other elders for a meeting when he met Test Sword, who had returned to the sect. Sect Master. When he saw Qin Shujian, Test Sword cupped his hands and bowed. His dharma eye swept past. Test Sword's attributes also appeared in Qin Shujian's sight. 5th level of the spiritual martial realm. In a little more than a year, Test Sword had advanced to another level. Qin Shujian was in a good mood. However, what caught his attention was Test Sword's luck. Yellow luck. Compared to the green luck, the yellow luck was a level lower. However, this kind of luck was not bad. As long as one didn't deliberately seek death, one could basically have a smooth journey. Test Sword had such luck. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, most of it was because of Sky Origin's luck. Of course, Test Sword had to be part of it. But no matter what, the yellow luck was already enough. At a glance, it only took a breath's time. Qin Shujian almost saw Test Sword from top to bottom. However, his expression didn't change much. He only smiled and said, "Elder Test, you came back just in time. I thought you were tied up by something. There was something that delayed me." "What is it?" "I heard that Sect Master opened the Yuan Pavilion and put a bounty on 53 sections. Test Sword didn't have enough strength to fight against the 53 sections. Therefore, I destroyed one of the 53 sects, Star Elephant Sect, to help the sect." As Test Sword spoke, he took off the storage ring in his hand and handed it over. "This is Star Elephant Sect's treasure trove. Give it to Sect Master." "You destroyed Star Elephant Sect?" Qin Shujian didn't immediately reach out to take the storage ring. Instead, he carefully sized up Test Jianfeng, and a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. He really didn't expect this. The Sword Trial Summit went to destroy the Celestial Elephant Sect. Qin Shujian was very clear about Star Elephant Sect's background. White Yong Mansion was a big sect in Jingshui spiritual domain. In terms of strength, it wasn't as strong as Celestial Sect, but it wasn't much weaker. It was also a sect with a deep foundation. But from Test Sword's words, it was obvious that Star Elephant Sect was destroyed. A cultivator of the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Destroying a big sect in the spiritual domain. Even Qin Shujian couldn't help but be shocked by this news. He suddenly realized that he still underestimated the strength of this elder. Of course, there was also his courage. After taking a deep breath, the smile on Qin Shujian's face faded a little. Looking at the storage ring in the other party's hand, he shook his head and said, "Since the Celestial Elephant Sect was destroyed by Elder 2, then the resources should naturally belong to you. As for whether you want to exchange them for contribution points or keep them for yourself, there's no problem. It's useless for me to have too many resources. Recently, the sect's bounty on the 53 sects should have consumed a lot. Elder Test, don't worry. It's just the heads of the 53 sections. Even if someone really destroyed all of them, our Sky Origin sect can still afford the reward. Qin Shujian shook his head and stopped him. Then, he smiled and said. Moreover, if you don't use any resources, how can your disciples not use any resources at all? Since you passed down your mantle, it's best to nurture them properly. Perhaps in the future, our sect will have a few more experts like Elder Tuesday. Hearing that, Test Sword didn't force it. He wasn't someone who liked to talk nonsense. However, Qin Shujian's words reminded him. Test Jianfeng rarely paid attention to the disciples he had accepted before. However, he agreed with the other party's words. If he didn't take them in at the beginning, then it was better to train them. Or else. It didn't make much sense. Thinking of this, Test Sword released Xianxia from his storage ring. As soon as this Dao artifact appeared, it flew in front of Qin Shujian. Thank you, Sect Master, for lending me the Dao artifact. This time, Xianxia contributed greatly to destroying Star Elephant Sect. Now, I'll return it to its rightful owner. Okay. Qin Shujian held Xianxia with one hand. A feeling of good fortune surged into his heart. After all, this Dao artifact was with him the longest. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any feelings for it. After returning Xianxia, Test Sword left. Qin Shujian also took out the scabbard from his storage ring and put Xianxia back into it. Then, he carried it on his back and left the place. In the Chenggu Hall, many elders gathered. Qin Shujian waited for everyone to gather. He didn't talk too much nonsense and said bluntly, it's been half a month since the Yuan Pavilion issued the reward. Many people have come to submit the task. The 53 sects have also suffered a great loss. However, this isn't enough. This battle must suppress the arrogance of the 53 sects and completely cut off the thoughts of the other sections. So, speaking of this, he paused for a moment, looked at the other elders, and said. 3 days later, our sect will attack the Heavenly Corpse sect with all our strength. At the same time, spread the news that this is a grudge between our sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. If any force dares to intervene, it will be an enemy of our Yuan sect. If it's an enemy, then we will fight to the death. If you think you can stop our Yuan sect, then come. Otherwise, Star Elephant sect will end up like you. Celestial Elephant sect, many of the elders were puzzled by his words. Obviously, the news of Celestial Elephant sect's destruction hadn't spread out yet. However, not everyone didn't receive the news. Su Yuanming sighed, I heard that Elder Shou brought the blood of 1,000 mountains and destroyed a large sect in Whiteyong Prefecture's Jingshui spiritual domain. It seems like it's true. Elder Shou, hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Although there were many elders in Yuan sect, there was only one with the surname Shou. As for Celestial Elephant sect, it was one of the 53 sects that Yuan Pavilion offered a reward for. What they didn't expect was that Celestial Elephant sect, as a large sect in spirit domain, would be destroyed by Shou Jianfeng. From what Su Yuanming said, and what Qin Shujian said just now, the other elders were sure that this news wasn't fake at all. Thinking of this, many people secretly sucked in a breath of air. Annihilating a great sect of spirit realm was a bit shocking. At the side, Xianxia was also extremely shocked. It could be said that among all the elders and hall masters present, his strength was the highest, with the cultivation of the god martial realm. Xianxia always had a lot of confidence in his strength. Although he didn't show it, he had a feeling that he was better than others. After all, seriously speaking, the strength of Yuan sect's elders was generally low. However, even Xianxia himself didn't have the confidence to destroy a large sect in spirit domain. The shackles of spirit domain was only a small problem. The real reason was that the large sects of spirit domain usually had a Dao artifact and a prominent divine realm cultivator. The combination of the two was more terrifying than a normal god martial realm cultivator. Under such circumstances, it wasn't easy to destroy a large sect in spirit domain. After the shock, Xianxia pondered for a while and said, the Heavenly Corpse sect has existed for thousands of years. Including the current sect master, there are 5 sect masters. 3 of them are half-step diviner, and 2 are ascendant diviner. There are many God martial realm cultivators, not to mention spirit martial realm cultivators. With our sect's foundation, if we start a war, both sides will suffer. Both sides will suffer, he had already said it very tactfully. If they were to fight directly, he was afraid that Yuanzhong would not be a match at all. Hearing these words, many people's expressions changed slightly. Obviously. Xianxia words also made them worried. It had not been easy for Sky Origin sect to reach such a state. It would not be worth it if both sides ended up suffering losses. But now, it was no longer a decision that could be made by just 1 or 2 people. In the end, it was still up to Qin Shujian, the sect leader, to speak. If the other party insisted on starting a war, they could only accompany them to the end. After all, once they were expelled from the sect, 90% of the people present would be beaten back to their original state. Not to mention, they now had a strong sense of belonging to Yuanzhong. He also had a lot of confidence in Qin Shujian. If the other party insisted on starting a war, they might have some unknown means. After Xianxia finished speaking, Qin Shujian did not become angry. Instead, he calmly said, "The Heavenly Corpse sect is indeed not weak. However, Elder Xiang would not underestimate the strength of my sect. Since I dared to declare war against the Heavenly Corpse sect, it means that I have the confidence." As he spoke, he smiled slightly, and then a proud expression appeared on his face. In the end, the Heavenly Corpse sect is just relying on that heavenly being supreme cultivator. If we kill him, the other problems will not be a problem. At this moment, Qin Shujian displayed extreme confidence. When the others heard this, their hearts trembled again. Only Qin Shujian had the right to say that he could kill a heavenly being supreme cultivator. Coupled with his previous achievements, no one thought that this was arrogant. Even Xianxia fell silent. Indeed, Qin Shujian's strength was unfathomable. It was still unknown whether the Heavenly Corpse sect's heavenly being was a match for him. After the other party broke through to the God martial realm, even without using array techniques, Xianxia felt that Qin Shujian was unfathomable when he looked at him. This feeling would only arise when he met someone who was much stronger than him. A God martial realm array grandmaster would undoubtedly be able to unleash his true strength. An array master was comparable to a heavenly being, this was not just a saying. The inherited martial hall fell into silence. Qin Shujian continued, 3 days later, everyone above the spirit martial realm, except for the disciples who need to stay behind, will attack the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the goal is to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect and completely erase it. Yes. Soon. A piece of news was spread from the Yuan sect. After receiving the news, all the cultivators were stunned for a moment before they reacted. A declaration of war. Compared to the previous Yuan Pavilion's bounty, the declaration of war this time was even more thorough. Ever since the bounty was placed on the 53 sects, in the eyes of the other cultivators, the Yuan sect would fight with these sects sooner or later. Especially after the news of the Celestial Elephant sect's destruction spread, these people were even more afraid of the Yuan sect's strength. An elder with a Tao artifact was able to destroy a great sect of spirit realm. Although the Celestial Elephant sect's sect master escaped and did not really kill everyone, it was because he defeated the other party that Fui escaped. Such strength. It shocked the other cultivators. At the same time, the Yuan sect's foundation also aroused many people's suspicions. After the Celestial Elephant sect was destroyed, many of the 53 sects were secretly on guard to prevent themselves from following in the footsteps of the Celestial Elephant sect. This was different from a large-scale mobilization of manpower. It was difficult to grasp the specific whereabouts of one person who destroyed a sect. Perhaps in the next moment, the elder who destroyed the Celestial Elephant sect had already appeared in front of their sect. Therefore, when the Celestial Elephant sect was destroyed, causing the situation to become tense, others had a premonition that there would be a war between the two sides. But no one expected it. The Yuan sect did not declare war on other sects, but directly went for the Heavenly Corpse sect. Regarding this method, some people were shocked, but they also had some understanding in their hearts. The Yuan sect is preparing to directly defeat the Heavenly Corpse sect and then destroy the morale of the 53 sections. As long as the Heavenly Corpse sect is destroyed, then the other sects will not have the confidence to compete with the Yuan sect. Qin Shujian's heart is really crazy. That's right, crazy. When the Yuan sect's declaration of war spread, everyone labeled Qin Shujian's method as crazy in their hearts. It was not arrogance, it was just pure arrogance. And with the other party's identity as an array master and the battle record of killing a demon, it seemed that he really had the qualifications to be arrogant. The Heavenly Corpse sect was strong. However, whether or not he could kill a demon king and contend against a formation grandmaster was still an unknown. After all, the Heavenly Corpse sect had a divinity cultivator overseeing it, and the Yuan sect also had an array master who was not weaker than a divinity cultivator. There seemed to be no difference in the top combat strength of the two sides. As for the top combat strength, the Heavenly Corpse sect had been operating for so many years, so its foundation was naturally unfathomable. Although the Yuan sect's foundation could not be compared, in the past 1 or 2 years, they had also recruited many guests, and their strength was not weak. Putting it out like this for comparison, the gap between the two sides was not that big. The only thing that could really determine the outcome of the battle was the Yuan sect master and the Heavenly Corpse sect master. As long as the battle strength of these two divinity cultivators was not decided, then, even if the sect was at a disadvantage, it would not be considered a true loss. In a dark and damp valley, there was a tall mountain peak surrounded by spirit energy. It was incompatible with the surrounding dark and damp terrain, but it also seemed to be natural. The strong sense of contrast made people feel uncomfortable. This was the Heavenly Corpse sect. The top sect in Southwind Mansion. In a simple and unadorned hall in the Spirit Mountain, a middle-aged man with slightly sunken cheeks and protruding cheekbones sat in the main seat. His slender fingers pinched a letter, and there was a faint smile on his face, giving people a strange feeling. This was the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Lian Gumming. Sect master, the Yuan sect has sent a letter of challenge, and the news of the challenge has already spread. How should we deal with it? An elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect said with a gloomy face. As soon as he finished speaking, another elder immediately sneered. How do we deal with it? Since he dares to declare war, our sect dares to accept it. How much foundation can a mere newly promoted sect have? The entire Yuan sect is supported by Qin Shujian alone. Without him, Yuan sect is just a force of the spirit domain's great sect. Our Heavenly Corpse sect has stood tall in Southwind Mansion for thousands of years. How can any random sect shake us? Elder Wang is right. How can a mere Yuan sect compare to the thousands of years of foundation of our Heavenly Corpse sect? In these years, our Heavenly Corpse sect has been quiet, and the cultivation world has forgotten our former power. If not, how could Yuan sect dare to open a Yuan pavilion in our territory? Declaring war now is the best. After we destroy Yuan sect, let's see who dares to provoke the Heavenly Corpse sect. Well said. If he wants to fight, we will fight. Look at the news that Yuan sect spread. Is he afraid that we will find help? He is underestimating us too much. A mere newly promoted sect is not worthy of our Heavenly Corpse sect joining forces with other sects to deal with. In the hall, many elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect were proud and disdainful of Yuan sect's letter of challenge. The thousands of years of foundation of the Heavenly Corpse sect gave them a lot of information. In comparison, in the eyes of these people, the current Yuan sect was more like an upstart sect. They only had the name of a top sect, but did not have the foundation of a top sect. Now, they were boundlessly arrogant. If Qin Shujian was not there, the Heavenly Corpse sect could destroy a sect like Yuan sect with a wave of their hand. This confidence, it was accumulated by the Heavenly Corpse sect for thousands of years. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect and other sects had joined forces to resist the Yuan pavilion, they had taken the initiative to stop Yuan sect from spreading. If they were to face Yuan sect alone, the Heavenly Corpse sect would not need to rely on Yuan sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect didn't need to rely on others. It was enough to rely on its own strength. Although the words of the elders did not affect Lian Gumming's mood, the smile on his face became more obvious. In his heart, he did not think highly of Yuan sect. While he was thinking, his slender fingers opened the letter and took out a piece of light green folded paper. When the paper was unfolded, the word battle appeared on it. In the next second, the spiritual paper shattered and a person appeared in the hall. The sudden change shocked the elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Only Lian Gumming remained calm. Spiritual God incarnation? Sensing the pure yang aura, the elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect quickly recovered from their shock. Who are you? Looking at the spiritual God incarnation that looked no different from an ordinary person, one of the elders was shocked and immediately asked. However, as he spoke, there was not the slightest response. Spiritual God incarnation on paper. That's an extraordinary technique. Lian Gumming, who was sitting on the main seat, slowly spoke with a faint smile. You must be the master of the Origin sect. Hearing that, many people's eyes flickered as they looked at the person who suddenly appeared. They already knew who he was. The master of the Origin sect, Qin Shujian. At this moment, Qin Shujian was also calm as he stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He ignored the elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect and looked directly at Lian Gumming. I heard that the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect has reached the heavenly realm. Today, I see that you are indeed extraordinary. I heard that you have just broken through to the divine martial realm, but you are already able to create a spiritual God incarnation. It seems that the rumors about you entering the divine martial realm with a spiritual God incarnation are true. Lian Gumming's face was calm, but his eyes flashed with a strange light. It was easy to create a spiritual God incarnation. As long as one broke through to the divine martial realm, they could do it. However, the spiritual God incarnation couldn't be too far away from the main body. To be able to create a spiritual God incarnation like Qin Shujian, one had to be able to create a spiritual God incarnation from a prefecture away. Moreover, the spiritual God incarnation was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. If it was a cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm, it wouldn't be strange. However, if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the divine martial realm, it was extraordinary. However, what really caught Lian Gumming's attention was, it was the rumor that the spiritual God incarnation had broken through to the divine martial realm. A spiritual God incarnation. Thinking of this, Lian Gumming's eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. Qin Shujian said, I've killed demon kings and fought against evil devils at their peak. But I've never really seen a celestial being supreme cultivator of the human race. While speaking, he slowly walked forward, approaching Lian Gumming step by step. Today, I came here to issue a challenge, and also to see if the strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect master is as unfathomable as the rumors say. He finished his sentence. Qin Shujian's body had already become illusory. When he took the last step, his entire body suddenly dissipated. The spirit god force turned into a seal and attacked Lian Gumming. Buzz, Lian Gumming sat still as invisible energy spread out from his body. In the next instant, the seal struck the Gang Chi. The two collided without a sound. Just as it was about to spread out, Lian Gumming waved his hand and a gentle breeze blew over, extinguishing all the fluctuations that were about to erupt. His strength is not bad. Lian Gumming retracted his hand and his tone was a little colder. In the previous exchange, he couldn't see the depth of his strength. But he was basically sure that Qin Shujian's strength was not as simple as just entering the God martial realm. Especially the seal at the end, it vaguely contained something different. Thinking of this, Lian Gumming muttered to himself, I'll accept this challenge. In 2 days, I'll see if your means are worthy of declaring war on me. Sect Master, the Heavenly Corpse sect's elder looked at Qin Shujian who had disappeared without a trace and recalled the scene just now. He wanted to say something, but Lian Gumming waved his hand to stop him. No need to make a fuss. Qin Shujian is as arrogant as the rumors say. He dares to use the spirit god incarnation to issue a challenge. The loss of this spirit god will most likely injure him. Hearing this, Lian Gumming didn't comment and said lightly, pass down the order to prepare for war. In 2 days, our sect will officially fight Origin sect. Should we send a message to the other sects? Although it was said that they didn't put Origin sect in their eyes, when the battle was really about to start, there were still some elders who raised questions. If many sects joined forces, it would be safer. Even if it seemed that the Heavenly Corpse sect had a high chance of winning, it wasn't a 100% thing. Lian Gumming said, Origin sect challenged our Heavenly Corpse sect. If we invite others, wouldn't it mean that our sect is inferior to others? His cold tone made the other elders' faces turn solemn. But soon, he changed the topic and said, but if our sect and Origin sect fight, we can invite other sects to come and watch. It'll raise our sect's prestige. Sect master is right. The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. Regarding the meaning of Lian Gumming's words, these people only needed to think for a moment to understand the key points. Such an approach, compared to the previous proposal, no matter how one looked at it, it was much better. Subsequently, the news of the preparation for war spread and the atmosphere of the Heavenly Corpse sect suddenly became solemn. Starting a war with the top sect was an extremely cautious thing. Just as the Heavenly Corpse sect was preparing for war, the news that the two sides were about to start a war also spread throughout the cultivation world. Heavenly Array sect. After Mu Liang received the news, he immediately went to find Fan Xinglan. Origin sect has declared war on the Heavenly Corpse sect. When he saw Fan Xinglan, Mu Liang was the first to speak. It was a simple sentence, but one could feel the bloodshed that was going on inside. Fan Xinglan was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, his face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Shujian personally issued a letter of challenge. Now in the cultivation world, the news that the two sects are about to start a war has spread like wildfire. A declaration of war. Hearing this news, Fan Xinglan's heart also froze. It was related to two top sections. This was not a small matter. Previously, both sides could be considered to have declared war to a certain extent, but not to this extent. In particular, Origin sect actually declared war on the Heavenly Corpse sect, which surprised him even more. Picking the hardest bone to chew, this showed Qin Shujian's absolute confidence. Thinking of this, Fan Xinglan sighed and said, after all, he is a reincarnated powerhouse. Even if he has lived a second life, he is still proud and arrogant. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect is not a simple figure. This time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end well. Martial uncle, what should we do? Wait. Fan Xinglan only replied with one word. Whether it was the Heavenly Corpse sect or Origin sect, they could not be easily offended. It was not that the Heavenly Array sect was weak, but all the top sects rarely had any disputes. The reason was that the top sects all had the battle strength of a diviner. It was easy to annihilate a sect, but to completely kill a celestial being was an extremely difficult matter. No one wanted to be stared at by a diviner every day. If it really came to a point where the other party gave up his face and focused on killing the disciples below, even the top sects would not be able to stand it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a diviner powerhouse or a force with a diviner overseeing it would not easily incur a grudge with an existence of the same level. It would be fine if they were alone. However, who had lived for more than 1,000 years without a sect or a few friends and disciples, if it really came to a point where the fish dies and the net splits, no one would end up well. Therefore, a direct declaration of war against the Heavenly Array sect like Origin sect was an extremely rare case. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, no force would easily intervene. After all, no matter which side lost, the sect that made a move would always be hated by others. If Origin sect won, then all the sects that made a move would be unlucky. However, if Origin sect lost or was even destroyed, it would be a nightmare for the other sections. No one wanted to wake up and find that their sect was already covered by a master-level formation. When that time came, the destruction of the sect would only take an instant. It was still fine now. Qin Shujian was restrained by the sect and did not dare to act so unscrupulously. However, when Origin sect was really gone, the other party would definitely go crazy. Unless, the Heavenly Corpse sect had the means to surround and kill this array master. Otherwise, no one would dare to intervene. Compared to dealing with Origin sect, this was two completely different things. Mu Liang also understood Fan Xinglan's concerns and did not ask too much on this issue. He changed the topic and said, Lian Gumming sent someone to invite our sect to watch the battle. Who do you think is more suitable to send? Just send someone else. Fang Xinglan waved his hand and said calmly, as the sect master, you can make your own decisions on these matters. I only wish to pass my old age peacefully and don't wish to be involved in other matters. What are you saying, martial uncle? You are still very young in the god martial arts realm. You can expect to break through to the diviner realm in the future. How can you be in your old age? It's easier said than done to become a diviner. Fang Xinglan shook his head helplessly. If it was really so easy to break through to the diviner realm, there would not be so many experts of the Heavenly Array sect who were stuck at the last step. In the end, they had no choice but to turn their heads to study formations and possess a different kind of diviner combat power. No matter what, it was still because of the difficulty of breaking through. In order to maintain the status of a top sect, they turned to study formations. If they could break through to the diviner realm, who would not want to do it openly? When he really reached the last step, Fang Xinglan discovered the sorrow of this realm. The difference of half a step. It was the difference between heaven and earth. The lifespan of the god martial arts realm was limited to 3,000 years. Even if they had some means, there were few who could break this limit. Once they broke through to the diviner realm, their lifespan would start at least 5,000 years. Just this increase alone was enough to make the diviner realm completely different from cultivators below the diviner realm. They talked about the first problem. Fang Xinglan's mood was not very good. He did not want to continue talking and directly waved his hand to send Mu Liang away. Seeing this, Mu Liang did not say anything more. Although he was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect, there were many things he still had to ask this martial uncle. This was because the other party was the stabilizing force of the Heavenly Array sect. As long as Fang Xinglan was still around, the Heavenly Array sect would have no worries. His position as the sect master would be more secure. On this day, the Origin sect was mobilized. The portal in Cold Mountain City was opened. A large number of cultivators above the spirit martial realm stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. The news of the war between the two top sects was no longer a secret. Southwind Mansion. After Lian Gumming announced the war, the entire Heavenly Corps sect was under martial law. The Heavenly Corps sect was under martial law. It also indirectly caused the cultivation world of Southwind Prefecture to have an air of desolation. No matter what. The Heavenly Corps sect was also one of the top sects in Southwind Mansion. Their every move could affect many things. Just like how the Origin sect's businesses were all over the Great Zhao 13 mansions. The Heavenly Corps sect's businesses were also all over the place. After the war was declared, whether it was the Heavenly Corps sect or the Origin sect's businesses, they were all attacked in different places. There was friction between them. However, there was something that was really worthy of others' attention. It wasn't about the friction between the two sects, but the upcoming war. Sect Master, there's news that the Origin sect has sent many cultivators to Southwind Mansion. An elder in the Heavenly Corps sect reported. The Origin sect's every move was being watched by them. The Heavenly Corps sect also had spies in Bayun Mansion. Lian Gumming's expression was normal as he said calmly, I already know about this. Has Qin Shujian made any moves? We haven't found any traces of Qin Shujian yet, but he will definitely come. Tell the sect to be on guard and prepare for war. Yes. Lian Gumming waved his hand and dismissed the elder. Only then did a cold expression appear on his face. In the main hall, a cold killing intent quietly spread. Since you dare to come, I'll make sure you don't return. It was fine if they didn't start a war. Once the war started, it would be an endless hatred. The Origin sect taking the lead to attack the Heavenly Corps sect was a good thing in Lian Gumming's eyes. No matter what, Southwind Mansion was still the Heavenly Corps sect's territory. Since the other party dared to cross the mansion, they were already weaker. He was already prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Qin Shujian in one fell swoop. Or else, if the Origin sect was destroyed, it would be a huge problem if there was an array master keeping an eye on it. Meanwhile, many sects received the Heavenly Corps sect's invitation and sent people to the Southern Wind Mansion to watch the battle. However, some sects that didn't receive an invitation also sent people over. The battle between the top sects would inevitably involve the existence of the celestial being level. Naturally, no one would easily miss this opportunity. The teleportation gates of the various cities flashed repeatedly, and a large number of powerhouses emerged from them. As a cultivator of the spirit martial realm, they could use the teleportation gate one after another for a short period of time. However, it would take a certain amount of time to reach the Southwind Mansion. The next day. Within Nanfeng Manor. Within a great city, a teleportation gate flashed and over 1,000 cultivators walked out from it. Formidable auras spread out, causing the others to feel fearful. The pupils of some people shrank when they saw the clothes of those people. After which, they quietly turned around and left. However, there were also people who cried out in surprise. This attire. The people from Yuan sect are here. Weng, the two simple words, Yuanzong, caused one's mind to freeze. Very soon. The news of Yuanzong arriving at Nanfeng Estate spread out like the wind. People walked out of the teleportation gate one after another and left the city. Outside the city. Powerhouses gathered. Zhang Tinia said in a low voice, Sect Master, what should we do now? Head directly to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Qin Shujian had his hands behind his back as he looked towards a place that couldn't be seen. There was a yellow cloud Qilin in the sky. However, in terms of karmic luck, it was slightly inferior to Yuanzong. That was the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and used his divine will to soar into the sky. With a single step, he entered the void above the 9 heavens. Most of the others from Yuan's sect flew into the sky as well. As for the remaining spirit gods who couldn't fly, they were more or less able to fly when their true essence erupted. The only difference was that they weren't high enough and couldn't stay in the sky forever. However, in terms of speed, there wasn't much of a difference. Thousands upon thousands of streams of light shot through the sky, as if there were shooting stars flying by in broad daylight, attracting the gazes of many people. It was naturally difficult for the ordinary people to see the appearance of the streaks of light. However, for powerful cultivators, they could clearly see that the so-called streaks of light were actually powerful cultivators. However, under the eruption of true essence and extreme speed, it gave people the illusion that they had turned into streaks of light. Thousands of cultivators at or above the spirit martial realm stepped into the sky, and their power spread out in a mighty manner. There were so many powerhouses. It was enough to cause quite a commotion. Inside the Heavenly Corpse sect. After Yuanzong's powerhouses arrived at the Southern Hill Estate, they immediately received the news. More than 1,000 spirit martial realm cultivators? Lian Gumming sneered. He wasn't too affected by this news. The Heavenly Corpse sect had thousands of years of foundation, and it wasn't as simple as having more than 1,000 spirit martial realm cultivators. However, knowing that the Heavenly Corpse sect had such a foundation, they still dared to be so arrogant. They definitely had some unknown trump cards. Have all the people from the various branches arrived? More than half of the cultivators above the spirit martial realm from the various branches have arrived. They are now within the main sect's territory. Then let's prepare for battle. Lian Gumming's expression was indifferent. Since the other party had arrived, the Heavenly Corpse sect would welcome them. Just like the other sections. When a sect grew to a certain extent, it would open up a branch to expand its foundation. As the elder retreated, Lian Gumming closed his eyes and rested in the main hall. It was as if his mind had already wandered off. After a long time, an ominous warning descended from the sky. Lian Gumming suddenly opened his eyes. A faint cold light burst out, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious and cruel smile. They're here. The heavenly warning. In just a moment, he already understood that the people from Yuanzong had arrived. Or rather, Qin Shujian had arrived. On the other side. As the sect leader of Yuanzong, you have stepped into the territory of others without permission. You have now been discovered by the Heavenly Corpse sect. If you don't withdraw in time, it will trigger a war between the two forces. Attention, the Heavenly Corpse sect is extremely powerful. 3 system messages popped up. Qin Shujian simply glanced at them and directly ignored them. He had once thought that this restriction would firmly trap him in the boundary of Mount Liang, and it would be difficult for him to leave. But now, Qin Shujian realized that this setting was only for the weak. What about not being able to step into the territory of others without permission? That was only because one was not strong enough. As long as one was strong enough, even if one were to spread it around the territory of others every day, no one would dare to say anything. Therefore, for a long time, Qin Shujian ignored this message. As the sect leader of Yuanzong, no one in Baiyun Mansion dared to easily intercept him. Even if they knew that he had stepped into their territory, they would turn a blind eye. However, now that there was a system message, the Heavenly Corpse sect must have received the heavenly warning. Roar! Roar! A silent roar erupted. When Qin Shujian looked over, the luck of all the people from Yuanzong gathered together and turned into a yellow cloud qilin. It stood in the air and roared furiously. As for where the Heavenly Corpse sect was, there was also a qilin formed by luck. The two yellow cloud qilins roared at each other, as if they would fight at any time. But for some reason, although the two were angry, they were only facing each other from a distance and did not fight. The battle between the sects is a competition of strength and a competition of luck. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had some understanding in his heart. Now that Yuanzong had come with a strong force, it naturally caused the luck of the Heavenly Corpse sect to counterattack. The two sides had not really fought yet, so the luck of the Heavenly Corpse sect had not started to fight. Although the luck of the Heavenly Corpse sect was invisible and sounded illusory. However, the success or failure of the luck of the Heavenly Corpse sect could also determine the success or failure of the event to a large extent. However, not everyone could see the existence of the luck of the Heavenly Corpse sect. If Qin Shujian did not have the Dharma eye, he would not have noticed this. After taking a simple look at the system message, Qin Shujian ignored it and led the people from Yuanzong straight in. Who is it? Stop. The people from Heavenly Corpse sect who were patrolling saw so many cultivators entering and instinctively went forward to stop them. Boom, Qin Shujian did not make a move. Instead, a black sword aura slashed down behind him and instantly engulfed the cultivator in the spirit martial realm. In less than a breath, the cultivator had died. Kill all those who block the way. Qin Shujian's expression was cold. They had already entered the territory of the Heavenly Corpse sect and were about to reach the mountain gate of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Everyone who blocked Yuanzong's path was an enemy. Since they were enemies, there was only one word for it. Kill. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the other patrolling cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the next moment, someone had already sent back the news of the enemy's invasion through the communication jade talisman. When someone saw the clothes of the people behind Qin Shujian, he immediately shouted, Yuanzong's people are here. Boom, that sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. Now, everyone in the Heavenly Corpse sect already knew that Yuanzong had declared war on their sect. However, only the higher-ups of the Heavenly Corpse sect knew the whereabouts of Yuanzong. For ordinary disciples, until now, not many people knew that Yuanzong was already at their door. All of a sudden, the disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect were in a dilemma. If they entered, they would only see the large number of powerhouses in Yuanzong. Whoever went up to stop them would end up like that person. However, if they retreated, this was the territory of the Heavenly Corpse sect. If the patrolling cultivators retreated, the sect would lose face. It was also at this moment, some of the powerhouses sent by the other sects had already seen the scene in front of them in the dark. Their divine consciousness fluctuated faintly in the void. Killing if they make a move. It seems that the two sects are really going to fight to the death. Hey, recently, the businesses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and Yuanzong have suffered a lot. It's normal for the two sects to fight to the death. Let's wait and see. This time, Yuanzong only sent out a few people. They might not be a match for the Heavenly Corpse sect. Yuanzong has only been established for 3 years. This is probably half of the sect's foundation. Qin Shujian is really too arrogant this time. He declared war on the Heavenly Corpse sect so easily. Let's wait and see. The experts of the various sects communicated with each other through spiritual force voice transmissions. However, no one showed themselves. After all, it would be bad if they accidentally got involved in the war between the two sections. At that moment, boom, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky, causing the surroundings to shake. The sun and moon in the sky seemed to lose their color. When they sensed this aura, the expressions of all the experts hiding in the dark changed drastically. Heavenly Man. Above the divine martial realm was the heavenly man. A heavenly man major cultivator could be said to be above all living beings and was not someone other cultivators could contend with. Even a peak divine martial realm or half-step heavenly man realm expert, they were nothing in front of a true heavenly man major cultivator. Once they attained the heavenly man realm, this was the difference between a saint and a mortal. The only celestial being in the celestial corpse sect was the current sect master, Lian Gumming. He was also one of the few heavenly man major cultivators in the Southwind Prefecture. When this aura erupted, Qin Shujian stopped and looked at the mountain peak in front of him, which was surrounded by spirit qi. His expression turned serious. Heavenly man, this was the second time he had faced the aura of a heavenly man since the Six Desires Devil Lord. Although the moon-devouring demon king of the Chongning True Dominion was more powerful than an ordinary heavenly man major cultivator, he could not unleash much of his strength under the suppression of the True Dominion. Comparing the two, the aura of the Heavenly Corpse Sect Master was more terrifying. The rest of the people from the Yuan sect were also looking at the Heavenly Corpse Sect in shock. The Heavenly Man realm was still too far away for them. Even a great cultivator of the divine martial realm like Xianxia became extremely serious when he sensed this presence. There was even an almost undetectable trace of fear. Disciples of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, follow me into battle. This sentence was like the sound of heaven, reverberating in the sky without dispersing. Then, countless powerful auras burst out. Among all the auras that erupted, the weakest was at the spirit martial realm. Qin Shujian roughly sensed that there were about 1,000 to 2,000 of them. He was not too surprised by the current situation. After all, the Heavenly Corpse Sect had a foundation of thousands of years. Although it had not become a level 5 force, it definitely had many experts. At least, for example, the Jinyuan sect had more disciples. Therefore, when the experts of the Heavenly Corpse Sect appeared, the hearts of the other experts hiding in the dark sank. There were only so many top sections. Perhaps only 1 or 2 would be born in 1,000 years. Therefore, many people only had a vague idea of the foundation of the top sections. Until now. Only then did these people understand. How deep was the foundation of a top sect? The void trembled. A person appeared out of nowhere, as if he had always been there, but also as if he had just arrived. Unity of heaven and man. When Qin Shujian saw the other party appear, a thought appeared in his mind. This was different from the unity of heaven and man in martial arts. Every word and action of the other party was in accordance with the will of the heavens. Wherever he was, it was as if the heavens and earth were there. This was an elite of celestial tier. Lian Gumming. A name appeared in his mind. Qin Shujian's expression gradually turned serious. Qin Shujian. Lian Gumming clasped his hands behind his back. When he looked at the person in front of him, a cold glint flickered in his gray eyes. The two of them faced each other from afar. Neither of them made a move rashly. In Lian Gumming's opinion, although the other party was only at the divine martial realm, his strength was not weaker than a celestial tier cultivator's. His reputation as an Array Dao Grandmaster was not just for show. Furthermore, the other party had indeed defeated a celestial tier evil demon. In his opinion, an evil demon of the same cultivation level was nothing. However, no matter what, he was still a celestial tier existence. As for the death of the moon-devouring demon king, Lian Gumming did not care. If Qin Shujian had killed a demon king in the Spirit Protectorate or the Big Protectorate, he would have turned and left without saying a word. However, killing a demon king in the True Dominion, there was nothing praiseworthy about it. The True Dominion was invincible, that was only in the True Dominion. In the Spirit Protectorate or the Big Protectorate, it was useless no matter how strong one was in the True Dominion. If the Origin sect retreats and is willing to withdraw the Origin Pavilion, I will let bygones be bygones, said Lian Gumming slowly as he scanned the other cultivators of the Origin sect. It was just a glance. It was extremely intimidating. Qin Shujian's expression was calm, as he was not affected at all by this. If the Heavenly Corpse sect apologizes and allows the Origin Pavilion to open within our sphere of influence, I will also let bygones be bygones. Why bother? It is not easy for an almighty like you to reincarnate and cultivate anew. Why waste so many years of bitter cultivation? Lian Gumming shook his head with some regret in his eyes. However, his words also revealed a great deal of confidence. While the two of them were talking, the experts of the Heavenly Corp sect had already arrived. There were more than 20 Divine Martial Realm cultivators and close to 2,000 Spirit Martial Realm cultivators. There were also many prominent Sage Realm cultivators. It is still unknown who will emerge victorious. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and sneered. In his line of sight, the light from Providence of the two sects had already started fighting. The light green light from Providence also rose from Lian Gumming's body, demonstrating the extraordinary light from Providence of this celestial tier cultivator. However, this was normal. Experts who could reach the celestial tier were people with strong light from Providence. Otherwise, they would not have reached where they were today. Alright, then let me see what you've got. Lian Gumming did not waste any more words. His body remained motionless in the air as he slowly pressed out with his palm. In an instant, heaven and earth buzzed, as if a mountain had collapsed and the earth had caved in. Immediately after, a huge handprint pushed forward. Not only did it engulf Qin Shujian, but it also engulfed all the experts of the Origin sect. Just as Xianxia and the others' expressions changed drastically. Qin Shujian waved his sleeves, and 18 square array discs flew out. In an instant, a large array descended. In an instant, the handprint was destroyed, and even Lian Gumming was swallowed up. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned, but they quickly reacted. A Grandmaster array, apart from the people of the Origin sect, everyone else was shocked. Not everyone had seen a complete Grandmaster array. Although many people believed the rumor that an array Grandmaster was comparable to a celestial tier expert, they had always been a little suspicious. But now, Qin Shujian had trapped Lian Gumming with a wave of his hand. Such a method was naturally shocking. Leave no one in the Heavenly Corp sect alive. After trapping Lian Gumming in one fell swoop, Qin Shujian looked coldly at the rest of the Heavenly Corp sect and immediately ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000 mountain blood appeared behind him. The lightning bolt turned into a terrifying blade aura and swallowed a great cultivator of the God Martial Realm. Boom, a great battle broke out in an instant. Before Ao Shouwen could recover from the fact that Lian Gumming was trapped, he saw the lightning blade aura slashing down. The terrifying power made his hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air and left his original position, dodging the saber. However, Ao Shouwen was faster. Qin Shujian was even faster. Entering the Dao with his footwork gave him a speed that surpassed ordinary cultivators. In just one step, he was already in front of his opponent. Freeze! A shout that was like the sound of heaven and earth made Ao Shouwen's mind freeze, but he quickly recovered. However, for a cultivator of the God Martial Realm, even a second of stagnation was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. By the time he came back to his senses, Xianxia had already slashed down. The God Martial Arts Realm's strong physical body and protective aura were useless in front of Xianxia. No! Ao Shouwen let out a shrill scream. His divine consciousness was instantly destroyed. 2 parts of his body fell from the sky, blood splattering like rain. In just a few breaths of time, a great cultivator of the God Martial Realm had already fallen. This unforeseen event made the hearts of the Heavenly Corp sect even heavier. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had only just begun, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. The overall strength of the Origin sect was much weaker than the Heavenly Corp sect. But first, Lian Gumming was trapped. Then, there was Qin Shujian, who appeared to be in the God Martial Realm on the surface, but actually had amazing strength with a Dao artifact. He could easily kill a cultivator of the same realm. This instantly narrowed the gap by a lot. Moreover, even though the Origin sect didn't have enough top experts, they had plenty of Dao artifacts. As a result, the Heavenly Corp sect didn't have much of an advantage. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air. A God Martial Realm cultivator furiously shouted. His deathly pale skin turned into a golden color. His hands were like iron pliers, fiercely clamping down on the arrow's body. His entire body was also forced back by this powerful force. Bang! In the end, the arrow entered half an inch into his body, but it was pushed back by a terrifying explosion of true essence. Zhang Erge waved his hand, and the cloud-piercing arrow returned. He held the bow of heaven and earth in one hand and the cloud-piercing arrow in the other. Even though he was only a cultivator of the spirit god realm, he possessed 2 3-seal Dao artifacts. His strength was even more terrifying than ordinary cultivators of the god martial realm. Elder Qian, you can't even kill a cultivator of the god martial realm. That's because you're too weak, the bow of heaven and earth replied mercilessly. If it was in Qin Shujian's hands, that cultivator of the god martial realm would have died a long time ago. When he heard that, Zhang Ergu smiled embarrassedly and didn't linger on this issue for too long. After that, he knocked another arrow and aimed. The arrow seemed to be condensed with the energy of death. At the instant he released his fingers, the cloud-piercing arrow tore through the sky once more. After it exploded an airborne realm cultivator in midair, it didn't stop there as it charged towards the original cultivator. The Empyrean sacred art, Mengyi was shocked and furious. He didn't even think before he executed his trump card. The Heavenly Corpse sect focused on body refinement. It could be said that no sect in the cultivation world could compare to the Heavenly Corpse sect when it came to body refinement. Cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect generally didn't need any defensive treasures because their own bodies were the strongest defense. The Empyrean sacred art was a powerful body refinement technique of the Heavenly Corpse sect. As an elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Mengyi had already cultivated this technique to an extremely high level. In terms of physical strength, it could even resist a high-grade spirit artifact. Refining one's physical body to the level of a superior-grade spirit weapon was already a shocking feat. It was not that there were no body-tempering powerhouses in the cultivation world. However, it wasn't an easy task to achieve this. However, although the physical body could withstand a superior-grade spirit weapon, Mengyi was not facing a superior-grade spirit weapon or an ordinary Dao artifact. It was a 3-seal Dao artifact. Moreover, with the combination of the cosmic bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, its power was comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact. It could be said that even the Heavenly Corpse sect did not have a 4-seal Dao artifact. The arrow was like a rainbow piercing the sun. Mengyi's expression was extremely solemn. As his true origin surged, a powerful protective energy formed and turned into a layer of golden shield. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow collided with the shield. The powerful protective energy shield only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it shattered with a loud bang. Immediately after, Mengyi roared angrily again. The qi and blood in his body condensed into one. His body, which seemed to be cast from metal, suddenly punched out. His fist stirred up a violent wind that could easily destroy mountains. Boom, when the two collided, the destructive aftermath spread out. The flesh and blood on Mengyi's metal-like fist exploded, revealing the pale golden bones within. Blood kept spilling from the wound. That was not all. The cloud-piercing arrow did not stop there. It directly penetrated his finger bone and almost pierced his entire arm. For the Heavenly Corpse sect cultivators, the strongest was the physical body, and the weakest was also the physical body. If the physical defense was not broken, it was equivalent to being in an invincible position. However, once the physical defense was broken, the cultivator would fall into the weakest state. Mengyi was currently in such a state. However, his physical body was terrifying. Even a powerful Dao artifact like the cloud-piercing arrow could not really penetrate his arm. It was stuck halfway through and had to stop in the end. Just as Mengyi's expression turned ugly due to the intense pain and his mind was distracted, swoosh. Swoosh, the air was pierced again. The spirit arrow that occupied his line of sight shot through the air and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Mengyi's expression was ugly. He did not pull out the arrow stuck in his arm. Instead, he used his own flesh to lock it in place. His other arm swung a fist and collided with the incoming spiritual arrow. Compared to the cloud-piercing arrow's Dao artifact, the arrows condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were much weaker. However, even if its power was weakened, it was still comparable to the attack of a god martial arts realm cultivator. Mengyi shattered the 3 spiritual arrows in one breath. The powerful recoil also impacted his physical body, causing his qi and blood to tremble. However, there were far more than just 3 spiritual arrows. Looking at the spiritual arrows that continued to attack him, he finally chose to retreat. When facing the cloud-piercing arrow, the speed of the Dao artifact was too fast, giving Meng Yi no chance to retreat. However, even though the speed of the spirit arrow was extraordinary, it was not to the point where he could not retreat. Meng Yi rose into the air and fled in the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect. "You want to leave?" When Zhang Ergu saw this, his complexion suddenly turned cold. A large amount of Jin Yuan poured into the Cosmos Bao, and he immediately shouted, "Come back." As soon as he finished speaking, the cloud-piercing arrow that was locked in place by Meng Yi's flesh and bones trembled violently. Strands of sharp energy that seeped out from it struck Meng Yi's body and caused him to cough up blood without end. Seeing this, Zhang Ergu strode forward in pursuit. At the same time, his divine perception spread out and condensed a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A seemingly material arrow was suddenly formed, and in the next moment, it transformed into a myriad of specks of cold light when it was shot out. This arrow directly exhausted 90% of the Jin Yuan within his body, and it also pushed the strength of the Cosmos Bao to the limit. The arrow was shot out, a myriad of specks of cold light, even though the target was only Meng Yi. The specks of cold light that swept out had locked onto the other cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect. In an instant, 5 or 6 domain enlightened spirit gods and 2 airborne realm cultivators were instantly killed amongst the Heavenly Corpse sect cultivators who were unable to dodge in time. As for the domain enlightened spirit realm cultivators, because they weren't the main targets and coupled with the fact that the domain enlightened spirit realm cultivators had already attained an even higher level, they were still able to retreat in time when facing such an attack, even though they'd suffered some injuries when they retreated. As for Meng Yi, a strong feeling of deterrence surged into his heart at this moment, and when he turned around to look, he just happened to see the specks of cold light that were shooting towards him like shooting stars. "Save me!" Meng Yi cried out involuntarily with shock, and then he directly used his remaining Jin Yuan to form a protective chi barrier that enveloped himself tightly within it. In the next instant, the specks of cold light blasted over, and the protective chi barrier shattered in less than 3 breaths of time. Elder Meng. Some cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect were shocked and furious, and they couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful expression as they watched Meng Yi being swallowed by the specks of cold light and exploding in midair. As for those experts that were hiding in the shadows, they were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. A 3-seal Dao artifact is truly terrifying. Even Meng Yi was killed. If I'm not wrong, those should be 2 Dao artifacts. Even though they're only 3 seals, the strength they bring forth isn't much inferior to a 4-seal Dao artifact. Some sharp-eyed people were able to discern some clues about the Cosmos Bao and Cloudpiercer arrow. If Dao artifacts were rare, then Dao artifacts were even more precious. However, nobody could recognize that these were the cornerstone spirit weapons of the Coiling Stone sect. To put it bluntly, no matter how famous a true Dominion sect was, it was only known in the surrounding few true Dominion sects. In the entire cultivation world, the Coiling Stone sect could only be considered a nobody. As for the Cosmos Bao and Cloudpiercer arrow, nobody could recognize them. Furthermore, even though some people knew about the Coiling Stone sect, they wouldn't compare their sect cornerstone spirit weapons with the 3-seal Dao artifacts before them. After all, the difference between the two could be described as heaven and earth. Meng Yi was an expert of the Heavenly Corpse sect above the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. I didn't expect him to be killed so easily. He. The Heavenly Corpse sect has suffered a setback this time. Lian Gumming is still trapped in the array formation. This is the technique of an array Dao Grandmaster. The other sects were having an intricate conversation with their spiritual forces. The situation before them was unexpected as well. They had originally thought that it would be an evenly matched, or even a bloody battle between heaven and man. However, as soon as the battle started, Lian Gumming was trapped by the array formation. Qin Shujian didn't even want to fight him head-on. Instead, he wielded his sect cornerstone Dao artifact and charged toward the other members of the Heavenly Corpse sect. From the start of the battle until now, in less than a quarter of an hour, the Heavenly Corpse sect had lost 3 great cultivators of the God Martial Realm. As for the casualties of the Spirit Martial Realm, there were also many casualties. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was still very powerful. Although they had suffered heavy losses, the Origin sect had also lost cultivators. Qin Shujian wielded the 1,000 Mountain Blood. His target wasn't the other cultivators, but the divine martial realm cultivators. Although the large array had the array disk as its foundation, it might not be able to trap Lian Gumming for a long time. After all, the array formation wasn't controlled by the person who had set it up, so its power would be weaker. What Qin Shujian wanted to do now was, while Lian Gumming was trapped, he wanted to destroy the high-end combat power of the celestial martial sect to the greatest extent and create an advantage for the origin sect. Boom, a halberd pierced through the air and collided with the long saber. In the next second, a burly cultivator leaped into the air, holding the halberd in one hand and blocking Qin Shujian's attack. Origin Sect Master. The burly cultivator stared at Qin Shujian as a fierce aura surged toward him. Kill. Qin Shujian didn't plan to say too much to the other party. He was racing against time. Anyone who blocked his way was a dead man in his eyes. However, when he attacked, he used his Dharma eye to check the other party's attributes. When he saw the other party's name, a cruel and cold smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Wan Yuanzhou. He was no stranger to this name. Before declaring war with the Heavenly Corpse sect, he had already investigated the Heavenly Corpse sect's information, including the number of experts they had. As for Wan Yuanzhou, he was one of the 3 elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Similarly, on the surface, the Heavenly Corpse sect had a total of 5 cultivators above the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Wan Yuanzhou was one of them, and he had reached the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. If there was someone who was most likely to break through to the Diviner Realm, Wan Yuanzhou was one of them. From this, it could be seen that Wan Yuanzhou's strength was already considered one of the top experts below Lian Gumming. Regarding this, Qin Shujian's heart was filled with killing intent. If he could kill Wan Yuanzhou, it would be cutting off an arm of the Heavenly Corpse sect. It would be very beneficial for the upcoming battle. Boom, facing Qin Shujian's attack, Wan Yuanzhou wasn't afraid at all. He took a step forward and crushed the void. He waved the halberd in his hand, directly shaking the space and causing it to distort. Then, they clashed. Buzz, invisible waves swept out and directly caused the space to tremble violently. Their movements weren't fast, but each of their attacks carried the power to move mountains and overturn seas. It made people's hearts palpitate. Even the experts of the various sects who were secretly watching didn't dare to spread their divine sense over there. Judging from the power of this attack, not to mention divine sense, as long as there was a power that didn't belong to either of them, it would be directly shattered. Yuan Wanzhou's strength has become stronger. It seems that the Heavenly Corpse sect will soon have a second diviner. Although Yuan Wanzhou is strong, Qin Shujian isn't weak either. He just broke through to the Divine Martial Realm not long ago, and he's already able to fight with someone at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. If he can break through to the Divine Martial Realm for a while, he'll be even more terrifying. In the distance, some experts were secretly discussing with each other. Their faces were filled with shock. For many people who were hiding in the dark, the peak of the Divine Martial Realm was also an existence that they had to look up to. In the absence of a diviner, the peak of the Divine Martial Realm was already the top. Many of the strongest experts in the large regions and sects didn't necessarily have such a level of expert. Whether it was Wan Yuanzhou or Qin Shujian, they were both existences that they couldn't compete with. At this moment, the two had long abandoned external things, and only each other existed in their eyes. Within 100 miles, as the aftermath spread out, the area turned into a domain of death. Within the range of this domain, anyone who dared to casually interfere would suffer a destructive attack. Sky-shattering halberd, the long saber swept across. Wan Yuanzhou held the halberd in one hand and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. Although it hadn't been long since they fought, he could feel that Qin Shujian's strength was not below his. Especially with the 3-seal Dao artifact in his hand, his power was even more shocking. Fortunately, Wan Yuanzhou also had a 2-seal Dao artifact in his hand. Although it was slightly inferior to the 3-seal Dao artifact, there was not much difference with his peak Divine Martial Realm. Bang, the long saber broke through the air and thunder filled the sky. Wan Yuanzhou didn't retreat half a step. He also waved his halberd and shattered the saber aura in an instant. Then, Qin Shujian took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared in the next moment, Xianxia slashed at Wan Yuanzhou's neck in a mysterious trajectory. Wan Yuanzhou seemed to have expected it. Before the long saber touched him, he had already retreated a step. The halberd responded with a tough posture. Seeing this, Qin Shujian frowned slightly. He gathered his divine sense and shouted an edict. Suddenly, there was a strong fluctuation in the void. In an instant, Wan Yuanzhou felt that his spiritual deity was under a strong attack, as if it would freeze at any time. Such a change made his expression change slightly. Sound technique. Among the many martial arts, sound techniques were the most difficult to guard against. That angry shout in his ears seemed to have fallen into a situation where the world collapsed and the gods fell. A terrifying murderous intent instantly filled his mind. However, Wan Yuanzhou was a peak divine martial realm cultivator after all. His spiritual deity had reached a terrifying level. The mental attack brought by the golden immortal's soul-shattering chant did not deter him for long. In less than a breath's time, he had already come back to his senses. At this time, the long saber was already slashing at him. The sharp edge made his skin tingle faintly. Boom, the halberd blocked, and Wan Yuanzhou's body retreated quickly. For this, Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. His figure followed closely, holding the saber with both hands and slashing down with the momentum of splitting the sky, bombarding Wan Yuanzhou heavily. The halberd was raised and the two collided. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out as Wan Yuanzhou was once again pushed back by this terrifying force. At this point, Qin Shujian had completely gained the upper hand. His long saber slashed out with the force of thunder. In one breath, he had already slashed out countless times. Wan Yuanzhou had no choice but to raise his halberd to block all of the terrifying attacks. Crack, thunder boomed in the sky. Tens of thousands of saber shadows finally gathered together and turned into a shocking saber strike. Wan Yuanzhou's entire body was like a cannonball as he directly smashed towards the ground. Rumble, in an instant, the earth shook. A huge crater suddenly appeared. At the same time, dust and smoke rose in all directions, blocking the view of others. The intense commotion immediately attracted the attention of the other cultivators. Elder Yuan. When the cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect saw that it was Yuan Wanzhou, their expressions turned ugly. Yuan Wanzhou was one of the strongest people under Lian Gumming. Now, it hadn't been long since they started fighting, and Qin Shujian had blasted him down. It was hard not to be shocked by such a situation. If even Yuan Wanzhou was defeated, then, before Lian Gumming broke out of the formation, the Heavenly Corpse sect would be in big trouble. After knocking down Wan Yuanzhou, Qin Shujian's expression didn't relax. He could sense that the other party's aura hadn't weakened much. An expert at the peak of the divine martial realm couldn't be defeated so easily. Just as he lowered his body and charged towards the crater, a halberd cut through the dust and fog. Qin Shujian raised his head and dodged the halberd. The thousand mountain blood in his hand swept back and directly knocked the Dao artifact away. Boom! A burly figure broke through the fog and punched towards Qin Shujian with the power to destroy mountains. At the same time, the halberd that was knocked away flew back again and charged towards him. In just an instant, Qin Shujian was caught in a situation where he was attacked from two sides. Seeing this, he let go of the thousand mountain blood in his hand and let the Dao artifact collide with the halberd. Then, facing Wan Yuanzhou's punch, he didn't retreat at all and also punched out. The two fists collided. Like a wave, the aftermath spread out mightily. Qin Shujian only felt his body tremble. The qi and blood in his body were completely stimulated and an ancient aura completely spread out. On the other side, Yuan Wanzhou's body also swayed. The two were about to collide. I didn't expect the Yuan sect to have such a profound body refinement technique. What a surprise! At this moment, Yuan Wanzhou's face was already solemn. And the solemn expression on his face was even more serious than when he fought Qin Shujian just now. Previously, Qin Shujian had been on par with him, and it could be said that it was because of the three-seal Dao artifact. However, in this exchange, it was completely because of the underlying strength of both sides. That punch, Yuan Wanzhou already understood that the other party also cultivated a powerful body refinement technique. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the body refinement technique he cultivated. Otherwise, how could a great cultivator who had just entered the divine martial realm be on par with him who was at the peak of the divine martial realm? It wasn't just Yuan Wanzhou. Even the other cultivators who were observing in secret were shocked when they saw this scene. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's eyes were already filled with cruelty. I've heard that the Heavenly Corpse Sect's body refinement technique is unparalleled. Today, I'll have a taste of it. If the rumors are false, don't blame me for beating you to death. Ridiculous. If you don't use the Dao artifact, you'll definitely lose. Then let's try. Qin Shujian's face was cold. His body moved like a wild ancient beast. The dragon's body appeared on his back as if it was attached to his body. Then, he threw out a punch. The void instantly exploded and a terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing the space to distort violently. It looked like a simple punch. In fact, it had already reached the level of simplification. Qin Shujian didn't cultivate any fist techniques, but when he mastered one technique, he could master all techniques. Several entry-level martial arts allowed him to have profound attainments in other areas of martial arts. Facing this punch, Wan Yuanzhou's face was extremely serious. A powerful true essence burst out from his dantian. I'll let you see the power of my invincible universe technique. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura like that of a wild beast awakening spread out. Green veins popped out on his originally tall and sturdy body, and his originally normal skin color had already turned pale. He also took a step forward and threw out a punch. When the two fists collided, the world seemed to have lost all sound. The void beneath their feet exploded, and a vast and terrifying fluctuation swept out in all directions. After the two punches, neither of them retreated. Instead, they forcefully endured the rebounding force and began to fight each other. Boom! Boom! Whether it was Qin Shujian or Wan Yuanzhou, neither of them had any fancy moves. Every punch was the simplest and most direct killing move. However, at their level of strength, even the moves that were extremely simple in the eyes of other cultivators had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. As the battle went on, Qin Shujian felt that the dormant qi and blood in his body were constantly recovering, causing his body's strength to gradually increase. The immortal ancient body, when he fused this special trait, he already knew that this must be an extremely powerful body refining method. But all this time, Qin Shujian hadn't found a suitable opponent to display the power of the immortal ancient body. Now, Wan Yuanzhou had given him this opportunity. The Heavenly Corpse sect focused on body refining. Their physical body was their most powerful technique. As an expert at the peak of the god martial arts realm, the strength of his physical body was also at the peak of perfection. But until now, Qin Shujian didn't feel that he was being suppressed. Instead, as his strength continued to recover, the potential of the immortal ancient body was constantly being dug out. It seemed that the more he fought, the stronger he became. Roar, his qi and blood turned into a dragon. The dragon's body appeared on his back. The dragon's claws had already formed on the dragon's body and directly circled his body. As his strength continued to recover, the dragon's body seemed to become more dignified. Bang! After two punches, Wan Yuanzhou's body, which hadn't retreated for a long time, finally took a step back. Until now, apart from shock, there was only shock left in his heart. Ever since he cultivated the invincible universe technique to the peak of perfection, Wan Yuanzhou hadn't felt such pressure from others for a long time. Of course, Lian Gumming, a diviner expert, was an exception. When it came to physical strength, Wan Yuanzhou was confident that even a half-step Dao artifact wouldn't be weaker. Even an ordinary one-seal Dao artifact might not be unable to contend with it. As for strength, it was a piece of cake for him to move mountains and seas. But under such circumstances, Wan Yuanzhou still felt that Qin Shujian was unfathomable. The power of each punch made his qi and blood tremble and boil. But even so, Wan Yuanzhou didn't show any signs of defeat. But as he took a step back, the momentum that he had built up just now was leaked. His momentum weakened. As a result, his attack was weakened a little. Under such circumstances, how could Qin Shujian give up such an opportunity? boom, with a punch, the void collapsed. Wan Yuanzhou raised his fist to meet it, but he was no longer in his peak state and was immediately sent flying back. Kill. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. His killing intent mixed with his fighting spirit had almost turned solid, shaking the sky. With a step forward, the void exploded. With a punch, the space distorted. Qi and blood flowed like magma in his body, and vast power filled it. The potential of the ancient indestructible body was finally completely unearthed at this moment. Boom, boom. Boom, with each punch, Wan Yuanzhou was sent flying back, and the condensed qi and blood in his body showed signs of collapsing. As for his physical body that was comparable to a half-step Dao artifact, under the relentless barrage of attacks, it began to show signs of cracking. His skin cracked, and blood spilled. When the punch was thrown, Wan Yuanzhou's body fell from the sky again, causing a great shock. Qin Shujian took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack, directly rushing into the dust and fog. There was only one thought in his mind. And that was, take his life while he was sick. At the bottom of the pit, Wan Yuanzhou was bathed in blood. His pale skin was dyed red by the blood. Even with such injuries, his aura did not weaken much. Just as he was about to struggle out of the pit, Qin Shujian descended from the sky. Boom, in the array. Liao Gumming's face was gloomy as he looked at the starry void around him. He raised his hand and unleashed powerful attacks, bombarding the void around him. However, no matter how he attacked, the 18 stars in the sky swayed without showing any signs of collapse. A Grandmaster-level array. Liao Gumming spread out, trying to find a flaw in the array. Unfortunately, it was his first time fighting a Grandmaster of Array. He had only heard of the methods of a Grandmaster of Array. The expected battle didn't happen. He didn't even have time to react before he was trapped by Qin Shujian's formation. For this, Liao Gumming naturally understood Qin Shujian's approach. He wanted to use the array to trap him, a heavenly being, and then deal with the rest of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, Liao Gumming was not too worried. Although he was trapped here, there were still many God Martial Realm cultivators in the Heavenly Corpse sect. There was also Yuan Wanzhou, a peak God Martial Realm cultivator, who was comparable to a half-step heavenly being. Even if he did not make a move, Yuan Wanzhou could not compete with the Heavenly Corpse sect. Moreover, although he was trapped by the array, it was only temporary. Without a person controlling the array, trapping a heavenly being was already the limit. It was almost impossible to defeat him. I want to see how long this formation of yours can trap me for. Liao Gumming punched out. The void trembled, and the 18 stars swayed wildly. Then, endless lightning fell from the sky. However, the lightning that could kill a God Martial Realm cultivator was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly being. Black energy spread out like a fog. Wherever it passed, the lightning was destroyed. The next second, Liao Gumming turned into a giant. His huge palm reached out and grabbed at the 18 stars in the sky like a god plucking the sun and moon. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell. The eye of the formation was the 18 stars in the sky. As long as those stars were destroyed, the formation would collapse on its own. Boom. The 18 stars emitted an intense light and turned into 18 20-meter-tall giants that surrounded Liao Gumming. Outside the array, the battle became more and more intense. However, the true center of the battle was the battle between Qin Shujian and Wan Yuanzhou. This was an elder at the peak of the divine martial realm from the Heavenly Corpse sect. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to fight back. His body, which was comparable to a half-step Dao artifact, had already cracked. Blood flowed all over the ground. Qin Shujian's killing intent surged. The potential of the ancient immortal land was unleashed to the limit. Each of his punches had the power to shatter the heavens and earth, not giving Wan Yuanzhou a chance to recover. As for the other members of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they didn't even have the slightest chance to intervene. Cough cough. Wan Yuanzhou coughed up blood as he struggled to raise his hand to block the attack. However, he suffered an even fiercer attack. Until now, he had never thought that he would lose so miserably. He didn't use any external means. It was just his physical strength that crushed him. Qin Shujian clenched his fist with a cold expression. Looks like I'll be the one to kill you today. Peak of the divine martial realm is just SOSO. After that, he punched out. Wan Yuanzhou's chest immediately caved in, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, under the terrifying explosion of power, his entire body was sent flying into the air. Qin Shujian stepped into the void and didn't stop attacking. All of his attacks landed on Wan Yuanzhou's body. After a dozen breaths, boom, Wan Yuanzhou's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist that scattered in the void. At this point, the scene fell silent. Elder Wan is dead. He was killed by Qin Shujian. For the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Wan Yuanzhou's death was more shocking than the death of any divine martial realm cultivator. Wan Yuanzhou, he was one of the top experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect after Lian Guming. His strength was not only in Nanfeng Prefecture, but also in the entire cultivation world of the Great Zhao dynasty. Even the people of the Yuan sect were shocked by what had happened. Their sect master's trump card was the Formation Dao, but in terms of his cultivation, he had just stepped into the divine martial realm. In their opinion, Qin Shujian's strength was far inferior to Wan Yuanzhou's. But now, Qin Shujian blasted Wan Yuanzhou into pieces in the air, completely showing a crushing stance. This situation was completely out of everyone's expectations. After a short period of shock, the morale of the Yuan sect was greatly boosted. Sect leader is invincible. It was unknown who shouted, but it completely broke the momentary silence. Then, the battle broke out again. Xianxia controlled his sword with spirit god Xianxia. 27 low-grade spirit weapons formed a powerful sword formation to fight against the enemy. His opponent. He was one of the few elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect who was above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Xianxia was originally a high-grade formation master, and he had been at this level for many years. To be able to reach this level from a wandering cultivator, apart from having great luck, his talent was undeniable. So after entering the Yuan sect, he had observed the Grandmaster methods that Qin Shujian had left in the formation hall. He had already reached the level of being able to break through to the formation master level, and his strength in the formation Dao had become even more profound. Combined with his own 3rd level of the divine martial realm. Even when facing an expert of the 7th level of the divine martial realm, Xianxia was not at a disadvantage. But, this was merely not at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible for him to win. After Yuan Wanzhou's death, although Xianxia was shocked, his confidence had greatly increased, and the power of his sword formation had also increased. On the other side, the elder who was fighting against Yuan Wanzhou was clearly enraged by Yuan Wanzhou's death. Boom, he punched out, and the 2 longswords were sent flying. Then, the elder's body exploded, and a spiritual longsword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Xianxia with a momentum that could destroy everything. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed, and then he activated his spirit god. The 27 longswords turned into a sword shield, and directly blocked the elder's attack. Ding, sparks flew. The longsword trembled slightly, as if it would break at any time. A terrifying vibration came from the sword, and it made Xianxia feel a slight pain in his head. However, he did not retreat just like that. Instead, he endured the pain of the spirit god, and activated the sword formation to continue to trap the divine martial realm cultivator. Looking at the current situation, Xianxia understood that he did not need to kill his opponent. It was enough to trap him. It's a pity that the 27 longswords are all low-grade spiritual weapons. If I can gather 27 high-grade spiritual weapons and form a sword formation, I won't be afraid of a 7th level divine martial realm cultivator. He felt a little regretful in his heart. Although low-grade spiritual weapons were strong, their power was weakened by a lot for such an expert. However, it was too difficult to collect 27 high-grade spiritual longswords. To be able to gather all the low-grade spiritual weapons, he had already used up all his wealth. This was also because he had a good relationship with Xianxia, and was lucky to get the spiritual weapons. For this, the formation hall still owed a lot of debts. But now that he had truly unleashed the power of the sword formation, Xianxia knew that this debt was worth it. Like Xianxia, he was not the only one who faced experts above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. The golden lotus bloomed. Xianxia held the golden lotus in his hand, and he was already in an invincible position. His opponent was also a great cultivator above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Although the first elder of the Yuan sect only had the cultivation of the airborne realm, his true essence was so vast that it seemed to be endless. It was constantly flowing into the golden lotus, and he directly stalled a top expert of the Heavenly Corpse sect. An airborne realm cultivator. You're courting death. Hong Mingtian was furious now. He did not have any weapons. He, who cultivated a body-refining technique, was comparable to a half-step Dao artifact. Unless he had a Dao artifact in hand. Otherwise, no spiritual tool would be as useful as his own body. Looking at Xianxia in front of him, the killing intent in Hong Mingtian's heart was unprecedentedly strong. An airborne realm cultivator, if it was under normal circumstances, he could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, Xianxia had a 6th-grade golden lotus to protect him. In terms of defensive ability, he was not weaker than an expert at the peak of the divine martial realm. Under such circumstances, he was like a turtle shell that was difficult to break. For this, Hong Mingtian did not want to pay attention to him and planned to kill the other Yuan sect cultivators. However, as soon as he stopped, the other party would immediately launch an attack, like a maggot in the bone, entangling him and not allowing him to escape. Although the other party was in the airborne realm, the spiritual power was not weaker than a great cultivator in the Vision Saint realm, and it was endless as if it would never be exhausted. As a result, the anger in Hong Mingtian's heart could be imagined. He could not break through the defense, and the other party would not give him a chance to leave. In this way, the only thought left in his heart was to kill Xianxia. Hong Mingtian's expression was cold, and his attacks did not stop. I want to see how long your spiritual essence can last. When your spiritual essence is exhausted, I will take your life. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. He did not take Hong Mingtian's deterrence to heart at all. This great elder of Yuan sect, who did not show off his strength, had an indifference that ordinary people did not have at this moment. With a 6th-grade golden lotus in hand, he was in an invincible position. As for the depletion of spiritual essence that the other party said, Xianxia was not worried at all. The everlasting youth technique that he cultivated was not a powerful technique, but it had an advantage that others did not have, and that was longevity. Although Xianxia was only in the airborne realm now. However, in terms of the foundation of his spiritual essence, he was not weaker than a great cultivator in the Vision Saint realm. Therefore, if Hong Mingtian wanted to exhaust his spiritual essence, it was destined to be something that could not be done in a short period of time. At this time, the void trembled, and a terrifying fluctuation suddenly spread out. The void trembled. It was as if something terrifying was about to come out at any time. Qin Shujian, who was fighting against a great cultivator of the god martial realm, frowned when he saw this. Diviner realm cultivators are really troublesome. It had been less than an hour since the formation had trapped the other party, but the formation was already showing signs of breaking. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately punched the god martial realm cultivator and pushed him back. Then, he flew into the sky and punched down 3 times, directly suppressing the halberd that was fighting with Xianxia. Then, the powerful spiritual deity descended, together with the sharpness of the 3-seal Dao artifact. The 2-seal Dao artifact halberd was immediately suppressed. The moment he suppressed the halberd, Qin Shujian forcefully put it into his storage ring. Then, he took a step forward and entered the formation. At this moment, inside the formation, 5 of the 18 stars had been broken, and the remaining 13 stars were on the verge of collapse. The power of the entire formation had suddenly weakened a lot. When Qin Shujian entered, he saw Liao Gumming shatter 2 giants with 1 punch, and the diviner realm aura swept out in all directions. Qin. Book. Sword. The moment Qin Shujian entered the formation, Liao Gumming sensed it and turned his gaze. The killing intent in his heart had accumulated, and he could no longer maintain his previous calmness. Not long ago, he sensed Wan Yuanzhou's death, and the soul tablet stored in his storage ring was also broken. For such an unforeseen event, Liao Gumming was shocked, but more than that, he was angry. Losing a peak god martial realm cultivator, and an elder who had the potential to break through to the diviner realm, was a great loss even for a top sect. In Liao Guming's opinion, only Qin Shujian had the chance to kill Wan Yuanzhou. After the anger, Liao Guming quickly calmed down, and a cold light flashed in his gray eyes. You killed Wan Yuanzhou? Peak god martial realm cultivators are just SOSO. After Wan Yuanzhou, it's your turn. Qin Shujian smiled indifferently, but there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. At least in Liao Guming's eyes. The other party's words sounded more like a form of mockery. Looks like you're really arrogant. Be more confident, I'm really crazy. Qin Shujian nodded in agreement. Then, he hooked his finger and said, it's not like I haven't killed a sky human stage cultivator before. I wonder, between you and the moon-devouring Yao monarch, who can take a beating better? You think there's no one else in the world after killing a demon monarch who can't use his full strength? Liao Guming laughed in anger. Ever since he had taken over the Heavenly Corpse sect, this was the first time Qin Shujian had slapped him in the face. Even if other cultivators were hostile, they would still speak in a more tactful manner. Liao Guming had never met someone as straightforward and arrogant as Qin Shujian before. I'll show you what a celestial is. His smile faded, and as his black aura erupted, his 1,000-foot-tall body unleashed a thunderous attack. However, he did not attack Qin Shujian. Instead, he attacked again, obliterating a 20-foot-tall giant. Liao Guming knew very well that it was very unwise to fight against an Array Dao Grandmaster in a formation. Although his words were full of disdain for Qin Shujian. Judging from the formation that had trapped him just now, the other party's attainment in Array Dao was definitely not as simple as an ordinary Array Dao Grandmaster. So, what Liao Guming needed to do now was to first break the formation in front of him, then kill Qin Shujian. A god martial realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was, he could be destroyed with a wave of his hand by a sky human stage cultivator. As the giant was obliterated, another star in the sky shattered. The power of the formation also weakened a little as the star shattered. Qin Shujian's expression suddenly turned serious. His body did not move, but he had already appeared above the star. His fingers carved runes in the void and sent them into the remaining stars. At the same time, 12 spirit stones flew out of the storage ring and gathered in the remaining 12 square formation discs. In an instant, the entire formation suddenly changed. Everything that was supposed to be nothingness, accompanied by the swaying of the stars. Lightning sabers appeared in the hands of the 12 giants, and their power instantly soared. Boom, the 12 sabers slashed down, but Liao Guming was not afraid. He pointed out with his finger as if to crush the void, and immediately defeated the attack. But it only defeated the attack, and the remaining power could not harm the 12 giants. Then, Qin Shujian stayed above the star, controlling the changes of the formation. Sometimes the sabers slashed down, sometimes the lightning was dense, and sometimes the heaven and earth changed. Every change had a terrifying killing intent. With an Array Dao Grandmaster in charge, the power of the formation had increased exponentially, and there was no longer the previous turbulence. As for Liao Guming, he was worthy of being a sky human stage cultivator. In terms of strength, he could be called unfathomable. Fortunately, under the formation, there was a space of its own. Otherwise, the aftermath of such a battle, even a spirit martial realm cultivator would not feel good if they touched it. Crack, the pillar-like thunderbolt slammed down, and Liao Guming smashed it with a punch. It seems that your formation is only SOSO. Remove the formation now, and Sky Origin sect is willing to merge with the Heavenly Corpse sect, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I break out of the formation, it will be too late to regret. Liao Guming attacked while sneering and threatening, trying to disturb Qin Shujian's mind. Regarding this method, Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear. With his peak Array Dao Grandmaster skills, it was not impossible to suppress Liao Guming, but that was under the condition that the formation was intact. But 1/3 of the 18 square formation plates were broken, and the power of the formation had weakened a lot. If he, the person who set up the formation, did not personally suppress Liao Guming would be a problem, let alone suppress him. Although the formation was incomplete, Qin Shujian was not afraid. His divine sense spread out and covered the entire array. Then, he drew in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which turned into array patterns to stabilize the gap in the array. As for the other 12 array discs, with the addition of spirit stones, their power also increased significantly. While he was controlling the formation, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma eye and looked at Lian Gumming, only to see his light blue fate rising. If Lian Gumming also had Dharma eye, he would find that their fates had turned into ferocious beasts, and were constantly fighting. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian's Dharma eye suddenly moved, and a faint light shot out from his eyes. Then, the invisible light turned into a long blade, and directly slashed at Lian Gumming's fate. Rumble, in the void, a terrifying power came from the outside, and then ignored the formation's obstruction, directly acting on Qin Shujian. In his mind, only to see boundless flames ignite, as if to envelop his spirit. The moment Qin Shujian saw the boundless flames, a word emerged in his mind. Hellfire. This was different from Wisdom King Hellfire, which existed between heaven and earth. Hellfire was involved in karma, and was one of the most mysterious and unpredictable things. If a comparison had to be made, then hellfire was the same as fate. Once something that went against the common sense of heaven and earth, hellfire would come to one's body. If it was light, one's fate would weaken, and if it was heavy, one would be punished. One had to know. Fate belonged to the heavenly Tao, and humans could not easily interfere with it. The method Qin Shujian used at this time was to reduce the fate of others. Although it was not a heaven-defying act, it was enough to attract hellfire. At this time, in his mind, a spirit emitted a dense light, and no matter how much hellfire burned, it could not get close. Qin Shujian was well aware of the situation. Invulnerability. After the ancient immortal body and the red lotus of purgation, the third characteristic of invulnerability was finally confirmed by him. Although hellfire was strong, it belonged to the category of law. The invulnerability property happened to counter the effect of hellfire. The moment the saber fell, a portion of Liao Gumming's originally light green fate disappeared, and then turned into a rich yellow. Obviously, Qin Shujian's saber strike had directly shaved off his providence by a level. In the array, Lian Gumming was originally fighting with the 12 giants, but when his luck was being shaved, he felt something leave him, and then his quintessential essence seemed to have slowed down. Suddenly, his face became serious. Although fate could not be seen, but the senses of a heavenly being elite could tell that something bad must have happened. This bad feeling, it made Liao Gumming push his power to the extreme, wanting to be the first to break out of the array. At the same time, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma eye again, and the saber fell again, and a portion of Liao Gumming's fate was cut off again. But this time, the saber did not reduce the fate level of the other party, and it only changed from rich yellow to light yellow. Rumble, another force fell from the sky, and the hellfire surrounding the spirit god became even fiercer. In the spirit god, the dense light shone brightly, resisting the hellfire's attack. Then, another saber fell. Liao Gumming's fate immediately fell from its original light yellow color to a crimson-red color. His red luck had already reached a level where it was only a little higher than normal commoners. At this time, the sense of crisis in Liao Gumming's heart became even stronger, and the true essence that was originally circulating suddenly went a little out of control, causing his movements to pause for a moment. Then, a giant's attack arrived. Boom, his 100-feet body took the blow, and it made him take a step back. In terms of physical strength, Liao Gumming could be considered the #1 person in the entire Heavenly Corpse sect. Although the giant's attack was powerful, it was not to the extent of breaking his physical defense. However, although the giant could not break his defense, the unforeseen event that just happened made Liao Gumming's heart tremble. When he looked at Qin Shujian again, his killing intent was even stronger. Instinct told him that such a problem must have occurred because the other party had done something. "I'd like to see exactly how useful your crooked methods are." Just as he was speaking, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma eye, and the long saber of dim light slashed down once again, slicing toward his providence. The 3 blades slashed down. In an instant, Liao Guming's luck was reduced to gray. At this moment, Liao Guming found that there was a flaw in his cultivation technique, and the true yuan in his body suddenly went berserk. The punch that was originally thrown out stopped in midair, and blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. Then, he was hit by the 12 giants, and directly staggered back. At the same time, a force that was far more terrifying than before suddenly crushed down from the sky. In an instant, the remaining 12 array plates trembled violently, and then suddenly shattered. Along with the array plates, 12 spiritual stones also shattered. The spiritual stones shattered. A tide of spiritual energy was set off, rushing in all directions. But now, Qin Shujian did not care so much. Because when this force bombarded down, the karmic fire that ignited in his spiritual deity became even more terrifying. Even the karmic fire that was impenetrable faintly showed signs of being unable to resist. Karmic fire. When he felt this change, Qin Shujian's face became solemn. Impenetrable, but there was a limit. Now that he had forcefully reduced a heavenly being's luck to gray, it directly attracted a powerful karmic fire. Even Qin Shujian could vaguely feel that the world seemed to be brewing something. Soon, he knew what this thing that was brewing was. Heaven's wrath. At this moment, because the array plates were broken, the array that had been covering the two of them was also broken. The array was broken, and along with the impact of the tide of spiritual energy, it directly spread out in the battlefield. Such a change naturally attracted the attention of the two sects, and also attracted the attention of the experts who were secretly watching the battle. Everyone knew. The ones who could really decide the outcome of this battle were still Qin Shujian and Liao Guming. If the two of them were to fight to the death, then their sects would directly have the upper hand. Therefore, after the array was broken, all eyes on the battlefield looked at the original location of the array. There, Qin Shujian and Liao Guming's figures appeared. Hiss, Liao Guming is injured. A formation grandmaster is so terrifying. Even a celestial being like Lian Guming can't fight against him. You're wrong. Formation grandmasters are good at formations. Now that the formation is broken, Qin Shujian is only a god martial realm cultivator. Even if Lian Guming is injured, it shouldn't be hard to take down a god martial realm cultivator. In the distance, their divine wills intertwined as they continued to converse with each other. Many people were shocked by Lian Guming's miserable appearance and the blood on the corner of his mouth. After all, the other party was a diviner. Even in the entire Great Zhao, he was a top expert. For a long time, celestial realm cultivators had created a feeling of invincibility. In addition, for so many years, there had been very few celestial realm experts to fight. Therefore, many people were in awe of the strength of such experts. Therefore, when Lian Guming was injured, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Sect Master. Everyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect was excited when they saw Lian Guming. Up until now, they had not gained any advantage and had even lost one Yuanzhou, who was at the peak of the god martial arts realm. Regarding this, the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect were also helpless. The cultivators of the Origin sect were generally not as strong as them, but they had too many Dao artifacts. So many that an airborne realm cultivator could rely on a 3-seal Dao artifact to contend with a 7th-level divine martial realm cultivator. Someone took a rough look and saw that the Origin sect had taken out no less than 10 Dao artifacts. 10 Dao artifacts, when controlled by a cultivator, were enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with a god martial realm cultivator. Under such circumstances, naturally, the Heavenly Corpse sect could not gain any advantage. After all, although the Heavenly Corpse sect was a top sect, the number of Dao artifacts in their hands was limited. An expert like Wan Yuanzhou who had a 2-seal Dao artifact was already very rare. In the end, the real stabilizing force of the Heavenly Corpse sect was Lian Guming, a diviner. Therefore, after Lian Guming appeared, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect felt relieved. However, compared to the Heavenly Corpse sect's morale, the people of the Origin sect felt a lot heavier. The destruction of the formation meant that they had to face a diviner. Although Qin Shujian was powerful, without the support of the formation, he could not compete with a diviner. As a result, their situation was very difficult. Kill. Today, no one from the Origin sect will be left alive. A Heavenly Corpse sect expert roared and immediately started the battle again. After saying that, the Heavenly Corpse sect expert stared at the Origin sect with a cruel gaze. The sect master has already broken the formation. You're all dead. Kill. In an instant, the Heavenly Corpse sect's attack was fierce and shocking. Regarding this, although the Origin sect's heart was heavy, he did not give up resisting because of this. Test Jianfeng took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Immediately after, he turned into 42 afterimages and finally turned into a shocking sword that attacked a prominent Divine Realm cultivator. 7 killing gods and demons against the stars, the first move of entering the Dao, filled with killing intent. Test Jianfeng was one of the few in the Origin sect who could fight against an opponent who was a level higher than him without relying on a Dao artifact. Flying Battle Sage. They seemed to be in the spirit martial realm, but in fact, only when one stepped into the prominent divine realm could one understand how big the gap between the two was. Facing this heaven-shocking sword, the Vision Divine Stage cultivator was greatly shocked. It was also at this moment. A powerful palm made of astral energy flew over and landed on the black rainbow. Instantly, the black rainbow shattered and a sword lotus appeared under Test Jianfeng's feet. He had already moved in the air and dispelled this powerful force. Shortly after, his gaze looked in another direction where an elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect was charging over. Divine Martial Realm. Test Jianfeng spat out these 2 words and his face finally became serious. Divine Martial Realm, if he could fight against or even kill an ordinary Vision Divine cultivator, then a God Martial Realm cultivator would be a great enemy that he had never faced before. Even when the Ji family was at its peak, they did not have such an expert. Taking a deep breath, Test Jianfeng pointed his sword at the ground. His essence, energy, and spirit had already reached a peak state as he stared at the Divine Martial Realm cultivator that interfered. Boom, the Vision Divine Stage cultivator from before didn't stop. When an expert intervened, he directly attacked Test Jianfeng. A prominent Divine Realm cultivator and a Divine Martial Realm cultivator working together to kill an Airborne Realm cultivator. If this were to spread out, they would lose face. But for the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect, face was nothing. At this moment, the battle between the 2 sects was only the difference between life and death. So, cultivators like Test Jianfeng who could challenge those of a higher realm were the main targets of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The attack arrived in an instant. Tri Jianfeng's eyes were focused and his ears were alert. The longsword in his hand drew a mysterious arc in the air. The black sword aura was attached to it, as if it had turned into the blade of the Grim Reaper. It easily broke through the incoming attack. It was also when he made his move. The God Martial Realm cultivator who had been keeping a close eye on them finally made his move. Boom, the Divine Martial Realm cultivator's move was earth-shattering. Test Jianfeng rose into the air with his sword and went straight into the blue sky. Riding the sword into the blue sky, traveling between heaven and earth. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The 2 experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect looked at each other and directly rose into the air and chased after Test Jianfeng. Zhang Ergu was originally fighting against a Divine Martial Realm cultivator. When he saw this scene from the corner of his eye, he was instantly enraged. 1 against 2. The Heavenly Corpse sect is shameless indeed. As he spoke, the cosmic bow in his hand released a powerful wave of energy. An arrow shot out and forced his opponent to retreat. Then, he took out a cloud-piercing arrow and shot it at the Divine Martial Realm cultivator who was chasing after Test Jianfeng. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It took less than a breath of time. Good lad, you do have some style. The Cosmos Bow also praised. Zhang Ergu smiled faintly. There was a hint of smugness on his face. Of course. As the 2 of them chatted, the cloud-piercing arrow had already shot into the blue sky. The Divine Martial Realm cultivator who was chasing after Test Jianfeng suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a shield from his interspatial ring and turned around to block the arrow. As soon as he turned around, he saw a cold light streaking across the sky. Then, it directly bombarded the shield. The shield that was a half-step Dao artifact could only block the cold light for 2 to 3 breaths of time before it was pierced through by this terrifying power. Freeze for me. The divine martial realm cultivator did not have time to be shocked. He activated his cultivation technique and his body turned into an indestructible metal. His true essence exploded, and combined with his true essence, he tried to block the cloud-piercing arrow. Boom! The moment Zhang Erge made his move, Test Jianfeng's body suddenly scattered and turned into a shocking sword. The sword aura was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky. It directly stunned the prominent divine martial realm cultivator chasing after him. A sudden change. The prominent divine martial realm cultivator did not expect this. He was extremely anxious to kill Test Jianfeng, and because he was chasing after him together with the divine martial realm cultivator, he did not think that Test Jianfeng would dare to counterattack. Perhaps he had expected this, but he only held back a bit of his strength. But from Zhang Ergu blocking the divine martial realm cultivator to Test Jianfeng turning around to kill him, the entire process was flawless. Especially the sword aura that was like a heavenly river collapsing, it caused one's mind to waver. Everything happened too quickly. When the prominent divine martial realm cultivator had just raised his true essence protective aura, the sword had already broken it and pierced through his body. The sword intent attached to the long sword suddenly exploded, instantly crushing the cultivator's internal organs and killing him instantly. Just as the cultivator was about to die, a voice rang out. The god martial realm cultivator used his own strength to block the arrow. His powerful true essence fell on the arrow, wanting to suppress it in one fell swoop. A shocking sword came. The divine martial realm cultivator had no choice but to withdraw his true essence and cancel the thought of suppressing the cloud-piercing arrow. Then he took a step back and the sword slashed at where he was originally standing. Everything happened very quickly. On the other side, Qin Shujian and Lian Guming were standing opposite each other. One of them was silently resisting the corrosion of the karmic fire, while the other was surprised and bewildered by the sudden change in events. What method did you use? Lian Guming stared at Qin Shujian with deep fear in his eyes. When facing an enemy, there was a problem with the cultivation method, and then he hurt himself. For a cultivator, this was something that was almost impossible. Not to mention a diviner, even an ordinary basic realm cultivator might not necessarily have such a situation. So, the previous problem must have happened because the other party used some strange method. For unknown things. Even a celestial realm powerhouse would have scruples in their hearts. Qin Shujian secretly resisted the hellfire and pretended to be unfathomable. He sneered and said, "Then what method do you think this is?" Deliberately mystifying. Lian Guming's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "In that case, I'll let you see the true foundation of my heavenly corpse sect." As he spoke, he directly formed a seal in the air, and then the earth trembled. Outside the mountain gate of the heavenly corpse sect, in a dark swamp, the calm swamp was boiling violently. A terrifying aura was slowly waking up from a deep sleep. Crack, the sky changed color, and lightning could be seen flashing in the clear sky, as if telling the world that something terrifying was about to be born. When they felt this aura, everyone's expression changed drastically. How can it be? Could it be that the heavenly corpse sect is hiding some trump card? This aura is not weaker than a diviner. Hiss. The experts of the various sects were really shocked this time. The aura was not weaker than a diviner. Could it be that the heavenly corpse sect had a second diviner? Regarding this news, not only the other experts, but even the people who were sent by the top sects to watch the battle were greatly shocked. Having one diviner and having two diviners. They were two completely different concepts. If the heavenly corpse sect, which had Lian Guming, was considered a top sect, then having two celestial beings would make the heavenly corpse sect stand above the other top sections. This was the change brought about by the addition of a celestial. Even Qin Shujian had a grave expression on his face at this moment. Two celestial beings, to be honest, such an unforeseen event was beyond his expectations. However, according to the information he had obtained, the heavenly corpse sect shouldn't have two celestial beings. At this moment, the swamp suddenly collapsed, and a body that seemed to be made of black iron rushed out from it. A ferocious and bloodthirsty aura instantly burst out. At this moment, Everyone saw where the celestial being's aura came from. He had a black iron-like body and a malevolent face that didn't look like a normal human's. His hands were long and slender, and his fingernails were sharp and sharp. He was wearing a dark brown armor. This is Sect Leader Jiang. When the elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect saw the object that had suddenly appeared, they were stunned for a second before their faces turned pale with fright. When they heard this sentence, everyone else's expression changed at the same time. Sect Leader Jiang, which Sect Leader Jiang? Everyone instantly thought of the previous sect leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect who had exhausted his lifespan and passed away. Jiang Feng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect, was also the first celestial being to be born in the Heavenly Corpse sect. It could be said that the Heavenly Corpse sect's position as a top sect was all because of Jiang Feng's existence. Even Lian Gumming was just a successor cultivated by him. But as early as 800 years ago, Jiang Feng had already passed away. Otherwise, Lian Gumming wouldn't have been able to become the sect leader. Some of the older experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect also recognized at this moment. It's really Sect Leader Jiang. Didn't Sect Leader Jiang pass away? How could this be? Although Jiang Feng's appearance had changed greatly, there were still some characteristics that were enough for these experts to recognize his true identity. Zombie. Qin Shujian stared at Jiang Feng and spat out 2 words. If he still didn't know what this was, then he really didn't live up to the memories of his previous life. In this world where people could live for thousands of years, the existence of zombies seemed to be very reasonable. Qin Shujian wasn't shocked by the appearance of the zombie. He was shocked that Lian Gumming had refined the body of the previous sect leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect into a zombie. A zombie comparable to a celestial being. Hearing this, Lian Gumming's face also revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect you to know about zombies. This is your final trump card? Do you know why the Heavenly Corpse sect is called the Heavenly Corpse sect? It's because our sect's method is to refine zombies. At this moment, Lian Gumming seemed to have victory in his grasp and was in the mood to say a few more words. This zombie is a heavenly corpse that I cultivated using the body of a celestial being expert as a medium and combining it with the great success of my sect's secret technique. Heavenly corpses are immortal and their strength is comparable to a celestial being expert. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect has 2 celestial beings. What do you have to fight with me? Qin Shujian, it's time for you to die. At the end of his words, the cruel smile on Lian Gumming's face gradually became more and more arrogant. So what if you're an array grandmaster? So what if you have strange methods? In front of 2 celestial beings, even a celestial being array grandmaster would have a dead end, let alone a god martial realm array grandmaster. Hearing Lian Gumming's words, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change much. But when the others heard it, their expressions suddenly changed. Refining zombies, heavenly corpses. It could be said that since the establishment of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they had never displayed any means of refining zombies. Even the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect didn't realize that their sect had such a mysterious cultivation method and martial arts. It wasn't until Lian Gumming displayed it that they realized that their sect's strongest technique was actually refining zombies. Yuanzong has lost. The experts of the other sects who were watching the battle had the same thought in their minds. Lian Gumming and Jiang Feng's Heavenly Corpse could sweep the entire Yuan Zone, not to mention the other experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The stalemate of the battle had finally become clear. However, some sects didn't want Yuan Zone to be defeated so easily. The Heavenly Corpse sect was too strong, so strong that it made them fearful. If it was possible, these sects hoped that Yuan Zone and the Heavenly Corpse sect would suffer heavy losses or perish together. Kill. With a thought, Lian Gumming immediately controlled Jiang Feng and charged toward Qin Shujian. In an instant, a terrifying and tyrannical aura erupted, followed by an earth-shattering attack. Qin Shujian took a step back. With a wave of his hand, thousands of formation runes fell and covered the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, boom, the formation only appeared for 1 or 2 breaths before it shattered. The formation that was casually set up couldn't last for too long. At the same time, Lian Gumming took a step forward and struck out a palm print. The power of heaven and earth descended as a terrifying palm print was formed and crushed toward Qin Shujian. The originally calm situation was suddenly broken. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shujian was besieged by two heavenly beings. True Yuan erupted as the dustless celestial robe on his body turned into a powerful shield, protecting him inside. Boom! Two terrifying attacks fell and the shield of the dustless celestial robe shattered. Even a three-seal Dao artifact couldn't withstand the attacks of a heavenly being for long. Qin Shujian's shield was shattered, and a terrifying force slammed into his body. He was sent flying through the air, and he barely managed to stabilize himself. He forced back a mouthful of blood as he swallowed it back down his throat. Then, he saw the two attacks coming at him again. Until now, Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered with the karmic fire. As he made up his mind, he activated his Dharma Eye again. The dim light turned into a long saber and slashed at Lian Gumming's karmic luck. The saber fell. The originally gray karmic luck was shaved off like a black cloud and instantly turned black. The moment the karmic luck turned black, Lian Gumming suddenly felt a great terror descending. There was a flaw in his attack, causing it to collapse. As the attack collapsed, it caused the true Yuan to be displaced, causing the true Yuan to go berserk in his body. His body stiffened on the spot and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Apart from that, he also discovered something that shocked him. Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng's body suddenly emitted a furious divine sense, which diluted the imprint he had left on his body by quite a bit. For a moment, Lian Gumming lost control of Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng, causing the Heavenly Corpse to stop attacking and quietly float in the air. Only the raging aura on his body flickered as if he was struggling fiercely. You. Cough, cough. Facing such an unforeseen event, Lian Gumming was shocked and angry. Just as he was about to say something, he choked on his saliva and coughed violently. This cough triggered the injuries in his body, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. Bad omen, an unprecedented bad omen suddenly descended. Lian Gumming found that he was so unlucky that even swallowing his saliva would cause him to choke. At this moment, a trace of fear finally emerged in his heart. Towards the unknown, anyone would instinctively feel a trace of fear. If Qin Shujian suddenly unleashed the power of a heavenly being and brutally beat him up, Lian Gumming would not be afraid. But now, he did not know what the other party did, but he just stood there and did not move, and he hurt himself. Such a method was too strange and impossible to guard against. Lian Gumming originally wanted to say something, but he hesitated and did not say anything. Just as he was thinking about his next move, the mark that was left on the Heavenly Corpse's body when he was refining it suddenly shattered. Such a change greatly shocked him. When he turned his head to look at Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng, he happened to meet a pair of red eyes filled with killing intent. There was no reason. In Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng's eyes, he just felt uncomfortable looking at Lian Gumming. For hundreds of years, he had been trapped at the bottom of the swamp. Originally, with the Heavenly Corpse's characteristics, staying in such a dark place should have been his favorite. But now, for some reason, he felt very uncomfortable when he thought about it. Even thinking about the hundreds of years of imprisonment, he felt a violent anger. This kind of anger made it want to tear the other party to shreds. Heavenly Corpses did not have any spiritual intelligence. More than that, it was driven by instinct. So when this violent killing intent surged, Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng instantly locked onto Lian Gumming. Roar. With a roar that did not sound like a human's voice, Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng had already pounced on Lian Gumming. Lian Gumming formed a seal in his hand, trying to regain control of the Heavenly Corpse. But when the seal was halfway formed, it had to fail midway because of the true essence's circulation. Such an unforeseen event. It made Lian Gumming's movements pause. Then, Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng's attack arrived. His withered and slender fingers clenched into a fist and heavily bombarded Lian Gumming's chest. Violent power instantly burst out. Unsurprisingly, Lian Gumming was sent flying by the attack. But his physical body had reached the level of a Dao artifact. Although it took the Heavenly Corpse's attack and caused his internal organs to shake, it did not cause too much damage. Stop. Lian Gumming barely managed to stabilize himself. Looking at Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng, his face was full of shock and anger. He instinctively wanted to stop him. But, just as he opened his mouth, he choked on his saliva and coughed violently. His internal organs shook and he spat out dark red blood. The sudden change. Everyone was at a loss. What was going on? Originally, the two heavenly corpses were still attacking Qin Shujian. But in less than a few breaths, Lian Gumming coughed up blood and heavenly corpse Jiang Feng turned to attack the heavenly corpse sect master. Everything put together was definitely not a coincidence. Suddenly, some people's eyes fell on Qin Shujian, who was standing in the void. They could not help but feel a touch of fear in their hearts. No one was naive enough to think that this situation was caused by Liao Gumming himself. But if it wasn't Lian Gumming, then there was only one person who could have caused this. The master of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian. What kind of method is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Even a celestial being is like this. If it were used on others, wouldn't it be killing them without leaving a trace? The experts of the various sects were horrified. Things that couldn't be seen or touched were the most frightening. No one could see through what was happening in front of them. Many people connected the current situation to Qin Shujian's identity as the reincarnation of a mighty figure. A method that could deal with a celestial was not something that an ordinary cultivator could grasp. Perhaps only someone with the identity of a powerful being in his previous life could possess such strength. As for the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, at this moment, he fell into a state of confusion. The appearance of the former sect master was already shocking enough. Then, he recalled that there were two celestials on his side. Destroying Yuan Zong would be a piece of cake. However, for some unknown reason, the two celestials from his own sect had suddenly turned against each other and started to kill each other. As for Qin Shujian, who was standing motionless in the void, he had become a bystander instead. Such a change made the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect both shocked and angry. However, they had no way of intervening. A battle between celestial beings was not something that anyone could intervene in. As for the power that Qin Shujian had displayed previously, no one thought that their strength was superior and could deal with him. So, no one cared about Qin Shujian, who was standing in the void. The battle continued without end. In the void, Qin Shujian stood motionless. In the depths of his mind, the hellfire had already burned to an extremely terrifying degree. The spiritual god's invulnerability was now on the verge of collapse. That was not all. The terrifying hellfire had even surpassed the suppression of his mind and was spreading toward his physical body. Now that Qin Shujian was fighting the hellfire with all his strength, he did not have time to care about other things. To be honest, although he understood that touching the hellfire would lead to the hellfire burning him. But if he had not completely cut off Liao Gumming's hellfire, it would not have led to such a terrifying hellfire. Otherwise, with the invulnerability, he could still resist the hellfire's corrosion. But now, he was in an awkward situation. To this, Qin Shujian was also helpless. Who would have thought that Liao Gumming had a celestial being zombie in his hands? Not only did he not expect this, but no one was prepared for it at all. Facing the attack of two celestial beings, Qin Shujian could only harden his heart and cut off all of Liao Gumming's hellfire. All living beings of heaven and earth would more or less have hellfire, but the majority of people had white hellfire. Those who were often unlucky might have gray hellfire. Those with gray hellfire had everything going wrong, those with black hellfire would have bad luck, only those who were about to die would have black hellfire. A celestial being's huge hellfire had been forcefully weakened to the point of black. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a move was defying the heavens and changing one's fate. So, the hellfire that Qin Shujian was facing now was also extremely terrifying. He still felt that some kind of great terror was approaching, as if it would descend at any time. Heaven's wrath. Qin Shujian secretly took a deep breath. Hellfire was approaching, and heaven's wrath was coming. Right now, the hellfire had not really erupted, so heaven's wrath had not really descended. If the hellfire could not be suppressed, then heaven's wrath would instantly descend. Under heaven's wrath, all living beings would be wiped out. Even a celestial being would have no way in front of heaven's wrath. Defying the heavens and changing one's fate, so one has to bear the hellfire burning one's body. This is the punishment of the heavenly Tao for those who touch the laws of heaven and earth, and it is also a test. In this case, maybe it's time to change the way to deal with the hellfire. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning rapidly. The saying of defying the heavens and changing one's fate was just an exaggeration. Everything was under the operation of the heavenly Tao. Any method was actually in accordance with heaven's will. However, hellfire was already something similar to the laws. If one wanted to touch the laws, they had to have enough strength. The hellfire was approaching. For those who were not strong enough, it was a punishment. But for those who were strong enough, it was a test in disguise. Punishment and test were just a matter of thought. Although Qin Shujian was extremely confident in his strength, he did not think that he could contend with the hellfire of this level now, let alone the wrath of heaven. In this way, if he wanted to deal with the hellfire, he had to rely on other methods. The hellfire is hellfire. If you want to offset such hellfire, you either have to rely on absolute strength, or rely on something similar to invulnerability. Finally, you have to have a strong enough hellfire. The hellfire burns hellfire, and hellfire can also drown out the hellfire. The two are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Qin Shujian thought about the hellfire and hellfire. Then, with a thought, a halberd was taken out from the storage ring. This was Wan Yuanzhou's Taoist artifact. After Wan Yuanzhou died, this Taoist artifact was forcibly suppressed by him. Originally, he planned to go back and slowly deal with this Taoist artifact. But looking at the current situation, he could not wait until then. On the other side, the halberd was taken out of the storage ring, and it immediately burst out with a strong fighting spirit, trying to break through Qin Shujian's restraint and escape into the distance. Suppress. Qin Shujian made a seal with one hand, and the true meaning of sealing fell, instantly imprisoning the halberd in midair. Then he held the halberd with one hand, and his true essence surged, suppressing the resistance of this Taoist artifact. Then, with a thought, he led the hellfire to his palm. In the eyes of outsiders, Qin Shujian's arm suddenly ignited with a faint red flame, and then the flame flowed down his arm and fell on the halberd like water. Suddenly, the halberd trembled violently, as if it was enduring something terrible. Qin Shujian immediately activated his Dharma eye to look. He saw that the yellow qilin of the heavenly corpse sex hellfire was burning from its body, constantly dissolving the heavenly corpse sex hellfire. As for the yellow qilin of Yuanzhong, it stopped attacking at this time. Not only did it not move forward, but it also took a few steps back. Its huge eyes looked at the yellow qilin of the heavenly corpse sect with fear. It seemed that it did not dare to move forward, for fear of being contaminated by the hellfire. At this time, the huge yellow qilin of the heavenly corpse sect was being burned by the hellfire, and it was declining bit by bit. It was not until the yellow clouds turned into blue clouds that the burning hellfire was completely extinguished. At this time, Qin Shujian looked at the halberd in his hand. This two-sealed Taoist artifact had been completely incinerated by the hellfire, and it was like a piece of scrap metal. With just a little force, it turned into flying ashes and dissipated. Hiss! Qin Shujian was shocked by this. The hellfire's ability was similar to the Wise King hellfire that he had mastered previously. The only difference was, the hellfire could not condense into a fire lotus for him to absorb, but the Wise King hellfire could. When he looked at the hellfire burning in his mind again, compared to before, the intensity of the hellfire had weakened by 1/3, and only 1/3 had not dissipated. However, the remaining 1/3 of the hellfire was no longer a threat to Qin Shujian's spiritual deity. Although the spiritual deity's impenetrability could not resist the hellfire of any intensity, it was still useful. As for the remaining hellfire, Qin Shujian did not plan to deal with it for the time being. To extinguish the hellfire, he had to use his luck. In this way, he could either use his own luck or the sect's luck to offset the hellfire, or use the luck of others to offset it. However, if he wanted to borrow the luck of other sects, he had to have a certain medium. Just like the halberd just now. As one of the Heavenly Corpse sect's Taoist artifacts, it was connected to the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck, so it could be used as a medium to extinguish the hellfire. It was a pity. This halberd did not represent all of the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck, so it could only offset a part of the hellfire, but not all of it. Even so, it was enough for Qin Shujian for the time being. Subsequently, he looked at where Lian Guming and Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng were. At this time, the battle between the two heavenly beings had reached a white-hot stage. No. It should be said that the battle between Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng and Lian Guming had reached a white-hot stage. In terms of strength, Lian Guming was not weaker than Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, or rather, he was stronger than Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng. In the end, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng was personally refined by Lian Guming, so no matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than Lian Guming. Qin Shujian also understood why he was in such a situation. Misfortune befell him. Now, the black luck was like a dark cloud, covering Lian Guming. In this situation, to put it bluntly, Lian Guming might not even be able to drink a mouthful of cold water, let alone fight. After taking a deep look at the two of them, Qin Shujian immediately leaped into the air and charged toward an elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect who was in the God Martial realm. Lian Guming was dealt with by Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, so the two of them fighting each other had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, because the two strongest Heavenly Corpse sect elders were not free, he could take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the Heavenly Corpse sect elder. Boom! The Golden Lotus shield was shattered, and the aftermath of the attack did not dissipate. Xianxia groaned, and a little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then, he activated his spiritual ether again, causing the Golden Lotus to bloom and protect his body. Until now, he had used up a lot of spiritual ether to fight against an expert above the 7th level of the God Martial realm with the power of a 6th level Golden Lotus. This was supposed to be an upper-grade truth tier cultivation method. After he cultivated it to perfection, he found that the Eternal Youth technique was only an incomplete version. Xianxia used the power of the Sky Origin sect to collect the rest of this cultivation method. After collecting it, this cultivation method, which was supposed to be an upper-grade truth tier cultivation method, had officially transformed into an upper-grade spirit tier cultivation method. But in the end, he was still an airborne realm cultivator. Compared to the God Martial realm, the gap was too big. If it were not for the 6th level Golden Lotus in hand, Xianxia would not even be able to withstand 3 moves and would be killed on the spot. However, even with the help of the 3-sealed Taoist artifact, his spiritual ether had been severely depleted in the battle until now, and it would be difficult for him to hold on for too long. Without this turtle shell, I want to see how long you can last. Hong Mingtian showed a cruel and ferocious smile, and he did not hide his killing intent. Taking so long to deal with an airborne realm cultivator was something that should not have happened in the first place. The longer the battle went on, the angrier he became. Only by killing Xianxia could he vent the hatred in his heart. Thinking of this, Hong Mingtian's attacks were even fiercer. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura came down from the sky. Immediately, he was shocked. When he forced Xianxia back with a punch, he turned around and saw a person walking in the air. Qin Shujian. Hong Mingtian's face suddenly became serious, and even a little shocked. He had seen how Wan Yuanzhou was beaten to death by the other party. In terms of strength, although he did not think that he was weaker than Wan Yuanzhou, he was definitely not stronger. In this case, if he were to face Qin Shujian, the possibility of him losing was greater. However, as an elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Hong Mingtian had no possibility of retreating in the current situation. So when he saw Qin Shujian coming over, he also directly flew over and burst out with a powerful attack. Die. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. The condensed fist aura destroyed everything and directly blasted toward Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian did not retreat or dodge, and also punched out. When the two collided, a strong ripple spread out in all directions with the two as the center. Immediately afterward, Hong Mingtian's body shook, and the qi and blood in his body surged slightly, but he did not retreat because of this. From this, it could be seen that his strength was not much weaker than Wan Yuanzhou. On the other side, the battle between Lian Guming and Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng was still ongoing. As the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, the ancient Ming had reached an unfathomable level in terms of physique refinement. The strength of his physical body was comparable to a Dao artifact. With such a strong physical body, he would be invincible against ordinary cultivators. However, as the former sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Jiang Feng's physical strength was not inferior to Lian Guming's. Moreover, after being refined into a heavenly corpse through special means, he was even stronger than before. Except for his lack of spiritual intelligence. The current heavenly corpse Jiang Feng was actually stronger than the former sect master of the heavenly corpse sect, Jiang Feng. As a result, even if it was a normal confrontation, Lian Gumming was not very confident that he could suppress the other party. Not to mention now, when misfortune struck him, he did not have much time to use any of his techniques before they all collapsed due to various reasons. So, from the beginning of the battle until now, Lian Gumming did not have any power to resist and was almost beaten into a one-sided situation. Fortunately, his physical defense was really strong. Even under such continuous and terrifying attacks, he was still able to survive until now. If it were an ordinary heavenly corpse sect master, he would have died by now. No. Cough cough. Impossible. Cough cough. After taking another punch, Lian Gumming retreated far away. At this time, he no longer had his original temperament. Instead, his hair was disheveled and he looked crazy. Staring at the heavenly corpse Jiang Feng in front of him, he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Lian Gumming did not expect that the trump card that he had painstakingly refined for hundreds of years would become his biggest enemy as soon as he showed it. After taking on the fierce attacks of the other party, he already felt that his physical body was on the verge of collapse. If this went on, he would definitely die. He, the sect master of the heavenly corpse sect, would definitely die under the fist of the heavenly corpse he refined. Regarding this result, Lian Gumming could not accept it no matter what. Boom! His hand reached out, and a shocking wave of energy erupted from the mountain gate of the heavenly corpse sect. Then, a long saber flew over. This was the heavenly corpse sect's Dao artifact. At first, Lian Gumming did not use it because he was confident in his strength. After being trapped by the array, he did not have the chance to use the Dao artifact. Until now, facing the pressure of heavenly corpse Jiang Feng, he decided to use this Dao artifact to kill him in one fell swoop. With the three-seal Dao artifact and his own strength, it was not difficult to deal with a heavenly corpse without intelligence. Just as Lian Gumming reached out and was about to grab the long saber, suddenly, the long saber seemed to be flying in the wrong direction for some reason. Then, heavenly corpse Jiang Feng reached out and grabbed the handle of the saber. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Lian Gumming looked at his outstretched hand as if he was grabbing air. Then, he looked at the Dao artifact in heavenly corpse Jiang Feng's hand. He suddenly felt disgusted, as if he had been forced to eat hot shit. Even if he knew that he was in bad luck, he only thought that his body had been tampered with by the other party. However, the current situation destroyed Liao Gumming's last glimmer of hope. A heavenly corpse Jiang Feng could beat him like a dead dog. Now, he even had the help of a Dao artifact. Lian Gumming didn't even need to think about it to know his fate. On the other side, after obtaining the Dao artifact, heavenly corpse Jiang Feng's violent red eyes were fixed on Lian Gumming again. The current sect master of the heavenly corpse sect was already seriously injured. Facing heavenly corpse Jiang Feng, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. The reason he could last until now was all because of his tyrannical physical body that was comparable to a Dao artifact. But after the other party obtained the Dao artifact, Lian Gumming's strongest physical body was also gone. There were no accidents. In just a few minutes, Lian Gumming was beheaded by the heavenly corpse general without any resistance. The moment his head was separated from his body, blood sprinkled down. Sect Master. The Sect Master is dead. Seeing this scene, the other experts of the heavenly corpse sect were horrified. No one expected that Lian Gumming would really die in the hands of the heavenly corpse he refined. With Lian Gumming's death, the remaining morale of the heavenly corpse sect instantly dissipated. At this moment, another earth-shattering explosion sounded. Hong Mingtian lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move at all. Qin Shujian slowly withdrew his fist and then summoned Xianxia, who was fighting with a divine martial cultivator. Then, without any effort, he nailed him to the ground. Lian Gumming is dead. Today, no one from the heavenly corpse sect will be left alive. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Qin Shujian's mouth, and then he took a step into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a large formation covered down and swallowed many illustrious saint stage cultivators. Retreat, all of you retreat. All disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect, retreat. A Heavenly Corpse sect elder roared with bloodshot eyes. With Lian Gumming dead, the Heavenly Corpse sect's biggest advantage was gone. On the Sky Origin sect side, there was Qin Shujian, a Formation Dao Grandmaster. Moreover, without using Formation Dao, he could directly kill Wan Yuanzhou and Hong Ningtian. His strength had reached a terrifying level. Not to mention, Lian Gumming's death and Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng's loss of control were all because the other party used some strange method. As a result, the Heavenly Corpse sect lost the ability to compete with the Sky Origin sect. If they continued to fight, only death would await them. Perhaps by then, the entire Heavenly Corpse sect would be completely destroyed. Therefore, retreat was the only way out. In fact, there was no need for the elder to say anything. After Lian Gumming's and Hong Ningtian's deaths, there were already cultivators who fled the battlefield without looking back. Until now. The Heavenly Corpse sect's defeat was a foregone conclusion. There was no need to say anything else. With the death of Lian Gumming and the deterrence of Qin Shujian, the Heavenly Corpse sect was in a state of complete collapse. Although a sect had a strong cohesive force that made some people willing to die for the sect. Even if they were willing to die for the sect, they still needed to see hope. Now, Lian Gumming had died. Coupled with the fact that the sect's doctrine artifact had fallen into the hands of Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, they no longer had the capital to fight against Yuanzhong. However, there were also people who directly came to the front of Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng after killing Lian Gumming. They directly knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Sect Master Jiang, the Heavenly Corpse sect has reached a critical moment of life and death. I hope you can take action and save the sect." However, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng stood in place like a statue and did not move at all. After kowtowing for a long time and seeing no reaction, that person wanted to reach out and touch him. However, the moment he reached out and touched Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, he saw a cold light flash. That cultivator could not even resist and was decapitated. A pillar of blood shot into the sky. This scene frightened many people. Although Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng had killed Lian Gumming, there were still some experts of the older generation who pinned their hopes on him. However, with the death of this cultivator, the remaining hope in the hearts of others was directly shattered. Jiang Feng had died 800 years ago. The current Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng was just a zombie refined by Lian Gumming. He was no longer the sect master of the past. After thoroughly recognizing this fact, some of the experts of the older generation completely gave up. Qin Shujian killed an airborne realm cultivator with a punch and then glanced at the system information. There were also many lists of casualties on it. There were some familiar names as well as some unfamiliar ones. But these were not important. Dying at the hands of the Heavenly Corpse sect meant that there was no possibility of these people being resurrected. Regarding this, Qin Shujian had long been prepared in his heart. There were no wars without casualties. If he wanted the sect to grow and expand, he had to pay the price. He had already seen through all these things. Then, his gaze fell on Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, who was standing in place and holding the doctrine artifact of the Heavenly Corpse sect. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian couldn't think of a way to deal with this zombie. When he looked over with his Dharma eyes, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng also did not have the so-called providence. In other words, strictly speaking, the other party was not a living being born from the world. Immediately, Qin Shujian thought of some information he had heard before. Jump out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. I've heard that zombies are immortal and can even transcend the cycle of reincarnation. He had heard this information before, but he didn't have any real evidence, so he just thought about it. The Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng seemed to be in a standby state after killing Lian Gumming. Suppressing his curiosity, Qin Shujian decided to ignore the Sky Corpse for now. Once the Heavenly Corpse sect was completely destroyed, he would slowly deal with this matter. However, Qin Shujian sensed the intertwining telepathic thoughts in the distance and sneered, "Let's deal with the matter at hand first." Thinking of this, he flew straight into the sky, and then the mighty spiritual deity completely erupted. Terrifying telepathic thoughts swept out in all directions like a wave. Today is a grudge between my sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. You can watch the battle, but please don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. His voice was mighty, and it directly spread hundreds and thousands of miles. Everyone who heard this voice had a great change in expression. As for the experts of the various sects who were hiding in the dark, they secretly said in their hearts, arrogant. However, they only said these words in their hearts. If these people were to say it in person, they still wouldn't have the courage. The Heavenly Corpse sect, which had the battle strength of 2 heavenly beings, was gone. Among the sects present, no one dared to say that they were more tyrannical than the Heavenly Corpse sect. Or rather, many sects might not even be 1/10 of the Heavenly Corpse sect, so what qualifications did they have to clamor with Yuanzong, therefore? Although Qin Shujian's approach seemed arrogant, in fact, he had the capital to be arrogant. Suddenly, someone appeared from the dark and cupped his hands from a distance. Sect Master Qin, please rest assured. We are only here to watch the battle. We have no intention of interfering. I admire Yuanzong's divine power. Today, Yuanzong destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, which is really a blessing. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Another person came out from the dark and cupped his hands. After saying this, he turned and left. Then, the others did the same. If Qin Shujian didn't expose them, it would be fine. Since he had exposed them, if they continued to hide, it would be inevitable that they would be disrespecting him. Therefore, it was better to stand out openly. However, no matter who it was, they didn't stay for long. After standing out, they said a few words politely, then directly cupped their hands and left. There was no other way. Qin Shujian gave them too much pressure. Rather than stay here, it was better to leave. However, it was a pity that such a huge amount of resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect would fall into Yuanzong's hands in the end. There were quite a few people who were secretly envious of this. However, they only envied it and didn't dare to show any thoughts. Qin Shujian looked coldly at these people who appeared one by one and then left one by one. He didn't stop them, nor did he say much. Xianxia came to Qin Shujian's side and looked at those people with eagerness. Sect leader, they are watching the battle in the dark. They must have some evil thoughts. Why don't we just take action and kill them all? You alone? Qin Shujian glanced at him. This buttface was a little arrogant now. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and said, there is no need to take action. It is easy to kill them, but it is not easy to destroy the sect behind them. Now that we have consumed a lot of resources to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect, it is not suitable for our sect to start another war for the time being. At this point, he looked into the distance and sneered. His voice seemed to have returned to normal. However, if their sect strikes first, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After that, the figures in the distance who hadn't completely left staggered and almost lost their balance in the air. Go quickly. This was the only thought in the minds of those cultivators. They were very clear. Who was Qin Shujian talking to? If it was before, they wouldn't have thought much of it. However, after destroying the Heavenly Corpse sect, the deterrence of the other party's words was too great. At this moment, Qin Shujian's eyes fell on the battlefield that had shrunk a lot. Then he lowered his body and charged toward the other powerhouses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Things were much simpler after that. Once the Heavenly Corpse sect was defeated, it would completely collapse. With Qin Shujian's help, no matter if they were at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm or at the early stage of the Divine Martial Realm, as long as they were not at the Heavenly Human Realm, they would die. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect had no opponents to contend with at all. Soon, all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Corpse sect who came out to fight, as long as they didn't retreat, were all killed. It wasn't that no one thought of surrendering. It was just that the Origin sect didn't accept surrendering at all. Soon, the news of the sect master's death and the defeat of the sect's powerhouses completely spread throughout the Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch and all the other branches. Immediately, a large number of disciples scattered in all directions. Qin Shujian immediately ordered, everyone, go to the various branches of the Heavenly Corpse sect and kill everyone who remains in the branches. In addition, take away all the resources of the branches. Yes, sir. The other cultivators of the Origin sect all cupped their hands and accepted the order. Everyone's face was more or less filled with excitement. It was easy to imagine how rich the treasures of a top sect were just by thinking about it. Although it was only a branch of the Heavenly Corpse sect, after thousands of years of accumulation, there must be a lot of treasures in the treasury. Although the treasures and resources collected had to be handed over to the sect. However, if there were some extra gains, no one would say anything even if you pocketed them, as long as it wasn't too excessive and obvious. Qin Shujian was also aware of these things. In this regard, he turned a blind eye and didn't restrict them too much. After all, the cultivators in the sect fought with their lives for these cultivation resources. If they didn't get any benefits, then who would be willing to work for you next time? To put it bluntly, the sect was no different from the cold mountain village of the past. At most, one was a force recognized by the world on the surface, while the other was operating in the dark, which was not tolerated by the righteous path. However, benefits were the same everywhere. But you have to be careful. There may be some powerhouses of the Heavenly Corpse sect left in the branches. Be careful not to fall into the gutter. We understand. Soon. The cultivators of the Origin sect scattered and went to the various branches of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Zhang Ergu and said, "Take some people to the Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch and clean it up. I'll lend you Xianxia for the time being." As he spoke, he had already released the hand holding the hilt. Xianxia floated in the air and flew to Zhang Ergu's side. The Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch was different from others. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any hidden powerhouses. Although Zhang Ergu had the Chankuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, he was still a little weaker if he encountered a powerhouse at the peak of the divine martial realm. With Xianxia's help, the problem would be a lot smaller. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu immediately accepted the order. Then, he led the remaining Origin sect powerhouses to the Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch. In the same place. Only Qin Shujian was left. Apart from that, there was Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, who stood motionless like a statue, and the Heavenly Corpse sect's Dao artifact in his hand. However, he didn't immediately do anything to Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng. Instead, he first went to the location of Liao Gumming's corpse. It hadn't been too long since Liao Gumming died, so everything hadn't been refreshed yet. Qin Shujian was also very curious about what a Heavenly Corpse sect's supreme cultivator would have. Although he wasn't the one who killed Liao Gumming, as long as Liao Gumming was dead, his belongings would still be there. Corpse search, and it was a Heavenly Corpse sect's supreme cultivator. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was faintly excited. He hadn't searched a corpse for so long that he almost forgot how it felt to do so. He came to the front of Liao Gumming's corpse. His divine sense swept across the corpse, but he didn't find anything. Then, he took the corpse's storage ring and bent down to personally search it. After finally confirming that there was nothing extra, he really got up. It seems that all of Liao Gumming's resources are in this storage ring. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Qin Shujian immediately used his true essence to force out a little blood, and then directly dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. After Liao Gumming's death, the master recognition mark on the storage ring had disappeared. Therefore, he didn't encounter too many obstacles in reclaiming ownership of the storage ring. After dripping his blood on it to claim ownership, Qin Shujian's divine sense sank into it. Immediately, a huge space directly appeared in his perception. This space was more than 3 times bigger than the storage ring on his hand. It was obviously a real treasure. And the storage ring was also piled with resources. Among them, there were the spirit stones that Qin Shujian had been thinking about. 17 spirit stones, this is a good deal. After seeing the number of spirit stones, he revealed a smile on his face. When he was setting up the array, 12 spirit stones were directly broken, which made him lose a lot. Now that he had obtained 17 spirit stones from the storage ring, he had made a lot of extra money. And this was only a part of the resources in the storage ring. Then, Qin Shujian moved his divine sense again, and in the next second, a token appeared in his hand. You have obtained the Heavenly Corpse sect Master token. The system's information came as expected. Looking at the token in his hand, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered, the Heavenly Corpse Sect Master token. Then he shook his head slightly and sighed, unfortunately, this token is not of much use to me now. The Sect Master token was different from the Novice Village's token. The Novice Village's token contained the luck of the entire Novice Village. As long as the token was integrated, it would directly devour the luck of the entire Novice Village. But the Sect Master token was different. The Sect Master token was more of a symbol of identity, and it did not contain any luck. Because any sect had the existence of the sect's most precious treasure. And the luck of the sect was almost all contained in the sect's most precious treasure. As for the Sect Master token, there was no luck at all. However, if he used the Sect Master token in his hand, he could indeed become the Sect Master of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, for Qin Shujian, he did not need this token at all. The Heavenly Corpse sect was going to be destroyed by him, so what was the use of the identity of the Sect Master of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian casually tossed the sect badge back to him. Then he came in front of the Heavenly Corpse Jiangfeng. Right now, the biggest problem was the undying zombie that possessed the battle prowess of a celestial being. Heavenly Corpse. Qin Shujian looked at the motionless zombie that was like a sculpture in front of him and thought to himself. To tell the truth, although he knew about the existence of zombies, he did not have a deep understanding of them at all. He did not even know how Lian Gumming controlled the zombie in front of him. Now standing in front of this Heavenly Corpse, Qin Shujian also had to prevent the zombie from suddenly attacking him. After all, no matter what, this was a monster that killed Lian Gumming, so its strength was evident. To tell the truth, if possible, Qin Shujian did not want to destroy this zombie. It did not have intelligence, but its strength was amazing. Where could he find such a fighter? If the Sky Origin sect had one more heavenly being, then its power would definitely be stronger. Wait, Lian Gumming. Qin Shujian looked at the zombie in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed as he remembered something. Then, his divine sense entered the storage ring that he had just obtained. Since Lian Gumming can refine heavenly corpses, then he must have left behind the method of refining heavenly corpses. Looking at the reaction of the other people in the Heavenly Corpse sect when they saw the Heavenly Corpse, they obviously did not know that the Heavenly Corpse sect had such a method of refining heavenly corpses. In that case, the Heavenly Corpse sect's method of refining heavenly corpses was either passed down from generation to generation, or Lian Gumming accidentally obtained it himself. But no matter what, Lian Gumming must have carried such a precious thing with him, so he must have left it in the storage ring. Qin Shujian's thoughts turned, and his divine sense rummaged through the storage ring at the same time. Not long after, a crystal appeared in his hand. Qin Shujian was no stranger to this kind of crystal. When he first obtained the God-slaying demon-slaying Great Array, it was also sealed with a crystal like this. After searching through the entire storage ring, there is only one crystal. It might be the method to refine heavenly corpses. Qin Shujian's expression kept changing, and he did not immediately touch the crystal with his divine sense. No one was sure what was inside the crystal. After hesitating for a while, he still could not resist the temptation of controlling heavenly corpses, and sent a bit of his divine sense into the crystal. At this moment, Qin Shujian was incomparably vigilant. As long as there was a trace of something wrong, he would immediately cut off this strand of divine sense, making a move to sacrifice the rook to save the king. However, the problem that he expected did not appear. When his divine sense landed, a huge amount of information suddenly surged up. Soon, in Qin Shujian's mind, the system's information appeared. You have learned the special martial art, Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Looking at the system's information, Qin Shujian softly muttered. Just a moment ago, he had already obtained everything about the Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Just as he thought, this was indeed a method to refine corpses. However, in the Hidden Passage Secret Technique, there was no method to control and refine heavenly corpses, only the method to control and refine iron corpses. Subsequently, Qin Shujian checked his own attributes, and finally found the Hidden Passage Secret Technique in the Special Martial Art column. Special Martial Art, Hidden Passage Secret Technique, Level 1, Plus. Seeing this, he already understood that if he wanted to learn the method to refine or control heavenly corpses, he would need to level up the Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at his life force source again. Since the start of the battle, Yuan Zong had killed many experts from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and his life force source had directly soared to more than 20 million. A part of such a huge life force source came from himself. Come, let's see how much this hidden passage secret technique can improve today. With more than 20 million life force source in his hands, Qin Shujian was not afraid. As he thought this, 10,000 life force sources disappeared, and the hidden passage secret technique instantly transformed from level 1 to level 2. A new wave of information surged from the depths of his mind. Level 2 of the hidden passage secret technique allowed one to refine and control silver corpses. The strongest silver corpses were comparable to the peak of the true martial realm. Seeing that 10,000 life force sources had been consumed, Qin Shujian's heart calmed down. This consumption was much lower than he had expected. Soon, another upgrade occurred. 100,000 life force sources, level 3 of the hidden passage secret technique, golden corpses, 1 million life force sources, level 4 of the hidden passage secret technique, earth corpses, 10 million life force sources, level 5 of the hidden passage secret technique, heavenly corpses. In one breath, Qin Shujian directly upgraded the hidden passage secret technique to level 5, and directly consumed more than 11 million life force sources. After upgrading to level 5, he stopped. It was not that he did not want to continue upgrading, but because he did not have enough life force sources. And when the hidden passage secret technique was upgraded to level 5, Qin Shujian finally got what he wanted. The method to refine and control sky corpses. After digesting all the information, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and then looked at Sky Corpse Jiangfeng in front of him. His throat suddenly moved, and a stream of blood was forced out of his mouth. After the blood was forced out, he was wrapped in true essence and stopped in mid-air. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's finger was stained with his own blood. As if he had practiced this thousands of times, a rune was formed in mid-air, and then fell directly on Sky Corpse Jiangfeng's body. Buzz, when the rune fell, the zombie's body shook slightly, but it did not move. Seeing this, Qin Shujian stepped forward. His blood-stained finger was no longer inscribing in mid-air, but directly writing strange runes on the zombie's body. After a long time, after Qin Shujian finished drawing the last rune, his finger fell on Sky Corpse Jiangfeng's forehead. In an instant, all of the engraved runes seemed to have been activated. They emitted a blood-red glow before quickly concealing themselves. At the same time, a vague connection was born from the zombie in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took 2 steps back and said, "Take 2 steps to the left and see." After saying this, the Sky Corpse zombie, who had been motionless, turned sideways and took 2 steps to the left. Not 1 step more, not 1 step less. Haha. Seeing this, Qin Shujian could not help but laugh out loud. His voice was full of joy. Successfully controlling the Sky Corpse Jiangfeng meant that Yuan Zong officially possessed the battle prowess of a sky being, together with his own words as a formation master. At this moment, Yuan Zong was an existence that could be counted with one's fingers among all the top sections. In this way, there would be fewer sects that could compete with Yuan Zong. Looking at Sky Corpse Jiangfeng in front of him, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "Since your name was Jiangfeng when you were alive, then you will be called Jiangfeng in the future." Jiangfeng's tyrannical red eyes flickered a little, but he did not make any move. Qin Shujian did not pay attention to it. Zombies were like this. Rather than a living creature, it was better to call it a killing weapon. In terms of spirituality, it was slightly inferior to spirit weapons and Dao weapons. "Give me the long saber in your hand." Jiangfeng handed over the long saber as instructed. Although the Sky Corpse had low intelligence, it could still understand some simple instructions. Jiangfeng took the long saber in his hand. Qin Shujian could feel the long saber trembling and its strong will to resist. As the Heavenly Corpse sect's Dao artifact, this saber had been with the Heavenly Corpse sect for many years and had already formed a strong connection. Now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed, the long saber could also feel its sorrow and its own fate. However, no matter how strong its resistance was, Qin Shujian's vital essence sealed it tightly, not giving the long saber a chance to escape or resist. Looking at the three-seal Dao artifact in his hand, Qin Shujian's eyes also had some regret. Even in the entire Yuan sect, there weren't many Dao artifacts of this level. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary might. If it was possible, he hoped to subdue this Dao artifact and increase the strength of the sect. Unfortunately, now that the Origin sect's luck had reached its peak, if he forcefully subdued this three-seal Dao artifact, the sect would definitely be promoted to a 6th-grade force. Therefore, the thought of subduing the long saber had just arisen in his mind when it was extinguished by Qin Shujian. What a pity! He let out a long sigh, his face full of regret. He could not subdue it. If he subdued it, the Origin sect could be considered to have declined. Moreover, Qin Shujian looked at the hellfire that was still burning the spiritual deity and secretly shook his head again. The hellfire was not extinguished, after all, it was a hidden danger. Although he had used the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck to extinguish a part of the hellfire, the remaining hellfire could not be underestimated. With the special trait of being invulnerable, this level of hellfire could not affect him too much. But what about in the future? If he cut off the luck of others again, when the two overlapped, he would end up being burned by the hellfire again in an instant. Therefore, the hellfire had to be completely extinguished. And the only way to extinguish the hellfire now was to use luck. Since he could not use the luck of the Origin sect, he could only use the luck of other sections. Thinking of this, under the guidance of Qin Shujian's mind, the hellfire that was burning the spiritual deity followed his arm toward the Heavenly Corpse sect's Dao artifact. The moment the hellfire appeared, Jiang Feng also instinctively took 2 steps back, revealing a kind of fear towards the hellfire. Qin Shujian noticed this as well. Could it be that karmic fire is a natural counter to zombies? His heart sank slightly. This was not good news at all. If Jiang Feng was an enemy, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that he was his right-hand man, it wouldn't be good if he had a fatal weakness. However, as for this matter, Qin Shujian only thought about it too much. After all, things like karmic fire were extremely mysterious, and not many people could come into contact with it. It was also at this moment. The karmic fire in his body had already flowed into the long saber through his arm. He used his Dharma eyes to look over. A powerful flame engulfed the Heavenly Corpse sect's green cloud Qilin and incinerated it. He had originally lost a Dao artifact. The Heavenly Corpse sect's luck only dropped from yellow clouds to blue clouds. But with the fall of Lian Gumming, the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck had also declined a little. There were many factors involved in the birth of a sect's providence, but the one that gathered the most providence was the sect's most precious treasure. At this moment, with the refinement of the sect's treasure, the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck had declined again. Light blue, red, light red, it wasn't until the green cloud Qilin transformed into a light red cloud Qilin that the hellfire gradually subsided. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck had declined to an extremely low level. The Qilin had also become extremely illusory, as if it would collapse at any time. Subsequently, the moment the hellfire dissipated, the Origin sect's yellow cloud Qilin pounced on the Heavenly Corpse sect's Qilin. Originally, they could still contend with each other and not be at a disadvantage. But now, they couldn't even last 2 rounds and were directly torn to pieces by the yellow cloud Qilin. Buzz, when the Heavenly Corpse sect's Qilin died, an invisible wave spread out. All the Heavenly Corpse sect's disciples. At this moment, a sorrowful emotion surged in their hearts. Something seemed to have disappeared from their bodies, and their bodies suddenly became empty. The Heavenly Corpse sect is gone. A disciple who escaped from the Heavenly Corpse sect looked in the direction of the sect's former location and murmured absent-mindedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the few people accompanying him were also startled. Soon after, they revealed a sorrowful expression. That's right, the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone. No one had thought that the Heavenly Corpse sect, which had stood tall in the cultivation world for thousands of years, would be destroyed so easily. Even the celestial experts in the sect would be killed just like that. On the other side, after all the hellfire was extinguished, the Heavenly Corpse sect's treasure also turned into ashes. Then, Qin Shujian dispersed the ashes and looked at Jiang Feng. Come with me. After that, he headed toward the Heavenly Corpse sect's main sect. The greatest foundation of a sect was either in the hands of the sect master or in the main sect. Qin Shujian was more experienced in these matters. Take himself for example. Some of the important things were stored in his own storage ring, but there were also many things piled up in the main sect's warehouse. Although there were many precious resources in Lian Gumming's storage ring, these resources could not be considered as the foundation of a top sect. When Qin Shujian and Jiang Feng arrived at the main sect, it caused quite a stir. Sect Master. Zhang Erge looked at Qin Shujian in shock. Or more accurately, he looked at Jiang Feng behind Qin Shujian. If he remembered correctly, this should be a heavenly corpse refined by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Just looking at the other party's red and violent eyes, Zhang Erge had goosebumps all over his body. It was too terrifying. This was the might of the celestial tier. Just a simple look at him made him somewhat unable to bear it. As for the other people of the Heavenly Corpse sect, when they saw Jiang Feng, they instantly became vigilant. If it were not for Qin Shujian, they might have turned around and fled. Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, he was the existence that killed the Heavenly Corpse sect's sect master, Lian Gumming. His terrifying strength was seen by everyone before. The scene of Lian Gumming being beaten up. For some people, it could be said that it left a deep impression. After all, no one had ever seen a heavenly being beaten up so miserably. Qin Shujian said, Jiang Feng has been subdued by me. Don't worry. Hiss. Hearing this, other people were shocked in their hearts. Soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Sect Master's invincible power is admirable. Zhang Erge sighed. He knew very well what it meant to subdue Jiang Feng. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect would have one more heavenly being expert. Under such circumstances, the strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect would definitely increase greatly. As the elders or deacon disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they would also benefit greatly from the increase in their sect's strength. The most basic thing was that the resources they would obtain would be much more than before. This would be of great benefit to increasing their strength. Just by looking at everyone's faces, Qin Shujian knew what they were thinking. However, he was not interested in talking too much about Jiang Feng now. Instead, he looked at the entire Heavenly Corpse sect. How are the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect being dealt with? The disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect have either escaped or been killed by us. At this time, there is no one else in the main sect except for the people of our sect. Zhang Erge replied truthfully. Have you found the treasury of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Not yet. Do your best to find the treasury of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Don't miss anything. Yes. Zhang Erge and the others respectfully accepted the order. Qin Shujian stood still as he watched the others scatter in search of the treasury. His divine sense spread out like a tide, and it didn't take long before it covered the entire Heavenly Corpse sect's main sect. Under the coverage of his divine consciousness, he searched inch by inch. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian moved his feet. Not long after, he appeared in front of a tall pavilion. As for Jiang Feng, he followed closely behind him. On the plaque, 3 big words were written, Book Collection Pavilion. The handwriting was like dragons and snakes. There was a sharp aura hidden in it. When Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the plaque, he suddenly saw the 3 words seem to come alive. They turned into a sword and slashed at him. Buzz, a wave of fluctuation spread. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. A ray of light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, the sword and saber shattered. The 3 big words on the plaque of the Book Collection Pavilion dissipated like dust when the breeze blew. Without a doubt, the person who left the words in the Book Collection Pavilion was also a strong expert. Immediately, Qin Shujian looked at the Book Collection Pavilion again. The door here was now open. There was no one guarding here. He stepped into it. In the blink of an eye, it was an open space. The bookshelves were filled with countless books. Qin Shujian just scanned with his divine consciousness. Most of the names on the books appeared in his mind. He found. In addition to cultivation methods and martial arts, there were also some unorthodox and strange books. They were all stored here. Just the inventory of the first floor of the book collection pavilion was several streets ahead of Yuanzong. However, what really caught Qin Shujian's attention was the open space in the book collection pavilion. Before stepping in here, looking from the outside. Although the book collection pavilion occupied a large area, the space was definitely not as big as it was now. In fact, he had already noticed a faint space fluctuation around him, as well as the formation pattern engraved in the void. Space array. Qin Shujian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the Heavenly Corpse sect would set up a space array in the book collection pavilion. After all, to set up a space array, it must be done by an array master. But judging from the situation of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they should have invited other array masters to set up the array. Seeing here, Qin Shujian looked around with interest. The formation pattern that was invisible to others was extremely dazzling in his eyes. He also knew a little about space array. Otherwise, it would be impossible to open a portal in Cold Mountain City. However, opening a teleportation gate was one thing. A formation pattern that simply expanded space was a little different. Yuanzong was growing stronger day by day. The current book collection pavilion was a little insufficient for the sect. But the book collection pavilion was of great importance and could not be directly demolished. Seeing the space expansion formation of the Heavenly Corpse sect's book collection pavilion, Qin Shujian had a different idea. He found, as long as he studied this set of formation thoroughly, then he could go back and do the same. That would be enough. Then, Qin Shujian's mind calmed down. With the strength of a peak array master, it was not difficult to study such a formation pattern. However, no matter how simple it was still a master-level method. It would take some time to fully comprehend it. About 10 minutes passed. Qin Shujian's divine consciousness returned to his body. When he looked at the expanded space around him again, the corners of his mouth were already revealing a smile. The person who set up this space array should be a new array master. However, the storage of array resources is extremely rich. I wonder who did it. A thought appeared in his mind. Then, he shook his head and spread out his divine consciousness. Like a big hand, it grabbed all the books on the bookshelf. Then, he threw them into the storage ring. Soon, the original storage ring was all piled up. But in the entire first floor of the book collection pavilion, there were still nearly half of the books that had not been put in. Seeing here, Qin Shujian sighed again. The foundation of a top sect for thousands of years is really amazing. Just the book collection pavilion alone is not something that other sects can compare to. Compared to the Heavenly Corpse sect, Yuanzong was completely defeated in this matter. Fortunately, Qin Shujian did not only have a storage ring, but also the huge storage ring that he had seized from Lian Gumming. Not long after, all the books on the first floor of the book collection pavilion were emptied by him. Then, Qin Shujian entered the second floor of the book collection pavilion. Like the first floor, the second floor was also set up with a space array. The area was not smaller than the first floor. But on the other hand, there were much fewer books placed on the second floor. When he scanned with his divine consciousness, all the books here were cultivation techniques and martial arts. As for the first floor, there was not a single book. Same method, same emptying. When all the books on the second floor were taken away, Lian Gumming's storage ring was also filled to the brim. He put the storage ring on his finger. Qin Shujian took out the third storage ring and stepped onto the third floor of the book collection pavilion. In less than an hour, he had already walked through the entire book collection pavilion. When he came out, he had a total of 5 storage rings on his hand. At the same time, the other people of the Yuan sect also found the Heavenly Corpse sect's treasury. Rumble, shocking fluctuations came as if there was an intense battle. In front of a treasury, many people stopped in their tracks. What stopped them was not some other powerhouse, but a powerful defensive formation. Zhang Ergu held the Qianquan bow and attacked the array with the help of the Qianshan blood. But he did not see any hope of breaking the array. This tortoiseshell is too hard. He did not have the energy to complain about the array in front of him. With 2-3 Seal Dao artifacts, even a peak divine martial realm cultivator would be able to defeat him. But now, it could not do anything to the array. Boom! Another lightning saber slashed down, accompanied by a shocking arrow. The entire defensive formation emitted an intense light, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was immediately drawn over. The formation, which was originally on the verge of collapse, recovered to its original state. Huff! Zhang Ergu was panting. He used all his strength to activate the three-seal Dao artifact without stopping. The true Yuan in his body could not continue. What's going on? Qin Shujian flew over and landed beside Zhang Ergu. Seeing the arrival of his sect master, Zhang Ergu's expression relaxed. Then, he said awkwardly, "Sect master, this is the treasury of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Unfortunately, there's an array protecting it. We can't break it in a short time." A Grandmaster-level defensive array. Qin Shujian saw through the array at a glance. Then, he shook his head and said, "It won't be easy to break this array unless one has the strength of a heavenly being." From the spatial array in the library, he knew that the Heavenly Corpse sect had invited a formation Grandmaster to set up the array. Now that there was an additional Grandmaster-level defensive formation in the treasury, it was naturally not a surprising thing to break a Grandmaster-level array. Either one had to have the strength of a heavenly being or break the array with an array. Although Qin Shujian's strength was comparable to a peak Divine Martial Realm cultivator, he was only at the peak Divine Martial Realm. Even with a Dao artifact, he could not break through this threshold. However, Qin Shujian looked back at Jiang Feng and said, "Go, break this array in front of you." After that, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Feng's body. When he took a step forward, the ground instantly cracked, and the entire mountain peak of the main sect seemed to shake. Then, under the horrified eyes of Zhang Ergu and the others, a punch blasted towards the defensive formation. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a powerful fluctuation spread out. When Qin Shujian stepped back, he casually set up a simple array to cover the fluctuation and prevent it from spreading out. The Grandmaster-level defensive array shook violently. It took Jiang Feng's punch head-on. Such a powerful force had already shaken the array pattern. Then, Jiang Feng's attack did not stop. He punched the array again and again, and the terrible power of the Heavenly Corpse sect was completely vented. As for the shock waves that spread out, they were firmly isolated by the array set up by Qin Shujian. Every time the array was broken, Qin Shujian would casually set up another array to suppress the spread of the shock waves. A quarter of an hour passed. That defensive array formation of the treasure vault was finally broken with a loud bang under Jiang Feng's one punch. Seeing this, Qin Shujian removed the array, and then let Jiang Feng take the lead to open the door of the treasure vault, and he and others followed in. "This is the treasure vault of the Heavenly Corpse sect." Hiss! After entering the treasure vault, many of the Yuan sect's cultivators were stunned. From time to time, some of them gasped, as if they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Materials, casting materials and alchemy materials were neatly placed on the shelves. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that all the materials were at least at the 6th level. In addition to that, incalculable gold, silver, and jewelry were all piled up and thrown away like garbage. There were also a large number of weapons and armors neatly placed. Someone picked up one of the weapons and suddenly cried out, "Spiritual weapon, these are all spiritual weapons." Hearing this, Xianxia said. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. Spiritual weapon, as far as the eye could see, the number of spiritual weapons was probably a little too much. At this time, Qin Shujian was also shocked by the Heavenly Corpse sect's inventory. But on second thought, it didn't take too long. No matter what, the Heavenly Corpse sect was a top sect that had been around for thousands of years. The resources in the treasure vault were extremely rich. Now, there seemed to be a lot of spiritual weapons, but in the face of thousands of years of accumulation, it was considered normal. After suppressing the joy in his heart, Qin Shujian said, "Take everything in the treasure vault, don't leave anything behind." In fact, Qin Shujian didn't need to say anything. The people of the Yuan sect knew what to do. Then, Qin Shujian walked to the front of the treasure vault, where there were more than a dozen spiritual weapons. After he walked in, activating his Dharma eye, he found that the so-called spiritual weapons were not the kind that were artificially refined, but innate spiritual objects that had the effect of suppressing luck. Seeing this, Qin Shujian directly put away these innate spiritual objects. It could be seen. The Heavenly Corpse sect collected so many innate spiritual objects so that one day, when the spiritual objects were upgraded, they could have a few more Dao weapons. But for Qin Shujian, the Yuan sect didn't lack Dao weapons now, nor did they need more innate spiritual objects that could suppress luck. Therefore, in his eyes, these connate spiritual objects were actually existences equivalent to luck. Not long after, someone came to Qin Shujian and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master, we don't have enough space in our storage rings." Not enough space? Qin Shujian turned around and looked at the treasure vault that still had more than half of it. He immediately frowned. He never thought that one day, he would be troubled by the lack of space in his storage rings. Everyone, tidy up your storage rings and take the valuable treasures first. As for the gold and silver, you can put them aside. At this point, he then took out the remaining 3 storage rings from his bosom and used his divine thought to store a lot of things into them. At this moment, Qin Shujian was also a little grateful to Xiaohong. The Marquis of Bayun was a big family, and every time they brought something for him, they would leave the storage rings behind. This caused him to have a lot of storage rings on him. Originally, Qin Shujian had planned to put some of them in the sect, but he forgot to do so because he was busy. Until now, he just realized the benefits of carrying a few more storage rings with him. On the other side, Zhang Ergu and the others also listened to Qin Shujian's instructions and took the lead to collect the valuable treasures and then threw away the less valuable ones. But it didn't take long for the storage rings to be full. Seeing that there were still a lot of things, Zhang Ergu tilted his head and asked, "Sect Master, what should we do with the rest of the things?" "Destroy them." Qin Shujian shook his head. It was impossible to take them away, but if he left them behind, the Yuan sect wouldn't be a kind person. The most appropriate thing to do was to destroy all the things that he didn't take away. If he couldn't get it, no one else could. The red lotus of purgation burned. It swallowed up the entire treasury. Even the red lotus of purgation, a 9th-tier casting material, could quickly melt it. How could the remaining things in the treasury compare to a 9th-tier casting material in terms of hardness? Soon, the entire treasury was burned clean by the red lotus of purgation. From the outside world, the original location of the treasury had turned into nothingness, and there was no trace of its existence. The scene in front of them, it did not surprise the people of Yuan sect too much. Then, Qin Shujian opened his Dharma eye again and observed the entire Heavenly Corpse sect's main mountain bit by bit. No one knew what he was looking for. The evolved Dharma eye also had all the abilities of the previous spiritual eye. It did not take long. He locked onto a location, then flew into the air and went directly to the side of the mountain. Then, he ordered Jiang Feng, "Blast this place open." After receiving the order, Jiang Feng punched out, and the power of the celestial realm erupted. The entire mountain shook violently, and a huge pit had already appeared at the mountainside. Dense cracks had already spread out in all directions. With the appearance of the pit, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly burst out. Qin Shujian did not let Jiang Feng attack this time. Instead, he took the 1,000 mountain blood himself, and then used a blade aura that was dozens of feet long to slash at the location of the pit. Rumble, the mountain collapsed, and then, under the horrified gazes of others, it directly broke and collapsed. From the outside world, they only saw that the towering mountain that had stood for thousands of years suddenly broke, and like a palace falling from the sky, it smashed toward the ground. The mountain fell. The force was hundreds of millions of caddies. In an instant, the earth shook, and the mountain shook. This strong vibration could be felt in 1,000 miles radius. Such an unforeseen event attracted the attention of many people. When the other cultivators saw the broken mountain, they all wondered if they had seen wrongly. They all rubbed their eyes and then looked again. So ruthless. It's not enough to kill, but to destroy the sect and even dig out the foundation of the Heavenly Corpse sect. When the other cultivators saw this, they didn't even need to get close to know who was the culprit. As for some of the Heavenly Corpse sect's disciples who had yet to completely evacuate, grief filled their hearts when they saw that the main sect's mountain peak had been destroyed. But there was nothing they could do. With the Heavenly Corpse sect's current battered army, what could they use to fight Yuanzhong, on the other side? As the mountain peak broke apart, it also shocked the other people in Yuan sect. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, had arrived at what used to be the mountainside, but was now the mountaintop. There. It was a jade-like vein. A huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi was overflowing from the jade mine. Spirit stone lode. Qin Shujian was surprised at first, but then he smiled. As a top sect, how could the Heavenly Corpse sect not have buried spirit stones to improve the earth veins? Now that he had shaved off the mountain peak, he finally found the place where the Heavenly Corpse sect buried their spirit stones. However, what surprised Qin Shujian was that not only were their spirit stones buried in the Heavenly Corpse sect's mountain gate, but because too much time had passed, the spirit stones had developed into a vein, and the surrounding areas that were originally ordinary stones had been assimilated into jade. These jade stones. They also stored heaven and earth spirit chi for people to absorb and refine. However, unlike spirit stones, the spirit chi in these jade stones would not recover on its own once it was depleted. It was a one-time consumable. However, for Qin Shujian, these jade stones were all good things to carry the array carving. They were also needed for the sect's inheritance. It could be said that spirit stones were precious, and so were the accompanying jade stones. Qin Shujian did not hesitate too much. He used the 1,000 mountain blood and directly dug out the entire spirit stone lode. When his divine thought scanned it, the number of spirit stones contained in the spirit stone lode was also clear. 36 spirit stones. Qin Shujian secretly took a breath, and the smile on his face became even brighter. 36 spirit stones. This harvest was not ordinary. Looking at the accompanying jade stones, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms, which were also valuable. Then he threw out some of the less valuable things in the storage ring, and then put the spirit stone lode into it. Immediately, the red lotus of purgation refined and destroyed all the things he threw out. At this point, all the resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect had been plundered clean. When his divine thought spread out again, in his perception, the Heavenly Corpse sect had not left anything valuable. In this regard, Qin Shujian did not stay any longer. Summon the elders who went to the various branches. It's time for us to go back. The message was sent out. Soon, there was a response. Immediately, the people of the Yuan sect directly withdrew, leaving only the ruins of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Half a day later. Finally, the cultivators of the other sects came to the mountain gate of the Heavenly Corpse sect. This is really plucking the feathers of a goose. Nothing is left. Some cultivators walked around the Heavenly Corpse sect, and in the end, they had to admit that the Yuan sect did not leave anything useful. Some cultivators shook their heads and said, the Heavenly Corpse sect has been passed down for thousands of years, but now it has been destroyed. Who could have predicted such a thing? The Heavenly Corpse sect is gone, and Southwind Prefecture has lost the suppression of a top sect. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of waves. Destroying the mountain gate and digging out the Spirit Stone Foundation. The Yuan sect has completely cut off the legacy of the Heavenly Corpse sect. I'm afraid the remaining people of the Heavenly Corpse sect will not have it easy. Among the cultivators who came, everyone's expression was different. The Heavenly Corpse sect was gone. The consequences were both bad and bad. The bad was that Southwind Prefecture had lost the suppression of a top sect. Compared to the other prefectures, its strength was weaker. If the cultivators of the other prefectures reached in, it would not be so easy for them to resist. As for the benefits, it was obvious. As a top sect, the Heavenly Corpse sect controlled a lot of resources. When the Heavenly Corpse sect was still around, no one could interfere with these resources. However, now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone, the industries and territories that the Heavenly Corpse sect originally controlled had become ownerless. The foundation of a top sect. In addition to the resources in the sect, the industries under its control were also rich resources. Now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone, the other sects also saw the opportunity to divide the Heavenly Corpse sect. Even if the many sects divided the resources of a top sect that had been operating for thousands of years, they would still be able to eat a mouthful of oil. In the past, when the Heavenly Corpse sect was still around, they revered the Heavenly Corpse sect like a snake and did not dare to do anything strange. However, now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone, they turned into hungry wolves and fiercely pounced on the corpses of their prey. At the same time, the news of the Heavenly Corpse sect's destruction swept through the cultivation world of the great Jiao 13 prefectures like a gust of wind. The Heavenly Corpse sect is gone. Mu Liang's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. He looked at the elder who had returned below with a face full of shock. To tell the truth, the news of the Heavenly Corpse sect's destruction was something that he had never thought would happen. After the shock, Mu Liang looked at the elder and asked in a serious voice, what happened when the two sects went to war? He did not believe that the Heavenly Corpse sect would be defeated. Even if the Heavenly Corpse sect was defeated, the probability of Lian Gumming, a celestial being, dying was not high. After all, how could a celestial being be killed so easily? If the Sky Origin sect had the strength to kill Lian Gumming and destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect, did that mean that they also had the strength to destroy the Heavenly Array sect? Thinking of this, Mu Liang was a little uneasy again. Then, the elder answered everything truthfully. Then, he took out a jade stone and handed it over. I have recorded everything on the image transmission jade stone. Please take a look, Sect Master. The image transmission jade stone was similar to the image transmission jade pendant, but the former was more complete. Hearing this, Mu Liang took out the image transmitting jade stone and used a spiritual force on it, digesting all the information recorded inside. After a long time, the image transmission jade stone shattered and turned into powder that slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Mu Liang sat in his original position and did not recover for a long time. Right now, he was completely shocked by what was recorded in the image transmitting jade. Even though he was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect and was used to seeing great storms, he was still not immune to it. Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, Lian Gumming. To be honest, Mu Liang had never thought that the Heavenly Corpse sect would have two celestial beings. But even so, the Heavenly Corpse sect was still destroyed by the Sky Origin sect. Especially the death of Lian Gumming, which was full of strange things. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of such an invisible and untouchable but deadly method. Even if Qin Shujian suppressed Lian Gumming with absolute strength, Mu Liang would not have too many emotions. At most, he would be in awe of the other party's strength. But now, Lian Gumming's death was unclear, and a sense of fear rose in him. It was a sense of fear of the unknown. However, Mu Liang was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect. Although he was shocked, he still maintained a calm appearance. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I already know about the Heavenly Corpse sect. Regarding the Yuan Pavilion, no one is allowed to act without my orders. We understand. The elders of the Heavenly Array sect nodded. Even without Mu Liang's instructions, they knew what to do now. The Heavenly Corpse sect was strong enough, but it was still destroyed by the Sky Origin sect. Although they were all top sects, there were differences in strength. The Heavenly Array sect was weaker than the Heavenly Corpse sect. If the Sky Origin sect attacked, the Heavenly Array sect would not be a match at all. After passing down the order to not attack the Yuan Pavilion for the time being, Mu Liang immediately got up and walked towards Fang Xinglan's residence. Just as he arrived in front of the courtyard and was about to knock on the door, a calm voice came from inside. Come in. Mu Liang put down his hand and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, a tall figure was brewing spiritual tea in front of a stone table with his back facing him. Martial Uncle. Sect Master, I wonder what brings you here today? Fang Xinglan's hands did not stop moving as he spoke unhurriedly. Mu Liang said, the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed. After saying that, Fang Xinglan's hand paused for a moment before he recovered. The Heavenly Corpse sect has a second heavenly being. The previous sect master, Jiang Feng, was refined into a heavenly corpse. But under such circumstances, the Heavenly Corpse sect was still defeated. Fang Xinglan is dead, and Jiang Feng has been taken away by Qin Shujian. Bang! Fang Xinglan's tea set fell heavily on the stone table and turned into powder in an instant. However, he did not care about this at all. Instead, he turned and stared at Mu Liang with a solemn expression. Lian Gumming is really dead. Dead. After receiving Mu Liang's confirmation, Fang Xinglan's expression finally changed. Subsequently, Mu Liang passed on all the information he received to Fang Xinglan. Now that the Sky Origin sect had destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, its momentum could be said to be like the sun in the sky. He was not confident that the Heavenly Array sect could deal with the Sky Origin sect. He still had to discuss this matter with Fang Xinglan. After hearing Mu Liang's words, Fang Xinglan sat on the spot and closed his eyes, as if he was digesting something. After a long time, he opened his eyes. There was a hint of sharpness in his bright eyes. To be able to kill a heavenly being, Qin Shujian's strength is definitely not that simple. From now on, stop your actions against the Sky Origin sect. My Heavenly Array sect cannot be the first to stand out. I have already passed down the order for this matter. Mu Liang nodded. He had already expected Fang Xinglan's words and had already made an emergency plan. But the existence of the Sky Origin sect has always harmed the interests of our sections. If we allow the Sky Origin sect to flourish, then the influence of the Sky Origin sect will expand day by day. Our sect will not have the qualifications to compete with them. This was also what he was worried about. As the Sky Origin sect grew stronger, the influence of the Sky Origin sect would also expand. At that time, the Sky Origin sect would be the leader of all the rogue cultivators in the world. Moreover, if rogue cultivators obtained superior cultivation techniques and martial arts, it would also weaken the power of the sect. In a short period of time, this disadvantage would not be revealed. But after a few decades or hundreds of years, then rogue cultivators in the cultivation world were destined to bloom. At that time, the situation of the sect would be very awkward. Fang Xinglan said, the matter of the Sky Origin sect is already irreversible. Unless other top sects are willing to join forces to deal with the Sky Origin sect, no one can stop the Sky Origin sect's actions. The Heavenly Corpse sect had already been destroyed. The strength of the Sky Origin sect was shocking. In particular, Qin Shujian had taken Jiang Feng away. It was very likely that he had found a way to subdue the Heavenly Corpse. In this way, the Sky Origin sect would have one more heavenly being expert. In all the top sects, there were already very few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with such strength. Unless other top sects joined forces, otherwise, it was impossible for one or two sects to compete with the Sky Origin sect. However, it was easier said than done if they wanted to join forces. Not to mention anything else. Every sect had a lot of friction in the dark. If they were to deal with the Sky Origin sect, it meant that they would have to face Qin Shujian and Jiang Feng directly. If they were not careful, it might cause a great loss. No matter who it was, no one would want to bear such a loss. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This was something that happened from time to time in the cultivation world. No sect would be willing to sacrifice themselves to make a wedding dress for others. Martial uncle, what do you think we should do? Since the matter of the Sky Origin sect cannot be reversed, although the individual cultivators are not strong, their numbers are much more than the sections. Such a force is not weak. Our Sky Array sect cannot just give up. Martial uncle, what do you mean? Since the Sky Origin sect has opened the Sky Origin sect, we can also open a second Sky Origin sect. If the individual cultivators cannot be suppressed, then we can turn this force into our own. In this way, our Sky Array sect will not be a bad thing. Fang Xinglan said indifferently. He also knew how great the benefits behind the Sky Origin sect were. But as the first person to eat the crab, they must be qualified to bear the pressure from all sides. Just like the Sky Origin sect now. When the Sky Origin sect was first opened, the 53 sects, led by the Heavenly Corpse sect, had directly resisted. If the Sky Origin sect was not strong enough, then the Sky Origin sect would have been destroyed in the tide. But it was different now. Yuanzong had withstood this wave and even managed to push it back. At this time, if the Sky Array sect followed the Sky Origin sect's approach, then there would be no more problems. Fang Xinglan believed that there were many sects that could see the benefits behind the Sky Origin sect. Perhaps after this matter, there would be many forces that would learn from the Sky Origin sect. In this way, it was very important to seize the opportunity first. Mu Liang, who was at the side, heard this and fell into deep thought. he could also understand some of Fang Xinglan's words. In the cultivation world, the number of individual cultivators had always been the largest. To put it bluntly, although individual cultivators were not strong, in a huge group, they were destined to have huge benefits. It was just that there had always been a lot of friction between the sects and individual cultivators. Coupled with the need to curb the development of individual cultivators, even if many sects saw this benefit, no one dared to risk universal condemnation and break this thin layer. But it was different now. The sharp knife that was the Sky Origin sect was the first to break this thin layer. Everything was laid out in the open. As for some sects that still had the idea of sweeping away their own treasures, there was no way to stop it. Unless this sect thought that it was stronger than the Skycorp sect, and much stronger. Otherwise, they would have to pinch their nose and accept it. Thinking of this, Mu Liang nodded and said, I already understand Martial Uncle's meaning. Then our sect should also start to prepare. At least we can't let other sects take the lead. The Sky Origin sect's position as a top sect was because of the existence of Qin Shujian. In fact, the Sky Origin sect's overall strength was much weaker than the top sects and somewhat unworthy of the name. Then, when the news of the Skycorp sect's destruction spread, it could be said that the Sky Origin sect's position as a top sect had been completely established. Similarly, as a top sect, the Skycorp sect's foundation and strength were among the best among all the Xianxia foundation of thousands of years. It was enough to shake off many sects by a large margin. Even if they were all top sects, none of them had the confidence to destroy the Heavenly Corp sect. But it was different now. The Sky Origin sect had destroyed the Skycorp sect. No matter what method they used, it proved that the Sky Origin sect had the capital to destroy a top sect. In particular, the news of Qin Shujian's return with Jiang Feng could not be hidden from others. All of a sudden, many cultivators knew that the Sky Origin sect had not only destroyed the Skycorp sect, but also completely subdued a Skycorps of the Skycorp sect. As a result, it caused a huge sensation. Zhongyang City, Marquis Bayun's mansion. Skycorp's Jiang Feng. Marquis Bayun played with a piece of jade in his hand with a slight smile on his face. He also received the news of the Skycorp sect's destruction as soon as possible. It was related to the battle between two top sects, so it was impossible for the imperial court to not care at all. And the Sky Origin sect was a top sect in the Bayun mansion, so Marquis Bayun would definitely make a move. When the other sects sent people to watch the battle, he also sent people to watch the battle. However, from the beginning to the end, Marquis Bayun's people did not reveal any clues. After the Sky Origin sect destroyed the Skycorp sect, they quietly retreated and passed the news back. Marquis Bayun was not too surprised by the fall of Lian Gumming. What really surprised him was Qin Shujian's strange method. Also, there was Lian Gumming's method of refining Jiang Feng into a Skycorps. The former was strange, and the latter was not ordinary. Although Marquis Bayun was knowledgeable, he was not omniscient and had a strong interest in these things. Marquis, now that the Sky Origin sect has destroyed the Skycorp sect, there is no other sect that can suppress the development of the Yuan Pavilion. Li Guang'an cupped his hands and said, if this continues, the Sky Origin sect will definitely win the hearts of the itinerant cultivators in the world. When the time comes, when the sect becomes stronger, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the imperial court. Exalted elderly, aren't you exaggerating? Before Marquis Bayun could say anything, someone had already refuted. Su Mingyang raised his eyelids and casually glanced at him. Then, he sat up straight and looked at Marquis Bayun with cupped hands. Marquis, itinerant cultivators are mostly unscrupulous people. Although the Sky Origin sect's move can have a great impact, it is just an exaggeration to win the hearts of the itinerant cultivators in the world. Speaking of this, he looked at Li Guang'an again and smiled faintly. Moreover, since the establishment of the Sky Origin sect, it has been cooperating with the imperial court. The demons in the Bayun mansion were personally killed by Qin Shujian to avoid the hidden dangers caused by the demon disaster. Seriously speaking, there are not many sects like the Sky Origin sect that are on the side of the imperial court. I have my own plans for this. Marquis Bayun did not show any attitude and only replied calmly. After the scene calmed down, he spoke again. The opening of the Yuan Pavilion will indeed have a great impact, but the other sects will not sit still and wait for death. I think it will not be long before the sects will open a place like the Yuan Pavilion. At that time, the influence of the Sky Origin sect will naturally be divided. Therefore, there is no need to talk too much about this matter. It is not suitable for the Bayun mansion to have too many troubles. Everything should be stable. Yes. Hearing this, the others did not dare to say anything and only cupped their hands to accept the order. Then, Marquis Bayun waved his hand and dismissed all of them. He sat in his original position and fell into deep thought. To be honest, the way the Sky Origin sect opened the Yuan Pavilion was also beyond his expectations. However, he did not have any thoughts of organizing it. Just as the voice had said, the world was constantly evolving and would connect with the demon abyss sooner or later. If one wanted to stop the great calamity from happening, one was to block the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cut off the cultivation, heritage of the world, and let the world completely enter the age of chaos. The other was to increase the strength of the world's cultivators so that they would have the capital to fight against the demons. The Sky Origin sect's current approach was in line with the second option. Compared to the unrealistic former, although the latter had a slim hope, it was at least more possible. Liang Mountain Spiritual Region. The battle at Nanfeng Mansion could be said to be a complete victory. Although there were many experts from Yuanzhong who had fallen in this battle, the losses were still within an acceptable range compared to the gains. After returning to Yuan sect, Qin Shujian ordered someone to custom-make a black robe and hood for Jiang Feng, which completely covered the zombie's entire body, not revealing any clues. After that, there was one less sky zombie Jiang Feng in the world, and one more black-robed Jiang Feng, who sat in front of the mountain gate like a dead tree, not moving all year round. Who is this black-robed man? I don't know, I think the sect master brought him back. Many Yuan sect disciples looked curiously at Jiang Feng, who was sitting cross-legged beside the mountain gate's stone tablet. His face could not be seen clearly and he did not move at all. The news of refining ancient Ming into a sky zombie was only spread among the upper echelons of the sect. As for the other disciples, they were not qualified to come into contact with this level. As for the players, at this stage, they were not part of the upper echelons of the sect, so naturally, no one knew. Lu Bai glanced at Jiang Feng, then turned to look at the player beside him. Do you think this could be a hidden NPC with a mission on him? That might not be the case. Hearing his words, the player beside him nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them looked at each other. In the end, Lu Bai coughed softly, then stepped forward and asked, I am an elite disciple of the sect, may I ask how I can help Senior? He pondered for a moment before saying these words. After saying these words, Jiang Feng's body did not move, as if he was dead. Senior? Lu Bai tried to call out again, but there was no effect. Seeing this, a hesitant look appeared on his face as he pondered what to do next. Soon, Lu Bai changed his way of asking. However, no matter what he said, Jiang Feng remained motionless as usual. After a long time, Lu Bai finally gave up trying to persuade Jiang Feng, and finally left with the other person helplessly. However, he firmly remembered this black-robed man in his heart. The more mysterious an NPC was, the more extraordinary his background was. Lu Bai instinctively felt that there might be some hidden mission on Jiang Feng. After they left, many more players came over. They all wanted to get close to Jiang Feng and see if they could get some big quests. But without exception, all of them were defeated. Very soon, in Yuan sect, there was news that there was a hidden quest NPC at the mountain gate. For this reason, it attracted even more players. On the other side, inside the Chenggu Hall, including Qin Shujian, all the higher-ups of Yuan sect were gathered here. Compared to the depressing atmosphere of declaring war on the Heavenly Corpse sect, the current atmosphere was much livelier. Everyone had a pleasant smile on their faces. Clearly, many people were satisfied with the harvest this time. Qin Shujian looked at Su Yuanming and said, Elder Su, tell me about your harvest this time. All this while, Su Yuanming had been the logistics elder. All the miscellaneous matters of Yuan sect, big and small, were related to him. With the establishment of the Sundry Hall, he had taken over many things in a legitimate manner. This time, after the Heavenly Corp sect brought their spoils back to the Yuan sect, they handed them over to Su Yuanming and asked him to tally them up. Immediately, the scene fell silent. Su Yuanming got up, cupped his hands, and sat down. Then he opened his mouth and said, "This time, we destroyed the Heavenly Corp sect, and the harvest is indeed not bad. Let's start with the martial arts." He paused for a moment to organize his words. 1 Imminent Divinity Technique, 13 High-Grade Divinity Techniques, 36 Mid-Grade ones, 78 Low-Grade ones, 176 High-Grade ones, 227 Mid-Grade ones, and 582 Low-Grade ones. 2 Transcendence Martial Arts, 26 High-Grade Divine Martial Arts, 41 Mid-Grade Martial Arts, 98 Low-Grade Martial Arts, 235 High-Grade Spirit Martial Arts, 333 Mid-Grade Martial Arts, and 669 Low-Grade Martial Arts. There are a total of 7,826 cultivation methods and martial arts below the spiritual level. Boom! As soon as Su Yuanming finished speaking, the scene suddenly became noisy. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Corp sect had a rich foundation, but they did not expect it to be so rich. Especially the divine level cultivation method and the divine level martial arts, which attracted their attention. What was the divine level? Above the divine level was the divine level. If a divine level cultivation method could be cultivated to the perfection of the divine martial realm, then a divine level cultivation method could be cultivated to the diviner level. Any divinity realm cultivation method was the true inheritance of a top-notch sect. The Origin School was also a top sect now, but that was because of the existence of Qin Shujian. If they lost a formation master like Qin Shujian, the Origin School would fall from the altar of a top sect, and it would be very difficult for them to regain their position. The reason for this was the problem of inheritance. A diviner expert could protect a sect's glory for thousands of years, but a complete inheritance could allow a sect to maintain its glory. The Origin School now had a divine level cultivation method, which explained this. The others in the Origin School also had a chance to reach the diviner level through this method. Although not everyone could break through to the diviner level with the cultivation method, it was still possible. But at least it was the key to opening the door to the diviner level, and a glimmer of hope. Just this point alone. It was enough to form a strong bond with the hearts of the people in the sect. Even people like Xingfang and Xianxia, who had a steady mentality, couldn't help but look surprised. Although they hadn't even reached the peak of the divine martial realm, it was still too early to talk about the diviner level. But no one thought that they didn't have a chance to reach the diviner level. As long as they were given a key, anyone would be willing to give it a try. Even Qin Shujian's heart was stirred by the news. Maybe he didn't need a divine level cultivation method, but a divine level martial art was still useful. The most powerful martial art he had now was the divine level mid-grade Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal, which had already been transformed into the true meaning of sealing. Although this martial art was only a mid-grade divine level martial art, it could still allow him to unleash his strength to the maximum. If he could upgrade the divine level martial art, Qin Shujian was sure that his strength would definitely rise to another level. As for the remaining divine level and spiritual level cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as those below the spiritual level, they were 10 times or even 100 times more than what the Origin School had now. If they could fill the library with this batch of storage, then the entire Origin School's foundation would increase exponentially. The strength of a sect, apart from the number of experts, also played a huge role in the strength of the sect's legacy. Qin Shujian believed. Now that this batch of cultivation methods and martial arts were filled in the library, then the problem of exchanging from the various Yuan pavilions would no longer be a problem. Inside the inherited martial hall, now, there was a lot of discussion. Fu Gang immediately said, "Sect Master, our branch has never opened a library. If the disciples want to comprehend cultivation methods and martial arts, they have to go to the main sect. It will inevitably be inconvenient. I hope to open a place to store cultivation methods and martial arts in the branch. This way, the disciples in our branch will have more time to cultivate." Regarding this idea, there had always been elders in the branch. It was just that there wasn't much stock in the main sect's library. If it was distributed to the various branches, then it would be even less. Therefore, no one had opened their mouth. But it was different now. With the support of the Heavenly Corpse sect stock, Fu Gang dared to open his mouth. Just as he finished speaking, Xinghang also nodded and said, Elder Fu's words are true. Although we are a branch, we should have a place to inherit cultivation methods and martial arts. Otherwise, it would not be perfect. It's not impossible to build a library in the various branches, but after today, we will make a specific decision. Qin Shujian said calmly. Then, he looked at Su Yuanming and used his eyes to signal him to continue speaking. I won't say much about the materials for refining pills and weapons. These have all been put in the sect's treasury. Apart from that, we've seized 25 high-grade spiritual weapons, 73 middle-grade spiritual weapons, 266 low-grade spiritual weapons, and 5,876 low-grade spiritual weapons. As for spiritual weapons of the 3rd grade and above, we've seized 5,876 spiritual weapons. There are also 36 spiritual stones and 2,700 kilograms of accompanying jade. Su Yuanming listed out the harvest as if he was very familiar with it. In the entire Qinggu Hall, everyone else could not help but shut their mouths. There was only one voice left. Until now. The gains calculated by the other party could no longer be measured by simple silver taels. If they really had to calculate it in silver, it would be billions or even tens of billions. It could not be compared to these resources. Not to mention other things. Just the divine connection cultivation method alone could not be bought with silver. It was the same for spiritual stones. On the main seat, Qin Shujian, after hearing Su Yuanming's statistics, understood how big Yuanzong's harvest was this time. Inside. It did not include the resources that he had obtained from Liao Gumming's storage ring. Otherwise, it would be at least 10% more. Although 10% did not seem like much, compared to the huge resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect, 10% of the resources might not even be able to be taken out by ordinary large sections. It could be said that thousands of years of foundation, coupled with the strength of a top sect, became the biggest capital of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, now, all these things belong to Yuanzong. If Yuanzong is allowed to develop steadily, it may not be possible to accumulate such a wealth even after a few hundred years. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. He realized that the stable development was fake. There was no such rapid development at all. Of course. This time, Yuanzong was able to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect because of luck. If the Heavenly Corpse sect was prepared and used the strength of the entire sect to deal with it step by step, Yuanzong would definitely suffer heavy losses even if they wanted to take down the other party. Although the losses were not light now, as no less than 200 to 300 cultivators had died. But if the Heavenly Corpse sect was more stable, at least 60 to 70% of Yuanzong's people would have died there. After Su Yuanming finished speaking, Qin Shujian then said, this time, everyone who participated in the battle will get 50,000 contribution points. In addition, each branch will get a spiritual stone to be the foundation. If the rest of you want to get spiritual stones, you can also exchange them with contribution points. Currently, each spiritual stone is priced at 200,000 contribution points. You must be an elder or above to exchange for it. They had obtained a lot of spiritual stones this time. It was impossible to use all of them as a one-time consumption. After all, spiritual stones could be used as the foundation of a sect. The identity of the exchanger was limited and the price was set at 200,000 contribution points. In this way, only a small group of people could exchange for spiritual stones. Hearing this, many people were overjoyed in their hearts. Putting aside the 50,000 contribution points reward for each person, many people also had some gains behind the scenes in addition to the rewards on the surface. Therefore, the 50,000 contribution points reward given by the sect was actually not a small amount. As for Fu Gang and the others, they were even more overjoyed. Obtaining an additional spirit stone meant that the branch lineage would have a deeper foundation. In the next 1 or 2 years, there would not be much of an effect, but after a few decades or 100 years, the difference between an additional spiritual stone and one less spiritual stone would be completely revealed. For cultivators. Although it would be an exaggeration to describe a few decades or 100 years as a snap of the fingers, it was definitely affordable. Therefore, an additional spiritual stone for each branch was exactly what Fu Gang and the others wanted. Moreover, the stronger the strength of the branch they were in, the higher their status in the sect would be. There was no need to talk about the benefits. On the contrary, Qin Shujian's last words made many people think. This time, they had obtained 36 spiritual stones. Even if they gave out 6, they would still have 30 left. With such a large number of spiritual stones, it was naturally impossible for the main sect to swallow all of them. Therefore, it was normal for Qin Shujian to take out a part of them for exchange. Although 200,000 contribution points was a lot. But for some branch masters, it was not completely impossible for them to take it out. Ignoring the thoughts of others, Qin Shujian continued, from tomorrow onwards, the monthly resources provided to disciples of all levels will be doubled. Our sect is not short of resources now, but what we need are strong people who have grown up. After the destruction of the Heavenly Corpse sect, the future will be much calmer. Our sect needs to take this opportunity to recuperate. The resources provided would be doubled. This matter could only be said directly after obtaining the foundation of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Or else, with the foundation of the original sect, if the resources were doubled, they would be in a state of not being able to make ends meet. It was estimated that it would not be long before the sect would be finished. At this point, Qin Shujian added, the resources of all elders will also be doubled. Thank you, sect master. The other elders cupped their hands and thanked him. This was also a good thing for them. As elders, they received a lot of resources every month. If the resources were doubled, it was equivalent to saving a lot of contribution points. Zheng Fang pondered and said, now that the Heavenly Corpse sect has been destroyed, the remaining forces who fought against our sect Yuan Pavilion should have been greatly deterred. Sect Master, what do you plan to do next? The various Yuan pavilions will operate as usual, but the focus will be placed on Baiyun Mansion. Qin Shujian said. He had originally planned to give the 53 sects a fierce warning. After warning others with ulterior motives, he would withdraw the Yuan pavilions from the various mansions in a dignified way and focus on the Baiyun Mansion. However, the battle of the Heavenly Corpse sect went too smoothly, to the extent that the Heavenly Corpse sect was directly destroyed. To be honest, Qin Shujian had never thought that he would be able to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect so easily. Not only did he destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect, but he also obtained the Heavenly Corpse sect's resources, Jiangfeng, which was comparable to a celestial being. All of a sudden, Yuan Zong's mouth was full of oil, to the point where he was almost stuffed to death. In this way, Qin Shujian found that the Yuan pavilions didn't seem to be withdrawn. With Yuan Zong's current strength, even if the Yuan pavilions were there, how many sects would dare to make a move, after the fierce battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect? Not only did Yuan Zong's strength not weaken much, but it was even more powerful than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was twice as powerful. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's face became cold again, and said, as for the other 51 sects, send a message to them now. If my sect doesn't apologize and make amends within a month, then don't blame me for paying them a visit one by one. The Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed. He couldn't easily let go of the remaining 51 sections. Although it was impossible to really go to their door and destroy all the sects that attacked. But with Yuan Zong's current strength, it was enough to threaten them. If there was really someone who didn't know how to appreciate kindness, when he took action, the other sects would have nothing to say. Regarding this, in the inherited martial hall, no one objected. The current group of elders had just calmed down from the battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect, and there was still some killing intent and fighting spirit in their hearts that hadn't subsided. For some people, the best way to go now was to attack the other 51 sects, destroy them all, and then take away all their resources. Subsequently, a message was sent out from the inherited martial hall to the 51 sections. On the other side, after the simple meeting, Qin Shujian came to the library. Once again, he entered the library. In the past, the space here wasn't small, but since he saw the library of the top sects in the Heavenly Corpse sect, now when he looked back at his own library, it was narrow no matter how he looked at it. Such a small space was no longer worthy of his Yuanzong status. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Then, as the sect master, he temporarily drove all the disciples who had entered the book collection pavilion to leave. After clearing out the people inside, he then started to set up the space array. The setting up of the array wasn't complicated. At least for him, as an array master, it was a relatively easy task. It only took an hour. Qin Shujian then left the library. As for the disciples who were waiting outside, at this moment, they all rushed in like a swarm of bees. But, damn, is this still the library? How long has it been? How could there be such a big change? Looking at the vast space in front of them, which was more than 10 times bigger than before, many people gasped, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Not everyone could understand the existence of a space array. For almost everyone, it was the first time that they had seen such a method. And what really attracted people's attention was, although the space had expanded by 10 times, the books inside didn't seem to be spacious. Instead, it looked more densely packed than before. This meant something. This meant that the books stored in the library were more abundant than before. Seeing this, many people connected the matter in front of them with the Heavenly Corpse sect. I heard that the Heavenly Corpse sect has been destroyed. Could the extra cultivation methods here be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Is there a need to ask? It's 100% the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A top sect that has been around for thousands of years. TSK, there must be many powerful cultivation methods. Don't think about it. Even if there is, it's definitely not on the first floor. Just know what kind of stuff is placed here. The disciples in the sect discussed animatedly, and some players looked regretful. The war between the two sections. It wasn't that there were no players who didn't want to watch the war, but there was no way to do so at all. Neither the Origin sect nor the Heavenly Corpse sect brought them along this time. The weakest person participating in the war was a cultivator in the spiritual god realm. Therefore, although many people had thoughts in their hearts, they couldn't do anything about it. Surprisingly, the players didn't record any video of this challenge that spread throughout the cultivation world. At this moment, after seeing the huge changes on the first floor of the library, some disciples had already used their identities to head to the higher floors. Sure enough, when they went up to the second and third floors, they discovered that the changes were no different from the first floor. More importantly, the number of cultivation methods and martial arts here had increased by a lot. In fact, some martial arts that shouldn't exist on the higher floors had appeared here at this moment. Many people were overjoyed by this change. In this way, they could save a lot of contribution points. The contribution points they saved could be exchanged for other resources to improve their strength. Although contribution points could be traded now, for some people, contribution points were even more insufficient. Every bit they could save was a little bit. After accumulating for a long time, it would be a huge expense. On the other side, after Qin Shujian left the library, he went directly to the peak of Mount Liang. Then, he took the 1,000 mountain blood and used the sharpness of the 3-seal Dao artifact to easily break open the hard rocks on the peak of the mountain, causing a huge crack to appear. As the crack appeared, a wave of rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out from within. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took out 25 spiritual stones from his storage ring and threw them all into the crack. Then, he used his power to close the crack. At the same time, when the 25 spiritual stones were buried, the spiritual energy of the entire Yuan sect suddenly rose by a lot. Originally, I buried 2 spiritual stones. Now, with the 25 spiritual stones, there are 27 spiritual stones buried in Mount Liang. In this way, it is enough to be the foundation of the main sect. However, to reach the level of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I still need to accumulate a little more. Qin Shujian secretly calculated. This time, he had obtained 36 spiritual stones from the Heavenly Corpse sect and 17 from Lian Gumming's storage ring. The total number of spiritual stones had reached 53. However, each branch had consumed 6 spiritual stones, and now, 25 spiritual stones were buried in the main sect. In addition, he still had to leave a part for the elders to exchange. Qin Shujian suddenly realized. It seemed that there weren't many spiritual stones left behind. As for directly deducting a portion of the resources, For Qin Shujian. Those were his spoils of war and naturally belonged to him. Subsequently, he transferred all the things in his original storage ring into Liao Gumming's storage ring. Henceforth, this storage ring would officially belong to him. After doing these things, Qin Shujian suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot of things that he had not done. Well, the divine level martial arts are in my hands. I should spend some time to learn it. After all, the divine level martial arts are generally qualified to master the divine level martial arts. Its power is naturally not comparable to the divine level martial arts. Now that the various Yuan pavilions have been opened, the identity tokens refined previously are not enough. I will need a continuous supply later. Speaking of which, this was the biggest problem. Once the Yuan pavilions were opened, it would involve tens of millions of rogue cultivators, or even more. However, he was the only one who could refine an identity token, because it involved a method of contribution points. Qin Shujian was not at ease to leave it to anyone else. Therefore, no matter how many identity tokens there were, he could only do it himself. Thinking of the millions of identity tokens, Qin Shujian felt a little dizzy. This would take a lot of time. Even if he had the spirit god incarnation, it would not be much of a relief. As for the materials consumed to refine identity tokens, it could be said to be a huge amount. Fortunately, the materials seized from the Heavenly Corpse sect had alleviated the urgent need. As long as the front part was alleviated, the back part would not be a problem. After all, as long as the Yuan pavilions were established, it would not be long before they could provide a steady stream of resources to the Yuan sect. At that time, there would be no shortage of materials. As for the imperial court, there was no movement before. It should be because of the war between our sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. But now that the war between the two sects has ended, it will not be long before Wu Lang comes again. Qin Shujian thought again. His thoughts were already on the imperial court. No, to be more precise, it was placed on the evil demons. Now he discovered another benefit of luck, which was to extinguish or offset the karmic fire. The Dharma Eye's ability was indeed very powerful, but its flaws were also very obvious. That was, once he cut off the other party's luck, he would also have to bear the karmic fire. If he wasn't careful, he would be reduced to ashes by the wrath of heaven. And to completely cut off the providence of a deva, it would require the providence of a top-tier sect to offset it. To be honest, this price was not light at all. Although it had the trait of being invulnerable, it still couldn't completely withstand the karmic fire. Therefore, when one didn't have enough luck to withstand the karmic fire, this Dharma Eye couldn't be used casually. If a newly ascended diviner Ancient Ming was already like this, then the fate of the stronger diviners would definitely be even more tyrannical. When that time comes, if he were to use the same method to kill another celestial, he would most likely be exposed to the wrath of the heavens in the next second. Although the Dharma Eye is good, its flaws are also very obvious. However, if you have enough luck, it is indeed a supreme technique that can contend against or even kill a celestial. The Chaser, what kind of existence is this, leaving behind an ability that can directly deal with a celestial? Judging from the evolution of the Dharma Eye from the spiritual eye, this shouldn't be something that the system deduced on its own. It seems to be the next evolution of the spiritual eye itself. If that's the case, to be able to easily kill a celestial great cultivator, it must be at least a mighty figure to be able to stay. Perhaps it's even more powerful than that. Thinking of the Chaser, Qin Shujian's expression changed. Looking at the big picture through a tube. Just from the Dharma Eye, one could see how powerful the Chaser was. A mysterious existence that had the means to kill a celestial. Regarding such an unknown matter, to be honest, a trace of fear arose in his heart. However, now that the Chaser didn't have any clues at all, Qin Shujian couldn't get too much information. Therefore, he could only temporarily suppress the speculation in his heart and stop thinking about this matter. No matter what. With the Dharma Eye, he could be considered to have one more means to deal with a celestial. Moreover, after using this method to kill Liao Gumming, there should be many people in the world who would feel fear or even fear. In a short period of time, no celestial would really come to provoke him. Moreover, there were still very few celestial powerhouses in the Great Zhao. A top sect like the Heavenly Corpse sect that had existed for thousands of years only had one true celestial. As for Jiangfeng's words, it was completely unexpected. After obtaining the hidden passage technique, Qin Shujian understood what kind of method this was. To put it simply, it was to refine corpses. The stronger one was when they were alive, the stronger the zombie that could be refined. Moreover, the body must be preserved as it was when they were alive, without any defects. Just this point alone. It had already limited many options. Moreover, in this world, any NPC that was killed would directly return to heaven and earth. You could leave a part of the body in the form of harvesting spoils of war, but there was no way to leave a complete body. Therefore, those who could refine zombies could only be those powerhouses who had died of old age. This kind of powerhouse would not return to heaven and earth, and would still leave a corpse behind. However, how rare was the corpse of a celestial tier elite? One could imagine just by thinking about it. In addition, the method to refine a heavenly corpse was very complicated, and it could not be done in a short period of time. It needed to be refined over a long period of time with a specific method before it could be truly refined successfully. Otherwise, Lian Gumming would not only have Jiangfeng's heavenly corpse. Apart from heavenly corpses, the latter, earth and golden corpses, had lower requirements. But correspondingly, the strength of the zombies refined would be correspondingly weaker. Although the process was simpler, it was still very complicated. With Origin Sect's current strength, it was not bad to refine a batch of earth corpses comparable to divine martial realm cultivators, but complete corpses of divine martial realm cultivators were not easy to find. As for golden corpses comparable to spiritual martial realm cultivators, it was completely unnecessary. Origin Sect did not lack spiritual martial realm cultivators now. What they lacked was the combat strength of divine martial realm and celestial realm cultivators. Afterward, Qin Shujian took out 3 more crystals from his storage ring. These 3 crystals contained the divinity martial arts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Compared to other martial arts, the divine martial arts could no longer be recorded on paper. Only by transmitting the memories of the crystals could it be truly passed down. Moreover, the inheritance crystals were not one-time consumables. As long as the consciousness inside did not dissipate, it could be kept forever. Holding the 3 crystals in his hand, Qin Shujian's divine thought fell on one of the crystals. Buzz, an invisible wave spread out. Qin Shujian found himself in a dazzling starry sky in an instant. A man was standing there with a blade in his hand. All of a sudden, he saw the other party make a simple slash, and in an instant, he saw the galaxy collapse. A long saber mark was deeply embedded in the galaxy, and no matter how the galaxy surged, it could not drown it out. The moment he saw the saber mark, Qin Shujian's attention was completely attracted. Sharp, destruction, slaughter, it was just a simple saber mark, but it made Qin Shujian feel as if he saw endless slaughter, and also as if he saw the changes of the world. Only this saber was eternal. After a long time, only then did Qin Shujian withdraw from this state. You have learned the divine martial art, spirit severing. You have learned the divine martial art, spirit severing, and your understanding of the saber will has deepened. Your saber will has evolved. You have obtained the true meaning of saber. Several messages appeared in the system, and he was a little absent-minded again. After a while, Qin Shujian came back to his senses and checked the changes in his attributes. As expected, in the special ability column, the saber will, 20%, had evolved into the true meaning of saber. In addition, there was a new attribute column under the martial arts. Divine martial art. As for the newly learned spirit severing, it appeared after the divinity connection martial arts. Divine martial art, spirit severing, 10%, there was no such thing as beginner, nor was there any such thing as greater perfection. The division of the divine martial art column was completely different from the division of martial arts. Spirit severing, 10%. Qin Shujian murmured softly. If that's the case, then I should have only mastered 10% of this divine martial art. I can continue to improve it. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes again, digesting everything related to spirit severing. Finally, he opened his eyes again, and his heart was shaken. Spirit severing, as the name implied, it could slay a spirit deity, This was a technique that did not affect the physical body, and was specifically used to attack the spirit deity. It could be said that this divine martial art was the nemesis of sects like the Heavenly Corpse sect, which focused on body refinement. So what if the physical defense was strong? With one slash, it would not slash your physical body, but your spirit deity. Unless your spirit deity was strong enough, or you had a spirit item or Tao item to protect you, you would have to obediently endure it. This was the domineering aspect of spirit severing. As for the so-called true meaning of the saber, it gave Qin Shujian a deeper understanding of the Tao of the saber. After gaining this ability, in the future, when he learned other saber techniques, he would be able to improve at lightning speed. He would be even more terrifying than the average Tao of the saber genius. Afterward, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the two crystals at the back of the box. A spirit-severing technique was already so extraordinary. The last two divine martial arts would not be too far off. Thinking of this, he directly focused his divine will on them. You have learned the divine martial art 9 Tribulations Immortal Body. You have learned the divine martial art Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth. Boom! When Qin Shujian saw the last divinity martial art, he felt his head buzzing. He wondered if he had seen wrongly. Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth. The last divine martial art is actually Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. This name. Qin Shujian really did not want to be too familiar with it. Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth was rumored to be a technique only immortals and gods could master in his previous life. Now it had fallen into his hands. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not think that the Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth here was as simple as the name. As a divine martial art, this in itself meant that it was extraordinary. Afterward, his gaze once again fell upon the attribute panel. After spirit severing, there were 2 additional words, 9th level immortal body and Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth. Divine martial art, 9 Tribulations Immortal Body, untouched. Divine martial art, Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth, 1st level, untouched. Looking at the divine martial art column, Qin Shujian's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. In the martial arts that he had obtained in the past, after learning it, he would directly enter the 1st level. It was the first time that he had encountered one that showed that it had not been touched. It was equivalent to not really entering the 1st level. However, after digesting the 9 Tribulations Immortal Body, Qin Shujian also knew the way to go through the 1st level. It was very simple. The 1st level was the Thunder Tribulation, summoning heavenly thunder to refine the body. As long as he could withstand it, this martial art was considered a beginner. As for not being able to withstand it, that was needless to say. I need to withstand the Thunder Tribulation before even reaching the beginner level. It seems that this 9 Tribulations Immortal Body is a bit interesting. Without a doubt, this was a body-refining martial art. After obtaining the ancient immortal body, Qin Shujian actually did not need any body-refining techniques. After all, his body had been developed and strengthened to a terrifying extent after obtaining this characteristic. Learning other body-refining techniques would be a complete waste of his life force. After all, when the body reached a certain level, the same type of martial arts could no longer be superimposed. However, it was not difficult to reach the beginner level of the 9 Tribulations Immortal Body and did not need to consume any life force. Qin Shujian was interested in trying. Rumble, the originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. In just a few breaths of time, the Thunder Tribulation fell from the sky. Regarding this matter, the people of Yuan sect only glanced at it briefly and then went on to do their own things. The Earth Vein. Qiu Ping had just returned from the main sect when he saw the thunderclouds above Mount Liang. He frowned slightly but did not pay much attention to it. Soon, he gathered the other elders in the Earth Vein for a meeting. In the main sect, Qiu Ping was just an inner sect elder. Although his status was not low, he was not at the top among the elders. However, in the Earth Vein, he was the Vein Master. Unless Qin Shujian was here, no one could be higher than him in terms of status. As for the Earth Vein, most of the elders were directly promoted after he consulted the main sect. To a certain extent, these people were Qiu Ping's subordinates. Therefore, after receiving the Vein Master's order, almost all the elders were present. no one was absent. Vein Master, may I know why you called us here this time? An outer sect elder of the Earth Vein cupped his hands and asked. In the hall, the others also looked at Xiao Ping with a puzzled expression. You should know about the war between the main sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Some of the elders even participated in this war. As Xiao Ping spoke, his gaze paused for a moment on a few of them. According to the sect master's order, everyone who participated in the war will be rewarded with 50,000 contribution points. Hearing this sentence, a few elders' faces lit up. They were the ones who started the war with the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, the outer sect elders were not qualified to participate in the main sect's meeting. Therefore, many of them did not know about the 50,000 contribution points reward at all. In addition, every branch vein will receive an extra spirit stone to increase the spirit energy of each branch vein. Xiao Ping paused for a moment before continuing. At the same time, the main sect has opened up a spirit stone exchange system for the elders. 200,000 contribution points can be exchanged for one spirit stone. The elders should be very clear about how useful spirit stones are to the branch veins. Every additional spirit stone will strengthen the foundation. After a few hundred years, it might be able to suppress the other branches. Does the Vein Master mean that our Earth Vein is going to exchange spirit stones? Some of the elders already understood the meaning of Xiao Ping's words. As for the real purpose of gathering them here, they could vaguely guess. Xiao Ping said, the main sect is growing stronger day by day. Since the rules of the main sect competition and the other tests were set, it can be seen that the stability of the branches is only temporary. It won't take long. Perhaps the resources provided by each branch need to be distributed according to the strength of each branch. The strong eat more and the weak eat less. I don't think I need to say too much about this. So, there's no doubt that the Earth Vein's foundation will be strengthened. As the elders of the Earth Vein, you should contribute to the Earth Vein. If the Earth Vein suppresses the other branches in the future, you will also benefit. After Xiao Ping finished speaking, there was a brief silence. Then someone asked, what does the Vein Master want us to do? The Heavenly Corpse sect obtained 36 spirit stones this time. The main sect has at least 30 spirit stones. After deducting the spirit stones used by the main sect and some other reserves, I estimate that we will be able to exchange 10 to 20 spirit stones for spirit stones. Xiao Ping calmly analyzed. He knew a lot about the uses of spirit stones. Of the remaining 30 spirit stones, Qin Shujian would definitely not take out all of them for them to exchange. To put it bluntly, the main sect was the true foundation of the Yuan sect. The various branches were just derivatives. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian must have left some spirit stones to strengthen the main sect's foundation. The remaining spirit stones that could be taken out were at most half. And this was the most ideal assumption. If it was too little, they might not even have 10 spirit stones to exchange. Looking at the elders' expressions, Xiao Ping did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I plan to gather enough contribution points and exchange them for spirit stones as much as possible. Elders should have a lot of contribution points in storage. I wonder if you would be willing to contribute to the Earth Vein. How much does the Vein Master need? Speaking of contribution points, for many people, it was their lifeblood. But it was just as Xiao Ping said. Perhaps the main sect would decide the allocation of resources based on the strength of the branches. Given the main sect's current bold and decisive manner, such a situation was not impossible. When that time came, the competition would be based on the strength of each branch. If they were weaker than others, it would be a problem for them to lose face. But if they had fewer resources, it would be a big problem. Xiao Ping said, I plan to gather 600,000 contribution points and exchange them for 3 spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones that we already have, the Earth Vein will have enough for now. 600,000. Hiss. Hearing this, some people sucked in a breath of cold air. 600,000 contribution points was a huge expenditure. Although there was a contribution point exchange system now, it was still 200 taels of silver for one contribution point. 600,000 contribution points would be equivalent to 120 million taels of silver. Although the market price of one spirit stone was 10 million taels of silver in the outside world, this price was not accurate at all. Even if there were 10 million taels of silver, no one would use spirit stones to exchange. Therefore, no one objected to Qin Shujian's discount of 200,000 contribution points for one spirit stone to 40 million taels of silver. However, 600,000 contribution points was a huge blow to the earth vein. As for using silver to exchange for spirit stones, that was even more impossible. 120 million taels of silver. Even if they emptied the entire branch, they would not be able to take out that much. Although they had seized the Heavenly Corp sect's resources, which were worth more than 10 billion, those were the main sect's treasures and had nothing to do with the branches. To put it bluntly, the main sect's wealth belonged to the main sect. Moreover, even if those resources were in the main sect, other than the sect leader, no one else had the right to use them. Therefore, the earth vein did not have the right to interfere. When Qiu Ping said 600,000 contribution points, the elders in the hall all had different expressions on their faces. Many of them couldn't make up their minds. Seeing this, Qiu Ping was not surprised. Qiu Ping wasn't surprised. He continued, "I'll pay 200,000 contribution points. Elders, you can pay the remaining 400,000 contribution points. The earth vein is not mine either. If the earth vein is strong enough, you will also gain a lot of benefits." 600,000 contribution points. Qiu Ping offered 1/3 of the contribution points. The other elders were shocked. At this point, even if they did not want to agree, they had no choice. After all, Qiu Ping had already offered 200,000 contribution points as a show of sincerity. If they refused, their days in the earth vein would be like sitting on pins and needles. Moreover, exchanging for spirit stones did bring them many benefits. Therefore, after Qiu Ping said that, the other elders only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Each of these outer elders had more or less tens of thousands of contribution points left. In addition, Qin Shujian had given each of them 50,000 contribution points as a reward for participating in the battle. It would not be difficult to gather 600,000 contribution points. Even after this round of gathering, the earth vein would be in an awkward situation where there would be no contribution points to use for a period of time. However, this was not a big problem. Since the contribution points could be traded, Qiu Ping collected all 600,000 contribution points on the spot and headed to the main sect without stopping for a moment. The moment he stepped into the main sect, Qiu Ping found that the concentration of spirit energy in the main sect had increased a lot. In just a breath, a large amount of spirit energy had entered his body. It seems that the sect leader has placed the spirit stones in the main sect. With regards to this change, he only needed to think about it for a moment before he knew what was going on. Subsequently, Qiu Ping walked directly to the Sundry Hall. In the Sundry Hall, Su Yuanming had been staying here for the past few days. A large number of resources were brought back from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Many people came to exchange for them. Sometimes, as the hall master, he had to personally come to exchange for more valuable resources. "Elder Qiu, why are you here? Are you here to exchange for spirit stones?" Su Yuanming was sipping tea in the inner hall when he saw his disciple bring Qiu Ping in. He smiled and asked. Qiu Ping cupped his hands and sat down as if they were close friends. They were both from the Cold Mountain Stockade, so they had a good relationship. There were many things. They didn't care too much about etiquette. Instead, they were a little casual. Qiu Ping smiled faintly and said, "Elder Su's eyes are as sharp as torches. You even know what I'm here for." "It seems like that's the case." Su Yuanming laughed and shook his head. Someone like Qiu Ping, who rarely came to the main sect, suddenly came to his Sundry Hall. It was easy to guess what was going on. This time, the sect took out some spirit stones for people to exchange. It could be said that now, many people were eyeing this batch of spirit stones. However, the 200,000 contribution points threshold stopped most people in their tracks. Spirit stones were good. However, 200,000 contribution points was still quite valuable. Qiu Ping asked, "How many spirit stones did the sect take out for us to exchange?" 10. Su Yuanming replied. Qiu Ping thought to himself, as expected. As he had guessed, the sect didn't take out many spirit stones for people to exchange this time. 10 spirit stones. If they were divided among the different branches, there would be no need to say much. Even if they didn't count the monster vein, the other branches would only have about 2 spirit stones. Sect Master, did you limit how many spirit stones each branch can exchange? I didn't. Su Yuanming shook his head and said with a half-smile, Elder Qiu, are you planning to take all 10 spirit stones? If I had 2 million contribution points, I would take all of them. Haha. Su Yuanming laughed. He knew that it was impossible for any branch to take all 10 spirit stones. 2 million contribution points. Even if they emptied all their assets, they wouldn't be able to take out that much. Unless all 5 branches worked together, they might be able to do it. To tell the truth, from Su Yuanming's point of view, the 10 spirit stones that Qin Shujian offered might have been an estimation of the contribution points that each branch meridian could move. I can't take out 2 million contribution points, but 600,000 contribution points is still possible. Is Elder Qiu serious? Of course, I brought my contribution points with me. Elder Su, please help me exchange them for 3 spiritual stones. As he spoke, Qiu Ping used his quintessential origin force to lift his identity token and send it over to Su Yuanming. Su Yuanming reached out and took it. As his divine sense descended, he looked at the 600,000 contribution points and suddenly smiled. It seems that Elder Qiu has really thought it through. Fine, since Elder Qiu has already made his decision, I have no problem with it. After all, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for anything in the Sundry Hall. Su Yuanming did not dwell too much on this issue. After deducting 600,000 contribution points from Qiu Ping, he stood up, walked into the warehouse, and handed over a jade box to Qiu Ping. Qiu Ping also returned Qiu Ping's identity token. Qiu Ping opened the jade box, and a gust of spiritual qi rushed out. 3 spiritual stones lay quietly in the box, surrounded by a faint green spiritual qi. After receiving the spiritual stones, he did not linger and took the items away. After Qiu Ping left, other elders from the other branches came. Their purpose was the same as Qiu Ping's, to exchange for spiritual stones. Everyone could understand. All resources were expendable. Only things like spiritual stones, which could last forever, were the true foundation of a sect. The increase in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had changed the environment of the earth vein. It was not just 1 or 2 people who came. That's all? When Fu Gang heard Su Yuanming's words, he almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Su Yuanming said helplessly, Elder Fu is not the only one who came to exchange for spiritual stones. The other elders came as well. The sect only gave out 10 spiritual stones in total, and they were all exchanged. These bastards. At this moment, Fu Gang could not help but curse. In order to exchange for enough spiritual stones, he had hardened his heart and emptied his entire branch's treasury. In the end, he had brought 800,000 contribution points. But now, he had brought the contribution points, but Su Yuanming told him that the spiritual stones were all gone. Fu Gang suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He still could not believe it. He asked repeatedly, are the spiritual stones really gone? They're really gone. Su Yuanming spread his hands helplessly. Hearing that, Fu Gang had no choice but to accept the fact that he was 1 step behind. He sighed again and took off his identity token. Elder Su, please exchange for some cultivation resources for me. Previously, he had sold his resources to exchange for spiritual stones. But now that he had no spiritual stones and resources, it was useless to have a pile of contribution points. In the end, he had to exchange them for resources again. Hearing that, Su Yuanming would not refuse. Boom! Another bolt of tribulation lightning fell, causing a loud rumbling sound to be heard even in the inner hall. Fu Gang walked out of the inner hall and looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. He turned to Su Yuanming and asked, Sect Master, have you been refining any spiritual weapons recently? The Sect Master has always been mysterious. Although we are elders, we can't find out too much. Su Yuanming shook his head. The peak of Mount Liang was a forbidden area of the sect. So far, no one was qualified to go there. Even the great elder of technique imparting was the same. At this moment, at the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian had already completed the entry level of the 9 tribulations immortal body and began to refine the spiritual weapon array disc. Last time, the 18 square array discs had been damaged in the battle against Lian Gumming. Later, when the heavenly punishment hellfire descended, it directly destroyed the array. Speaking of which, because of this, he lost 12 spiritual stones. Qin Shujian felt a little heartache. But there was no doubt that an array master with an array disc in hand was in his most powerful state. Without the control of the person who set up the array, he could already trap a heavenly being supreme cultivator. If someone was controlling the array, the power would increase exponentially. However, to refine a powerful enough array disc, the materials needed were also extraordinary. This time, Qin Shujian obtained a lot of level 9 forging materials from the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, he just happened to be able to refine a set of array disc to fight against the enemy. The lightning tribulation continued to bombard down. However, the array disc below the lightning tribulation remained motionless. No matter how the violent power bombarded it, it showed no signs of being destroyed. The lightning tribulation lasted for 3 days. When the last lightning tribulation fell, the array disc was officially formed. Next, I have to inscribe the array on the array disc. Qin Shujian focused his mind and mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to write array patterns. Then, he engraved them on the array disc. After a long time, 27 square array discs formed a circle. After hovering in the sky for a while, they were put into his storage ring. Because this time, he had enough materials. Qin Shujian didn't just refine 18 square array discs. Instead, he directly refined 27 square array discs. This was the limit of the array he could control. If it was any stronger, it would exceed the current level. 27 square array discs. Each of them is a top upper spiritual artifact. If it weren't for the material limitations, it would be enough to enter the ranks of half-step Dao artifacts. In this way, the power of the array disc will be much stronger than before. It will be much easier to fight against Lian Gumming again. Qin Shujian was very satisfied with the results of this refining. To refine a top-upper spiritual artifact, even a grandmaster blacksmith couldn't do it so perfectly every time. Their success this time was also due to luck. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's spiritual deity moved and once again transformed into many spiritual deity avatars. Then, he took out the other materials and used the red lotus of purgation to melt them all. The refining of the life-saving trump card was completed. The next thing to be refined was the real vast amount of work. The identity tokens needed to meet the requirements of the Yuan Pavilion. To refine millions of identity tokens, not to mention the materials needed, just the time required was not something that could be completed in 1 or 2 days. More than half a month later, Qin Shujian almost stayed in the forbidden area and didn't move a single step. He was wholeheartedly refining the identity tokens. During this process, even with his current tyrannical spiritual deity, he couldn't support the consumption. However, he had prepared a lot of vitality pills, so there wasn't any problem. During the period when Qin Shujian was in seclusion, many sects in the cultivation world, seeing that they couldn't resist the Yuan Pavilion, imitated the Yuan Pavilion's approach and set up businesses similar to the Yuan Pavilion to gather rogue cultivators and earn profits. However, with the Yuan Pavilion in the lead, the following sects couldn't do it to the same extent as the Yuan Pavilion. However, to a certain extent, it also divided a lot of resources. Regarding these changes, the Yuan sect didn't say anything, and the Yuan Pavilion also operated as usual. It didn't arouse the slightest anger. Now, many sects are imitating. Except for the majority of rogue cultivators in the Baiyun Mansion, who are still in the hands of the Yuan Pavilion, the rest of the mansion has been divided into many people in the past month. What do you think about this, Great Elder? In an inner hall, Su Yuanming looked at Jingfang and asked with a faint smile. Qin Shujian was in seclusion, and now the Great Elder was in charge of all matters, big or small. Jingfang was unmoved and said calmly, "The cultivation world is too big, so big that it can't be completely controlled by 1 or 2 sections. Although our sect is strong now, it's not really invincible. Moreover, even if it's as strong as the human emperor and the current great Zhao, they still have to share part of the benefits to the many sects in the cultivation world. If our sect wants to control all rogue cultivators in our hands, we will become the target of public criticism sooner or later. On the contrary, the current situation is good. The other sects are imitating the Yuan Pavilion, which is equivalent to acknowledging our approach. As the first sect to open the Yuan Pavilion, we already have enough advantages. What's left is that we need time to settle down. Zheng Fang also agreed with the other sects imitating the Yuan Pavilion's approach. This was the best situation. If the other sects imitated, then the Yuan sect's approach would no longer be unconventional, and it would even step into a situation where all the other sects were against each other. Zheng Fang didn't want to dwell on this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, however, the 51 sects haven't made any moves yet. It seems that the shock of our annihilation of the Heavenly Corpse sect wasn't enough. What does Great Elder plan to do? A life for a life, and a debt must be paid. Previously, the 53 sects attacked us to destroy the Yuan Pavilion. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the Celestial Elephant sect have already paid the price. There's no reason for the other sects to be spared. A strand of gloomy and cold-killing intent flashed within Zheng Fang's eyes. This is a grudge between the 51 sects and the Yuan sect. Since they were given a chance to apologize before, and now no one is willing to accept this kindness, then the others have nothing to say when our sect takes action. Su Yuanming was silent. From Zheng Fang's words, it was obvious that he was planning to take action against the other 51 sections. Apart from the Heavenly Corpse sect, the other sects weren't strong. Now, only the sects of the major regions were worth paying attention to. We have to ask the sect master about this matter. No one is allowed to disturb the sect master's seclusion. With the sect master's style of doing things, Elder Su should be able to understand what the result is. The 1-month deadline isn't up yet. Why don't you wait a few more days, Great Elder? If we say 1 month, then it will be 1 month. We naturally keep our word. Zheng Fang nodded slightly and didn't object to Su Yuanming's words. For Symbol Sect. As one of the 53 sects, after the destruction of the Celestial Elephant sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect, this sect was also under a lot of pressure. Especially in recent times. The Yuan Pavilion hadn't revoked the bounty on their sect, causing many disciples to die unexpectedly. Of course. As a major sect of the spirit realm, the 4 Symbol sect's strength was also extraordinary. Under such circumstances, they had killed many wandering cultivators and intimidated a group of people. But killing people could intimidate wandering cultivators, but it couldn't intimidate players. Therefore, until now, the 4 Symbol sect was still in a state of martial law. However, for the sect master of the 4 Symbol sect, the biggest problem now wasn't the Yuan Pavilion's bounty, but the message that Yuan Zong had sent to them more than 20 days ago. The 1-month deadline is almost up. I wonder what the elders think about Yuan Zong's matter. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He looked like an elegant gentleman. This was the sect master of the 4 Symbol sect, Qi Yu, a great cultivator of the prominent divine stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders of the 4 Symbol sect looked at each other and didn't know how to respond. Previously, Yuan Zong had sent a message to the 4 Symbol sect to apologize. All the senior members of the sect knew very well. But knowing was one thing, and doing something was another. If anyone agreed, they would lose the dignity of the sect if they didn't do well. However, if they refused and angered Yuan Zong, they might be the main culprit of the sect's calamity. Therefore, facing Qiyu's words, the others didn't answer without permission. Seeing this, Qiyu's gaze fell on someone and said in a deep voice, "Elder Zhao, what do you think?" Elder Zhao, who was sitting calmly, was clearly stunned when he heard this. After a long while, he said hesitantly, "It's up to the sect master. I don't have any opinions on this." Qiyu's face immediately darkened. Elder Zhao is also a founding member of our sect. Whether we fight or make peace now has a great impact on our sect. If even Elder Zhao is unwilling to speak, it's difficult for me, the sect master, to make the decision alone. Looking at Qiyu's unfriendly expression, Elder Zhao felt bitter in his heart. However, since the other party had already said so, if he continued to refuse, he might completely offend the other party. The consequences of offending the sect master of a sect could be imagined. As for the other elders, they all turned to look at each other. Every one of them had a slight change in expression. After coughing twice, Elder Zhao said, Yuanzong sent a message. It's not only our four-symbol sect, but the other 50 sects have also received the same message. As far as I know, the other sects haven't made much of a move. Therefore, in my opinion, it's better if the enemy doesn't make a move and we don't make a move. We'll make a decision after we see the situation clearly. Elder Zhao, you're right. The other 50 sects haven't made a move. The most appropriate thing for us to do now is to wait and see. After Elder Zhao finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement. In their opinion, this was the most appropriate thing to do now. They wouldn't directly offend Yuanzong or embarrass the sect. As the saying goes, the law can't punish the majority. If the other sects didn't make a move, Yuanzong wouldn't just vent his anger on the four-symbol sect. After Yuanzong destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, he only sent a message to the other sections. It could be seen that he didn't really want to make a move on these sections. After all, it wasn't just 1 or 2 sects that were involved, but a total of 51 sections. If Yuanzong really made a move, it would definitely cause a bigger commotion than the destruction of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Just as Chiyu was thinking, a middle-aged elder sitting at the end cupped his hands and said, Sect Master, I have a different opinion. What's your opinion, Eldering? In my opinion, if our sect really ignores Yuanzong's words, the consequences will be very serious. Given Qin Shujian's vengeful character, he might not care about the consequences of destroying us. Eldering, do you know Qin Shujian very well? I don't know much about Qin Shujian, but the sect I was in was destroyed by Yuanzong. He's ruthless and can't be underestimated. Ying Wenyao took a deep breath as if he had recalled a bad memory. This former sect master of Shifang sect had fled when Yuanzong launched a large-scale attack. In the end, he even left Baiyun Mansion and went to other mansions to be on the safe side. He broke through to the spirit martial realm by chance and completely abandoned his previous identity. He turned and joined the four-symbol sect and became an inner elder. Initially, Ying Wenyao thought he might not have anything to do with Yuanzong in this life. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, the four-symbol sect still encountered Yuanzong. It was just that his words carried little weight and his foundation was still shallow, so it was inconvenient for him to say many things. But now that the four-symbol sect was on the verge of death, Ying Wenyao could not help but remind them. It was not easy to join a sect and have a few peaceful days. He really did not want to change places. Hearing this, many people were startled. They realized that this newly promoted inner sect elder had some other stories. Chiyu knew a little about Ying Wenyao's background. After hearing his words, he asked, Elder Ying, how much do you know about Yuanzong? Yuanzong used to be a mountain bandit in the ordinary realm. He relied on robbing to make a living. Even though he later got rid of his identity as a bandit and became a top sect. But speaking of which, Qin Shujian and the others are still bandits that are hard to get rid of. Their methods are ruthless and ruthless. Everything they do is for the sake of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. The Star Elephant sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect are the most obvious examples. Qin Shujian dared to declare war on the Heavenly Corpse sect regardless of the cost. He even destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect. Do you really think that he will be wary of the existence of the remaining 51 sects? Now that Yuanzong has swallowed the resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect and it is rumored that he has obtained a Heavenly Corpse with the battle strength of a heavenly human, his strength will definitely be stronger than before. Now that Yuanzong is at its peak, any force that stands in its way will only be destroyed. Don't you see that Yuanzong is now allowed to open and even imitate Yuanzong? It is the top sects that are giving in to Yuanzong. I don't mean to look down on the sects, but in the current situation, let alone the four-symbol sect, even the top sects are not willing to provoke Yuanzong. Now that the sects are waiting and watching, when the experts of the Red Sun sect arrive, it will be the day of the sect's destruction. Sect Master, you must not follow in their footsteps. Otherwise, the four-symbol sect will be in danger. Ying Wenyao said all the words in his heart in one breath. The onlooker sees the game clearly. In his opinion, these elders who were still hoping for a fluke were no different from brainless idiots. So what if there were 51 sects? Did they really think that they could be stronger than the Heavenly Corpse sect? Even the Heavenly Corpse sect had been destroyed, let alone the 51 sects, which were a plate of loose sand. If Yuanzong wanted to destroy them, he did not need to send out many experts. The Celestial Elephant sect had been destroyed by the Test Sword Peak. If Yuanzong could have one Test Sword Peak, they could have a second and a third. Not to mention, Yuanzong's biggest advantage was not the number of experts, but the number of Dao artifacts that made one's scalp tingle. A few 3-seal Dao artifacts carried by an expert were enough to turn a spirit domain sect into ashes. As for Qi Yu, who was on the main seat, after hearing Ying Wenyao's words, he fell into deep thought. To be honest, what the other party had said just now had awakened him. With Yuanzong's current power and influence, would they really care about the complicated relationship between the 51 sects and not act rashly? If it was before this, Qi Yu would have thought so. After all, if they could act, why didn't Yuanzong do it and instead sent messages to the other sects? But now, Ying Wenyao's words made him think otherwise. Yuanzong might not have other intentions for not acting. He was just too lazy to do it. After all, the 51 sects were divided into 13 prefectures. It would take a lot of time to attack them one by one. For a moment, Qi Yu's mind spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. Soon, he made a decision in his heart. Compared to the issue of dignity, the Four Symbols sect could not take the risk of being destroyed. Inside the drill hall, Zhengfang was like a private tutor, giving lectures to some of the disciples who came to ask for guidance. If it were not for others knowing his identity, they would definitely not associate him with the first elder of the Yuan sect. After all, the Yuan sect was known for their ruthlessness in the cultivation world. As the first elder of this sect, there was no way he would be soft-hearted. Well, that's all for the lecture. If you have any questions, you can exchange them among the disciples or ask your own teachers. Of course, you can come again next time. It's just that every time you come, you'll need to spend a lot of contribution points. Moreover, listening to the lecture is secondary. The main thing is whether you can comprehend it yourself. If you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation, it's better to go out and experience it. Although the world is chaotic, it can also hone your body and mind, which will be of great benefit in the future. Zhengfang looked at the dozens of disciples below and said with a calm voice. After all, there were only a few people who could spend contribution points to listen to the lecture. After all, instead of spending contribution points to listen to the lecture, it was better to use contribution points to exchange for pills to improve one's strength, which was more cost-effective. Unless they really encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, not many people would spend money for nothing. In the end. Furthermore, he had spent too many contribution points to invite Zhengfang, the first elder. Hearing that, the disciples below nodded and said, "We will remember the first elder's teachings. Go." Zhengfang waved his hand and dismissed all the disciples. He then stood up from his seat like an ordinary old man, turned around, and left the drill hall. Perhaps it was because he was too old when he entered the cultivation world. Even if he broke through to the airborne realm and had a lifespan of hundreds of years, he still did not show much vitality. He was like a private tutor, doing everything in an orderly manner. When Zhengfang left the drill hall, there was already an inner sect deacon waiting there. "First elder, someone from the Four Symbols sect is here." The Four Symbols sect? Zhengfang's footsteps paused for a moment. He turned his head to look at the deacon with some doubt in his eyes. He was also very unfamiliar with that name. The deacon said, "The Four Symbols sect is one of the 51 sects that we sent a message to before." Who did the Four Symbols sect send? An inner sect elder. Then let him come here to see me. After a simple inquiry, Zhengfang was too lazy to move. After leaving behind a sentence, he turned around and walked back. At this moment, in the drill hall, all the disciples left, and no one else stayed behind. After returning to his original seat, Zhengfang leisurely sat down. He casually picked up a book beside him and began to read. Before long, One of the deacons of the inner court led a person to the hall. First elder, I brought him here. Elder Ying Wenyao of the Four Symbols sect greets the first elder of the Yuan sect. A middle-aged man standing beside him cupped his hands and greeted him. Go ahead. Zheng Fang signaled with his eyes, and the inner sect deacon respectfully excused himself. Then he looked at the stool in front of him and said, Elder Ying, please take a seat. Thank you. Ying Wenyao cupped his hands together and thanked him. Soon after, he sat down. Looking at the person in front of him, Zheng Fang suddenly smiled faintly and said, speaking of which, the name Elder Ying sounds a little familiar. May I know what your relationship is with the former Ten Direction sect? When he finished speaking, his gaze also fell on the other party's face. Hearing this, Ying Wenyao's expression was as usual as he said, I was indeed a member of the Ten Direction sect before, but I left early on. Now, I'm an elder of the Four Symbols sect. Also, I never had any intention of becoming your sect's enemy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come this time. Elder Ying, please don't misunderstand. This old man was just casually asking. Zheng Fang didn't have much to say about this. It's just that my sect has some ties with the Ten Direction sect, so I couldn't help but ask after hearing Elder Ying's name. I see. Although Ying Wenyao had a smile on his face, his heart was already breaking out in cold sweat. What ties? It was clearly a small conflict that destroyed his Ten Direction sect. If it wasn't for him, the sect master, running away, he wouldn't have the chance to sit here now. Just now, when Zheng Fang mentioned the Ten Direction sect, Ying Wenyao almost thought that the other party was really going to kill him, not even letting him, a person who had already joined the Four Symbols sect, go. If it was someone else, he might not think so. But the person sitting opposite him was from the Yuan sect, so it was hard to say. After all, back then, the Yuan sect could directly destroy his Ten Direction sect because of a fight between some variant disciples and the death of a few disciples and deacons. With such a ruthless method, it was possible that the other party would bring up old scores. But after seeing Zheng Fang's reaction, Ying Wenyao reluctantly relaxed. To tell the truth, this time, if it wasn't for Qiyu's intention, he definitely wouldn't have stepped into the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, let alone come to the Yuan sect. Although Ying Wenyao hid the fluctuations in his heart very well, that instant of rapid heartbeat still couldn't escape Zheng Fang's perception. To this, he didn't threaten the other party too much. After all, the Ten Direction sect was destroyed. Since the sect master had escaped back then, it was his luck. At this moment, the other party represented the Four Symbols sect, so there was absolutely no reason for him to kill someone for no reason. I wonder why Elder Ying is here this time. Previously, our sect attacked the Yuan Pavilion because we were bewitched and threatened by the Heavenly Corpse sect. We had no choice but to do so. Sect master has always felt guilty about this, but because of the pressure from the Heavenly Corpse sect, he couldn't express his position. Long before he came, Ying Wenyao had already thought of what to say. So when Zheng Fang spoke, he spoke frankly with assurance, throwing almost all the responsibility to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Now that the Heavenly Corpse sect has been destroyed, our sect was very happy when we heard the news. But when we thought of our previous wrong decision, we specially asked me to come and personally apologize to your sect. As for the losses that we have caused to your sect, our sect is willing to double the compensation. We only hope that your sect can see our sincerity and let bygones be bygones. At this point, Ying Wenyao had already taken out a storage ring from his bosom. He lifted it up with his true yuan and landed it in front of Zheng Fang. Looking at the storage ring in front of him, Zheng Fang was speechless for a moment. It had to be said. The other party's words were indeed flawless. He threw all the blame to the Heavenly Corpse sect without any hesitation. But for Yuan Zong, who was right and who was wrong didn't matter. In short, Yuan Zong would never be wrong. The only important thing in this matter was the word apology. As for the apology, it was just a matter of convenience. Zheng Fang picked up the storage ring and didn't hide anything. He directly dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. Then, his divine sense entered the ring and saw everything inside clearly. When his divine sense withdrew from the storage ring, there was a trace of a smile on his face. I naturally understand the Four Symbols sect's sincerity. After all, the Heavenly Corpse sect is also a top sect. I can understand that the four symbol sect is stuck in the middle. I just hope that you will be more cautious in the future. This time, our sect doesn't want to cause more trouble. If it were another sect, I'm afraid it would be a bloody storm. In the end, Zheng Fang's face became serious. In response, Ying Wenyao also looked serious and nodded solemnly. Elder Zheng's words are reasonable. I will definitely bring back your words and let the sect master know. That's good. Zheng Fang casually picked up a cup of tea beside him and took a sip. At this point, Ying Wenyao immediately stood up and cupped his hands politely. Our sect's sincerity has been conveyed. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. I will ask someone to send Elder Ying off. Thank you. Ying Wenyao didn't refuse. This was Yuan Zong. An outer sect elder like him couldn't run around. If he ran around alone, Yuan Zong would use the excuse of trespassing as an excuse to kill him. Then, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Ying Wenyao only heaved a sigh of relief when he followed an inner sect deacon out of Yuan Zong's mountain gate. However, he saw a black-robed man sitting cross-legged beside the mountain gate stone tablet. Ying Wenyao's eyes flashed with curiosity. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "May I ask who this expert is from your sect?" "I'm not sure." The outer sect deacon shook his head slightly. In response, Ying Wenyao didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, the other party didn't want to tell him too much. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Jiang Feng. Unfortunately, under the cover of the black robe, a cultivator's naked eye couldn't see through it. Subsequently, Ying Wenyao cupped his hands towards the inner sect deacon and left Yuan Zong's mountain gate completely. After leaving Yuan Zong, he recalled everything that he had noticed when he first entered Yuan Zong's mountain gate. The mountain gate's spiritual energy is so dense, several times stronger than the four symbol sects. Is this the foundation of a top sect? With such dense spiritual energy, it's no wonder Yuan Zong's experts are born one after another. If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be many sects that can compete with Yuan Zong in a few years. Ying Wenyao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He jumped up and flew away like a big bird, disappearing from where he stood in the blink of an eye. Cultivators who hadn't reached the fourth level of the spiritual martial realm weren't qualified to fly. Now, Ying Wenyao was going to Cold Mountain City, which was known as the biggest city in Baiyun Mansion. On the other side, after Ying Wenyao left, Zheng Fang also stood up and kept the storage ring given to him by the four symbol sect. After which, he headed to the treasury of the sect and displayed his identity token before placing all the resources in the storage ring into it. This time, the four symbol sect had put in a lot of effort. The compensation given by the other party was worth more than 50 million taels of silver. 50 million taels of silver. For a sect of the spiritual domain, it wasn't something that could be taken out in a short time. From this, it could be seen that this time, the four symbol sect was really sincere in their apology. With the arrival of the four symbol sect, in the next few days, the other sects also sent people over one after another. Without exception, they all gave corresponding compensation. The value wasn't all the same. But there was one thing that was the same. That was, none of the sects gave less than 20 million taels of silver. In a short time, Yuan Zong's treasury was filled with resources worth hundreds of millions of taels of silver. However, when the one-month deadline was up, only a third of the 51 sects had sent gifts of apology. As for the remaining 30 or so sects, there was no movement at all. In fact, some sects only sent a message to express their apology and didn't do anything else. These sects and forces were all on Yuan Zong's blacklist. Chenggu Hall. After a month, many elders gathered here again. This time, the person who presided over the meeting wasn't Qin Shujian, but the great elder technique imparting. After everyone had arrived, Zheng Fang coughed in a low voice, looked at the others and said calmly, "You should all know why I've gathered all the elders here. Please speak clearly, great elder." A month has passed, but 33 sects still haven't made a statement. This is looking down on the existence of Yuan Zong. If that's the case, then we'll just destroy them. Zheng Gui said in a low voice. As the leader of the biggest mountain bandits in the stone forest, his killing intent was still very strong. Hearing this, Niao Feng nodded slightly and said, the remaining 33 sects dared to do this because we didn't give them enough pressure. If we don't make a statement, people will see clearly. That's right. Most of the other elders also nodded their heads in agreement. To put it bluntly, most of the people who were able to become elders of Yuan's sect were the same group of people from Cold Mountain Stronghold. To them, mercy didn't exist. As for Xianxia, Xianxia and the others, they remained silent. In the current situation, even if they objected, it would be useless. Therefore, it was better to remain silent and watch the development of the situation. Xin Yuhua, who had been silent and rarely interjected, said at this time, now, in the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion, our sect is the leader. Moreover, with the opening of Yuan Pavilion, many rogue cultivators are working for us. In this way, we don't have to deal with those sects by ourselves. Elder Yuhua, what do you mean? Why don't we issue an edict and ask the other sects in Baiyun Mansion to help? At most, we'll give some benefits. In this way, we can establish our supreme position in Baiyun Mansion. Xin Yuhua's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she said in a clear voice. Although rogue cultivators generally aren't strong, there are many experts among them. Originally, our Yuan Pavilion didn't offer enough rewards, so we didn't attract their attention. Those great cultivators of the spirit martial realm and the god martial realm, after reaching this level, are only after a higher level of cultivation methods or treasures that can directly increase their cultivation. With the current situation of our sect, it's not difficult to take out these things. Why don't we issue a mission directly in Yuan Pavilion and mobilize these top rogue cultivators? At that time, it won't be difficult to deal with the 33 sects. Moreover, Xin Yuhua's gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the hall, and finally, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. The reason why the 33 sects haven't done anything now is because they think that we won't really do it. As long as we use this method to destroy a few of them, the remaining sects will be afraid. At that time, even if we don't do anything, they will come forward to apologize. At the end, Xin Yuhua added, of course, this is just my clumsy opinion. If there's anything wrong with what I said, I hope that the elders won't take offense. Yuhua's words are not wrong at all. Xingfang smiled and nodded. He had a new understanding of the hall master of the alchemy hall. But thinking about it, it was normal. After the destruction of the Pill Tripod sect, she was still able to escape and evade the pursuit of the Celestial sect all the way to the Liang Mountain Spirit region. If she didn't have any tricks up her sleeves, she would have died in the hands of the Celestial sect. As for what Xin Yuhua said, Xingfang understood in his heart. The reason why the 33 sects did this was because the current situation was different from before. Previously, the Heavenly Corpse sect was pressuring them and Yuan sect had to take risks to break the stalemate. Now, Yuan sect was advancing and retreating in an orderly manner, and the situation was good. This way, as long as they didn't deliberately target them, Yuan sect wouldn't break the current stable situation because of this matter. It could be said that there wasn't anything wrong with the way the 33 sects thought. However, the mistake of these sects was that they didn't understand Yuan sect well enough. Xin Yuqing at the side. At this moment, he looked at Xin Yuhua with a slightly surprised expression. His sister was usually very quiet, almost like him. During meetings, she was no different from an invisible person. However, this time, she directly spoke. Su Yuanming smiled faintly. I remember that the sect master still has the pure yang pill. This is the most valuable treasure for prominent divine stage cultivators to break through to the god martial stage. If we release the news of the pure yang pill, we should be able to attract many people. As for this time, we also obtained the soul conduit realm cultivation technique and martial arts from the Heavenly Corpse sect. I believe that the cultivation technique and martial arts that lead to the heavenly stage should be enough to attract people like a flock of ducks. Treasures arouse the envy of others. That was for the weak. For the current Yuan sect, even if they publicly announced that they had the soul conduit realm cultivation technique and martial arts, no one would dare to have the thought of snatching it. On the contrary, if they used this as a gimmick, it would be enough to attract many people. At the same time, it would further expand the influence of Yuan sect. As for whether there would be enough people qualified to exchange for the soul conduit realm cultivation technique, that was another matter. However, for the cultivators who had no way to advance, as long as they saw a glimmer of hope, it was enough for them to risk their lives. Su Yuanming's words made the others secretly nod their heads. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, misfortune-telling, fortune-telling, 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 fortune-telling. On a busy street, an old Taoist priest was sitting in front of a table. His clothes had been washed so many times that they had turned white. There were even a few patches on his sleeves. He was muttering something to the passers-by. The table was also missing a leg, and there was a flat stone under it to prevent it from falling. Behind the table, there was a long banner that was barely intact placed against the wall. The words written on it were probably the words that the old Taoist was chanting. Regarding this, the surrounding people were already used to it. No one would stop and look for a fortune-teller. Even the players turned a blind eye to this old Taoist priest. In the beginning, many players believed that the old Taoist priest was a hermit expert, and that his fortune-telling was merely a means for him to hide from the world. Then, he paid a lot of money and foolishly went to have his fortune told. Only then did these players realize this old Taoist priest was really an ordinary fortune-teller. Moreover, his fortune-telling was not very accurate. The only thing he could do was to fool people. When they realized this, no one would be fooled anymore. Sigh, business is not easy these days. The old Taoist priest sighed helplessly as he looked at the passers-by. None of them stopped walking. His appearance also looked somewhat miserable. However, in the blink of an eye, the old Taoist priest returned to his cheerful appearance and threw away all his worries. The Yuan Pavilion has now revoked the bounty missions of many sections. However, they have increased the bounty of the remaining sections. It seems that they have even offered a divine connection technique as a reward. Divine connection technique? Could it be a technique above the divine level? Nonsense, above the divine level is the divine connection technique. Don't you know this? A group of players walked past the old Taoist priest and were constantly chatting. The actions of the Yuan sect this time had moved many players. Divine connection technique, to put it bluntly, it was a supreme technique that could be cultivated to the celestial being level. To the players, this was equivalent to the top treasure in the current stage of the game. If they could obtain a divine connection technique, at least before they broke through to the celestial being level, they would only need to focus on killing monsters and leveling up. They would not have to worry about the technique at all. After obtaining a technique, they could focus on killing monsters for a period of time. When they came out, they would really be a top expert. Moreover, the technique could be used in the real world. Who knew if the so-called divine connection technique could be cultivated to the level of ascension in the real world? If it could be done, then it would be an immortal technique. As for the old Taoist priest, his expression froze at this moment. A ray of light burst out from his turbid eyes. Divine connection technique, he murmured. His mind, which had been calm for a long time, finally began to ripple. How many years had it been? The old Taoist priest could not remember clearly. It could be a few decades, or it could be 100 years. He did not know when it started, but many things had become unimportant to him. They could not cause his mind to ripple. However, after hearing what the players had said, the old Taoist priest's heart was no longer calm. Divine connection technique, this was the inheritance of any top sect. It was also a treasure that those sects would not easily give out. Even among the powerhouses in the same sect, there were not many who were qualified to peek at the divine connection technique. Divine connection technique, directly to the celestial being level. After thinking about the word celestial being, the old Taoist priest finally could not control himself. A power that had been dormant for a long time suddenly burst out. In an instant, the entire city seemed to be covered by a terrifying aura. It startled all the cultivators and caused their expressions to change. Soon, the old Taoist priest realized that he had lost his composure and immediately retracted this power. In the next second, he took a step forward and disappeared in front of the stall. As for the players who passed by, they all stared at the empty stall with their mouths agape. There was only one word left in their minds. This old Taoist priest, this senior is really a hidden expert. damn, this is a huge loss. Why didn't I persist in the beginning? If I had persisted, wouldn't I have made a fortune? Some of the players thumped their feet and stomped their chests. They felt that they had missed a huge opportunity. Without a doubt, this old Taoist priest was obviously a top powerhouse who played games in the human world. However, what made them feel bitter was that by the time they reacted, the old Taoist priest was already gone. Just as Su Yuanming had said. When the Yuan Pavilion released the Divine Connection Cultivation Method and Divine Connection Martial Arts, many loose practitioners who were traveling in the mortal world were alarmed. These wandering cultivators. Almost all of them were top experts among the wandering cultivators in the cultivation world. The reason why they wandered the world was to sharpen their Tao heart and seek opportunities to break through. People who had reached this stage. Basically, they would choose to do this when their cultivation had reached a level where they could no longer advance. As early as when Yuan Pavilion was opened. They had already noticed the existence of this place. But, for these people, even divine-level cultivation method and martial arts could hardly move them. But now it was different. Divine Connection Cultivation Method, Divine Connection Martial Arts, all of them were supreme treasures that were above the divine martial realm. The divine martial realm had a lifespan of up to 3,000 years. The celestial realm had a lifespan of 5,000 to 7,000 years. It could be said that once one broke through to the celestial realm, one's lifespan would immediately increase from 3,000 years to 5,000 years. To a certain extent, such a leap could already be considered as longevity. One should know that the lifespan of the spirit martial realm was generally 1,000 years. After breaking through to the divine martial realm, one's lifespan would start from 1,000 years and slowly increase to 3,000 years. As for the divine martial realm, just crossing this threshold would directly increase one's lifespan by 2,000 years. This point alone was enough to make everyone crazy. For the wandering cultivators. Some people with great opportunities might not be unable to obtain divine-level cultivation method, and might not be unable to cultivate to the divine martial realm or even the peak of the divine martial realm. But the leap from the divine martial realm to the celestial realm was not something that could be achieved by simple opportunities. Divine Connection Cultivation Method, it had always been in the hands of the top sections. Even to say that. Some ordinary sects were not qualified to have such a level of cultivation method. This was also the reason why there were few celestial realm experts in the cultivation world for so many years. On one hand, it was extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm. On the other hand, it was the restriction of the cultivation method. But now it was different. Yuan Pavilion released the news of the Divine Connection Cultivation Method. Even if many people thought it was just a gimmick, it was enough to make everyone crazy. Such madness. Not only the wandering cultivators, but even some sects of the major regions, as well as the major sects of the spirit domain would be tempted. There was no one who did not wish for their sect to be promoted to a top sect. However, the prerequisite for becoming a top sect was to possess the combat power of a diviner. Just this point alone cut off everyone's hopes. This was especially true for the sects and clans of the major regions. Throughout history, there had always been strong cultivators at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. However, there was almost no one who could truly cross this threshold. The reason for this was due to the limitations of the cultivation method. Divinity realm techniques were hard to come by. Aside from the divinity cultivation methods in the hands of the top sects, it was even more difficult to obtain the legacy of the strong than to break through to the celestial realm. Therefore, when the news spread that the Yuan Pavilion had divine connection cultivation techniques that could be exchanged for, it caused a huge commotion that was much bigger than what Yuan Zong had expected. Connecting to divinity technique. After Fang Xinglan heard this news, his fingers trembled slightly, and his expression could no longer remain calm. It wasn't just him. Even Mu Liang, the leader of the Heavenly Array sect, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Martial uncle, do you think Qin Shujian will really take out the divine connection cultivation method? It's hard to say. This person's actions go against common sense. Perhaps he will really take out the divine connection cultivation method. Fang Xinglan took a few deep breaths, calmed down the trembling emotions in his heart, and then opened his mouth to speak. A cold light shot out from Mu Liang's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "If it's true, then we must obtain this divine connection cultivation method. It's easier said than done to obtain the divine connection cultivation method. Even if Yuan Zong really takes it out for exchange, the requirements are not low at all. Fang Xinglan shook his head. In order to exchange for the divine connection cultivation method, one must first reach the level of the Jade Token Envoy. As for the Jade Token Envoy, one must complete 10 level 5 missions, 3 level 6 missions, and 1 level 7 mission before being qualified to be promoted. As for the requirements of level 7 missions, he had some understanding of them. Back then, the Yuan Pavilion had placed a bounty on the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the completion condition of the mission was to destroy a top sect. It was a level 7 mission. From this, it could be seen that the level 7 mission was extremely difficult. It wasn't something that ordinary people could complete. However, no matter how small the probability of becoming a Jade Token Envoy was, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it would still make people yearn for it. Hearing this, Mu Liang's expression was firm, and even a little crazy and passionate. So what if it's difficult? We must obtain the divine connection cultivation method of Yuan Pavilion. If there are no accidents, the divine connection cultivation method that Yuan Pavilion is offering should be the inheritance of the Heavenly Corpse sect. His obsession with the divine connection cultivation method. He was not much lower than anyone else. This was because the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect had also reached the peak of the divine martial realm. After taking another step forward, he would be able to reach the Heavenly Man realm. The reason why the Heavenly Array sect was a top sect was because they had the means of a formation Dao Grandmaster. If this point was ignored, they were actually no different from ordinary large sections. The divine connection cultivation method was also something that the Heavenly Array sect needed. In the past, there was also a formation Dao Grandmaster of the Heavenly Array sect who used his own strength to search for the divine connection cultivation method in the world. However, in the end, he only obtained an incomplete cultivation method. Although the method to reach the Heavenly Man realm was recorded in this cultivation method, it was extremely difficult. However, the difficulty of successfully cultivating it was extremely high, and the risk was not small at all. Because of this, even though the Heavenly Array sect had the status of a top sect and controlled the resources of a top sect, they had never produced a true Heavenly Man realm expert. This matter had always been a sore point of the Heavenly Array sect. So what if one was at the peak of the divine martial realm? So what if one was comparable to a Heavenly Man realm expert? As long as one did not truly break through to the Heavenly Man realm, it would be difficult to cross the limit of one's lifespan no matter how powerful one was. Therefore, after the Yuan Pavilion released the news of the divine connection cultivation method, this top sect was also tempted. At this time, Fang Xinglan sighed deeply. The Heavenly Array sect is really decisive. After doing this, I'm afraid that the Yuan Pavilion's power has firmly suppressed all the other sections. If it was said that the influence of the Yuan Pavilion had been weakened by a lot when the various sects opened businesses similar to the Yuan Pavilion before, then, after the Yuan Pavilion took out the divine connection cultivation method, the influence of the Yuan Pavilion would definitely soar, leaving the other sects far behind. Moreover, there was almost no hope of catching up. The last time the Yuan Pavilion opened to recruit rogue cultivators, it violated the interests of all the sections. It separated the rogue cultivators and sects in the cultivation world, and took a part of it for its own interests. This time, the divine connection cultivation method was to distinguish all the sects from the real top sects that had Heavenly Men realm experts. This was because the exchange of the divine connection cultivation method only touched the interests of the top sections. But for the rogue cultivators and other sects, this was a great thing. Therefore, compared to the first time, there was the risk of becoming the target of public criticism. This time, the Heavenly Array sect was as stable as Mount Tai. This was also something that Fang Xinglan could not help but admire. Decisive in action, astonishing courage. After all, many top sects had divine connection cultivation methods, but there would never be a sect that dared to publicly throw out their own inheritance. There had never been a top sect that dared to have such an idea. It could be said that the Heavenly Array sect's move affected the entire cultivation world, and at the center of the storm were the top sects that had Heavenly Men realm experts. However, although Fang Xinglan and Mu Liang had the idea of getting the divine connection cultivation method, They also understood that with the reputation of the Heavenly Array sect, they definitely could not go to the Yuan Pavilion directly. Otherwise, it would be slapping their own face. If they could not go to the front openly, then they would hide their identity. Anyway, most of the people who accepted the task in the Yuan Pavilion did not know who was who, and only used the identity token as a basis. It was similar to the practice of the Heavenly Array sect. It was a condensed shadow of the many sects in the current cultivation world. Especially the sects of the big regions, they were even more eager to get it. Because in the sects of the big regions, most of the forces had experts of the divine martial arts realm, and some even had great practitioners of the peak of the divine martial arts realm. For them, the only thing that stopped them from going further was the door to the heavenly man realm. The divine connection cultivation method was the key to opening this door. As for whether they had the ability to really open the door after it was unlocked, that was another matter. But if they could not even open the lock in front of the door, then they could forget about the rest. Therefore, for these sects, obtaining the divinity realm cultivation method was something they had to do. On the other side, one of the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao, the West Chong Prefecture, the Supreme Sect. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from the sect, and the impact caused the clouds to disperse. In an instant, the sky changed color, and everyone looked in the direction of the source of the aura with horror. Brat! Brat! Suzheng was furious. Everything around him had been destroyed by the aura he emitted, and even the ground had cracked a lot. Regarding this, the anger in his heart did not stop at all. Ever since he learned that the Yuan Pavilion had publicly released the divine connection cultivation method, Suzheng had the impulse to destroy the entire Yuan Pavilion, and even the Yuan sect. If not for the fact that the Yuan sect had previously destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect and was suspected to have subdued the Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, which made him fearful, the Supreme Sect would have already sent experts to the North Cloud Prefecture's Liang Mountain spiritual region to completely destroy the Yuan sect. The Yuan Pavilion's matter has affected the foundation of many sects in the cultivation world. Now that they have released the divine connection cultivation method, they are openly dividing the foundation of our top sections. I will definitely not let you off for this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, Suzheng directly cursed out loud. He wasn't a refined person to begin with. As the sect master of the Supreme Sect, he was already known for his violent and rough temper. However, as a heavenly human cultivator, no one dared to say anything. It was the first time Suzheng had encountered someone like Yuanzong, who directly jumped up and slapped his face in public. As for the other Supreme Sect elders, under the cover of this aura, their hearts trembled. Fortunately, Suzheng's aura erupted for only a moment, and it quickly disappeared without a trace. When the aura dissipated, these elders could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Facing Suzheng's anger, no one said anything. Because they knew that it was useless to say anything now. Yuanzong's actions happened to borrow the current general trend of the cultivation world. It was not something that could be stopped by one or two top sects joining forces. Moreover, ignoring the power of the cultivation world, Yuanzong's strength was not weak. A Sky Corps and an Array Formation Grandmaster. They had the combat strength of two heavenly humans. With such strength, even if the Supreme Sect wanted to go against them, both sides would most likely suffer. The circulation of the divine connection cultivation method had a great impact on top sects like them. However, if they were to fight to the death with a tyrannical top sect, they would have to consider whether this loss was worth it. After a long time, Suzheng suppressed the anger in his heart, but his eyes became extremely cold. Yuanzong. Qin Shujian. These two names were now deeply engraved in his mind. If there was a chance, Suzheng would definitely not mind teaching the other party a deep lesson. However, after the anger, he also felt a little helpless. Indeed, Yuanzong's current actions were right in front of the Supreme Sect's lifeline. First, the Yuan Pavilion was opened. Now, the news of the divine connection cultivation method was released. Yuanzong's power could be said to be like the sun in the sky in the entire cultivation world. If the Supreme Sect wanted to contend with him, they would have to take out the divine connection cultivation method. However, this was impossible for the Supreme Sect or any other top-notch great sect. The divine connection cultivation method was related to the inheritance and lifeline of a sect. If it was spread out and someone found the flaw in the cultivation method, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the sect. Yuanzong could do this. That was entirely because the divine connection cultivation method that Yuanzong had obtained came from the Heavenly Corpse sect. It could not be considered a true inheritance cultivation method within the sect. Just as all the top sects were furious, but there was nothing they could do. The 33 sects, who had originally turned a blind eye to Yuanzong's message, were now in a difficult situation. Boom, a terrifying fluctuation spread out, and a mountain protecting array shattered with a loud bang. Who dares to invade my Green Rainbow sect? Quickly send a message, a strong enemy has invaded. The disciples guarding the mountain gate looked at the mountain protecting array that had been broken with a loud bang, and their faces were filled with shock. The mountain protecting array, that was the first line of defense of the Green Rainbow sect. Even a great cultivator of the divine martial realm would not be able to break through this array so quickly. At this moment, there was no need to send a message. The commotion caused by the shattering of the mountain protecting array had long alarmed the other experts in the Green Rainbow sect. Immediately, one after another, tyrannical auras erupted, and one after another, people rose into the air and rushed towards the mountain gate. There it was. An old Taoist with tattered clothes, who looked like a beggar, was slowly walking towards the Green Rainbow sect's mountain gate. When they saw who it was, the disciples of the Green Rainbow sect all made their moves. For a time, astral energy filled the air. However, before the sharp astral energy could even touch the old Taoist, it had already dissipated at a distance of 10 meters away. With every step the other party took, the ground beneath his feet rippled slightly. All the disciples who touched it felt as if they had been struck by lightning. After stiffening for a moment, they fell to the ground and died. Martial arts realm, true martial realm. Spirit martial realm, no matter what level the cultivator was at, when the old Taoist walked past them, they all fell to the ground and died. They couldn't even struggle. In a short moment, there were already heavy casualties at the mountain gate. As for the remaining Green Rainbow sect disciples, when they saw the strange scene in front of them, they were so scared that they retreated one after another, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Retreat. Quick. If the other party had made a move, then even if they were defeated, these people wouldn't have been so shocked. However, the other party didn't make a move. He just walked with his hands behind his back and killed people without a trace. Such a shocking method made the other disciples of the Green Rainbow sect understand that the two sides were not on the same level at all. The old Taoist strength must have reached an unfathomable level. At this time, the experts of the Green Rainbow sect had finally arrived. The first to arrive was an elder of the Zephyr realm. When he saw the many disciples who had fallen to the ground and died, the elder was immediately enraged. Without thinking too much, he immediately summoned a spirit artifact sword and slashed at the old Taoist. Anyone who invades my Green Rainbow sect, die. The sword astral that was over 10 feet long slashed down, giving off an unstoppable might. The old Taoist's footsteps did not stop. He raised his head to look at the sword astral that was slashing down and shook his head slightly. An ant trying to shake a tree, a futile struggle. With that, he pointed his finger into the distance. In that instant, a terrifying force that seemed to be able to shatter the void instantly erupted. In front of this force, the sword astral was as weak as paper. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed by this force. In the next moment, the spirit artifact sword shattered. The elder of the airborne realm didn't even have the time to react before he was completely engulfed by this force. Boom, his body exploded in the air, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. An airborne realm fighter was easily blasted into smithereens, as if he was unable to fight back at all. Seeing this scene, many people were absent-minded again. Elder Xiang is dead. Impossible, how could Elder Xiang die so easily? Some of the disciples of the Green Rainbow sect looked at the scattered blood mist and shook their heads as they muttered to themselves in disbelief. This Elder Xiang was one of the top 5 experts in the Green Rainbow sect. In the end, in the hands of the other party, he didn't even last a single round. Immediately, some people felt that a calamity was about to befall the Green Rainbow sect this time. Just as this elder fell, the sect master of the Green Rainbow sect, a great cultivator of the illustrious saint stage, finally rushed over. Along with him were a few other elders of the Green Rainbow sect. The few of them arrived a little late, but not too late. They just happened to see the scene of the elder being killed. Right now, the sect master of the Green Rainbow sect was no less shocked than the others. It was only because he was the sect master that he couldn't retreat at the last minute that he had been forcefully holding on. May I ask, Senior, if my Green Rainbow sect has offended you in any way? If so, I am willing to apologize. I hope that Senior will not lower himself to our level. Wei Haiji could only greet him with a smile, afraid that he would anger the old Taoist in front of him again. As for the death of an elder or a disciple, it wasn't the most important thing for him right now. The most important thing right now was to protect the entire Green Rainbow sect. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Standing in front of the old Taoist, Wei Haiji couldn't feel the slightest bit of the other party's depth. He was just like an ordinary old man, as if he didn't have the slightest bit of cultivation. Regarding this, he was even more shocked. The more he couldn't find out, the more unfathomable the other party was. Until now, Wei Haiji had never thought of where the Green Rainbow sect had offended such an expert. The old Taoist also stopped in his tracks. His turbid eyes looked at Wei Haiji as he slowly shook his head and said, "This old Taoist is just someone's money. If you want to blame someone, blame the Green Rainbow sect for offending someone they shouldn't have offended. Receiving money from others, eliminating disasters for others." Hearing this, Wei Haiji's expression immediately changed as he cried out involuntarily, "Senior came from the Yuan Pavilion." At this point, if he still didn't understand the other party's background, then he would be the head of a sect in vain. After the shock passed, Wei Haiji immediately said, "I wonder what benefits the Yuan Pavilion has given Senior. My Green Rainbow sect is willing to pay double the price. Can't the Green Rainbow sect afford this price? Senior, please speak clearly. I will do my best to satisfy your request. Does the Green Rainbow sect have a divine technique?" Divine technique. Hearing this, Wei Haiji's mind buzzed. He finally knew what kind of conditions the Yuan Pavilion had offered to invite such an expert to destroy his Green Rainbow sect. Thinking of this, Wei Haiji did not give up and asked, "Senior, could it be that the Yuan Pavilion has taken out a divine technique to reward my Green Rainbow sect? Do you think the Green Rainbow sect is worthy?" The old Taoist shook his head and didn't plan to waste any more words. He immediately sent out another finger seal. The finger aura seemed to be able to shatter the galaxy, causing Wei Haiji's expression to change. Immediately after, a green copper mirror appeared, and 2 Dao seals appeared on it. Immediately after, a ray of green rainbow light shot out, and the finger aura collided with each other. Boom, a terrifying fluctuation erupted. The green rainbow light only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths of time before it directly shattered. But at the same time, the power of the finger aura had also been weakened by a lot. In the end, it bombarded the green copper mirror, causing the mirror to tremble. A rebounding force landed on Wei Haiji's body, causing his qi and blood to surge. Dao artifact? The old Taoist's eyes changed a little, but his expression was as calm as ever. If you rely on a 2-seal Dao artifact, you won't be able to stop this old Taoist. Finished. He had already made his move again. On the other side, Wei Haiji forcefully suppressed his surging qi and anxiously shouted, "Senior, please stop." However, just as he finished speaking, the attack had already descended once again. Helpless, he could only use the green copper mirror to block the old Taoist's attack. Right now, the only thing that could contend against him was the Green Rainbow sect's Dao artifact. However, although the Dao artifact was strong, it still depended on who had it in their hands. In addition, the green copper mirror was only a 2-seal Dao artifact, and it was not focused on defense. After blocking 2 attacks, Wei Haiji was finally injured by the backlash. "Quick, lend me a hand." Wei Haiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted angrily. The other party clearly wanted to kill the Green Rainbow sect. In this situation, if he did not defeat the other party, the Green Rainbow sect would definitely be destroyed. After hearing Wei Haiji's words, the few elders of the Green Rainbow sect did not hesitate at all. Immediately, A few people stood behind Wei Haiji and transferred all the true essence in their bodies to him. Immediately after, the green copper mirror shone brightly. Gathering the power of a few elders, Wei Haiji pushed the power of the green rainbow sex Dao artifact to its limit. The green bronze mirror floated in the air, and a dim light shone from it. Then, as if the vast light had gathered into a terrifying eye, a terrifying power shot out from the eye. "Come at me." The old Taoist's expression became serious. He slowly struck out with his palm, and his power was like a mountain toppling the sea. The palm aura grew to a size of over 100 feet, and an aura that could crush the void erupted. Bang, with a palm strike, the dim light shattered. The huge eye that had been condensed forcefully withstood the attack. Then, the eyes of the dark light were filled with cracks, as if they would shatter at any moment. However, as Wei Haiji's true essence surged in, the cracks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the old Taoist flicked his sleeve, and a vast amount of astral energy blasted out, once again extinguishing the dim light that shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, a vast spirit god spread out from his body, and then he reached out with his palm from his sleeve, imprinting it in a mysterious trajectory. A cool breeze rose from the ground. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. All the disciples of the Green Rainbow sect who were affected stood rooted to the ground. In the next second, they saw their bones and flesh turn into dust and dissipate into the air. At this moment, the green bronze mirror shone brightly, as if it had sensed some terrifying threat. The eyes formed by the dim light erupted with strong fluctuations, trying to block the old Taoist's attack, but to no avail. Shatter, starting from the corner of the eyes, it was like a ceramic plate that was destroyed inch by inch. Seeing this scene, Wei Haiji could not care less about the grief in his heart. Instead, he seemed to have thought of something and cried out in shock, "Bone-piercing breeze, Nirvana world, this is the Tao art of Qingwei. You are Taoist Lord Qingwei." At this moment, Wei Haiji was truly shocked. If he didn't know the old Taoist's identity before, then when he saw this move, he already had an answer in his heart. Taoist Lord Qingwei. It was rumored that the other party had already reached the peak of the divine martial realm 300 years ago, and had completely disappeared 150 years ago. Many people guessed that the other party might have died from the exhaustion of his lifespan. But now, it seemed that Taoist Lord Qingwei hadn't died at all. Instead, he had killed his way to the Green Rainbow sect. After receiving this news, Wei Haiji felt even more despair. The two-seal Tao artifact combined with the strength of the Green Rainbow sect, even if it was above the 7th level of the divine martial realm, even if it was an expert who had stepped into the late stage of the divine martial realm, they would still be able to deal with it. As for ordinary warriors of the divine martial realm, he could kill them directly. This was the strength of the great sects of spirit realm. However, if he wanted to deal with a peak divine martial expert, especially one as old as Taoist Lord Qingwei, he would be unable to do so. Unless the Green Rainbow sect could control a 3-seal Tao artifact, they might still have the power to fight. It was a pity the Green Rainbow sect did not. The old Taoist Lord Qingwei, turned a blind eye to Wei Haiji's shock. He used the Qingwei Taoist art to shatter the eye formed by the azure mirror. Then, he used his finger to gather a vast amount of power and unleashed it. Boom! The finger energy shattered the void and blasted toward the green bronze mirror. At this moment, the power of the peak of the divine martial force was fully displayed. Wei Haiji and the others poured their quintessential essence into the azure mirror, wanting to block Tao Lord Qingwei's attack. However, the difference in strength between the two was simply too great. Boom! A terrifying force bombarded the azure mirror, causing it to shine brightly. Then, it dimmed and was forcefully fixed in midair by a force. As for Wei Haiji and the others, they all spat out a mouthful of blood and were severely injured. Since the Yuan Pavilion won't give you the divine technique, why do you have to destroy my Green Rainbow sect? Wei Haiji clutched his chest with one hand as he stared at Tao Lord Qingwei. Even now, he still didn't understand why the other party had made a move. If the Yuan Pavilion didn't give him the divine technique, could it be that an expert at the peak of the divine martial force would be tempted by other things, while he was speaking? Tao Lord Qingwei had already made his move once again, and the terrifying power completely engulfed him. However, before his divine sense completely dissipated, Wei Haiji heard a sentence. Who asked the mission to destroy the Green Rainbow sect to give the most contribution points? The contribution points given were the most. Before Wei Haiji died, he finally knew the reason why the other party had targeted the Green Rainbow sect. Even though there were tens of thousands of thoughts and regrets in his heart, they were useless at this moment. With a loud bang, Wei Haiji and the other elders of the Green Rainbow sect were completely annihilated at the hands of Tao Lord Qing Wei. Subsequently, a huge spirit god rose from Tao Lord Qing Wei's body, and then a terrifying spirit sense swept out, covering the entire Green Rainbow sect. Immediately after, the spirit god exploded. Under the terrifying impact of the spiritual will, everyone in the Green Rainbow sect, from top to bottom, lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. It was only a breath or two. There was no longer a single living being in the Green Rainbow sect. Tao Lord Qing Wei smiled and muttered to himself, this time, the sect extermination mission should be completed. With that, his figure disappeared from where he stood. Very quickly, the news of the Green Rainbow sect's destruction spread. Although the destruction of a large sect in the spirit realm was not enough to affect the entire cultivation world, it was still enough to shake a prefecture. However, the Green Rainbow sect was just the beginning. Following Yuan Pavilion's announcement of the bounty, a total of 13 sects had been destroyed in less than 3 days. This time, the remaining 20 sects were scared out of their wits. Then, they hurriedly sent people to the Yuan sect to seek peace. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Yuan sect. After spending a lot of time, Qin Shujian used up all the materials in several storage rings. In the end, he refined 700,000 identity tokens and finally ended his seclusion. Just as he walked out of the forbidden area, he bumped into Su Yuanming. Sect Master. When he saw Qin Shujian, Su Yuanming was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. You came at the right time. Here are 700,000 identity tokens. If they are distributed to the various Yuan pavilions, it should be enough to alleviate the urgent situation. Qin Shujian directly handed the 5 storage rings to Su Yuanming. Hearing this, Su Yuanming immediately took the storage rings and solemnly put them away. Then, the two of them walked and chatted. Qin Shujian also needed to understand what had happened in the Yuan sect during this period of time. During this period of time, have there been any unusual movements? How are the matters of the 51 sects being handled? This matter is about to be reported to the sect master. Tell me. Yes, Su Yuanming did not hesitate and told him everything that had happened in the Yuan sect during this period of time, including the matter of the various sects imitating the Yuan Pavilion and the Yuan Pavilion's bounty. In the end, Su Yuanming lowered his head and said, this time, I used the divine connection cultivation method as bait without permission. I hope the sect master will not blame me. What crime is there? Qin Shujian shook his head, then smiled faintly and said, whether it is the divine connection cultivation method or other treasures, it is most useful to be able to turn it into an advantage that is beneficial to oneself. Elder Su has handled the matter well this time. With the release of the divine connection cultivation method, those top rogue cultivators should be unable to hold back this time. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian really did not mean to blame Su Yuanming. For the Yuan sect, the real inheritance had never been the divine connection cultivation method of the Heavenly Corpse sect, although this was the key to the celestial realm. However, that was all. In Qin Shujian's view, the real foundation of the Yuan sect was himself. If the Guiyuan ancestral canon continued to be deduced in the future, it would be able to reach the divine connection level sooner or later. As for this powerful cultivation method, he would not easily impart it, and would only choose the right person. Su Yuanming said, in the past 3 days, 13 sects have been destroyed. I think the remaining sects should have enough fear by now. Fear will be forgotten. Pain is the permanent scar that will be left behind. Qin Shujian sneered, and his face became cold and stern. Since they are so lucky, let them understand the consequences of not obeying the orders of our sect, and let those sects that follow our orders know how correct their decision was. Sect master is right. The two talked as they walked, and along the way, they met many disciples of the Yuan sect. But when these disciples saw Qin Shujian, they all stopped far away to greet him, and then took a detour. As time went by, Qin Shujian's power and influence in the Yuan sect had been increasing day by day. No one dared to have the thought of disobeying him. Even those players had extinguished the last bit of hope they had for this Cold Mountain Stronghold master. No one knew when it started. The Cold Mountain Stockade master was already on a different level from them. He stood at a height where they needed to look up to see his back. Just as the two of them were walking forward, Su Yuanming's footsteps paused, and a communication jade tablet appeared in his hand. After his divine thought landed, a message appeared in his mind. He then put away the jade tablet and turned to look at Qin Shujian. Sect Master, some of the remaining sects have sent people here. Do you want to meet them? Let him come to the inherited martial hall. Qin Shujian thought for a while, and then nodded. Hearing this, Su Yuanming sent out the message. Then the two of them changed direction and walked toward the inherited martial hall. Inside the inherited martial hall, Qin Shujian had just sat down on the main seat, and hadn't even warmed up when an outer sect deacon came in with a young man. Sect Master, the person is here. You can leave. Yes. The outer sect deacon bowed and left. At this moment, after the young man saw Qin Shujian on the main seat, his heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Shiju Sect's Homing greets Sect Master Qin. As he spoke, he kept a bowing posture, and couldn't lift his head. After he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Homing looked at the ground, and waited for Qin Shujian's reply for a long time. Sweat faintly appeared on his forehead, and his heart beat violently. An invisible pressure had already landed on his body. After a long time, only then did Qin Shujian's calm voice resound in the great hall. You may rise. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Homing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then straightened up, but when he looked at Qin Shujian, his gaze moved down slightly, and he didn't dare to look at him. I don't remember having any dealings with Shiju sect. What are you doing here? Looking at Homing in front of him, Qin Shujian said indifferently. He didn't open his mouth to give him a seat, and he didn't cover up his words at all. It was almost a merciless interrogation. Regarding this, Homing's heart tightened, but he had already expected it. My sect had some misunderstanding and friction with your sect before. Now, I specifically came to apologize to Sect Master Qin, and, his words paused, and he took out a storage ring from his bosom, and then he lifted it with his chi. This is a little token of my sect's appreciation. I hope Sect Master Qin will kindly accept it. There was no quibbling, and there was no excessive nonsense. Before coming here, Homing had already scouted out the general nature of Qin Shujian's character. He also knew that the other party only saw benefits, and the other etiquette was just an illusion. The other simply didn't place them in his eyes. Therefore, when he saw Qin Shujian's first words, he directly expressed Shiju Sect's sincerity. Qin Shujian looked at the storage ring in front of him, held up by his chi, and didn't immediately reach out to receive it. However, Homing's straightforwardness also eased his complexion a little. How much are the things inside the storage ring worth? The sudden question made Homing stare blankly for a moment. Then, he answered truthfully, if all the resources are converted, it's probably around 40 to 50 million taels. This price was information that Shiju sect had scouted out. The value of the resources that the sects had previously apologized to Shiju sect were roughly between 20 to 40 million taels. Shiju sect considered that the current situation was relatively serious, so they paid according to the highest 40 million taels. His words fell. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and the chi wrapped around the storage ring was annihilated. Soon after, an even more powerful force acted on the storage ring. With the momentum of a sudden clap of thunder, it flew back towards Homing. The sudden unforeseen event made Homing's mind tremble. It was obviously a storage ring, but it gave him a kind of illusion of death. He didn't dare hesitate. True essence erupted, and Homing reached out with a hand, wanting to catch the storage ring. Just as the two made contact, a terrifying force erupted, and in a flash, the true essence in his palm was smashed apart. Immediately after, the storage ring bombarded his body, sending him flying straight away. Poochie, a line of blood was spat out from his mouth, streaking through the air. Homing's body fell to the ground, and it was difficult for him to stand up for a while. Qin Shujian retracted his palm, looked at him with cold eyes, and sneered, 40 million taels. That was the previous price. If Shiju sect can't take out 200 million taels of silver, this Qin will destroy your sect and kill you. Sect Master Qin, Homing was alarmed and frightened at the same time. His original calm and unruffled appearance had long since disappeared without a trace. How could he have anticipated that Qin Shujian would make a move just like that, not giving him the slightest bit of face, but at this very moment? Homing really didn't dare to give birth to any anger or resentment. The situation was stronger than the person. Not to mention him, a mere 10 Ultimates sect elder, even the entire 10 Ultimates sect wasn't enough to look at in front of Origin sect. Now, even if Qin Shujian directly made a move to kill him, the sect behind him absolutely wouldn't dare to say a word. For a moment, Homing's heart welled up with immense fear. In this present situation, it wasn't impossible for Qin Shujian to make a move to kill him. A single moment of carelessness and he really would die. He would die. Thinking of this possibility, Homing's mind trembled even more. He originally thought that there shouldn't be any problems with Shiju sect coming to apologize this time and even attaching 40 million taels of silver as compensation. However, what happened now was beyond his expectations. Get lost. This one will definitely pass on Sect Master Qin's words. Hearing this, Homing struggled to stand up from the ground as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, he staggered out of the main hall. But when he left, he didn't forget to take that storage ring with him. 40 million taels of silver. For Shiju sect, which was only a great sect of spirit domain, taking it out wasn't an easy matter. Looking at Homing's departing figure, Su Yuanming's expression didn't change, but when only the two of them were left in the main hall, he tilted his head to look at the main seat. Sect Master, with the power of spirit domain's great sects, to take out 200 million taels, I'm afraid they'll have to take out all of their family's assets. They may not be willing to do so. If they're not willing, then destroy them. Why waste words with them? Qin Shujian didn't comment and casually replied. In one sentence, the killing intent was fully revealed. Previously, they didn't take the opportunity to apologize. Now, facing the situation of their sect being destroyed, they came to ask for peace. How could there be such a good thing in the world? In any case, even the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed, and indirectly destroyed many of Spirit Domain's great sections. Now, Qin Shujian didn't mind destroying a few more. Anyway, there was a reason, and he wasn't afraid of arousing the hostility of other sections. After all, in the end, this was still a grudge between Yuanzong and other sections. It wasn't a matter of destroying sects and killing people for no reason. Moreover, with Yuanzong's current power as a top great sect, and with the momentum of destroying the Heavenly Corpse sect, there weren't many sects that had nothing better to do. To put it bluntly, if anyone casually interfered and didn't handle it well, they would have to consider whether they could bear the anger of Yuanzong. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said again, in addition, send a message to other sections. If they want to ask for peace, the great sects of Spirit Domain have to take out 200 million taels, and the great sects of Spirit Domain have to take out 1 billion taels. Otherwise, they can just wait to die. Yes. Qin Shujian's words were so straightforward that even Su Yuanming was stunned. Fortunately, the two of them were originally mountain bandits and bandit leaders, and most of their actions were straightforward, so they reacted quickly. Very quickly. Qin Shujian's words directly spread. Many cultivators and sects were also stunned when they heard this, and then they immediately admired him. They had seen extortion, but they had never seen such a straightforward and rampant extortion. If other sects did this, they would only make others laugh. However, no one had any funny thoughts about Yuanzong's actions. This was because Yuanzong's strength was too strong, so strong that others thought it was normal for them to do this. At most, when they heard this news, they would be a little stunned. After the news spread, there were already people who wanted to see how those sects would deal with it. With the price that Yuanzong offered. Basically, it was stuck on the lifeline of these sections. If they wanted to take out enough compensation, it would be light to say that it was to the extent of breaking their bones, or even to the extent of emptying their assets. Once they really did this, the overall strength of the sects would at least regress by a few decades. However, if they didn't take it, with the current development of the situation, it would be difficult for these sects to be spared. The temptation of the divine connection cultivation method was too great, so great that it was beyond the expectations of all the sections. Only after Yuanzong took out the name of the divine connection cultivation method did they know how many peak powerhouses were hidden among the loose cultivators. In the end, how many loose cultivator powerhouses were once famous throughout the world? As it turned out, they were all hidden in some corner. The so-called rumors of their lifespans being exhausted and passing away were all nothing more than rumors. 10 Ultimate Sect. When Ho Ming dragged his heavily injured body back, the entire sect was immediately shaken. You're going too far. Yuanzong's way of doing things is really too savage. Inside 10 Ultimate Sect, many elders had angry expressions. They had the idea of going over and having a showdown with Yuanzong. As for Ho Ming, he sat on the side in silence. Right now, his injuries weren't light, and he had to rush back to 10 Ultimate Sect without stopping. It wasn't good for him either. Qin Shujian's seemingly casual attack was enough to make ordinary spirit martial realm cultivators lose their lives. Ho Ming could perceive that the other party had restrained some of his strength in the end. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk out of the inherited martial hall. He spared my life just to let me bring back a message? Ho Ming smiled wryly in his heart. For the first time in so many years, he felt how weak he was in front of a powerhouse of that level. As for the sect master of 10 Ultimate Sect, he sat motionless on the main seat at this time, allowing the group of elders below to be agitated. When the others were almost done speaking, he calmly opened his mouth and said, "Since the elders are so indignant, it would be better for my sect to declare war on Yuanzong and let you vent this anger." With one sentence, the entire great hall fell silent. The elders who were clamoring all flushed red. They wanted to follow up, but they didn't know how to. To put it bluntly, they were only indulging in their mouths. If they really wanted to go to war with Yuanzong, it was no different from courting death. Aren't the elders very angry? Bayan was expressionless, and said neither salty nor indifferently, "Why haven't you killed Yuanzong and redeemed the face of my 10 Ultimate Sect?" No one answered because they didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Bayan shook his head again, and then looked at Ho Ming on the side. "Elder Ho is currently unwell. It's better to go back and have a good rest. If you need any spirit medicine, just ask. As long as the sect can take it out, we won't be stingy." "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. I'll go back and recuperate for a few days." "That's good. Elder Ho doesn't need to participate in this matter for the time being. Go back and rest." "Thank you, Sect Master." Ho Ming didn't insist on anything. He was indeed holding on now. Therefore, after hearing Bayan's words, he cupped his hands and got up to leave. After Ho Ming left, Bayan looked at the other elders who didn't look too good and said, "Yuanzong offered 200 million taels. What do you think my sect should do?" "Everything will be decided by the sect master. As far as this lord knows, each elder has a lot of property under their hands. Now that the sect is in a crisis, you should share the burden of the sect." When Ho Ming spoke, he paused for a moment and continued, 200 million taels of silver. The sect will take out 100 million. The remaining 100 million will be shared by you." "Ah." Hearing this, the elders of 10 Ultimate Sect were all stunned. Obviously, Bayan's words were completely beyond their expectations. No one thought that the other party would do such a thing. Inside Shiju Sect, many of the elders were dumbfounded. Bayan said faintly, "What? Could it be that the elders don't want to share the sect's burden?" "We're willing to share the sect's burden, but we really can't take out 100 million taels of silver." "Can't take it out?" Bayan suddenly sneered and said sarcastically, "In the past, you were the ones who resolutely opposed Yuanzong and refused to lower your heads. Are you still planning to stay out of this situation today?" Speaking of this, he suddenly became furious and shouted sternly, "I'm telling you, if you can't take out 100 million taels of silver today, then you and Shiju Sect will perish together. Whoever dares to run away, I'll be the first to behead him." His words fell. A terrifying power erupted and pervaded the main hall. A clear and melodious sound of a sword rang in people's hearts. A long sword was already suspended beside Bayan at some unknown time. The two seals engraved on the sword were telling others. This wasn't an ordinary long sword, but a two-seal Dao tool. As for the others in Shiju sect, how could they not recognize the long sword's identity, seeing that Bayan even took out the sect's Dao tool? These elders suddenly felt an endless chill in their hearts. They were aware of the seriousness of the situation when they met the sect master's cold and emotionless eyes. The other party's words. He wasn't joking. If someone dared to say no, they were afraid that the sect's Dao tool would have already been cut down. For a moment, there was a touch of fear in the eyes of Shiju sect's elders. Sect master, please calm down. Sect master, calm down. They were really scared now. They were afraid that Bayan would go crazy under the pressure of Yuan's own. Calm down. If it weren't for you all trying to stop me, how could my Shiju sect fall into this situation today? If it weren't for you all trying to stop me, how could my sect's disciples suffer heavy losses under the Yuan Pavilion's bounty? If it weren't for you all, how could my sect lose 160 million taels of silver for nothing? Bayan's eyes were terrifyingly cold as he glanced at everyone, angrily questioning them. If it weren't for the fact that you all have worked for the sect, I would have killed all of you now. Don't think that I don't know anything about the little tricks you all have done behind the scenes. Using the reputation of the sect to secretly take over the industries of other forces, they did it very quickly. What's wrong? Are you all reluctant to part with the money in your pockets? Let me tell you, you have to take it today whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you can try and see if you can walk out of this hall. He no longer had any intention of calmly discussing this matter. The current situation. There was no need for further discussion. Over the years, these elders before him had turned the entire sect upside down, constantly weakening the authority of the sect master. However, for the sake of the sect's stability, Bayan didn't really make a move. Instead, he accompanied the elders. But now, under Origin sect's coercion, 10 Ultimate sect already reached the point where they could not retreat. Bayan did not intend to endure any longer. This opportunity before their eyes was precisely the chance to reorganize 10 Ultimate sect. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. When he took out the sect protecting Dao artifact, he had already made a decision in his heart. In terms of strength, Bayan was 10 Ultimate sect's #1 person. The other party also had a sect guarding Dao artifact in hand. No one in 10 Ultimate sect could stop them. Therefore, under such circumstances, the elders of 10 Ultimate sect finally yielded. Unless they really wanted to fight to the death with Bayan, they could only yield. But the problem was, they didn't dare to risk their lives against Bayan, but Bayan really dared to risk his life against them. In this situation, there was simply no room for choice. Soon, 10 Ultimate sect gathered 200 million taels of silver, and then Bayan personally brought it to the Liang Mountain spiritual region. Origin sect, inside the Inheritance Martial Hall. 10 Ultimate sect's Bayan greets sect master Qin. At this time, Bayan no longer had the imposing manner of the sect master of 10 Ultimate sect. He was just like an ordinary cultivator, standing in front of Qin Shujian and cupping his hands with a solemn expression. Qin Shujian said, "Sect Master Bayan, may I know the reason for your visit this time?" In accordance with Sect Master Qin's previous request, I have now sent an apology gift. Bayan took a storage ring from his finger, and then lifted it in front of Qin Shujian with his true essence. There are 200 million taels of silver inside. I have already converted them all into cash. Sect Master Qin can count them. No need. This Qin still trusts the credibility of 10 Ultimate sect. Qin Shujian glanced at the storage ring in front of him and put it away. Then, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sect Master Bayan, please take a seat. Many thanks. Bayan didn't decline. After saying a word of thanks, he sat down on a seat to the side. Facing the sect master of Origin sect, to be honest, he also suffered a lot of pressure. However, as the sect master of 10 Ultimate sect, his psychological quality wasn't weak at all. Even though he was very afraid of Qin Shujian, he didn't show it on the surface. After he sat down, Bayan cupped his hands and said again, "Previously, it wasn't 10 Ultimate sect's intention to be enemies with your noble sect. Therefore, this 200 million taels of silver is my sect's apology gift. I hope Sect Master Qin can disregard the former enmity. Rest assured. This Qin has always paid attention to credibility when doing things. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, since 10 Ultimate Sect is so straightforward, my sect master won't be willing to set up another enemy. It's just that, this time, 10 Ultimate Sect can use silver to reconcile. However, if there's a next time, the matter can't be solved with a mere 200 million taels of silver. I hope Sect Master Bayan can understand this point. Bayan made an attitude of listening with respectful attention to Qin Shujian's words. After the other party finished speaking, he nodded and replied, rest assured, Sect Master Qin. As long as I'm still in power, 10 Ultimate Sect will never be enemies with Sect Master Qin. That's for the best. Qin Shujian was in a good mood because Bayan was so understanding. After all, he didn't want to work hard every day and hurt his spirit. If everyone was as understanding as Bayan, then many things would become simple. However, such thoughts were always extravagant hopes. If 10 Ultimate Sect hadn't been destroyed, Bayan wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. In the end, it's the fists that are hard enough that words are useful. A woman's benevolence will harm others and herself in the end. After 10 Ultimate Sect, the other sects also sent silver taels over one after another. Sect Master Qin threw out the Divine Connection cultivation method, instantly gathering a large number of loose cultivator powerhouses. In the face of so many top cultivators, even the great sects of large territories were under great pressure. Although taking out 1 billion taels of silver was a serious injury, compared to the destruction of the sect, 1 billion taels of silver was over with gritted teeth. For a time. After receiving the silver taels from the various sects, Sect Master Qin's foundation improved a lot. After all, the compensation from so many sects added together wasn't a small sum. After a period of time, Qin Shujian still lived in seclusion in Sect Master Qin, silently cultivating the origin returning ancestral canon as well as those divine connection martial arts. The divine rank origin returning ancestral canon pointed to the great circle of the divine martial realm. He was now only at the second level of the divine martial realm, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. At the present stage, every time he advanced a cultivation method, the consumption of life source was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Therefore, Qin Shujian would rather spend some time cultivating. If he could break through the original threshold, he could save a lot of life source. However, breaking through the origin returning ancestral canon wasn't just difficult. As for the 3 divine realm martial arts that he had learned, he was also very interested in them. Especially that 9 tribulations immortal body. Now Qin Shujian had just gone through the lightning tribulation and stepped into the first level. To step into the second level, he needed to encounter the wind tribulation. The so-called 9 tribulations meant that at every level, one had to experience a tribulation. Only after passing it could one step into the next threshold. If one couldn't pass it, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Among the 9 tribulations immortal body, the lightning tribulation was considered the lowest level. Therefore, passing the lightning tribulation was only the beginning of this martial art. However, what really piqued Qin Shujian's interest in this martial art was that it was completely different from what he had expected. It would clash with the immortal body of the ancients. Not only did the two not conflict, but they even had a kind of intention of complementing each other. If the ancient immortal body was to unlock the hidden potential of the human body, causing the cultivator's physical body to transform, then the 9 tribulations immortal body could speed up the process of unlocking the hidden potential of the human body. In the process of accelerating, it could further refine the cultivator's physical body and vital energy, causing it to reach an even more powerful level. After stepping into the 9 tribulations immortal body, Qin Shujian's Gang Qi also changed. The light purple Gang Qi surged, like streaks of lightning flashing within, and a destructive aura spread out. Thunderblast. Feeling the power of the Gang Qi, Qin Shujian murmured. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw Thunderblast, every time he felt this power, he felt a kind of shock in his heart. Breaking through the first level already had such an effect. Qin Shujian really wanted to know what kind of level he could reach if he cultivated this martial art to the end. However, divine connection martial arts were extraordinary. Even with Qin Shujian's current vision and talent, after a period of hard work, he didn't make much progress. Soon, more than a month passed. It wasn't until Wu Lang's arrival that he finally ended his seclusion. As for the imperial court's envoy, Qin Shujian had always been very attentive. Although Baiyun Prefecture was peaceful now, the demon disaster was still raging in other prefectures. In some prefectures, it was even showing signs of getting worse. The reason was that the altars that sealed the demons were destroyed one after another. Even though the imperial court had been strictly guarding them, the players were everywhere. As a result, several months passed. More and more demons broke out of the seal and came out. Qin Shujian also saw these demons breaking out of the seal, and his heart was filled with desire. These demons that were like the Grim Reaper in the eyes of others were walking luck points in his eyes. However, Wu Lang didn't take any action after reporting to the imperial court, so Qin Shujian could only temporarily suppress the impulse in his heart. Now that the other party came again, there was no need to think about the reason. As for the imperial court's envoy, no matter what his identity was, he represented the imperial court's face. As for this, Qin Shujian also had to give him some face. Therefore, when he received the news, he immediately went to the Martial Heritage Hall to meet Wu Lang. Envoy, long time no see. How have you been? Everything is fine. But Sect Master Qin's actions during this period of time have opened my eyes. Wu Lang smiled and cupped his hands. His tone was full of admiration. Baiyun Prefecture's cultivation world is really blessed to have Sky Origin Sect. He didn't exaggerate the last sentence. Although the Great Zhao cultivation world was a whole, the Great Zhao divided the 13 prefectures, so the cultivation world was also divided, resulting in different resources. In this way, the cultivation world of each prefecture would have fights and robberies with each other. At this time, the strength of the cultivation world in each prefecture played a huge role in determining the strength of the cultivation world. The weaker prefectures occupied more resources, so the prefectures that didn't have enough resources naturally turned their attention to these prefectures. As for the cultivation world, the imperial court generally didn't care. As long as it didn't rebel or threaten the foundation of the Great Zhao, the imperial court would turn a blind eye to the fighting between cultivators. In this way, the strength of each prefecture's cultivation world was very important. Just like Baiyun Prefecture. Among the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao, Baiyun Prefecture's foundation was relatively shallow. After all, as a prefecture that was close to the limit of heaven and earth, it already meant that its foundation was weaker than the other prefectures. So the cultivation world's strength wasn't very strong. For a long time, Baiyun Prefecture's cultivation world didn't have a top sect to oversee it. Only a few large sects from large regions joined forces to contend with the cultivation world of other prefectures. Although they could maintain this situation, it was still difficult. But it was different now. Sky Origin Sect was added to Baiyun Prefecture. Previously, Sky Origin Sect was only in name, but now, his successive achievements and methods were enough to establish his supreme position. In this case, even if Sky Origin Sect wasn't officially the leader of Baiyun Prefecture, if the sects and forces of other prefectures wanted to interfere, they would have to consider the intentions of this top sect. Therefore, although it wasn't entirely a good thing that Sky Origin Sect was added to Baiyun Prefecture, it at least gave the prefecture some protection and deterrence. Especially during this period of time. Sky Origin Sect had first established the Yuan Pavilion, then destroyed the Heavenly Corpse Sect and other sections. Wu Lang had also received the news, so he was no less shocked than the others. In fact, some people had mentioned the Yuan Pavilion in the imperial court. However, the civil and military officials had their own opinions, so the imperial court had left this matter unsettled. More importantly, now, they couldn't do without Sky Origin Sect's help to deal with the demons of the other prefectures. If the demons had broken the seal in the spirit domain, it would have been fine. The imperial court didn't lack heavenly man experts, so it wouldn't be a big problem to deal with them. However, in the true dominion, everyone's strength was suppressed. The demons' physical strength was extremely strong, so the human race couldn't compare to them at all. Comparing the two, the gap and advantage between them were obvious. This was also the reason why the imperial court hadn't dealt with the demons for such a long time. The biggest reason was that it was too difficult to find an expert who could contend with the demons in the True Dominion. Therefore, Qin Shujian, who had condensed 4 universal heavenly locks and broken through, was very important. You flatter me. May I know why you're here this time? I've already reported to the imperial court about what I discussed with Sect Master Qin. Now that I've received accurate information, I've come again. What does the imperial court mean? The imperial court understands that Sky Origin sect has just been established, so its foundation is slightly lacking. It should be in need of spirit stones. Therefore, Sect Master Qin's reward for killing the demons will be in spirit stones. Are you satisfied? Wu Lang cupped his hands and said from his seat. Spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression changed. The imperial court wasn't wrong. After the Sky Origin sect had annexed the Heavenly Corpse sect, it didn't lack many things for the time being. Instead, it needed spirit stones to improve its foundation. There were already many spirit stones on Liang Mountain. However, one would never complain about having too many spirit stones. With each additional spirit stone, the spirit chi would become denser, which would be of great benefit to the future. After all, many little drops made a mickle. After a few decades or a century, this would be a considerable gain. A few decades or a century might sound very far away. However, in reality, after breaking through to the divine martial realm, Qin Shujian realized that it was actually possible for him to endure for a few decades or a century. However, spirit stones were just spirit stones. The main issue was how much he had. How will the spirit stones be settled? 5 demons for 1 spirit stone. What do you think, Sect Master Qin? It's a deal. Qin Shujian nodded his head and replied without hesitation. 5 demons for 1 spirit stone. This was no different from giving him money. According to his estimation, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 demons in the True Dominion within the Great Jiao Nation. Upon thinking about the 2,000 to 3,000 demons and the fact that he could exchange 5 demons for 1 spirit stone, Qin Shujian felt a little excited. If this deal went through, the Origin sect would really make a fortune. Although it was impossible to leave all the demons for him to kill, it was not a small number. However, even if he only killed 500 evil spirits, he would still get 100 spirit stones. If 100 spirit stones were thrown into the Origin sect, the density of the spirit chi there would definitely reach a frightening level. When the time came, if a pig was thrown into this place for a period of time, it might even have a chance of developing spirit intelligence. On the other side, when Wu Lang had first mentioned this matter, he had felt somewhat apprehensive. After all, even though spirit stones were precious, it depended on the situation. The power of the demons was extraordinary. Their strength was comparable to a heavenly man major cultivator. No matter which region one was in, this level of existence was not something that ordinary people could contend against. To be honest, exchanging 5 demons for 1 spirit stone, this price was on the low side. The imperial court had even deliberately lowered the price because of the difficulty of killing the demons for Qin Shujian. Wu Lang had originally been prepared to bargain with the other party. However, he had not expected that the other party would agree immediately. Upon seeing this, he immediately replied, Sect Master Qin is a straightforward person. This matter is settled then. Now that the matter had been settled, Wu Lang was not afraid that the other party would go back on his word. After all, the imperial court and Qin Shujian had worked together before, so they had some understanding of the other party's credibility. After the matter was settled, Wu Lang heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Shujian also smiled faintly. In Wu Lang's opinion, exchanging 5 demons for 1 spirit stone was a little underhanded by the imperial court. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, exchanging 5 demons for 1 spirit stone was no different from picking up money from the ground. Subsequently, after the matter was settled, Wu Lang left behind a jade stone and an identity card. The jade stone recorded information about the current fiend calamity in the various prefectures and the location where the demons of the True Dominion were sealed. As for the identity token, it was to allow Qin Shujian to freely enter and exit the place where the demons were being suppressed without any obstructions. It could be said that, this identity card was similar to the one given by Marquis Bayun in the past. However, in terms of importance, the identity card given by the Imperial Court was naturally more important. After all, Marquis Bayun was only in charge of the Bayun Prefecture. The Imperial Court was in charge of the entire world. After sending someone to send Wu Lang away, Qin Shujian picked up the jade stone and enveloped it with his spiritual force. Perhaps he would obtain the information he wanted. Boom, a huge amount of information surged over like a tide. However, his spiritual spirit was extremely powerful now, so it was not affected by the information at all. Instead, it disintegrated rapidly as the information surged over. Soon, the jade stone in his hand turned into powder. In Qin Shujian's mind, he had also obtained what he wanted. There doesn't seem to be many demons in the Great Zhao dynasty. After obtaining the information, he discovered that the demons sealed in the other prefectures were somewhat different from what he had expected. In the past, there had been more than 170 true dominions sealed in the Bayun prefecture. Based on this, the number of demons in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures was estimated to be at least 2,000 to 3,000. However, in reality, this number was much lower than what he had expected. In the Great Zhao 13 prefectures, apart from the Bayun prefecture, there were only about 1,500 demons sealed in the other 12 prefectures. This number was equivalent to 3 of the North Cloud Mansion's demons combined. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian understood why there were so few demons in the other prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. It was different from the Bayun prefecture. Most of the other prefectures had existed for a long time. If there were really demons born, many of them would have broken the seal and escaped or been killed by the Great Zhao dynasty. On the other hand, the Bayun prefecture was located at the limit of heaven and earth. Recently, new areas had been born. That was why there were so many demons. Most of the other prefectures did not have this problem. Naturally, there were not many demons sealed in them. However, although there were more than 1,000 demons, this number seemed to be much smaller compared to the Bayun prefecture. One had to know, more than 1,000 demons were equivalent to more than 1,000 heavenly beings. It would be a problem if there were even 100 heavenly beings in the entire Great Zhao dynasty. Apart from that, this number of demons did not include the Spirit Protectorate, the Great Protectorate, and the various ordinary protectorates. Based on this calculation, the number of demons was not small at all. However, the Great Zhao dynasty has only existed for about 6,000 years. It is impossible for the entire world to be born in just a few thousand years. Therefore, the demons that were born in the new areas before the Great Zhao dynasty must have been suppressed by someone else. However, I don't know if it was the human clan or the demon clan. Qin Shujian pondered silently. One had to know that before the human emperor had established the Great Zhao dynasty, the demon clan had not been driven to the endless mountain range. At that time, the demon clan and the human clan had coexisted in this world. After obtaining the information that he wanted, Qin Shujian made some simple arrangements in the sect and planned to head to the other prefectures immediately. To him, every single evil spirit was worth luck points. Although the evil spirits were wreaking havoc and seemed very powerful, there were many experts in the Great Zhao dynasty. However, there were many strong practitioners in the Great Zhao. There were bound to be powerful people as well. After all, the Marquis of Northern Cloud was a powerful person. The imperial court could not possibly only have 1 or 2 powerful people. If experts of this level were to attack, the evil spirits that had broken out of their seals would not be a match for them. Furthermore, although very few players had reached the spirit martial realm, many of them were at the true martial realm. If so many players swarmed together in the true dominion, even the evil spirits would be doomed. From Qin Shujian's point of view, after obtaining the imperial court's identity card, all these evil spirits belonged to him. A bunch of people were coveting what belonged to him. To this, Qin Shujian was very anxious. The demon calamity. Sky-covering skeletons were spreading in all directions. The fiendish qi accompanied the skeletons as they advanced, constantly eroding the ground beneath their feet. Everywhere they passed, living beings were exterminated and turned into a demonic land. However, the place where these skeletons were advancing was an even bigger encirclement. It was an encirclement formed by players to prevent the demon calamity from spreading. Swoosh, a sword slashed out at lightning speed, causing a black-armored skeleton to retreat continuously. Xianxia did not show any mercy. He took a step forward and attacked like a storm. When the sword flashes exploded, a cold glint could be seen. Every sword slashed out with an extremely fast and ferocious force before accurately landing on the same position of the black-armored skeleton in front of him. After dozens of sword slashes, the power that had gathered suddenly exploded. The sword flashes swept past like a crescent moon before the black-armored skeleton's head was chopped off. When the head fell off, the entire skeleton fell apart instantly. However, the head that fell on the ground did not turn into ashes. Instead, it rolled on the ground, as if it wanted to kill the enemy. F***ck. It's still not dead. Xianxia was speechless. Then, he slashed out with all his strength, barely piercing the black armor that protected the head and extinguishing the soul fire inside. After that, only the skeleton could be considered truly dead. He glanced at his experience bar and saw that the cultivation method bar had only jumped a little. Regarding this, Xianxia shook his head in resignation. These demonic disasters gave the least amount of EXP, but they were ridiculously strong. If he had not accepted the Imperial Court's quest, he would not have been willing to raid these monsters. However, now that players' levels were getting higher, the amount of EXP they needed was also increasing. Aside from the demon beasts in the Endless Mountain Range, there weren't many places for players to grind and level up. The main reason was because the monsters in other places gave pitiful amounts of experience. However, if one were to compare them seriously, even though the demonic calamity gave less EXP, it was only when compared to demonic beasts of the same level. However, there were so many of them. If they weren't too hard to kill, it would be a good place to train. After killing a devil calamity skeleton, Xianxia panted slightly, then looked at other positions. The number of demonic disasters was huge, but the number of players was even greater. In terms of average strength, the players were not any weaker than the demon disaster. Therefore, when the two sides fought, the players actually had a lot of advantages. After all, the biggest advantage of the demonic calamity was that it could turn any corpse into its own kind. However, the players didn't have any corpses, so naturally, they couldn't be turned into the demonic calamity. As a result, the biggest advantage of the demonic calamity was gone. Using the profound insight, Xianxia kept looking for suitable targets. Finally, he locked his eyes on a weaker demonic calamity skeleton and directly attacked it. The profound insight was very useless in the early stages, but it was very useful now. Many players regretted it, because the profound insight could only be learned in the novice village. Once they left the novice village, they would not have the opportunity to learn it. Now that players left the novice village, there was almost no novice village in the world. As a result, the profound insight had become an exclusive ability for some people. At first, this ability could not detect much information, but as it was used more and more, some players could deduce the profound insight, and the usefulness of this ability gradually increased. For some people, having the profound insight could save them a lot of detours. Even when fighting monsters, they could live a little longer than others. Because not all powerful monsters would have a ferocious appearance and a terrifying aura. Some were very well hidden. If one didn't use the profound insight to look, they would fall down in minutes. At this time, Chao Hong also joined forces with Lu Qingheng and the others. They formed a small group and constantly killed the demonic calamity skeletons around them. The strength of the demonic calamity mainly lay in the bone armor. The bone armor was hard, and it was difficult for a normal grade weapon to damage it. At least, it required a weapon of 4th grade or above to cause a little damage. However, Chao Hong and the others could be considered to have the support of the Imperial Court and had accumulated a lot of merit points. In addition, they weren't ordinary people in the real world, and now players could also come into contact with spiritual weapons. Therefore, after paying a relatively large price, Li Qia was able to make a decision. They didn't have a spiritual weapon, but for people like Chao Hong and the others, it wasn't a problem to have a spiritual weapon. Although the skeleton's bone armor was powerful, it couldn't withstand the sharpness of a spiritual weapon. The long sword pierced through the skeleton's facial bone armor and extinguished the soul fire inside. After losing the soul fire, the entire skeleton instantly fell apart and completely lost its function. How are the people in the other places now? Chao Hong asked as he killed the demonic calamity skeletons. Hearing this, the others also knew what Chao Hong was talking about. One of the players shook his head and said, "There's no news yet, but they should be similar to us. Try to contact them and see if they have any thoughts of rushing in." As Chao Hong spoke, a black light flashed in front of him. He didn't hesitate to take a step forward and immediately slashed out with his long sword, colliding with the black light. Bang! The two collided. The moment the black light broke, a bone blade fell to the ground. Immediately after, in the distance, a skeleton with only half a bone blade was standing in the distance. In the next second, another attack came. It was also at this time. A huge skeleton bird swooped down from the sky, immediately putting a lot of pressure on the entire team. The demonic calamity was very strong and there were many of them. Although the players weren't weaker than the demonic calamity in all aspects and were even better than it, perhaps that was based on the overall situation. Seriously speaking, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. In the face of such a demonic calamity, there were still many players who went back to revive. Every time they died, they would lose a level. In the past, it would take a few days to train back, but now it might take a month or two, or even more. So, not dying if possible, this was the first standard for players. For Chao Hong, there were so many skeletons. If they were to encircle and suppress them for a long time, although they could still kill them, it would take too much time. Moreover, once too many players participated, for them, it would also be a loss of benefits. In his opinion, compared to the demonic calamity skeletons outside, the real demons that caused the demonic calamity were the main show. In order to reward the demons, the imperial court had also given out generous rewards. This reward, even if they could only revive once or twice, it would definitely not be a loss. So, many people had their eyes on the demons. But, in order to encircle and suppress the demons, they had to break through the blockade of the demonic calamity skeletons. Otherwise, if the two attacked from the front and back, they would only have a dead end. In this way, someone had to join forces and turn into a sharp knife to break in and exterminate the demons. This was because the demonic calamity skeletons only chased after the smell of the flesh and blood of living beings. The large number of players fighting outside was the target of these things. If a small group of players broke in, they would not attract too much firepower. This also meant that the people who did this had to be elites. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghong nodded and said, "However, given our current strength, it is not that easy to deal with the demons. It is rumored that these true Dominion demons are comparable to experts who have condensed the universal skylock." So what? The demons' biggest advantage, other than their strength, is their ability to transform the demonic calamity. Chao Hong shook his head and said, "We can revive. The demon's ability to transform the demonic calamity is already useless. What's left is the problem of strength. Although the ones who have condensed the universal skylock should be very strong, our strength is not weak either. Plus, isn't defeating a powerful boss our player's strength?" Quite a few people agreed with this statement. How could a monster that was not stronger than the players be called a boss? It was inevitable that the players would be able to defeat a boss. Players who had not defeated a boss would not have a complete gaming life. The boss in this game was very different from the boss in previous games. They could not be defeated as they wished. However, the game had been open for a long time. Apart from some powerful bosses, such as the Liang Mountain Fort Master, who were still standing strong, many powerful bosses had been defeated. Even the true martial realm, airborne realm and the prominent sage realm had been defeated. However, they had to pay a huge price to do so. When Lu Qinghong saw this, he did not say anything. Then, he took out his communication jade talisman and sent the message out. Most of the players who had accepted the mission this time had been randomly selected. However, some powerful player groups like theirs had left some connections with each other so that they could be used to communicate at such times. They had the idea of defeating the demons, and so did the other groups. However, everyone knew that a group of dozens of players would not be able to defeat the demons. It would take at least a few hundred players to defeat the demons, which were rumored to be as strong as the heavenly lock of the universe. As for how strong the heavenly lock of the universe was, the details could be found by referring to the Liang Mountain Fort Master. On the other side, more than 20 players formed a group and kept hunting the demon disaster skeletons. Every player could release physical invulnerability, which showed that they were at least in the physical invulnerability realm. Furthermore, they could control their swords with their divine thoughts to kill their enemies in the air. To be able to do this, one had to at least break through to the spiritual god realm. Chao Hong has sent a message. A player released a burst of energy and forced a demon disaster skeleton to retreat. Then, he took out the communication jade talisman at his waist and read the message inside. Hearing this, the leader of the group, a young player, happened to be controlling his sword with his divine thoughts. His sword pierced through the air and pierced through a fallen bone demon. Then, he released a burst of energy and killed the fallen bone demon of true martial realm level 4 in one hit. After doing all this, the long sword rolled back and was caught in his hand. Then, he turned his head and looked at that person. What did Chao Hong say? He wants to join forces with us to kill that evil demon. As expected. The young man shook his head and laughed. That player said, Chao Hong's group is quite strong. Big brother, do you want to join them? Going together is not a problem. The important thing is how to split the benefits. Chao Hong won't just come to our side. When the time comes, there will only be one evil demon. There will be more than one team. When the young man spoke, he paused for a moment and then continued. Let's find a chance to meet up with them and then discuss this matter in detail. Okay. Then, the young man looked at the boundless demon disaster in front of him and felt a little afraid. Fortunately, this was just a game. After players died, there would be no corpses left. If these things appeared in the real world, the entire world would probably be destroyed. In the past, he might not have thought so much. But now, many things in the real world were slowly approaching this world. He couldn't help but worry. The end of the age of Dharma. The recovery of spiritual energy. However, the young man only thought about it for a moment and then threw this thought away. It wasn't his turn to think too much now. Although he was an expert in the spiritual god realm in the game, in reality, he was only a cultivator who had barely stepped into the inner energy realm. Even if the realm in the game could affect the real world, it didn't mean that one would immediately have the same strength as in the game. In the game, one could level up by killing monsters or taking pills directly. But in reality, there was no experience bar. In addition, spiritual energy had just recovered, so having spiritual herbs was almost the same as not having them. Therefore, taking pills had basically become an extravagant hope. Even if there were some pills, they weren't very useful for those in the true martial realm. So until now, there hadn't been any powerful experts in the real world. At the same time when the young man received the message, just as he said, the other players who were fighting against the demonic calamity received the same news. They have agreed. Lu Qinghong looked at the communication jade token and then looked at Chao Hong. What do you mean? As Chao Hong spoke, he didn't stop attacking. A murderous aura rose from his body, and there was a hint of killing intent in the biting cold sword light. He had exchanged for this sword technique at the government office where he was working. It was a sword technique that focused on killing enemies and stopping killing with killing. In terms of power, it was at the top of the true rank martial arts techniques. Coupled with his strength at the peak of the true martial realm, killing ordinary demon disaster skeletons wasn't a problem at all. No problem. It's just that there's only one of us now. If we want to kill it, we need to split the benefits with them in advance. Give us a meeting point. We can only negotiate when we meet. Okay. Lu Qinghong immediately picked up the communication jade token and sent the message. It didn't take long for a reply to arrive. After a simple communication, Chao Hong immediately shouted, "Everyone, follow me in." As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking sword chi erupted and instantly extinguished the soul flames of the two true martial realm demon disaster skeletons. Boom! With Chao Hong leading the way, Lu Qinghong's strength wasn't weak at all. When he blasted out his palm energy, a silver needle made of fine iron shot out and instantly pierced the soul flames of the demon disaster skeletons. In order to deal with these devil calamities, one's physical strength was ultimately weaker. If he used weapons, it would be much easier. In the vast battlefield of demon disaster skeletons and players, a team of more than 20 players slowly went deeper and deeper, forcibly opening a path. Seeing this, immediately, some players wanted to follow in. Everyone knew that these people were going in at this time to attack the boss. The Imperial Court had issued missions to eliminate demon disasters, and naturally, there were missions to kill demons. Especially the latter. The bountiful rewards of the missions were enough to tempt people. Kill them. Lu Qinghong saw the players following in the back. As the number of players increased, more and more demon disaster skeletons surrounded them. His face instantly turned cold. The only reason these players followed him was to get a share of the loot. But it was fine if they just wanted a share of the loot. It just so happened that solo players were the easiest to spoil. Perhaps, if these people were to get involved in this matter of exterminating the evil devil, then perhaps it would fail. So, when he saw that someone was following him, he immediately took out several silver needles from his bosom and threw them out at an extremely fast speed. Under the illumination of the sun, the 5 silver needles were almost blinded to the point where it was hard to see them clearly. Ah! A few players who were caught off guard screamed. Some had their eyes pierced, and some had their heads pierced. Some had their throats pierced, and they all dissipated into white light. At the same time that Lu Qinghong made his move. The other players also made their moves, forcing back and killing the players following behind them. Even though they were all players, there were differences between the two. On one side was an elite team of players who were at least true martial realm level 7, while on the other side were solo players who had barely entered the true martial realm and perhaps not even reached the physical invulnerability realm. Comparing the two, the gap between the two was huge. As for what Chao Hong and the others did, it also infuriated many players. But they could only be angry. There was no other way. If the demon disaster hadn't interfered, it would have been fine. Now that the demon disaster had interfered and they had to deal with players stronger than them, these solo players immediately fell into a disadvantage. Then, under the demon disaster's obstruction, the two sides completely separated. With Chao Hong as the spearhead, he directly pierced into the demon disaster and headed in one direction according to the results of the message. 2 hours later. In a dilapidated village, several teams of players gathered here. This village used to be full of people. Now, with the outbreak of the demon disaster, the people inside were either taken away in advance or devoured by the demon disaster. In short, there was no sign of life here. Only the arrival of players made this place a little livelier. After Chao Hong and the others arrived, it didn't take long for the other teams to basically all arrive. Then, the leaders of several teams met directly. Let's cut to the chase. There's only one demon that broke out of the seal here. The Imperial Court's mission rewards also stipulated that only one demon will be rewarded. So when the time comes, everyone will rely on their own abilities. After meeting everyone, Chao Hong went straight to the point and said in a deep voice. But whichever team completes the mission will have to give 70% of the profits to the other teams. There were a total of 5 teams here. The team that killed the demon would get 30% of the profits. The other teams would divide the remaining 70%. On average, each team would get about 20%, which wasn't a small amount. The main problem was, no team alone had the strength to kill the demon. There was only hope if the 5 teams worked together. Hearing that, the others didn't have any objections. Sure, but there's one more condition. If anyone dares to hinder or stab us in the back before we kill the evil spirit, everyone has to eliminate the hidden danger. Even if they're from the same team, we can't be lenient. Okay. No problem. The others, including Chao Hong and Lu Qinghong, didn't have any objections. This was the right thing to do. Before killing the evil spirit, if there were people who would drag them down or stab them in the back, then this cooperation would be over. If things went wrong, all the teams would die in the hands of the demon disaster or the demon. Those who could enter this place were all at least of the physical invulnerability realm. If they died and dropped a level, it would take at least a month for them to have a chance to cultivate again. This loss wasn't something that anyone could bear. After a simple discussion, the few teams. They directly left the place, pierced through the demon disaster that was besieging them, and charged toward the location of the demon according to the intelligence. Although the demon had broken out of the seal, most of them would just stay in the fortress to recover. At the same time, they would also command the demon disaster to invade other places to plunder enough energy for them to recover and increase their strength. Not long after, a dilapidated fortress appeared in everyone's line of sight. Although there were no bloodstains on the walls of the fortress, there was a bloody and austere smell, as if there were still undying war spirits howling on it. The destruction of a fortress usually meant the death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Therefore, the soldiers guarding the fortress were fine before the demon broke out of the seal. But once the demon broke out, the survival rate was close to zero. At this moment, a monstrous demonic aura was spreading out from the fortress. The clear sky had long disappeared, leaving only dense demonic aura that gathered into demonic clouds that covered the sky. When the scorching sun barely penetrated the demonic clouds and shone on the land, there was a kind of oppressive darkness. Bloody, oppressive, brutal, all kinds of inexplicable emotions surged into the hearts of the players, causing many of their expressions to change drastically. Everyone knew that there were demons in the stronghold. Even though the devilish skeletons didn't dare to approach the location of the sinister devils before receiving their orders, this place was much less dangerous than other places. But standing in front of the fortress, the pressure that Xiao Hong and the others felt was even greater than when they faced the mighty devil disaster. Boom, the earth shook and buzzed as a 100-foot-tall skeleton, which looked like a giant beast, suddenly charged over from afar. Its ferocious and brutal aura instantly engulfed the surroundings. Quick, use the insightful art. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the skeleton. Xiao Hong turned his head to look at the people in his team and said in a deep voice. Actually, he did not need to say anything. When the huge skeleton had appeared, someone had already used the insightful art to check the monster's attributes. This monster is called the Broken Bone Lord. As for its strength, it cannot be detected at all. After using the insightful art, a player said solemnly. Upon hearing that, the others also looked solemn, but they were not too shocked. Now that they were deep in the heart of the devil calamity, it was normal to encounter powerful monsters. If a true martial realm player could not detect it with the insightful art, the monster had to be at least at the spirit martial realm. However, in this place, regardless of whether it was at the spirit martial realm or the divine martial realm, it could only unleash the strength of a peak true martial realm. If Xiao Hong and the others had encountered the Broken Bone Lord in the Spirit Protectorate or above, they would have definitely run as far away as possible. However, in the True Dominion, given their strength, there was no need to run away. Furthermore, if they could not even deal with the Broken Bone Lord, then conquering the evil fiends would be a joke. After all, the Broken Bone Lord was just one of the devil calamities transformed by the evil fiends. No matter how powerful it was, it could not be compared to the evil fiends. On the contrary, they could take advantage of this opportunity to predict the evil fiend's strength in advance from the Broken Bone Lord. With a soft swoosh, a long sword pierced through the air and charged toward the Broken Bone Lord. The long sword sped forward as fast as lightning, creating a loud noise. In less than a breath, it had already arrived in front of the Broken Bone Lord. Boom, at an abnormal speed, the huge palm slapped toward the long sword. A terrifying force immediately bombarded the long sword and sent it flying. The sword-wielding player's face turned pale immediately, as if his spiritual force had suffered some damage. However, he recovered quickly and continued to control the long sword with his spiritual force to attack the Broken Bone Lord. These devil disaster skeletons were powerful, but their weakness was also the most obvious, and that was their soul fire. No matter how powerful a devil disaster skeleton was, as long as its soul flame was extinguished, it would immediately fall and turn into a pile of bones that would scatter, no longer able to be used by the evil demons. While the young man was flying on his sword, the other players also made their moves. This was not a personal battle. If they wanted to kill the boss, they had to clear all obstacles as quickly as possible and at the least cost. In an instant, astral energy streaked across the sky as numerous attacks shot toward Lord of Shattered Bones. Although the Bonesetter King was huge, its speed was also shockingly fast. Moreover, its attacks were powerful and heavy, far surpassing other monsters. The monster also knew where its weakness was. Every time someone tried to attack the soul fire, it would firmly protect itself, not giving the player the slightest chance. However, if players were to attack other areas, the Lord of Shattered Bones would not pay much attention to them. In terms of defensive power, the bone armor on his body was not much weaker than a spiritual weapon. It was not an easy task to break through such a defense. The battle unfolded very quickly, and it did not take long for it to reach a white-hot stage. A palm that was like a huge millstone came crushing down. A player could not dodge in time and could only support his protective aura to block the Bonesetter King's attack. However, although the protective aura was strong, the Bonesetter King's attack was obviously stronger. With just one touch, the protective aura was directly shattered. However, there was also a gap in the middle, which allowed the player to successfully escape the attack range. Those who cultivate Frost True Essence, slow down this monster's attack speed. Lu Qinghong immediately shouted. The NPCs in this game were no different from ordinary people. If one wanted to deal with them in the traditional way, it could only be said that the results were minimal. However, if one wanted to deal with monsters without intelligence, it was no different from the previous games. It could be said that there would be such people in every regular player team. Suddenly, more than a dozen players attacked, using their Frost True Essence to bombard the Bonesetter King's body. Although the Bonesetter King's body defense was strong, it was difficult to break its body defense with True Essence attacks. However, the goal of the players was not to rely on this to kill the opponent. They just wanted to use their Frost True Essence to slow down its movement and create opportunities for others. Immediately after, the leader of the team said, "Those who cultivate poison attribute cultivation methods or martial arts, try to see if you can corrode its bone armor. Those who have advanced movement techniques, try to interfere with the Bonesetter King's attack as much as possible. Those who have more powerful offensive martial arts, find a way to break the bone armor's defense and extinguish its soul fire." Orders were issued one after another. All the players attacked the Bonesetter King in an orderly manner. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for the Bonesetter King. However, with everyone working together, the Bonesetter King's movement suddenly slowed down. Although its attack was still fierce, for those who cultivated advanced movement techniques, such a slow speed was not very useful no matter how fierce the attack was. Although the bone armor's defense was comparable to a spiritual weapon, it was not invincible. Moreover, it was not like there were no players who had spiritual weapons. In addition, those who cultivated poison attribute cultivation methods and martial arts had a great corrosive effect on the bone armor. In this way, the Bonesetter King's defense was further weakened. Finally, under the intensive attacks, the Bonesetter King's bone armor finally showed signs of cracking. The moment the bone armor broke, a long sword flew out and disappeared into the Bonesetter King's eye socket in the blink of an eye. When the long sword went in, a shocking sword chi exploded. The flickering soul fire was like a flame that had been blown by the wind, and was extinguished in an instant. The moment the soul fire was extinguished, the Bonesetter King's huge body fell to the ground like a wooden frame. Chao Hong looked back at the young man who put away the long sword and said with a fake smile, "Brother Bien, good move." However, there was an extremely serious look in his eyes. Bien Hang. He was one of the few strong players in the Bayun mansion. In terms of strength, Chao Hong was not confident that he could defeat him. When all the players were hovering in the true martial realm, Bien Hang had already stepped into the spiritual martial realm. One had to know. It had been more than 3 years in the game world, but there were still very few players who could advance to the spiritual martial realm. One of the problems was the cultivation method, and the other was the large amount of experience points needed to break through to the spiritual martial realm. It was easy to obtain a spiritual level cultivation method. With the means of the players, as long as they spent some time or found a way to join a sect in the spiritual realm, they would have a chance to get it. The real problem was the large amount of experience points needed to break through to the spiritual martial realm. Even Chao Hong himself, who had been at the peak of the true martial realm for a few months, was still a long way from breaking through to the spiritual martial realm. This showed how strong Bien Hang was. Even in the teams, there were only a few elite players who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Bian Heng in terms of realm. You flatter me. Bian Heng smiled slightly, in a good mood. He had killed the Bonesetter King with a single strike and gained a lot of experience points. The facts proved that Bian Heng was indeed a monster in the spiritual martial realm. Even though the experience points given by the demon disaster skeletons were much less than those given by monsters, it was still extremely rich. As for the other players who had entered the spiritual god realm, their eyes flickered slightly. Although spiritual god realm cultivators could give birth to a spiritual god and strengthen their divine sense to a powerful extent, it was not something a spiritual god realm cultivator could do if they wanted to attach their divine sense to a longsword and reach the point of controlling a sword to kill enemies with peerless power. Bian Heng had definitely obtained some kind of martial arts to have such an ability. However, cultivation methods and martial arts were taboo for anyone. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, it was not good for them to say too much. The Bonesetter King is already dead. This monster should have been deliberately sent by the demons to stop us after noticing our arrival. Now that this monster is dead, the main culprit might be waiting for us to enter. Lu Qingheng looked at the fortress in front of him that was filled with demonic energy and said with a solemn expression. The battle just now had caused quite a commotion. But until now, they had not seen any movement from the demons. With the strength of the demons, it was impossible for them not to have noticed anything. The current situation could only mean that the other party was already aware of everything and was just waiting for them to enter. In fact, from the moment they stepped into the demonic land, the demons had already noticed their existence. Thinking of this, many people felt heavy in their hearts. Although the Bonesetter King did not cause much damage to the team, the powerful strength that the other party displayed also gave them a lot of pressure. Looking at the big picture, from the Bonesetter King's strength, one could more or less infer how powerful the demons were. In fact, many people were already prepared for this. After a short silence, Bian Heng said calmly, since this boss is so confident, then let's go in and take a good look. If we want the demons to come out, why do we have to go deep into the tiger's den? Brother Chow, what do you mean? Just watch. A mysterious smile appeared on Chow Hong's face. Then, a jade ring on his hand flickered, and a sealed package appeared in his hand. When they saw this, Bian Heng and the others were also moved. A storage ring. Storage rings were true treasures among players. They were extremely expensive, and players who could obtain such treasures could only be said to be rare. Even Bian Heng himself did not have a storage ring. It was not that he could not get it. It was because the price to get it was too high, so he was not willing to get it. But even so, Chow Hong had a storage ring in his hand, which proved that the other party's financial resources were not as simple as it seemed. This is explosives? Someone saw the thing in the other party's hand and asked in surprise. Explosives. Hearing this, the others also turned their gazes over, their expressions changing unpredictably. They did not think that Chow Hong would take out explosives. Explosives, whether in the game world or the real world, basically existed. Coupled with the realism of the game world, almost everything that existed in the real world, as long as it could be manufactured step by step, the power would be the same. But the problem was, the manufacturing of many powerful weapons required very complicated steps, and because of the difference between the two worlds, the materials were also very different, so it was very difficult to manufacture. Some simple guns and cannons could be manufactured, but those things were not very powerful. It could be used to deal with ordinary people, but to deal with cultivators, it was far from enough. Not to mention other things. When a cultivator reached the level of copper skin and iron bones, their defensive power would greatly increase, and the threat of guns and cannons would be reduced by 70%. If they reached the peak of basic martial realm, their body would become one, and they would be able to ignore the threat of guns and cannons. In the early days of the game, there were still some knowledgeable players who would make these things to kill monsters and level up. But now that he had leveled up, these things were basically obsolete. Among them, the explosives in Chow Hong's hand were included. The power of explosives was not fake, but cultivators were born with strong senses. As long as the explosives were detonated, just by jumping up in the air, the explosives would not have any effect. As for large amounts of explosives, although they could pose a threat to some true martial realm cultivators, the amount needed was too large, and the gains and losses were not proportional. And when sieging a city, explosives were not very useful. Basically, every city had runes engraved on it to protect the safety of the city walls, to prevent a powerful cultivator from destroying the city walls in just a few moves. So, things in the real world had very little use in the game world. At this moment, when they saw Xiao Hong take out these things, the others were very surprised. Because these things were completely useless. Could it be that he was going to use explosives to blow up the demons? Xiao Hong smiled and said, if the demons don't come out, then we'll invite them out. The only protection of the stronghold is the city wall. Now that the stronghold has been breached by the demons, the runes on the city wall have long disappeared. At this time, explosives will naturally come in handy. The city wall was very large. Destroying it by relying on manpower alone would not only take time, but also a lot of true essence. On the contrary, if they used explosives to blow up the city wall, it would be much simpler. Even if the demons had made any arrangements, it would be within the stronghold. As long as the city wall was gone, all the arrangements would be useless. Then they saw Xiao Hong continuously take out packs of explosives from his storage ring and pass them to the other players in the team. Then, they saw these people pile up the explosives at the foot of the city wall. Not long after, there were thousands of explosives piled up at the foot of the stronghold. Many people frowned when they saw this, and their expressions turned solemn. Thousands of explosives. Once such a force exploded, even the earth energy shield of a physical invulnerability realm cultivator would be shattered. After the last explosive pack was placed in place, Tang Wolin took a deep breath. Xiao Hong said, everyone, step back a little to avoid being affected. Hearing this, the others immediately stepped back a little. Some of them had already activated their true essence, ready to deal with what would happen next. When everyone retreated, Xiao Hong also retreated a very far distance. Then, a fiery Xianxia blasted out in the air and directly fell on top of one of the explosive packs. The next moment, boom, an earth-shattering sound, as if the earth had cracked, instantly resounded through the sky. Immediately after, a powerful heat wave swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the cultivators spread out their protective earth energy to resist the heat wave. At this moment, their eyes all fell on the city wall of the stronghold, wanting to see if the explosives would work. In the eyes of the players, the city wall was like a piece of paper. Under the impact of the heat wave, it disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment the stronghold shattered, a terrifying and tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from within. How dare you! An earth-shattering thunder roared. A terrifying figure that was nearly 300 feet tall had already stepped out of the stronghold. Everywhere it passed, there was a vast fiend qi. The heat wave caused by the explosion was drowned by the surging fiend qi. Evil Lord Sun's soul was filled with killing intent. His huge eyes stared coldly at the numerous players in front of him. He had already sensed these people when they had stepped into the fiend territory. However, to these people, Evil Lord Sun's soul did not take them to heart at all. As an evil spirit of the fiend abyss, he was born as a heavenly being realm expert. He also had the advantage of a powerful physical body. There were very few people in the same realm who could be on par with him. In the true dominion, he was comparable to an expert who had condensed the universal heavenly lock. According to Evil Lord Sun's soul's understanding of this world, the experts who had condensed the universal heavenly lock seemed to have perished. As for those who were also heavenly being realm experts, he was not the least bit afraid of occupying a dominant position in the fiend territory. In Evil Lord Sun Soul's opinion, Xiao Hong and the others were more like something to adjust his mood after being sealed for thousands of years. He would slowly toy with them like a cat playing with a mouse. The bone-shattering lord had been a monster he had casually created and released to test the strength of the players. However, based on the previous battle, these people were indeed not weak. However, not weak was only a relative term. In Evil Lord Sun Soul's opinion, Xiao Hong and the others were just slightly stronger ants. He had even planned to sit still in the stronghold and slowly create some monsters to play with them. In the end, Xiao Hong had directly used explosives to blow up the stronghold's walls. Evil Lord Sun Soul was so angry that he exploded. Given the evil spirit's experience, he naturally did not recognize explosives. Furthermore, the force of the explosion could only threaten true martial realm cultivators at most. It would not cause any harm to spirit martial realm cultivators. In the past, he would not have cared about such things. Now, he was truly disgusted by these explosives. When Evil Lord Sun Soul appeared, the faces of Chao Hong and the others turned solemn. Evil Spirit. Use the insight technique to check his attributes. His name is Evil Lord Sun Soul. I can't see any other information. A player used the insight technique to take a look and immediately shook his head. Even the bone-shattering lord's attributes could not be seen, let alone the evil spirit that created the bone-shattering lord. That terrifying aura and the body that was like a small mountain made everyone feel a great pressure. Such pressure. Among all the bosses they had encountered, Evil Lord Sun Soul was the first. Looking at the hill like Evil Lord Sun Soul, Lu Qinghong's mind was also shaken. His gaze kept sweeping back and forth, trying to find the evil spirit's weakness. Before coming here, he had tried to find the evil spirit's weakness on the forum. But unfortunately, since the appearance of the evil spirit, there had never been a player who had defeated it, let alone a weakness. It could be said that, it was not that there were no players who had killed their way to the evil spirit, but there was not a single player who had completed the mission to kill the evil spirit. Everyone was well aware of how powerful this kind of boss that no one had defeated yet was. After scanning back and forth a few times, Lu Qinghong said in a low voice, "It is said that the evil spirit's physical body is extremely strong. Its weakness should be the weak parts of its body. It is the same as us humans, it also has 5 vital organs, so it mainly attacks these places." Hearing this, Bian Heng and the others turned around and nodded to each other, tacitly agreeing with each other's words. The huge body of the evil Lord Sun Soul in front of them gave off too much pressure. Therefore, they did not dare to delay for too long. Otherwise, before the boss was defeated, they would be scared before the battle even started. Go! Bian Heng roared angrily. The spirit god immediately controlled the long sword and took the lead to cut through the sky, charging towards Evil Lord Sun Soul. Immediately after, the other players also made their moves. Looking at the long sword coming towards him, Evil Lord Sun Soul revealed a mocking smile. Then, the pillar-like finger stretched out, and demonic energy surged, turning into a terrifying finger aura that directly bombarded over. Bang! With a loud bang, the long sword let out a mournful cry and was instantly sent flying by the terrifying force. At the same time, the divine will on the sword body also dissipated in an instant. Bian Heng spat out a mouthful of blood and had already suffered quite a serious injury. So strong. This was the only thought in Bian Heng's mind. Without truly fighting with the evil spirit, one would never be able to understand how terrifying a boss of this level was. Ever since he obtained the spirit god sword technique, he had been invincible. Even if he encountered some strong opponents, there had never been anyone who could defeat his spirit god in a single strike. One must know that for this kind of spirit god sword technique, the strongest was the spirit god, and the weakest was also the spirit god. Once the spirit god on the long sword was defeated, the person controlling the sword would also be severely injured. Subsequently, Bian Heng took out a pill and consumed it to alleviate the injuries on his body. Then, he used his divine sense to recall the long sword. There were already some cracks on the sword's body, and its spirituality had also dissipated by a lot. Seeing this, Bian Heng's heart ached again. In order to obtain this spiritual artifact, he had paid a heavy price. In the end, this spiritual artifact was almost destroyed in a single exchange. How could he not feel heartache? End of chapter 449. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.